Long Live Summons Chapter 427 to Chapter 471. If you have a sister, and a wretched, perverted, womanizing, hedonistic young master came to tease her, what would you do? A man's voice came from somewhere. This person's voice had a special magnetism to it. It was mature, pleasing to the ear, deep and sonorous. Anyone who heard it couldn't help but associate it with rationality and steadiness. However, the content of his words was surprisingly sharp, forming a strange contradiction with his voice. The two were opposites yet compatible, rational yet indignant, steady yet sharp. Yu Yang had seen many powerful people, but he had also seen many weird people. The person who spoke was definitely one of them. He could even be considered as one of the unique ones. In the entire Soaring Dragon continent, if Yu Yang claimed to be number 2 in terms of quick-wittedness, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. Hearing this person's rebuke, if it was someone else, even if they didn't break out in cold sweat, they would still feel embarrassed. However, Yu Yang was different. He laughed out loud. That would depend on whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally. The person who was rebuking him seemed a little stunned. He paused for a moment. If he did it intentionally, what would you do? I would chop him up. Yu Yang waved his hand and pretended to be filled with righteous indignation. Whoever dares to take liberties with my sister is courting death. What if he did it unintentionally? Standing in front of Yu Yang, the little handsome boy who could make people's heart beat faster even when he didn't smile and could make people's blood boil when he smiled, asked deliberately. I don't care if he did it intentionally or unintentionally. As long as he teased my sister, I would chop him up without hesitation. He didn't even bother to find out what kind of person this young master is. Is this young master a reasonable person? Yu Yang replied proudly. Not a bad answer. Looks like I really have to learn from you. That magnetic voice replied. Please don't worship me too much. Yu Yang played with his hair narcissistically. No matter what, I want to experience Yu Clan's third young master's ultimate skills. Especially his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, they are famous for a long time. The magnetic voice seemed to have made up its mind to fight with Yu Yang. Of course, this fight seemed to be a personal grudge, and would not affect Yu Yang's current negotiation process. It's rare for you to be humble enough to ask for advice. As your son-in-law, I'll reluctantly give you some pointers. Yu Yang boasted shamelessly. Standing behind Yu Yang, Sky Sword's face twisted. He almost vomited blood and died. My goodness, it seems like this brat's shamelessness has already reached the realm of killing without spilling blood. Talking to him for a few more sentences will simply provoke internal injuries. The drum-beating giant was even more unbearable. He shouldered his drum of regret and strode away without looking back. He decided that he wouldn't talk to Yu Yang anymore. He didn't even want to meet this brat anymore. He was afraid that if he interacted too much with this brat, he would be led astray by this brat. Although he admitted that he wasn't a good person and his hands were stained with blood, he still had some principles. However, if he got too close to Yu Clan's third young master, the drum-beating giant reckoned that his basic principles would collapse. Just from this point of shamelessness alone, even if all the bad people in the demonic palace were added up, they wouldn't even amount to half of this brat's shamelessness. This kind of person couldn't be provoked at all. Hence, the drum-beating giant hurriedly avoided him. As for the matter of Sky Dragon being killed, he even suspected that Sky Dragon was angered to death by this brat. I want to know what Yu Clan's third young master will say to convince our demonic palace to help Xianxia. Another demonic thorn-like voice rang out. This person's voice made people feel uncomfortable, as if there was a thorn in their body that they couldn't pick out. Their hearts felt extremely uncomfortable. According to their strength, this demonic thorn-like voice should be almost as strong as the magnetic voice just now. Yu Yang reckoned that these two people were most likely the fourth and fifth of the demonic palace's sky demons, Sky Calamity and Sky Crime. As for the handsome guy who dressed up as a man to tease Yu Yang and got taken advantage of, there was no need to talk about it. She was definitely the sixth Sky Disaster, known as the one with the highest talent and the fastest improvement in the entire demonic palace, Sky Disaster. Yu Yang reckoned that the drum-beating giant who left with the drum-beating giant was Sky Fury. In addition, there was another person whose aura was almost invisible standing within 10 meters of Yu Yang, but Yu Yang couldn't see him with his naked eyes. That person was Sky Assassin, this sky assassin's invisibility ability was extremely strong. If Yu Yang hadn't used his Heaven-Eye divine vision to look at the cross-dressing sky disaster, he wouldn't have realized that this silent killer was already within 10 meters of him. Although Sky Assassin's invisibility within 10 meters was successfully concealed by the sword chi emitted by Sky Sword's glare just now. But even so, Yu Yang already admired him very much. With this kind of invisibility ability, it was no wonder he was called Sky Assassin, as expected of a natural assassin. Now, almost all the 10 great sky demons were here. Only the strongest Sky Execution, the third-ranked Sky Wrath, and the Sky Law Impatience who left without saying goodbye after waking up from hibernation were not here. Perhaps these 3 people were watching from a place that Yu Yang couldn't sense. Because Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster, Sky Fury, Sky Assassin, Sky Sword and the others were here, their aura blocked the extension of Yu Yang's senses. It was like some kind of encirclement, hiding some kind of ancient formation, cutting off Yu Yang's external senses. Therefore, Yu Yang couldn't determine the current location of Sky Execution, Sky Wrath and Sky Law. Convince you? No, I've always been too lazy to waste my breath on these hopeless fellows. Yu Yang's words shocked them to death. Hey, be more polite to your family. Sky Disaster, who was disguised as a man, warned Yu Yang not to be too arrogant. I'm speaking the truth. Yu Yang revealed an evil smile. He almost said, little sister, uncle will bring you to see the goldfish, okay? Sky Disaster's hair stood on end from this brat's gaze. Yu Yang suddenly became serious again. He coughed a few times and lectured them like an old man. Actually, I don't blame you, because you are all frogs at the bottom of a well. Your knowledge is shallow, and it's normal for you to be hopeless. It would be strange if you could be wise and sensible. Wait, don't hit me first, I still have something to say. Seeing that Sky Disaster was about to punch someone, Yu Yang hurriedly waved his hands. Unknowingly, a person sat beside Yu Yang. He casually sat on the ground with his legs stretched out. His upper body was only wearing a coarse hemp shirt, and his neck and arms were wrapped with long black gold chains. There was also a large, unadorned box beside him. This man dressed like a farmer had a stubble of beard. He looked very old, like an uncle in his 40s. His appearance was very inconspicuous. However, this person's strength made Yu Yang slightly shocked. On the surface, he looked like a level 1 innate, but Yu Yang guessed that this farmer-like uncle was at least a level 8 innate, or even close to a level 9 innate. His gaze was calm as he looked at Yu Yang. He didn't seem to be angry or happy, but there was a kind of invisible aggressiveness, like a ferocious tiger hiding in the forest, ready to attack at any time. It made people unable to sense its existence, but in fact, it was already a disaster. You are Sky Disaster? Yu Yang turned around and asked. Sky Crime. The uncle used his calloused palm to caress the large, unadorned box, causing the heavy black gold chains to clank. Why doesn't that Sky Disaster come out to meet me? Yu Yang asked again. Haven't you heard of once Sky Disaster comes out, everything will be destroyed? He wants to kill once he comes out. If you want to kill yourself, I'll call him out. Sky Disaster teased Yu Yang with a smile. Forget it, I'm different from you. I don't like being abused. Yu Yang immediately retorted. If Yu Clan's third young master doesn't have a better reason, then I'm going to make my move. Sky Disaster, who was hiding somewhere, spoke impolitely. Indeed, his strength was above Sky Crime's and was close to the Impatience's. He didn't need to worry about Yu Yang as much as Sky Sword did. Even if he didn't have the confidence to kill Yu Yang, it was still possible for both of them to fight until they were covered in wounds. I'm not going to convince you guys. Because you guys are all stubborn and smart. You guys are all stuck in a dead end. You guys are just a pain in the ass. I'm too lazy to persuade you guys to make your move. Anyway, Black Hell King destroying Xianxia has nothing to do with me. At most, I won't return to Yu Clan Castle. I'll go live in Heaven Realm soon. I'm in the process of immigrating and my green card is ready. What's there to be afraid of? What God's ruins, what ancient passage, what martial soul, what divine equipment, all these are nothing. Anyway, I'm a bachelor. If you guys aren't afraid, why should I be afraid? Yu Yang laughed out loud. If I remember correctly, a certain third young master is a filial son and a sister complex, isn't that so? Sky Disaster tilted her head and blinked her eyes mischievously. Bring forth mother and my sister away. I don't care about the other clansmen. Black Hell King can't do anything to me. Moreover, if Xianxia is destroyed, Black Hell King will turn his attention to your demonic palace. He definitely won't chase after a few small fries. But it's hard to say for you guys. Your family business is very big and coveted, Yu Yang started to threaten the other party. Do you think Black Hell King can take down our demonic palace? Sky Crime's unique magnetic voice rang out. No. Yu Yang shook his head. Then you're talking nonsense, the most nonsense of all nonsense. Sky Sword couldn't hold it in anymore. Even if he was teasing a kid, he shouldn't talk like that. Black Hell King can't. What if we add Xianxia, Black Prince, Thousand Goblin Sect Leader and Thousand Goblin King who is about to be released? Yu Yang asked back. Still no. Heaven Realm thought for a while and replied seriously, even if we add Great Demon King Baruth and Ha-Xian from the Demon Abyss, they can forget about taking down our demonic palace without any losses. Third Young Master of Yu Clan, looks like you don't really understand our demonic palace. What if we add 2 more people? Yu Yang laughed. What if we add Scarlet Concubine and Scarlet Emperor? Who? When these 2 names came out, even Sky Calamity who was like a devil thorn couldn't help but reveal a shocked tone. Scarlet Emperor? Looks like my wife didn't tell you guys. Yu Yang laughed like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. A few days ago, I accidentally saw Xianxia and Black Prince releasing an extremely powerful ancient rancor from the Evil Dragon Lair's ancient seal, Scarlet Emperor. If you guys aren't familiar with this guy, I can tell you the other person's name, Prison Emperor. Scarlet Emperor was Prison Emperor's sworn enemy 6,000 years ago. As for Black Hell King, he's nothing. He's just a dog under Prison Emperor, and a lowly dog that betrayed his master. How can he be compared to Scarlet Emperor? Scarlet Emperor, is he really that scary? Sky Disaster's expression changed a little, but he was more suspicious. When Yu Yang heard this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. As long as he could move the other party, then this deception could continue. As long as he continued to add fuel to the fire and joined forces with Demonic Palace, would there still be a problem? The Scarlet Emperor is very scary? How can you describe him as scary? Yu Yang felt that this description was not good enough. If he's not scary, then he's cute? Sky Disaster had to go against Yu Yang. The Scarlet Emperor can only be described as hateful. There's no other suitable word. When Yu Yang mentioned Sky Disaster, he was happy, but Sky Crime and the others felt uncomfortable. How many people could make the Yu clan's third young master feel that he was hateful? The legend of the Prison Emperor was very old, there weren't many. But everyone knew that the Prison Emperor was a super strong warrior 6,000 years ago. His power was so strong that he could fight against the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm. Although Sky Law didn't tell everyone knew that she went to help Yu Yang pass through the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. They were very worried at that time. No matter how long the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm had been sealed, once they were unsealed, they wouldn't be existences that the warriors of the lower realm could fight against. No one knew the process of the battle in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Sky Law, who quietly returned, did not tell them about the process of the battle. She only said that the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm had successfully broken free from the seal and left the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Even Sky Execution was shocked by the unimaginable process of the battle. However, because of the even more unbelievable Yu clan's third young master, not only did Sky Law not die in the battle, her power had increased greatly, reaching innate level 10. What was even more strange was that every time Sky Law cooperated with Yu Yang, her power would increase rapidly. When she was still helping Yu Yang to fight against Xianxia, the Black Prince and Baruth in the Demon Palace, Sky Wrath's power was catching up to her. After this battle, she cast aside Sky Wrath and became the second strongest Great Sky Demon in the Demonic Palace. After the battle in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, even Sky Execution was shocked by her speed of improvement. In less than 3 months, she had already reached innate level 10. In fact, there was even greater potential to be unlocked. Breaking through to the innate sovereign realm was just a matter of time. Sky Wrath was practically in tears, because in just 3 months, he had been left far behind by Sky Law. What made Sky Wrath feel so much pain that he wished he was dead, was that Yu Clan's third young master had taught Sky Law some secret technique, causing Sky Law's level to get lower and lower, dropping from innate level 10 to innate level 9. However, his strength did not drop and instead increased, causing the demonic palace's Sky Demon's eyeballs to fall to the ground. It was also because of this secret technique that Sky Execution, Sky Wrath, and the others understood that Yu Clan's third young master's low level was not because he could not level up, but because he did not need to level up at all. He could also use his low level to surpass others' high level. Facing such a freak, even someone as strong as God's Retribution was speechless. If he could learn this secret technique that allowed his strength to increase instead of decreasing, the demonic palace's 10 great sky demons would be able to sweep through the entire Skysplit Tower. The problem was, the Yu Clan's third young master was only willing to teach Tian Fa, although everyone longed for this secret technique, they would definitely not force Tian Fa. After all, there were many things that depended on fate to obtain. Just like the beasts and skills in the grimoire, they could only wait for the heavens to bestow them, they could not force it. Even if they forced it, it might not be suitable for them. After the battle in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, the Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders had shocked the demonic palace's sky demons. Now, another Scarlet Emperor appeared. The Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders were fine, they had all returned to Heaven Realm. However, the Scarlet Emperor was not from Heaven Realm, he would definitely stir up trouble in Tongtian Tower. Thinking of this, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster and Sky Sword's head started to hurt. Once the prison Emperor Scarlet Emperor recovered to his peak condition, how would they deal with him? The Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders might not come to Soaring Dragon Continent again. Even if they came, they wouldn't come immediately. It would take at least 100 years. Everyone still had some time to prepare. The Scarlet Emperor was completely different. He would probably need at most a year's time to fully recover. What could they prepare in a year's time? Packing up their belongings and escaping was more likely, but the problem was, even if they escaped, where could they escape to? Tell me about the Scarlet Emperor, the more detailed the better. Sky Crime's expression was very solemn, the black gold chains on his arms rattled. I dare not say how strong the Scarlet Emperor is, but I can be sure that this guy is not easy to defeat. When I went to the evil dragon lair, I did not expect to encounter such a thing. I was really annoyed by his arrogant look. In addition, Shan Tian and the Black Prince looked like lowly slaves. I was so angry that I conjured the Nirvana Fire Blade and World Exterminating Wheel to kill him. Yu Yang expressed that he was a pacifist. When he attacked the Scarlet Emperor, it was just to get rid of an evil for the people. Actually, he was a good student and the best son-in-law. Shan Tian, the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine were there, yet you charged straight at them? Sky Disaster's small mouth formed an O shape, she couldn't believe it at all. I really don't know if you are brave or stupid. Sky Calamity continued to use his demonic voice to stab Yu Yang. Without this young master's wise and decisive attack, all of you would have become stray dogs. Yu Yang was furious. He pointed at Sky Crime and the others and scolded, this young master was beaten to a pulp by the Scarlet Emperor, but for what? For girls? Or for fame? Wrong, I did it for you guys who have nothing better to do. When the Scarlet Emperor came out of the cage, if I didn't injure him severely, would you guys still have the mood to brag to me? You guys would have been hiding under the bed in fear. If it wasn't for me attacking the Scarlet Emperor in a fit of anger and taking out the Prison Emperor Divine Seal that the Prison Emperor left for me to eat, and smashed it on the Scarlet Emperor's head, if it wasn't for me smashing his skull, you would be facing a strong and unscathed Scarlet Emperor right now. Furthermore, there were 2 powerful accomplices, Shan Tian and the Black Prince. You guys would definitely be dead meat. The Scarlet Emperor was severely injured by you? Under the combined attack of Shan Tian, the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine, you could still injure the Scarlet Emperor? Sky Disaster really couldn't believe it. It's like this. Yu Yang narrated the whole story, adding oil to the fire. Of course, he added a lot of exaggeration in the middle. At the same time, he bragged about himself to show how wise and great he was. He almost didn't say that he saved the billions of people in Tongtian Tower. Although everyone chose to ignore his bragging at the end, just the description of the battle was enough to shock them. The powerful Scarlet Emperor was completely beyond their imagination. Compared to the Black Hell King that they were relatively familiar with, the Scarlet Emperor was really much, much stronger. A thought flashed across the Sky Demon's minds. With the demonic palace's strength, it would be difficult to fight against the Scarlet Emperor. In order to completely fight against the Scarlet Emperor, Sky Execution, Night Empress and Jizun would probably have a chance. As for this abnormal and rapidly improving Yu clan's third young master, he was also one of the indispensable candidates. Only below the three great leaders of Heaven Realm? Sky Crime's expression looked very distressed. He sat back down beside the ancient chest and pondered quietly. It's a pity that Sister Sky Law had already returned to the demonic palace at that time. Otherwise, she could have helped you. Sky Disaster sighed regretfully. That's true. If she didn't leave without saying goodbye while I was asleep, the Scarlet Emperor's injuries would have been more serious. Yu Yang agreed, but he didn't realize how ambiguous his words were. How were his injuries? Sky Calamity asked carefully. He was on the verge of death. Because I wasn't satisfied, I waited for Shun Tian and the Black Prince to leave and fought with him again. But it still wasn't enough. I only managed to chop off one of his arms and one of his legs. If it was you guys, I'm afraid you would have been killed instantly by him. I'm not bragging, but you guys can try when you have time. I dare say that even if your boss Sky Execution met the recovered Scarlet Emperor, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Yu Yang tried his best to boast about himself in the process of boasting that he was stronger than Sky Execution. Sky Calamity and the others were shocked again. This brat was really abnormal. The Scarlet Emperor was actually beaten to the brink of death by him? Do you know where the Scarlet Emperor is? Let's find him quickly and kill him. We can't let him recover. Sky Sword was anxious. He had just escaped from the ancient seal and was in his weakest state. If he couldn't be killed and the Scarlet Emperor recovered to his peak, there would be endless trouble. I'm sorry, I don't know where he is hiding. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders, unable to help. Can you use your secret inherent skill to find out the exact strength of the Scarlet Emperor? Sky Crime suddenly stood up from the ground and stared at Yu Yang. Scarlet Emperor? I can't see his strength with my secret inherent skill. However, his concubine, Scarlet Concubine, is probably at Heaven ranked level 3, which is equivalent to our Elder innate level 3. In other words, other than Jizun, none of you are a match for the Scarlet Concubine at her peak. Once she recovers, all of you here will be killed by her in an instant. Compared to you guys, Heaven ranked level 3 is like an innate level 3 fighting against a level 7 Overlord or a level 8 Emperor. It's very easy. Yu Yang's smile was a little gloating, his smile was very annoying. For a moment, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Sword and the others were all silent. The Scarlet Emperor was already not easy to deal with. Looks like the soaring dragon continent really couldn't be at peace. Yu Yang's deception was effective. A victorious smile appeared on his face. He wished he could be like Zhuge Liang and wave a goose feather fan a few times. A voice that seemed to be extremely far away, as if it came from ancient times, rang out. Yu Yang felt that this voice was very strange. He felt that it was right behind him, but when he heard it, it was unimaginably far away. Without guessing, this voice was definitely the boss of the demonic palace, Sky Execution. Sky Execution only said one sentence, we can work together, but there's a condition. Yu Yang muttered, I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Sky Disaster heard and laughed, boss told me before that the demonic palace doesn't have many requirements, just 3. First, Jun Wuyu represents the ancestors to apologize to the founder of the demonic palace, and kneel down to repent. Secondly, after defeating the Black Hell King, we will explore the ruins of the shrine and do our best. We will split the treasures equally and also share the Heaven Stairway's secret manual. Thirdly, we, the demonic palace, will take our revenge. We don't care how you pursue Sky Law, but since you killed Sky Dragon, we must kill you all. If you can escape, that's your ability. If you lose, then leave your life here. Grandaunt, if you were me, would you agree to these 3 conditions? Even a child who becomes stupid from eating the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill would not agree, let alone me, the intelligent, never at a disadvantage, the Yu clan's third young master who only bullies others and never lets others bully him. Yu Yang firmly opposed. Can't I agree to the first condition? Sky Disaster was surprised. Compared to exterminating a country, this was much easier. You can ask Jun Wu Yu, that old man. I can't agree on his behalf. A man's knees are worth gold. Moreover, he is an emperor. Yu Yang was obviously not optimistic about this condition. Then let's discuss the second condition first, can't we? Sky Disaster asked again. You guys can't explore the gods' ruins, it's all up to me. Why should I share it with you? I won't do it. Moreover, you won't understand the Heaven Stairway's secret method even if you see it. If I don't help, do you think I'm a laborer? No, unless you help me kill Thousand Goblin King, there's no need to talk about it. Yu Yang was a typical person who would not be at a disadvantage. This kind of person was born to be a negotiator. Then let's discuss the third condition first. You killed Sky Dragon, we'll kill you once, then we'll have nothing to do with each other. What's wrong with that? Sky Disaster was even more confused. Little friend, have you ever seen an employee beating up a boss? I'm your future boss. I'll give you treasures, artifacts, weapons and divine beasts. Not only are you flattering me respectfully, you even want to kill me? If you kill me, where are you going to find people to explore the gods' ruins? Do you know how to enter? Do you know what the Heaven Stairway is? Do you know how to go to the Heaven Realm? As an employee, you must have the awareness of being an employee. You say, Sky Dragon, this ingrate, wants to fight with me, the boss, for a girl. If I don't fire him and send him to hell, should I treat him like an ancestor? Don't stand up for this kind of idiot. That's the most annoying thing to do. Just tell me, how much betrothal gift do you want? I have plenty of money. Don't be courteous with me, especially your SOSO sister-in-law. If you want to have an affair, brother-in-law will consider giving you a chance. The shameless guy from another world used his godly skills to bluff them. Talking to you makes me dizzy. Sky Disaster couldn't stand this guy. Why was it that whenever things happened to him, he was always the one being reasonable? Actually, Yu Yang was also very guilty. He didn't understand the Heaven Stairway, and had never even seen it before. As for the inside of the gods' ruins, he didn't know how to enter it. He had never entered the outside, and had only wandered around the ancient passage twice. Yu Yang secretly rejoiced that the other party didn't know about it. Otherwise, he would definitely see through his bluff. Of course, no matter what. This momentum couldn't be weak. If he didn't understand, he must pretend to understand. First, he had to subdue the other party, as long as he managed to bluff these crazy people from the demonic palace, it would be too late for them to regret when they found out the truth. Of course, it wasn't that Yu Yang didn't have any competence at all. After all, Fourth Mother might know the secret of the Heaven Stairway, and the part of the inheritance that hadn't been completely digested, which might contain the secret of the gods' ruins. The pitiful guy's mother must have entered the gods' ruins before. She must know something about it, but he didn't know if he could sort out that knowledge in time. Even if we join hands, we must still fight. Sky Crime suddenly stood up, the black gold chains in his hands clanking. I thought you were the most honest, but I didn't expect you to be the most violent. Did I offend you? Yu Yang was very puzzled. Even if we don't take revenge for Sky Dragon, we will still beat you up. Sky Crime said. Why? Yu Yang was puzzled. Because you look like you need a beating. Sky Disaster laughed and explained. This explanation was the most speechless Yu Yang had ever heard in his life. Welcome to the demonic palace as one of the 10 great sky demons. That voice seemed to come from the ancient times, but also from the bottom of his heart. Just like that, it ended the whole negotiation. After Yu Yang heard it, he screamed like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. I didn't agree, you guys are forcing me to do something I can't do. I definitely won't agree. If you agree, Sister Sky Law will consider the matter between you and her, because she swore that she can only marry someone from the demonic palace. Sky Disaster didn't forget to hit Yu Yang when he was down. F***CK. Yu Yang finally couldn't help but curse. Sky Crime, Sky Sword, Sky Disaster, the giant Sky Fury who ran back with the beating drum on his back, the invisible Sky Kill and the erratic Sky Calamity slowly surrounded him. It seemed like they were prepared to beat Yu Yang up. Even if Yu Yang entered the demonic palace, their original intention of beating him up wouldn't change. Yu Yang was furious. He took out his Hui Jin magic blade and crescent moon blade. If I knew that you guys are bandits, I wouldn't have talked so much nonsense with you. Who's afraid of who? Come on, let's fight. Sky Disaster, you are the worst, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll strip you naked in front of everyone and let you understand the anger of your brother-in-law. The few Sky Demon's expressions were very awkward. Was it really a good thing to have such a shameless guy join the demonic palace? Sky Sword, who was standing behind Yu Yang, unleashed his full power. He waved the holy ranked ancient sword. The light from the sword was boundless. Yu Yang immediately summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. Of course, the protective shield alone could not completely defend against the holy ranked ancient sword's attack, but it could slow down Sky Sword's speed. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yang started to counterattack. His Hui Jin magic blade and crescent moon blade mysteriously struck the spine of the ancient sword. As the three of them clashed, a buzzing sound could be heard. The holy ranked ancient sword had a spirit. Although the spine of the sword was attacked by the two attacks, it defended itself and shook off the Hui Jin magic blade and crescent moon. However, Yu Yang's attack, which was infused with innate qi, was not easy to receive. Ding, a light sound. Sky Sword's right hand felt numb from the impact. He almost couldn't hold his sword anymore, and it almost flew out of his hand. Sky Sword felt that this brat's counterattack had hit his weakest spot. Using his strongest attack to attack his weakest spot, he felt so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. He never thought that his weakness was on the spine of the sword. He never thought that Yu Yang could see through his weakness. Luckily this was not a life and death battle, otherwise he would be in danger. Sky Sword, who was forced back by Yu Yang's mysterious attack, felt a lingering fear in his heart. For a long time, he still couldn't calm down. He didn't know that Yu Yang had a mysterious skill called Divine Vision. It could perfectly combine with the innate invisible sword Qi's, Heaven's Eyes, realm, forming an even more powerful, Heaven's Eyes Divine Vision. The moment Sky Sword attacked, Yu Yang could see his weakness. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Yu Yang had always been drooling over the holy ranked ancient sword. Yu Yang had Hui Jin magic blade and crescent moon, but his desire for treasures would never be satisfied. How could Yu Yang not be tempted by a holy ranked ancient sword? It was normal for him to look at it a few more times. Sky Sword retreated a few steps, trying to calm the panic in his heart. As the second attack came, the sword Qi soared into the sky. 1,000 swords pierce the heart. This 1,000 swords pierce the heart was one of Sky Sword's 3 ultimate techniques. It was rarely used, but in order to suppress Yu Yang's spirit, Sky Sword used all his strength. The entire ground seemed to have been sliced apart by tens of thousands of sword Qis. Sword Qis that were almost tangible appeared in the air, whistling towards Yu Yang's body. Among them, the most powerful one was the one with the strongest killing intent. It was the Saint Great Ancient Sword hidden among the thousands of swords. Its tip was like a cold star, pointing straight at Yu Yang's heart. Too slow. Yu Yang shouted. His afterimage was pierced through by tens of thousands of swords, while his real body appeared behind Tianjian. A powerful move with dense sword Qi was not necessarily useful. In order to hit Yu Yang, who had adapted to the Scarlet Emperor's high-speed attacks, the Heaven Sword had to be faster. With the power of Yang and Yin, Yu Yang's Hui Jin magic blade and crescent moon blade seemed to be extremely slow, drawing a big circle on the left and right, as if they were in slow motion, slashing towards the Heaven Sword. Originally, Sky Sword thought that this kind of snail's speed attack would not be able to hit him. However, when he raised his sword, he realized that his movements had become even slower and more snail-like under the opponent's pressure. Facing the two blades that were slowly slashing towards him, Sky Sword could only watch helplessly. It's over, Sky Sword could not help but break out in cold sweat. When the two blades were about to slash his nose, the Saint Great Ancient Sword suddenly flashed a dark golden pillar of light and automatically flew around his body to protect its owner. With 2 clangs, it blocked the Hui Jin magic blade and crescent moon blade that its owner could not defend against at all. However, this kind of protective action, even if it was a Saint Great Ancient Sword, consumed a lot of energy. The light on the ancient sword quickly dimmed, as if a strong warrior was exhausted and unable to fight anymore. Yu Yang laughed out loud and imitated the Scarlet Emperor's moves. He kicked Sky Sword's lower abdomen at an extremely fast speed, sending Sky Sword flying out. Although Yu Yang's kick was still far from the Scarlet Emperor's super speed, it was already somewhat similar to the Scarlet Emperor's. As long as he continued to improve and understand, it was extremely possible for Yu Yang to reach the Scarlet Emperor's super speed. He might even be able to surpass it with his talent. While Yu Yang was immersed in the pleasure of understanding while fighting, the drum-beating giant man Tian Nu rushed up and punched towards Yu Yang with an irresistible force. What made Yu Yang shocked was that this bull-like fellow's fist was really fierce. Without using any items or beasts, it was the first time that Yu Yang had seen someone who could break through his protective shield with just the strength of his fist. The giant fist was unstoppable as it landed on Yu Yang's chest. That kind of strength was more than the impact of 10 giant mammoths. Yu Yang wouldn't be able to withstand it even if he was a cockroach. However, even the Scarlet Emperor wouldn't be able to hit Yu Yang, who had the mysterious 3 styles, not to mention the bull-like Tian Nu. Yu Yang's body was spinning. Tian Nu's heavy punch caused pain in Yu Yang's ribs before it disappeared. At the same time, Yu Yang's counterattack had already revolved around the giant fist. Boom 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 boom, it was a raindrop-like counterattack. Before Tian Nu could retract his punch, Yu Yang had already retaliated with 36 kicks. All of them landed on Tian Nu's chest and abdomen. On the 36th kick, Yu Yang even kicked Tian Nu's chin. If it was any other creature, not to mention a human, even Yi Kong's Herculean rhinoceros beetle, which was famous for its defensive power, would probably be flipped over. However, what made Yu Yang stunned for the second time was that Sky Fury staggered a few steps back, clutching his head in dizziness for 2 seconds before he recovered completely. Yu Yang was speechless. Was this fellow really a human? If demons and giant dragons saw Tian Nu's abnormal defense, they would probably have to call him Big Brother. Yu Yang didn't know that Tian Nu had the strongest physical defense in the entire demonic palace. With his naturally strong physique and endurance inherent skill, he could be said to be the one with the most endurance in the entire demonic palace. If Yu Yang didn't use Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel against this kind of human tank, he wouldn't be able to defeat Tian Nu with just his fists and kicks. Brat, you've successfully angered me. Tian Nu looked simple and honest, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that fighting with Yu Yang with his fists and kicks was the stupidest thing to do. He would only be asking for a beating and wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. He retreated 10 meters and picked up the platinum-ranked beating drum. He used all his strength and hit it hard with his fist. The whole ground shook. The loud dong sound made Yu Yang's mind go blank. He was so shocked that his thoughts almost stopped and he almost fainted. Yu Yang didn't expect that the beating drum could make such a loud sound. He knew that the beating drum wasn't simple and he was mentally prepared to defend against it. However, when the destructive sound wave came, Yu Yang realized that he had completely miscalculated. Right now, he was like a drunkard, swaying his body in a daze. Sky Disaster, who had retreated far away, was secretly laughing. Sky Crime, who had not retreated far away, used his fingers to plug his ears. However, his face was still distorted, revealing an unspeakable look. Tian Nu's fame wasn't because of his endurance or his shocking strength, nor was it because of his temper. It was because the sound of this beating drum was as terrifying as the heavens' anger. Yu Yang didn't know about this. He was at a disadvantage. Who asked you to be arrogant? I'll let you be arrogant. Show me how arrogant you are. Tian Nu was in a good mood. Once the Heaven's Wrath cry was successfully hit, the opponent would definitely be stunned. Even the powerful Sky Wrath would be stunned for 10 seconds. Yu Yang probably wouldn't be any weaker. With 10 seconds, Tian Nu was confident that he could beat Yu Yang until fallen flowers and flowing water. His unstoppable punch came again, whistling through the air, as powerful as a meteor strike. However, there had never been an enemy that could make Yu Yang suffer without taking revenge. The person who could take advantage of Yu Yang definitely hadn't been born yet. The moment the heavy punch hit Yu Yang's body, Sky Disaster's expression changed. She shouted, "Tian Nu, be careful, you stupid cow." She watched as Tian Nu defeated Yu Yang's afterimage, while the Real Yu Yang had already recovered from the stunned state and appeared on top of Tian Nu's head. If that was the case, Tiannu would at most be beaten up. With his thick skin and flesh, he wasn't afraid of being beaten up. If Yu Yang used his Hui Jin magic blade and crescent moon blade, Sky Disaster could also save him. However, when Yu Yang took out this treasure, not only Sky Disaster, even Sky Crime, who hadn't left his original position, quickly ran away with the big box. Because what Yu Yang took out was the spirit-absorbing clock. This was the Scarlet Emperor's treasure. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's Nirvana flame and innate chi protecting his body, dispersing the evil power of the spirit-absorbing clock, the Scarlet Emperor might have killed Yu Yang instead. This spirit-absorbing clock was definitely not a joke. When Yu Yang knocked on the spirit-absorbing clock, when the spirit-absorbing clock rang, not to mention Tiannu who was under the clock, even he himself felt dizzy. The terrifying sound waves swept through the entire Xianxia Valley. The main culprit that caused the collapse of the entire evil dragon lair was the spirit-absorbing clock's shockwave. Although it wasn't enough to cause the Xianxia Valley to collapse today, it still caused a huge explosion on Sky Disaster, Sky Crime, Sky Sword, Sky Assassinate and Sky Calamity. That was the collision between the shockwave and their protective energy. The entire ground was like a tornado in a desert, bursting up yellow soil, covering the sky and the sun. The cracked ground collapsed, and the cracks on the ground became even larger. Yu Yang also couldn't stand the lingering tremors and quickly kept the spirit-absorbing clock. At this moment, the entire Xianxia Valley was already beyond recognition. The ground was broken and the sky was dark. Yellow sand filled the sky. Tiannu, whose ears were bleeding, was like an idiot as he walked unsteadily. After walking a dozen steps, he fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Snore, snore. Tiannu fell to the ground and let out a deafening snoring sound. Yu Yang was sweating profusely. Just this fellow's snoring alone was worthy of the name Tiannu. Although it wasn't strange for a man to snore, especially when it was said that the highest power output could reach 80 decibels and was comparable to the noise made by the cars on the streets, Tiannu's snoring was too exaggerated. It was like thunder and was even louder than the whistle of a passing train. Luckily you don't have a wife, or else you'd be dead from the noise. Yu Yang exaggeratedly wiped the sweat off his forehead. What made Yu Yang sweat even more was that this assassinate, was able to sneak over while Tiannu was snoring loudly. His platinum dagger was silently placed on Yu Yang's neck. It wasn't until a small wound appeared on Yu Yang's neck that he realized he was being attacked. Yu Yang really admired Assassinate for his ability to sneak up on him. Yu Yang definitely wasn't that easy to fool, but Assassinate had successfully fooled his super strong senses. The afterimage disappeared for the third time. Yu Yang, with his neck red, appeared 10 meters away. Yu Yang wasn't easy to assassinate, so he easily teleported away. Assassinate didn't turn around. A treasure appeared in his hand. It was a platinum crossbow. He was shooting at the place where Yu Yang had just teleported to, as if he already knew that Yu Yang would appear there. This kind of judgment made Yu Yang gasp in surprise. Everyone in the demonic palace was indeed powerful, and he couldn't underestimate them at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the crossbow shot out 3 consecutive arrows. In an instant, they had already pierced through Yu Yang's back and penetrated his armor. This was because they were all gold-ranked demon-piercing arrows. Yu Yang's ice-fire shield, which was formed from both flames and ice, were all pierced through. Even though they could block a level 5 innate's full power attack, they couldn't stop the arrows. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Yu Yang waved his hand and the 3 arrows disappeared. Although the gold arrows were terrifying, to Yu Yang, they were just gifts that were delivered to his doorstep. While Assassinate Sky was secretly regretting giving the treasured arrows to this greedy and shameless Yu Clan third young master, Yu Yang retaliated. The young ability in his hands formed a purple flame bow. Ice, lightning, and heaven runes slowly formed 3 purple ice lightning arrows. Seeing this, Assassinate Sky immediately escaped. He hid underground. However, the 3 purple ice lightning arrows roared and exploded the ground that Assassinate Sky just hid in. The terrifying power directly sent Assassinate Sky flying out from underground. Yu Yang waved his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and sent Assassinate Sky flying. If he used his gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger, Yu Yang might not be able to defeat Assassinate Sky, the great master of daggers. However, Yu Clan third young master had always used his strength to attack the weak, and his own strength to defeat the weak. Why would he stick to the old ways and compete with Assassinate Sky with his dagger? After consecutively defeating Sky Sword, Assassinate and Sky Fury, Yu Yang thought that this battle was almost over. Unexpectedly, Sky Disaster, Sky Crime and Sky Calamity surrounded him again. This time, it completely infuriated Yu Yang. He rose to the sky and condensed the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus that he had just refined. A terrifying pressure descended, causing Sky Disaster, Sky Crime and Sky Calamity on the ground to have an illusion of suffocation and immobilization. Yu Yang, who was in the sky, condensed a purplish gold Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus in both of his hands. When he reached his limit, his body was unhappy that he had reached the limit of his energy, so he pressed down with his heart. A huge palm force came crashing down. Sky Disaster immediately fled, and Sky Calamity also hid and dodged. Only Sky Crime, who was waving the black gold chains and holding the big box, chose to fight head-on. Sky Crime let out a painful howl. His voice was as terrifying as the mournful cries of thousands of souls in hell. Around his body, a hell demon statue appeared. He raised a simple and unadorned big box, forcibly resisting Yu Yang's oppressive palm. The ground under Sky Crime's feet exploded with a boom. With Sky Crime as the center, a huge palm print appeared within 10 meters. The palm print was clearly visible. It was no different from Yu Yang's palm. It was just that it was huge and 5 meters deep. Only a small earth pillar was still standing under Sky Crime's feet. However, even if Sky Crime looked down at his feet, he could not help but be shocked by the power of Yu Yang's palm. Separated by 10 meters, a palm actually had such a pressure. Was this Yu Clan's third young master really human? Pervert. Sky Disaster was also scared to the point that her face turned pale. Although her main fighting power was the support of her beasts, without the support of her beasts, she could only use half of her martial skills. But how could Yu Yang summon beasts to help? It was just a contest of martial skills. It seemed that what Sky Law said before was right. If it was a contest of martial skills, it was impossible for anyone to win against this Yu Clan's third young master. He was not a genius in martial skills, but a big pervert that could not be described as a genius. Again, all of you come at me together. Let this young master see what you 6 great sky demons are capable of. Yu Yang's heroic spirit rose, and he boasted shamelessly that he wanted to challenge the 6 sky demons alone. This action, on the surface, looked very arrogant. But Sky Crime, who had withstood a blow, knew that this kid really had this kind of strength. Of course, no one would have thought that Yu Yang's extremely confident arrogance was actually a kind of disguise, a kind of cover-up. The real truth was that Yu Yang's mind was now gradually integrated into a new wonderful realm because of the battle, and there was a great hope for a breakthrough. He had to use the external pressure to force himself to improve. And the 6 great sky demons were a great kind of pressure and motivation. Yu Yang wanted to use the power of the 6 opponents to push himself into a new realm. Just like a diver stepping on a springboard, he also borrowed the power to improve himself. All along, Yu Yang had fought with countless experts and gained a lot. At that time, because his life was in danger, his state of mind could not be completely integrated into the battle. Even if he was close to a new realm, Yu Yang did not dare to improve his comprehension in the battle. Now, the 6 great sky demons were the best enemies, and they would not really kill him. Where else could he find such a good sparring partner? Yu Yang immersed himself in the comprehension of the new realm without any scruples, and his body was completely under the control of his subconscious. Like a madman, he whistled. Swooping down. There was a faint light of wisdom in the depths of his eyes. That was the sign of breaking through a new realm. There had never been a precedent of 6 sky demons besieging one person. Even Sky Execution had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. After an hour of fierce battle, the 6 sky demons, whose faces were covered in dirt, looked angrily at Yu Yang, who was bathed in the light pillar of leveling up. After a fierce fight, not only did this brat not fall to the ground miserably, but he used everyone's strength to break through and level up. It was really unreasonable. When Yu Yang fought against Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster, Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate and Sky Sword, he used all of his treasures to their limits. Other than the secret weapons like the 5-colored divine light and the black light that he didn't use, he used all of his treasures one by one. Only then did he barely manage to fight to a draw. 6 people working together was not the same as fighting one person. Fortunately, Yu Yang was already used to fighting one against many. He was experienced and it was the time for a breakthrough, so he was not beaten to a pulp by the 6 sky demons. Today, the summoning grimoire also played a great role. Although Yu Yang did not summon any war beasts, the summoning grimoire's guardian war beast world was a special war beast that helped Yu Yang a lot. Its skills Primal Chaos and Elemental Domain were extremely helpful to its master, but it weakened the enemy painfully. Without its existence, it would not be easy for Yu Yang to fight the 6 sky demons. Of course, Yu Yang did not deliberately use the world, but subconsciously did it. After summoning the grimoire, he did not take it back. As a result, the 6 sky demons became more and more depressed and shouted that he was abnormal. The reason was that they discovered that Yu Yang's grimoire could follow its master and was always effective. If other people's grimoire was summoned, once it left the shield, the grimoire would no longer provide any protection. Yu Yang's grimoire made them feel very speechless. It was not like a grimoire at all, but more like a war beast with intelligence. It was too smart. I don't think there's anyone more abnormal than this kid in the world. Anything that happens to this kid is abnormal. Sky Calamity and Sky Crime didn't have the strength to ridicule him anymore. Forget it, forget it. If he was a normal person, he wouldn't be called Yu Clan's 3rd young master. Sky Disaster felt that this was good. Having a strange guy was better than being the same. Yu Yang did not have the time to care about these envious and jealous heavenly demons. Compared to ordinary martial artists, these guys' talents were also abnormal. It was just that it wasn't that exaggerated. Bathing in the golden pillar of light, feeling the beauty of the new realm, for a long time, he was still unwilling to withdraw from that new realm. The 6 sky fiends sighed desperately. To be honest, they were really envious of Yu Yang. At their level, it was not easy to make breakthroughs. They were practically drooling at Yu Yang's rapid progress. In the sky, the sand that had been stirred up by the battle slowly descended, and the sky gradually returned to normal. The messy ground was not easy to recover. Maybe the sandstorm in the Xianxia Valley would need tens or even hundreds of years to completely erase the traces of today's battle. Especially the huge craters caused by the collision of innate powers. It might even take thousands of years to change the scene of devastation on the ground. After leveling up to the new realm, the first thing Yu Yang felt was that he was closer to nature. It was as if his heart had merged with the heaven and earth. His breath was the air, the sky was his chest, the earth was his body, the mountains were his legs, and his hands were together with his will, reaching into the endless space. It was different from the heart of nature. The heart of nature was compatible with all things in nature and could sense the living beings in nature. The new realm was far beyond that. Expanding in the heart of nature, it was as if he had become one with the heaven and earth, encompassing all things. The heaven and earth moved according to his will, and the energy was also released from his will. When Yu Yang broke through in the past, he felt as if he was a giant. He could raise his hand to support the sky and shake the earth with a stamp of his foot. But now, after breaking through again, he realized that he was no longer a giant, but the heaven and earth. Although his body was still his own, it was connected to the heaven and earth. Yu Yang thought that maybe the heart of earth that the barbarian cow Shadow Man absorbed was similar to this realm, but hers was only connected to the earth. As for his new realm, it was connected to the heaven and earth, and even all things in it. After breaking through to the new realm, the Devour, inherent skill in his body, which was not controlled by Yu Yang, became even more obvious and powerful. It could directly absorb energy from the heaven and earth to grow, and did not need Yu Yang to absorb energy after getting beaten up. Of course, Yu Yang also did not understand what this black hole was used for. Could it be that it was the universal pouch, or could it be that the heavenly sword goddess's space needed a lot of pure energy from the heaven and earth, so this black hole continuously absorbed energy to supply its needs? Yu Yang could not understand these at all. It was something that Yu Yang could not control. It was just like how when Yu Yang fell asleep, he would automatically enter the dream realm to spar with the big loli. That feeling was very similar. After fighting for so long, it has finally risen to Platinum Grimoire. Yu Yang's Gold Grimoire had risen to intermediate rank after the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's transformation. After that, after the battle in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, he finally rose to advanced rank. After killing Tiger Nian, Nightmare, Demon Slayer I, Heaven Dragon, Jiang Ying, Dragon Girl, Five Elements Palace, and even ambushing the Scarlet Emperor, Xianxia, the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine, he did not level up because he rarely used his summoning grimoire. Today, after fighting against 6 sky demons and borrowing their strength to break through to a new realm, his summoning grimoire finally rose from advanced rank to beginner rank platinum grimoire. It could be said that if he had not ambushed the Scarlet Emperor and accumulated a lot of battle experience, Yu Yang's summoning grimoire would not have been able to level up. He now understood why it was easy to level up a summoning grimoire in the beginning, and why those who were very strong in the later stages all had a gold grimoire. The reason was that this kind of leveling up was not mainly affected by battle points. Even if the battle points were already there, it might not necessarily level up. After Yu Yang's summoning grimoire leveled up, it became even more gorgeous and dazzling. Just the radiance alone had more than 10 different kinds of lights, like the ripples of a rainbow. In addition to the halo of the world, it made Yu Yang feel as if he was in a rainbow pool. It was gorgeous, yet it didn't lose its simplicity. On the extremely thick grimoire, there were 10 times more heaven rune circles and unique ancient runes than other platinum grimoires. They were hidden within the gorgeous and dazzling light. When people thought that this platinum grimoire was a gorgeous but fake existence, they would definitely be ruthlessly slapped in the face by these ancient runes. There had never been a person whose summoning grimoire had as many runes as Yu Yang's summoning grimoire. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the extremely fine lines were all formed by runes. Yu Yang remembered that after his summoning grimoire leveled up, he received the ancient code as a reward. He hurriedly opened it to take a look and was immediately stunned. He had used a lot of Heaven Eye's divine vision, but surprisingly, it did not level up. Maybe it was because he needed to make better use of it. Yu Yang could not understand the reason at the moment. However, the counterfeit, inherent skill that he rarely used had leveled up and was even rewarded with a skill. Bewitching. When the owner of this skill smiles, it will trigger the special effect of bewitching, causing the target to be bewitched, only effective on the opposite sex. The rewarded, bewitching, skill could be combined with the counterfeit, inherent skill. The stronger the counterfeit, inherent skill, the more powerful it would be. More accurately, it was a special type of disguise. However, the effect was not to strengthen the user, but to confuse the target of the opposite sex. When Yu Yang saw this, he was extremely embarrassed and sweating profusely. Wasn't this forcing him to smile more often? If he was in a bad mood, this skill would probably be useless. Fortunately, it was rewarded to him. If it was rewarded to the ice cube guy Shui Tanlang, he probably wouldn't be able to use it in his lifetime. Other than leveling up his counterfeit, inherent skill, he was rewarded with a bewitching skill. His first guardian beast, Phantom, also leveled up. The timely leveling up made Yu Yang overjoyed. A man was currently in need of additional support for Phantom to level up. The reason was because she was originally one of the Phantom, so she had received more support from Phantom than the Bloody Queen. Now, a man was fusing with the Heart of Earth, trying to break through to become a 2-star holy beast. This leveling up was simply timely. After Giant Shadow, Possession, Reconstruction, and Shadow Evasion, Phantom, this guardian beast had obtained a 5th skill, and that was Never Leaving Nor Abandoning. Never leaving nor abandoning, all the Phantom will exist according to its master's will. As long as its master is not dead, the Phantom will never leave its master. No special ability will be able to expel the Phantom from following its master. I've hit the jackpot. After going through the 5 Elements Palace, Yu Yang knew that beasts weren't omnipotent. In the 5 Elements Palace, even if a beast reached the acme of perfection, it still wouldn't be able to be summoned. Unless it complied with a certain set of rules, otherwise, no matter how strong the beast was, it would only be a tragedy. Now that Phantom had this ability, it made Yu Yang extremely excited. Forget about other things, at least Phantom wasn't restricted. Thinking about the tireless man, or even the Bloody Queen, with the support of the Giant Shadow, he could easily kill his way out of the 5 Elements Palace. If the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower had this kind of rule restriction, it was hard to guarantee that the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th floor wouldn't have it. Moreover, there might be some powerful people in the Heaven Realm, such as the 3 great leaders Ming Yu Guang, Void, and Jiao Shao. Maybe one of them would be able to create a domain that forbade others from summoning beasts. If his own phantom wasn't restricted, that would be the best thing to celebrate. Look at you smiling like a roasted dog. What good news do you have? Let me see. Sky Disaster came over with interest, wanting to see Yu Yang's summoning grimoire. Little friend, call me brother-in-law. Brother-in-law will give you candy. Yu Yang quickly closed his grimoire and turned to tease Sky Disaster. Be careful, I will complain to Sister Sky Law and ask her to punish you by making you kneel at the foot of the bed. Sky Disaster dodged Yu Yang's evil hands and raised her fist, wanting to punch him. Just now, this Sky Disaster who was smiling on the surface had punched Yu Yang at least 100 times. The strength of her punches wasn't much weaker than Sky Fury. This made Yu Yang's teeth itch. If there was a chance, he would definitely strip this girl naked and take back 100 times from her body. Sue me for flirting with my sister-in-law? Actually, I'm just an accomplice. I'm not mentally strong enough. I will definitely tell her the truth. I was seduced by some girl and couldn't help but cheat. Yu Yang thought about the feeling of touching Sky Disasters but just now. It was really great. Of course, he couldn't let Impatience know about this. Otherwise, she would definitely drink a bowl of vinegar. He believed that Sky Disaster wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, she still cared about her face, unlike Yu Yang. No, there's something wrong with your smile. Sky Disaster looked at Yu Yang's face and was slightly stunned. She stared blankly for a while and looked carefully again. Suddenly, she exclaimed, it's very similar to Sister Sky Law's charm, inherent skill, but it's weaker. Did you secretly learn her skill? No, that's her inherent skill. What's with yours? What did you say? Yu Yang was best at pretending to be confused. Actually, if he kept a straight face and didn't smile, the charm skill wouldn't work. Sky Disaster thought that she had seen wrongly and was a little stunned. Suddenly, she frowned. She definitely suspected Yu Yang, but she didn't expect him to have such a skill that could stun people. Moreover, Sky Crime and the others didn't feel anything. Sky Disaster suspected that she had sensed wrongly. She snorted and got rid of Yu Yang's harassment. She flew far away like a wisp of smoke. After we finish fighting the Black Hell King, we'll come again. I'll let you understand the true power of the 6 great sky demons. I didn't use my beasts. Next time, I'll let you see what a real Sky Disaster is. Hearing this, Yu Yang got angry. He raged, do you think I'm afraid of a little girl like you? Sky Crime coughed and walked over to ask, third young master of the Yu clan, welcome to the demonic palace. Do you want to share your information? Yu Yang nodded with interest, open your chest first and let me see. Sharing information is easy. What secret do you want to know? Use your big chest secret to exchange for it. Hearing this, Sky Crime immediately turned around and left. Yu Yang gave this guy the middle finger. His words sounded nice, but wasn't his biggest secret the one he kept in his heart? Of course, Sky Crime was right not to exchange for it. Because even if he opened the ancient chest, Yu Yang wouldn't use his real secret to exchange for it. Speaking of shamelessness, who could beat the guy from another world? Let's fight again later. Sky Calamity was the one who fought the least, but he was also the one who suffered the heaviest injuries. He was injured by Yu Yang even before he showed himself. The reason was because he had fallen into Yu Yang's trap. Under his Heaven Eye's divine vision, his high-speed movements were useless. He had suffered an innate invisible sword chi for nothing. This made Sky Calamity engrave this in his heart, and he swore to beat Yu Yang back. Student Sky Disaster, how old are you this year? You're already a few hundred years old, and an innate rancor at that. Why are you acting like a child? Be a gentleman. Moreover, I didn't do it on purpose. You were the one who collided with my sword chi. Don't you think I'm wronged? Yu Yang was still trying to act innocent after getting the upper hand. This made Sky Disaster so angry that he almost fell out with him. Sky Fury hurriedly carried the beating drum and left. Just now, Yu Yang almost snatched his beating drum. Luckily, he managed to snatch it back. As for Sky Sword, who had a holy ranked ancient sword, it was even worse. He realized that when Yu Yang looked at the ancient sword on his back, his eyes would light up. It would be weird if he wasn't scared. Sky Assassinate, who was originally an assassin, actually admired Yu Yang quite a bit. Perhaps he was the only sky demon who had a good impression of Yu Yang. Yu Yang secretly learned his moves during the battle and acted shamelessly. However, Sky Assassinate didn't care at all. What he saw was only a ranker who fought against 6 sky demons alone. Fighting is a good thing. Actually, we're all quite bored. Sky Assassinate threw down this sentence and disappeared completely. Yu Yang was preparing to return to the Yu clan castle when he suddenly thought of something. The enemies might make a move at any time. Shui Wuxia, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai, and the others were not afraid. His sister Yu Bing was also accompanying her mother in the extremely safe Mirage. With Grandma Wu Ting's protection, there wouldn't be much of a problem. The only thing that he was worried about was his second sister, Yu Yu. Both her and her teacher weren't good at fighting. If the enemies found out that they were in Xianxia Academy, it would be troublesome. Yu Yang immediately changed his mind and headed towards Xianxia Academy, preparing to fetch Yu Yu back. Just as he entered the main gate of Xianxia Academy, someone suddenly called out from behind, "Student, do you know how to get to secluded little villa?" This one sentence almost made Yu Yang's heart stop beating. However, when he turned around, he immediately revealed a bright smile. "Of course, I know the entire Xianxia Academy. You can call me Know-It-All." Secluded Little Villa was the place where Yu Yu's teacher lived. Normally, there weren't many people there. He didn't expect that someone would actually ask for directions today. Yu Yang turned around and saw that the person asking for directions was a pretty female student. From the school badge she was wearing, it could be seen that this female student came from Tianluo Kingdom's White Deer Academy. Although Tianluo Kingdom's Fragrance Academy was famous for its beauties, White Deer Academy was not bad either. The reason was that Tianluo Kingdom was rich in beauties, and the resources of beauties were very abundant. Of course, the female student in front of Yu Yang was not the kind of great beauty that would dazzle people with just one look. She was just a pretty daughter from a humble family. She was pretty and cute, but her smile had a kind of sweetness that great beauties did not have. In terms of appearance, she was not particularly outstanding. However, this delicate and pretty female student had a different kind of temperament, causing Yu Yang to be slightly taken aback. "Hello. Know-It-All." Towards Yu Yang's enchanting smile, this pretty female student did not seem to feel anything. After she greeted him slightly, she frowned her soft eyebrows and said, "You look a little familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you before. Senior must have seen me at White Deer Academy." I had studied at White Deer Academy for half a year as an exchange student. Yu Yang could lie without blinking. "So you were an exchange student at White Deer Academy?" The pretty female student immediately became happy. "Maybe that's the case, but it's a pity that I graduated early, otherwise I would definitely know such an outstanding junior like you." "Junior Know-It-All, it's like this, I just received a guide mission. There's an old man looking for an old friend. He and his 2 students wanted to visit Xianxia Academy, the Mirror Lake Sage who lives in a secluded little hut. Junior, do you know the way? Quickly bring us there. Master Ninghai has been looking for the Mirror Lake Sage for tens of years." Master Ninghai? Yu Yang had never heard of any news about Master Ninghai. "Junior, you don't know?" Master Ninghai was a level 8 emperor. Other than his strength, his knowledge was also extraordinary. It was just that he had a noble character and had always lived in seclusion in the mountains. Therefore, no one knew about him. He wants to find his old friend, the Mirror Lake Sage. Today, he brought 2 disciples with him, which shows his sincerity. When I accepted this mission at the entrance of the Mercenary Guild, I said that even if I don't accept a single gold, I will help the old man find his old friend. The pretty female student brought Yu Yang to a tree shade. There were 3 people standing under the tree. One of them was an old man with hair as white as snow and a ruddy complexion. His half-bald forehead revealed his wisdom. His deep eye sockets and high nose bridge that resembled an eagle's, as well as his eyes that were as sharp as needles, concealed this person's maliciousness. Of course, everything was hidden under the benevolent smile on this person's face. Unless it was someone like Yu Yang, ordinary people would definitely think that the elder in front of them was a wise and benevolent master. 2 people stood behind this Master Ninghai, a man on the left and a woman on the right. The man was tall and skinny, wearing the same long robe as Master Ninghai. However, there was no royal insignia on his sleeves that indicated that he was a master. Based on the martial artist Heavenly Badge alone, the tall and skinny man was a level 6 elder. However, with his respectful attitude and his body that was always half-bowed as if he was listening, one could tell that Master Ning Hai, who was standing in front of him, was a highly respected existence. The woman on the right was even prettier than the pretty female student. However, her expression was as cold as ice, as if she didn't care about anything in the world. When Yu Yang walked over, she didn't react to his smile at all. When Yu Yang saw her, his eyes lit up. He even whistled like an ordinary student who saw beauty. His attitude was very frivolous. Until this whistle appeared, Master Ning Hai's vigilance towards Yu Yang gradually disappeared. Originally, he felt that there was something wrong with this brat, but after seeing Yu Yang's frivolous behavior, he immediately ignored this brat who whistled when he saw beauty. He was simply a rookie who had never seen the world. Junior, this is Master Ning Hai, this is Master Wen Feng and this is Miss Kai Yi. Right, my name is Lu Yi. Junior know-it-all, you can call me Sister Yi from now on. The pretty female student called Lu Yi introduced Yu Yang to Master Ning Hai and the others as if she was introducing her own brother. This is the exchange student from Xianxia Academy to White Deer Academy, know-it-all, my junior. So it's your junior, no wonder he's so outstanding. Master Ning Hai praised like a kind elder. I don't dare, it's my honor to be able to lead the way for Master. Yu Yang quickly pretended to be extremely honored and nervous, and greeted the three with the etiquette of a student. He then enthusiastically pointed towards the direction of the secluded hut. It's just in front, it's a bit far. It's okay, I've walked over thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, not to mention a small distance. Master Ning Hai sighed as if he could not bear to recall the past. In the blink of an eye, tens of years have passed. Thinking back, when I first met Elder Jing Hu, we were just as young as you. Time drives people to grow old. Now, we are all old. If we don't meet again, I'm afraid we will never have the chance to meet again. No, you've lived as long as the Nanshan pine and crane, how can you say goodbye to life and death so easily? Moreover, isn't Elder Jing Hu waiting for you in front? The pretty Lu Yi quickly comforted Master Ning Hai and gestured to Yu Yang to set off. Along the way, Yu Yang bragged about the various sites of Xianxia Academy. When Master Ning Hai heard this, he smiled but did not say anything, looking like a mysterious expert. The tall and skinny man called City Master Wen Feng nodded his head frequently. From time to time, he would say things like is that so, too beautiful, not bad and so on. As for the cold Miss Kai Yi, she was completely unmoved. She was completely immune to Yu Yang's smile. If it wasn't for Sky Disaster's reaction, Yu Yang would have suspected that his enchantment was a useless skill. Miss Kai Yi completely ignored Yu Yang. Lu Yi, the senior who was always familiar with him, also turned a blind eye to his smile. However, perhaps it was because she saw Yu Yang smile more, she praised him. Junior, your teeth are very white, and you look very energetic when you smile. You should smile more, girls like boys who are brighter. When Yu Yang heard this, he almost fell to the ground headfirst. Forget about Miss Kai Yi, how could the senior Lu Yi be immune to his enchantment smile? Even someone as strong as Sky Disaster was affected, how could she ignore it? This was what Yu Yang couldn't understand the most. When they reached the secluded hut, they saw that Yu Yu's teacher Jing whose courtyard was not far from them. Master Ning Hai was very excited. He made a gesture and City Master Wen Feng immediately took out a few gold coins and gave it to Yu Yang as a reward for leading the way. Lu Yi secretly hinted to Yu Yang that he should not accept it. If he went to China, she would definitely be a loyal supporter of learning from Lei Feng and doing good deeds. However, Yu Yang looked a little embarrassed. He wanted to accept the money, but he was too embarrassed to do so. He rubbed his hands and peeked at Lu Yi and City Master Wen Feng from time to time. Master Ning Hai was very satisfied with his reaction. If a person didn't like money, it meant that there was something wrong with him. He took the gold coins and stuffed them into Yu Yang's palm. Little student, remember, there is a reward for every job. This is what you deserve. To you, this is a mission to lead the way, but to me, this is an exciting meeting. I have waited for more than 10 years. After saying that, the corners of his eyes flashed with a bit of moist tears. Compared to him, an Oscar-winning actor was not even worthy to carry his shoes. Yu Yang was almost moved by him. He quickly kept the money and thanked him profusely. Speaking of acting, although he was not an Oscar-winning actor, he was not bad either. Speaking of acting, other than Liu Yi, who was a Lei Feng, Yu Yang felt that City Master Wen Feng was at least an Oscar-winning actor. After the mission to lead the way was completed, Yu Yang was prepared to slip away. However, Liu Yi thought that Yu Yang had accepted the money, so he should fulfill his responsibility. Although Master Ning Hai said that he had to knock on the door himself to show his sincerity, Liu Yi did not let Yu Yang leave. Instead, she asked him to stay and accompany Master Ning Hai to greet Jing Hu Sage. Alright. Yu Yang felt that there was no difference between staying and leaving. The only difference was whether he would kill his way out of the house from the front or ambush them from the back. May I ask Jing Hu? Is Jing Hu Sage here? Master Ning Hai called out with a trembling voice. Yu Yang sighed in admiration. His acting skills were at the peak of perfection. City Master Wen Feng suddenly straightened his back like a cheetah that was ready to pounce. Miss Kai, who was as cold as ice and expressionless, directly cast her gaze towards the small building in the courtyard. Senior Sister Liu Yi had no idea what was going on with these actions. She just looked at Master Ning Hai's tearful and sorrowful expression excitedly. She was immersed in the atmosphere of him reuniting with an old friend. She almost cried with him. Yu Yang coughed slightly. Call from here, it's a little far. We have to go in and knock on the door directly. He generously opened the bamboo door of the courtyard and jogged up. He slipped past the flower beds on both sides and went up the stairs. He lightly knocked on the two wooden doors. Jing Hu Master, I, student know-it-all, would like to see you. Liu Yi was really afraid that this brat would immediately say Master Ning Hai's name and cause everyone to lose their sense of mystery. This would also affect the meeting between the two elders. Seeing that this brat was somewhat tactful and only used his own identity to ask for an audience, she hurriedly led the excited Master Ning Hai forward. Yu opened the door and looked at Yu Yang with a surprised expression. Eh? Yu Yang put his index finger on his lips and made a shushing gesture. He then pointed at the four people behind him, indicating to Yu not to say anything and to keep things mysterious. Liu Yi and Master Ning Hai, who were behind him, smiled when they saw Yu Yang's action. They felt that this brat was really tactful. Yu Yang moved closer to Yu Yu's ear and whispered something. Yu Yu's cherry lips turned into an O shape. After a long time, Yu Yu finally recovered. She immediately gestured to Master Ning Hai, indicating that her teacher was inside. Teacher has just rested. Do you want to wait for a while or should I wake her up? Yu Yu asked tentatively. Wake her up, no, let her rest first. Are you Jing Hu's disciple? Very good. Good child, what is your name? Master Ning Hai carefully looked at Yu Yu's appearance and finally nodded, as if he had confirmed something. The tall and skinny man, City Master Wen Feng, slowly walked to Yu Yu's side. The cold and expressionless Miss Kai also walked to Yu Yu's back, vaguely forming an encirclement. I am Yu Yu, teacher's only disciple. You must be Master Ning Hai. I have only followed teacher for a short time and have never heard of you before. Yu Yu looked at Yu Yang and nodded in response. Really? Could it be that she has forgotten her old friend? Master Ning Hai showed a sad expression again. Yu Yang almost clapped his hands. This was acting. We might disturb Jing Hu's rest here. Why don't we go outside and talk? You can tell Master about Jing Hu's past. You must know that Master has always been thinking about his old friend. The tall and skinny City Master Wen Feng suddenly suggested. Yu Yang really admired this excuse. It's not good to disturb teacher's rest. Let's go outside and discuss how to give her a surprise. Yu Yang naturally agreed. In that case. Yu seemed to be a little hesitant. She looked around the house and finally followed Yu Yang out. Yu Yang praised in his heart. Second sister's acting was also not bad. Her quick reflexes were really amazing. It seemed that all girls were natural actors. If it was Fatty Hai or Yi Kong, they would have already ruined this good show. Walking out of the courtyard, the tall and skinny City Master Wen Feng did not stop walking. He only stopped when he reached the entrance of the secluded hut. Liu Yi thought that this was too exaggerated. At this distance, forget about waking up Elder Jing Hu, even if a group of tigers were to fight, Elder Jing who would not be able to hear it. Of course, maybe he wanted to maintain this sense of mystery, that's why City Master Wenfeng was so solemn. Lu Yi did not think too much about it. Master Ning Hai, on the other hand, asked Yu Yu about Teacher Jing Hu along the way. His expression was sometimes happy, sometimes sad. His expression kept changing, making Yu Yang secretly exclaim that it was very interesting. As for Miss Kai Yi, who was as cold as ice, she had been quietly following behind, faintly giving off a feeling of being escorted. City Master Wenfeng realized that there was no one around inside in his heart. He clapped his hands and revealed a strange smile. All right, we are here. Lu Yi was very happy, and was the first to speak. I think we should first prepare a gift. Yu Yu quietly led Master Ning Hai in, and sat in front of Elder Jing Hu's bed. This way, when Elder Jing Hu opened his eyes, he would be able to see Master Ning Hai immediately. You can imagine how excited she will be. We will rush in at the right time and use the gifts we prepared to celebrate their reunion. Yu Yang also clapped. Good idea, good idea. Yu Yu nodded, indicating that this was a good idea. Who knew that the tall and skinny City Master Wenfeng's expression changed and sneered. We don't need to prepare any gifts, as long as you guys go on your way obediently. Kai Yi, kill these two idiots who do not know that they are about to die. Ning Hai, grab Yu Yu and we will leave this place immediately. As he spoke, he took out a golden scroll. When he opened it, a golden light shone and formed a huge light barrier. It was more than 10 meters wide and covered everyone inside, isolating them from the outside world. This is the isolation barrier? When the 19th king of Tianluo was attacked, the isolation barrier used by the assassin. Lu Yi was shocked. She never thought that the situation would turn out like this. She couldn't react to City Master Wenfeng's words. Bad guy. Yu Yang jumped out and pointed at City Master Wenfeng, shouting, I know, you are a bad guy. Yu Yu rolled her eyes at this rookie's acting skills. You're still playing at this point. He really couldn't do anything to this kid. After Lu Yi heard Yu Yang shout, her whole body shook. She immediately reacted and glanced at City Master Wenfeng and Master Ning Hai's expressions. She realized that they were staring at Yu Yu. She immediately understood that their target was not Jing Hu Sage but Jing Hu Sage's disciple, Yu Yu. In an instant, she remembered Yu Yu's identity. Yu Yu was the Yu clan's second miss, and the Yu clan was the Xia kingdom's most capable right-hand man. Capturing the Yu clan's second miss was undoubtedly the best hostage. Especially now that the Black Hell King had declared war on the Xia kingdom, and Zijing kingdom had a close relationship with the Black Hell King. So it was like this. When Lu Yi regained her senses, she realized that she had done an extremely stupid thing. The enemy had used her kind heart and cunningly set up a trap. They deceived her despicably and used her shamelessly. What a hopeless idiot. City Master Wenfeng waved his hand. The cold Miss Kai immediately walked towards Yu Yang. It seemed like she wanted to send Yu Yang to hell. You are not City Master Wenfeng. A level 6 elder doesn't have this kind of power. Lu Yi also realized that Master Ning Hai no longer looked like a master. Now, Ning Hai seemed to have become City Master Wenfeng's slave. She was even more shocked. Master Ning Hai, who was a level 8 emperor, was merely a slave in front of City Master Wenfeng. What kind of power did this guy have? Wenfeng is just a substitute that I have created. Stupid humans, your eyes will deceive you. Never believe what you see with your eyes. The tall and skinny City Master Wenfeng gradually transformed. Within a few seconds, he turned into an ugly monster with 6 arms and horns on his head. The most disgusting thing was that on this monster's face, other than a few different-sized eyeballs, there were also a few mouths. The mouths kept opening and closing, making people feel disgusted. Yu Yu frowned. She instinctively stood behind Yu Yang. Originally, this action would attract the enemy's attention, but the enemy was feeling proud of himself. Moreover, Master Ning Hai felt that it was an instinct for a woman to hide behind a man when she was in danger. He never thought that Yu Yu would hide behind Yu Yang. That was because Yu Yang was her most trusted brother. She would do this subconsciously. In terms of power, the monster who impersonated City Master Wenfeng was indeed much stronger than Master Ning Hai. This was because he was a level 1 in 8. From the badge on his chest, it could be seen that he was a member of the Black Hell Army. Moreover, he was a monster innate who came from a different continent. It was unknown whether he was brought to the Soaring Dragon continent by a warrior from Zijin Kingdom or from the Ancient Passage. As for Master Ninghai, although he was also a human, Yu Yang was sure that he was not a warrior from the Soaring Dragon continent. This was because he was a level 8 emperor, that even Yu Yang did not know. Would there be such a hidden warrior in the Soaring Dragon continent? It was fine if he did not know Yu Yang. Yu Yang had bragged about Shangjing Academy's history along the way, but it was full of mistakes. As a Grandmaster level ranker, how could he not know such common sense? Especially the rumor about the Mirror Lake Sage. This Master Ninghai was at a loss. Without Yu Yang pointing out his name, he did not know that Yu Yang was talking about the Mirror Lake Sage. Yu Yang probed along the way and found out that Master Ninghai was not a warrior from the Soaring Dragon continent, but someone from another clan. He was completely relaxed, because the enemy did not know much about them. They only knew the surface. If they wanted to use this superficial knowledge to infiltrate the Dixia kingdom, it would be very difficult. Actually, when they looked for a girl like Lu Yi, they already knew that other than a warm-hearted and inexperienced female student, who else could they lie to? Yu secretly drew a secret signal behind Yu Yang's back. Yu Yang nodded and prepared to take action. Just as Yu Yang and Yu were about to take action, Lu Yi suddenly rushed out and blocked in front of Miss Kai. Let's not talk about using me. If you want to capture Yu, you have to do it over my dead body. Hearing this, Yu Yang couldn't help but pat her shoulder. Hey, can you really do it? I have to do it even if I can't. Hurry up and leave, use the teleportation scroll. Lu Ye's expression was abnormally firm. She summoned her silver-ranked grimoire and raised her shield. You're asking for humiliation. Although the monster who impersonated City Master Wen Feng was a little surprised that Lu Yi had a grimoire, his expression was still disdainful. For an innate, even if he had a grimoire shield, how long could he last? Not to mention, there was still Miss Kai who was equally strong. As for Ninghai, he was not even the main fighting force. Yu Yang took out his gold coins and said with a sad face, I'm just passing by. Can I return the gold coins to you now? I can pretend that nothing happened. Master Ninghai revealed an especially kind smile. A sinister light flashed across his eyes. His killing intent was half revealed. He said with a smile that hid a dagger, it's too late. Although you and Lu Yi are both good young people and I like you a lot. However, those who know our secret must keep it forever. You also know that other than the dead, no one can keep a secret forever. Commit suicide immediately. Believe me, this is the best choice you can make in your life. Otherwise, you will definitely regret not committing suicide immediately. If you fall into our hands, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. 2 students, in your next life, don't be so foolish and naive like now. Let me tell you a truth. In this world, not everyone can be trusted. Hearing this, Lu Yi bit her lips tightly. Dark red blood flowed out from her bitten lips. She clenched her fists in pain. She blamed herself for her mistake. However, the current situation did not allow her to continue immersing herself in the pain and guilt. What she needed now was to fight. The stubborn Lu Yi decided to use the last of her strength to redeem her mistake. Even if I die, I will protect you. Please forgive me, I mistakenly trusted the enemy. Lu Yi apologized sincerely to Yu. Yu waved her hand to show that it was nothing. On the other hand, Yu Yang snorted, as if he was unwilling to forgive her. Lu Ye's expression darkened, but she gritted her teeth and summoned a silver deer. She lowered her voice and secretly whispered to Yu, quickly ride on my silver deer. It can bring you out of here. What about me? Yu Yang's ears were sharp, and he heard it. You and I will stay behind and block the enemy. Lu Yi firmly made this important life decision for Yu Yang. Why? I don't want to stay and die. Summon another silver deer and let me ride it to escape. I'm very scared. Yu Yang pretended to be afraid of death. I'm sorry, I only have 1 silver deer. Lu Yi gently patted Yu Yang's shoulder and softly comforted him. Junior, you have to be brave. You are a man. Do men have to die for nothing? Yu Yang squatted in the corner and drew circles. His action made Lu Yi feel even more guilty. She wanted to persuade him, but she didn't know how to say it. Everything was her fault. Originally, this know-it-all junior was living quite well. If she hadn't called him, he wouldn't have lost his life. If she had known earlier, she definitely wouldn't have asked him for directions, but it was too late for regrets now. Lu Yi gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and softly said, "I'm sorry, I will die in front of you. This is the only thing I can do now. Stop dreaming. No matter what you do, you won't be able to escape from here." Master Ninghai raised his hand, and countless thorns grew wildly from the ground. The thorns seemed to have a life of their own as they danced. In the sky, even the flying butterflies were immediately caught. Without innate strength, it was impossible to escape from this thorny trap. Ninghai even felt that it was too exaggerated for the higher-ups to send 3 people to capture Yu Yu. With the opponent's strength, he alone was enough. The surroundings have been thoroughly searched. No one has appeared. Everything is safe. Let's do it. While he was talking, he quietly released a few poisonous insects. When the poisonous insects flew back to their bodies, the innate level monster finally confirmed that this place was safe. Elder Jing who didn't sense any danger, and there were no students around. It was the best time to capture someone. Roar. That Miss Kai Yi followed the gesture of the monster who impersonated City Master Wen Feng and pounced forward expressionlessly. She raised her fists and attacked Lu Ye's protective shield like a storm. The protective shield completely shook off the power of her fists. But she didn't seem to feel any pain and continued to attack fiercely. The rebounding power caused her hands to explode. Her flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The skin on her hands was torn and her bones were exposed. But she still kept on punching. Her speed didn't decrease but increased instead. Her strength also increased with each punch. Wah wah. Lu Yi was shocked. She had never seen such a crazy way of fighting in her life. Let alone a woman, even a man wouldn't be able to do it. This wasn't an attack, it was simply self-mutilation. As the power and speed of the punches increased, the light of the protective shield quickly dimmed. It wouldn't be long before it was broken. Now, Miss Kai Yi's fists had no flesh at all. A pair of intricate mechanical arms could be clearly seen. Lu Yi and Yu Yu exclaimed. Because they just realized that this crazy Kai Yi was actually a robot with a female appearance and not a real human. Yu Yang curled his lips. Even if he didn't use his Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yu Yang knew that Kai Yi wasn't a human girl. Other than Lu Yi who had a strange innate skill, Yu Yang didn't think that there was another woman in this world who could be completely immune to his skill. That was a skill that even Sky Disaster was affected by. Moreover, Lu Yi wasn't immune like Kai Yi. She was only slightly affected. Just now, she had praised Yu Yang because of his smile. This proved that she was actually affected, just that the power wasn't strong. The reason why Yu Yang kept on competing with his opponent was because he wanted to understand his opponent. Secondly, he wanted to understand Kai Yi's manufacturing principle. Maybe, the manufacturing of this Kai Yi doll would help him complete Yu Gong's third wish. It's over. The moment the protective shield disappeared, Lu Yi quickly pushed Yu Yu onto the silver deer's back. At the same time, she screamed and threw herself onto Yu Yang, blocking him without a care for her own safety. "I'm sorry, I hurt you. In the next life, I will definitely pay you back." At the last moment, she still wanted to make up for her mistake. Although, she also knew that this kind of compensation and protection were all futile. The protective shield disappeared, and the silver deer shot out like a meteor. In the midst of countless thorny traps, it smoothly rushed out. Even the protective shield couldn't stop its footsteps. However, Yu Yu wasn't on its back. She was still by Lu Ye's side. The robot puppet Kai Yi's metal fists blasted towards her irrationally. Lu Yi sensed it and turned her head. Just in time to see this scene, she couldn't help but cry out, "Oh no!" She didn't realize that the little junior who was originally under her had already disappeared. Crescent moon slashed across the sky. It was very ingenious, very reasonable, as if it was a puppet master dismantling a still mechanical puppet. The arm that was connected to Kai Yi was easily dismantled by the crescent moon. Other than a small number of connecting pipes that represented the tendons, Yu Yang did not even damage a screw. His technique had reached the perfect state of art. Half of the puppet's arm was thrown into the air and fell into Yu Yang's storage ring. The humanoid robot that did not feel any pain continued to punch. However, Yu Yang, who had already seen through its weakness, did exactly what he wanted. The crescent moon blade in his hands moved left and right. Within a few seconds, he had already cut open the humanoid robot Kai's clothes, fake skin and fake flesh. He had even removed the cervical vertebra that was connected to the head. In the process, he even knocked away the monster innates and Ning Hai. Yu Yang calmly and patiently dismantled this exquisite puppet that could only be made by a 6,000-year-old master. To him, this puppet was the best research subject, because it was far beyond the current puppet manufacturing methods. Even for him, who had received the ghost genius Yu Gong's Puppet Encyclopedia and Puppet Palace, it was still a great inspiration. Puppet Kai's eyes flashed with red light. It was trying to control its heart to self-destruct. In its heart, there were a few dragon crystals that acted as the driving force, connected to a mysterious rune circle. Once it was triggered, it would explode. The power of the explosion was no less than the blood sacrifice of an innate rancor. Unfortunately, Yu Yang had already seen through this and promptly separated its body from its head. In the end, he even used his inability to freeze Kai's head. After the monster innate was sent flying for the second time, Yu Yang put the puppet's head into his storage ring and heaved a sigh of relief. If he had attacked from the start and defeated Ning Hai and that monster innate rancor immediately, then the humanoid robot Kai would definitely self-destruct. At that time, not only would Yu be in danger, Yu Yang wouldn't be able to gain anything either. Now, after Kai attacked, Yu Yang took advantage of the time difference. Because Kai, who was attacking, would certainly not be able to self-destruct at the first moment, taking her down first would be the safest. Moreover, Yu Yang reckoned that the Black Hell King setting was for the battle doll Kai to self-destruct only when all her companions were heavily injured or dead. He was right. He successfully obtained the battle doll as his spoils of war. Yu Yang was not satisfied with obtaining the super battle doll that had been created 6,000 years ago for no reason. Now, the second question he wanted to know was, how did the Black Hell King preserve the 6,000-year-old battle doll? Would there be a second or third battle doll like this? Kai, the fighting puppet, certainly could not answer these questions. The only people Yu Yang could ask were Ning Hai and the monster innate who could speak human language. Who are you? The monster innate who impersonated City Master Wenfeng was shocked. How could a student withstand 2 of his innate attacks? What's more, he had sent him flying with such a simple movement. How could there be a student who was stronger than him in this world? Looking at the way he dismantled Kai, it was simply too much for one's eyes to take in. Even the Black Hell King, who was the controller, might not be able to reach this level of understanding towards his own battle doll. Master Ning Hai felt bitter in his mouth. He could guess the identity of the student in front of him now. He was probably the person that the warriors of Zijin Kingdom did not want to meet the most. Yu Clan's third young master. Yu Clan's third young master's name, even a warrior of Qi-Lan continent like him had heard of him before. Previously, the warriors of Zijin Kingdom had warned the warriors of the Black Hell Army time and time again to pay special attention to this young man. Anyone who looked down on him would be at a disadvantage. At that time, Yu Yang even thought that they were exaggerating. A 20-year-old innate was not bad, but he could not rule out the possibility that Ji Zun purposely increased his strength to provoke the younger generation of the Soaring Dragon continent. In Tong Tian Tower, there were a few supreme innates who would do this to their loyal subordinates. Through some secret techniques, they could forcefully increase 1 or 2 subordinates' strength to the innate realm. However, this kind of people who increased their strength quickly would not have a future. Because forcefully increasing their strength would exhaust their greatest potential. Those secret techniques were used to exchange their future potential for realms. Warriors who truly had the ability to increase their strength would definitely not be so eager for quick success and instant benefits. His current partner, Miao Su, who also came from the Qi-Lan continent, was one of the test subjects of the Black Hell King's forceful increase in strength. In the Black Hell Army's experiment of creating a large number of low-level innates, this guy who was originally weaker than him, used a secret technique to surpass him and became an innate level 1. However, he would never be able to move forward in his future. Increasing his strength to the innate realm was undoubtedly an extremely strong temptation. However, the death rate and elimination rate of that secret technique was so terrifying that it made people vomit blood. The success rate was 1%. Almost all of Ning Hai's good friends died. Among the dozens of people he knew, only Miao Su succeeded. However, who could tell that Miao Su, this lucky guy, was actually a real human, because even if the secret technique to increase his strength to the innate realm was successful, Miao Su would turn from a human into an extremely ugly monster. Ning Hai, who had the hope of increasing his strength to the innate realm, rejected the secret technique and would rather be under Miao Su temporarily. Ning Hai was not as enthusiastic as Miao Su about invading the soaring dragon continent. Although the Black Hell Army was strong, it didn't mean that the rankers of the soaring dragon continent would resign themselves to death. Even if the Black Hell Army won in the end, cannon fodder-level existences like him might not be able to survive and enjoy the fruits of victory. The reason why Ning Hai accepted the mission to kidnap Yu was because he saw that the difficulty of this mission was not high. The only thing he had to pay attention to was the warning of the Marquis of Zijin. At that time, Marquis of Zijin said, "You must use a strategy. The best and most ingenious strategy is the key to success. Pay attention to avoid the dangerous factor of Yu Clan Third Young Master, otherwise you will all die. If you meet him, you will definitely not have the possibility of survival." At that time, Miao Su and the rest of the Black Hell Army were very disdainful of this advice. Now, it seems that Marquis of Zijin was right. Ning Hai completely gave up resisting just by looking at the opponent's attack. He knew with one look that even 10 Miao Su would not be able to win against this kind of enemy. How is this possible? Lu Yi saw how Yu Yang tore apart Kai Yi in a flash, and even sent the innate level monster flying for the third time. She was dumbfounded and could not come back to her senses for a while. It turned out that Yu Yu, who she had always been protecting, stood in front of her and even comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, he is actually my brother. He was looking for the enemy's weakness just now. Now is the time for him to counterattack." "Why is your brother called Know-It-All?" "No, you are Yu Clan's second miss, your surname is Yu, his surname is Wan." Lu Ye's strength was that she trusted people too easily. It seemed that she was rarely cheated in life. If she lived with Yu Yang for a while, it would probably be much better. "He is actually my third brother." Yu felt that she was already very gullible, but she never thought that there would be someone who was even more gullible than her. "So it's Yu Clan's third young master, no wonder I felt that he looked familiar, I was too honest." This time, it was Lu Ye's turn to squat down and draw circles on the ground dejectedly. It was fine if the bad guy lied to her, but even the good guy lied to her. Was there still justice in this world? Yu really wanted to tell her that her own third young master was actually the biggest bad guy. He cheated people to death without paying with his life. But then she felt that she still had to protect her own brother, so she did not say it. Anyway, her own third young master had cheated many people. Lu Yu wouldn't make a difference. Boom, the monster Miao Su, who was originally very arrogant, had his arm chopped off by Yu Yang. He fell to the ground with a punch, and before he could bounce up, Yu Yang had already stepped on his head. Long live the Black Hell King. The monster Miao Su, who was loyal to the Black Hell King, wanted to self-destruct on the spot. So noisy. Yu Yang used his innate chi to shake his head. This arrogant guy immediately screamed and fainted. If Yu Yang wanted to kill him, Miao Su would have died even if he had 100 lives. But Yu Yang had to keep him. Other than slowly interrogating him to get information, he was still a good fertilizer. If the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen did not care about this low-level innate rancor, then it would be the same for Hui Tai Lang. It was definitely not a picky eater. Moreover, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others lacked a good sparring partner. A monster like this would be a good choice. After knocking Miao Su out, Ning Hai immediately knelt down. Surrender, he did the smartest thing he had ever done in his life. Towards the stupid Miao Su, Ning Hai felt that he should never be so stupid, or else he would be better off dead than alive. He could tell that if this Yu Clan's third young master wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. He only wanted to squeeze out the remaining value. "I surrender, I have a secret to exchange. As long as you don't kill me, I can use the secret to redeem my life." Ning Hai acted like a hoodlum. Since he was going to surrender, he might as well be straightforward. Yu Yang laughed. Actually, I don't really like smart people, but I won't reject working with smart people, because it's better than working with idiots. Ning Hai's face turned red. He knew that Yu Yang was mocking him for using his intelligence in the wrong place, but he was not as skilled as Yu Yang and wanted to preserve his life, so he could only do this. He took out the poison pearl hidden in his fake teeth and gave up on committing suicide for the Black Hell King. He then told Yu Yang the most valuable secret in his heart. I know a place that uses a secret method to create low-level innates. As long as you agree to let me go, I can personally bring you there. Yu Yang did not really care about this kind of secret method to create fake innates, but it was always a good thing to be able to attack the enemy's weak points. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yu Yang took out a golden scroll. Ning Hai almost fainted. This was the fixed point return scroll that he kept in his bosom. He did not even know when he had stolen it. This was really a terrifying enemy, no wonder even the Marquis of Zijin was afraid of him. If you dismantle the robot Kai-E, the enemy might be alerted. Yu hurriedly advised Yu Yang to be careful. It's okay, we will still act according to their original plan and beat them at their own game. However, I will have to trouble second sister and this Lu Yi to cooperate a little. Yu Yang laughed, causing Yu Yu's face to turn red. She gave him a punch. Xiao San, don't be so cheeky, be more serious. Yu Yang was speechless. He did not expect that the bewitching skill did not affect Lu Yi at all, but second sister was greatly affected instead. I have to go too. Lu Yi realized that her tragedy was not over yet. I will have to trouble you to be a female captive for the time being. Yu Yang took out a rope made from wyvern skin, rhinoceros tendon, and black gold silk snake demon's hair. Using a binding technique that he learned from a certain island country's romance action movie, he tied Lu Yi up without any explanation. If he used a whip, it would be the legendary SM. A world of ice and snow. The gale swept across the ground along with the snow, creating waves of white frost. Between heaven and earth, there was a continuous roar that made one's heart tremble. This was the Windroot mountain range at the edge of Zijin Kingdom. The meaning of Windroot was that the entire soaring dragon continent's cold wind came from this place. Although it was a little exaggerated, it was a fact that the ice and snow never melted here all year-round. Windroot mountain range was one of the soaring dragon continent's 5 great death grounds. Like Gui Jianchou and Despair Abyss, it was a forbidden ground that was rarely visited by humans. Because its terrain was remote and extremely cold, unless it was a warrior who trained hard, no one would come to this place. The Windroot mountain range and the scorching desert were equally famous. One was cold, while the other was hot. Both were polar regions that very few people set foot in. No one would have thought that the Black Hell King and Zijin Kingdom's secret base was set up in this life-restricted zone. Just by looking at the entrance of the base, Yu Yang had a feeling that Zijin Kingdom and the Black Hell King had been working together for a long time. This kind of huge base was definitely not something that could be built overnight. With the support of the Black Hell King, the Thousand Goblins sect, the Western Lion Pagoda and the Green Summit sect, as well as their entanglement with the Demon Abyss, it was no wonder that Zijin Kingdom dared to swallow the entire soaring dragon continent. Now, Yu Yang understood a little. Shun Tian and the Black Prince supporting Zijin Kingdom and attacking the Yu clan was just a small test. If it wasn't because of his sudden appearance and messing up the situation, the soaring dragon continent would have already been engulfed in the flames of war. Ever since the Black Hell King came out of the seal, he probably wanted to inherit the prison emperor's legacy and explore the gods' ruins. However, he had yet to recover his strength. The human race had an extremely strong Jizun, and the demonic palace's intentions were unclear. This made the Black Hell King unable to succeed. Hence, he had secretly cooperated with the Zijin Kingdom. A long time ago, he had already started to use a secret technique to mass-produce low-ranked innates. If it wasn't for the fact that the Black Hell King's secret technique wasn't powerful enough and the success rate of mass-producing innates was extremely low, only 1%, the entire soaring dragon continent would have been overcrowded with innates. Mass-produce innate rankers. When Yu Yang thought of this, he was secretly amused. If innate rankers could be mass-produced, then what was the point of cultivating? They were all cozying up to super innates and asking them to help them use their secret arts to improve. This kind of pseudo-innates didn't even have a grimoire. They couldn't even be compared to the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian's 7 great bears. They were at least pseudo-innates, and they even had a grimoire in their hands. Pseudo-innates were nothing in front of true innates, of course. To ordinary martial artists, this kind of pseudo-inborn was still terrifying. After all, a pseudo-innate was forcefully pulled up by a level 6, elder, and above martial artist. Not just any ordinary person could succeed. Cold. Yu Yu laid on Yu Yang's back. Yu Yang wrapped a large leather coat around her, but she still couldn't stand the cold. She hugged Yu Yang tightly, her fragrant body trembling nonstop. Lu Yi clenched her teeth and did not speak. She was afraid that if she were to speak, her teeth would chatter nonstop. Actually, she and Yu Yu were still quite comfortable, because Yu Yang would occasionally transfer some Yang ability to them to warm their bodies. Otherwise, with their physique, it would be strange if they didn't get sick from the cold after teleporting from Shangjing with only these few clothes. Ning Hai, the person who surrendered, was very obedient. Even when he saw the guards at the entrance of the base, he was as obedient as a grandson. Because he knew that if Yu Clan's third young master wanted to kill him, unless the Black Hell King personally protected him, he would definitely die. He saw Yu Yang cut open Miao Su's stomach, took out the energy crystals that had accumulated in his body after he turned into a monster, and sewed them up to study his methods. He decided that he would never be enemies with this smiling demon. Compared to this Yu Clan's third young master, the Demon King of the Abyss was simply a good person. Ning Hai thought that he had killed a lot of people, and could be considered an evil person. He did not expect that he was nothing in front of Yu Clan's third young master. Master Miao Su, Master Ning Hai, you're back? These two. Why didn't Miss Kai return? This is Yu Clan's second miss, who was the other one? The captain of the base's guards welcomed them. He did not recognize that Yu Yang, who had a mustache on his lips, was not Miao Su. This was because Miao Su could transform and change his identity. He mainly relied on the Black Hell badge to identify him. This captain was obviously a warrior from Zijin Kingdom. He recognized Yu Yu, the hostage, but he did not recognize Lu Yi, who was tied up like a palm by Yu Yang. Kai Yi Brat had already self-destructed. Yu Clan's second Miss teacher, Elder Jing Hu, was very powerful. We fought a fierce battle and finally completed our mission. This is Yu Clan's female classmate. Coincidentally, we caught her and brought her back. Ning Hai handed over his badge to verify his identity and explained casually. Such a small character, we can just kill him casually. The captain felt that there were some unexpected problems. If Lu Yi was not tied up and held between Yu Yang's ribs, she would have given him a flying kick and sent him flying. Miao Su thinks that this girl is still a virgin, so he caught her and played with her. When he's done playing with her, he might even give her to you to pass the time. Ning Hai purposely lowered his voice and said to the captain. Alright, if Miao Su wants to eat the meat, us brothers will get some soup to drink, ha 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 ha. The captain eagerly thanked Yu Yang. Oh. Yu Yang made a nasal sound. He pretended to be an expert and walked in casually. He did not dare to speak, afraid that the other party would recognize him. This action, however, gave people the illusion that he was putting on airs. Moreover, he looked like he was in a hurry to open the female captive's bud. A few guards laughed lewdly. In the end, it was the captain who was more attentive. He caught up and bowed respectfully. Sir, you can play with this girl to your heart's content, but that Yu Clan's second miss, it's best that you don't touch her first. Because before Lord War Tiger left, he specially instructed me to tell you that this Yu Clan's second miss is the key and should not be touched. Yu Yu, who was lying on Yu Yang's back and pretending to be unconscious, trembled when she heard this. She was embarrassed and angry. She really wanted to beat this guy into a pig's head, but now that she was in her brother's trap, she could only endure her embarrassment and continue to pretend to be unconscious. Yu Yang first patted Yu Yu's back lightly, indicating that she should not panic and that everything was under his control. On the surface, he pretended to be unhappy and walked forward. Ning Hai turned his face and comforted the frightened captain with a smile. Miao Su definitely knows, there's no need for you to tell him. It's okay, Yu Clan's second miss will definitely be successfully delivered to Lord War Tiger. Walking down the winding passageway, in front of them were countless stone steps and forks. Luckily there was Ning Hai leading the way. Otherwise, it would be hard to sneak in. Ninghai led the way and temporarily went to the resting area, waiting for the people in the center of the base to send elite soldiers to escort Yu away. Only then would Yu Yang be able to kill his way into the secret base that was usually not easily opened. It was not impossible to barge in, but all the secrets would be destroyed by the people inside. Yu Yang really wanted to know what other secrets were stored inside. How many humanoid puppets like Kai Yi were there? This was what Yu Yang wanted to know the most. Ninghai brought Yu Yang to Miao Su's room and used the black hell badge to open the door. Once it was opened, the smell of blood rushed out. After Yu Yang, Yu Yu, and Lu Yi went in to take a look, they were surprised to find that this was really a bloody and violent den of prostitution. Not only human women, but also females of various races, even some female animals, were raped and killed by Miao Su here. In the end, they were all dismembered corpses, human heads that died with grievances, rolled everywhere. No wonder the captain dared to advise Yu Yang, who impersonated Miao Su, not to touch Yu Yu, because he knew that once he did, Yu Clan's second miss, this important hostage, would not be able to keep her life. Yu Yu and Lu Yi originally thought that Yu Yang's method of soaking Miao Su was a bit cruel, but now they felt that it was too easy for that trash. Especially Lu Yi, who wrongly blamed Yu Yang, was full of regret and wanted to apologize to Yu Yang. She felt that killing Miao Su was too easy for him. This kind of trash should be sliced off piece by piece, not to mention these kind girls. Even Ninghai, who killed without blinking, swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. He heard that after Miao Su became a monster, his temperament changed greatly. He was polite in front of others, but behind his back, he was bloodthirsty. He raped and killed countless women, these were all known. But Ninghai never thought that after Miao Su became a monster, he actually raped and killed so many people. No, there were also many female animals. Crazy, Miao Su was definitely crazy, Ninghai shivered. Luckily he did not participate in the secret skill upgrade, or else even if he successfully upgraded to innate, he would become a lunatic like Miao Su. Ninghai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and reported to Yu Yang, "I reckon, the elite armored soldiers will arrive within 5 minutes, because they will not let Miao Su harm Yu Clan's second miss, they will use the fastest speed to rush over. If we want to receive Miao Su's things, we must be fast." Yu Yang waved his hand, "Go back to your room and pack up, I will be fine here, I will come over in 5 minutes. Ninghai was a little hesitant, but in the end, he still left quickly. At this time, he had two choices in his mind. One was to immediately use a teleportation scroll to leave this place, never to come back to the Soaring Dragon continent, never to see Yu Clan's third young master again. The other was to continue to listen to Yu Clan's third young master's orders, wait for him to destroy the entire base, then fulfill his promise and let him go. The first option was easy to succeed. As long as he crushed the teleportation stone, he could escape back to the ancient passage. Even if Yu Clan's third young master chased after him, he might not be able to find him. The downside was that he could never let Yu Clan's third young master know where he was hiding, or else he would definitely die. The latter option was dangerous. It was hard to say if Yu Clan's third young master would fulfill his promise. The most important thing was that the base was destroyed. Even if he escaped, if Black Hell King found out, he would also die. Ninghai returned to his room with a heavy heart, and hesitated for more than 3 minutes. He took out the teleportation stone, put it back into his bosom, took it out again, put it back into his bosom, repeated this action many times. In the end, he decided to obediently wait for Yu Clan's third young master to fulfill his promise. Because he felt that it was not safe for him to escape using the teleportation stone. Moreover, if Black Hell King found out that he escaped in the middle of battle, he would definitely die. After all, he was the one who brought Yu Clan's third young master into the base. Black Hell King knew better than Yu Clan's third young master where he was hiding, so he must pray for Yu Clan's third young master to win this battle. If he lost, his old life would be in danger. 5 minutes later, Ninghai knocked on the door. Yu Yang personally opened the door, smiled, and said casually, "I knew you wouldn't use the teleportation stone to escape." This sentence made Ninghai's scalp go numb. Yu Yang actually knew everything he was thinking. The most terrifying thing was that this was just a test. No wonder Yu Clan's third young master took the teleportation scroll from his bosom and left the teleportation stone. So this was his hidden card. If he had tried to escape just now, he would have followed in Miao Su's footsteps. Ning Hai was so scared that he almost peed his pants. After another minute, 5 elite soldiers dressed in golden armor with only a few of their faces exposed came forward to take Yu Yang away. They spoke politely, but they held the token of the person in charge of the base, War Tiger. Although Yu Yang looked unwilling, but under the persuasion of Ning Hai, who was good at acting, he agreed to personally carry Yu to War Tiger to ask for the reward. The 5 elite soldiers held the blueprint and compared it with Yu's face. After confirming that it was really Yu Clan's second miss, they agreed to Yu Yang's request. As for Lu Yi, Yu Yang acted as if he was ready to kill her with a swing of his sword. She immediately begged, expressing that she was willing to serve Yu Yang wholeheartedly. As long as she didn't die, she was willing to do anything. If Ning Hai didn't know that this was Yu Yang's arrangement, he would really believe that her tearful voice was sincere. Women were all natural masters of acting. Ning Hai sighed inwardly. Compared to the other party's acting skills, he felt that he was still lacking. His heart was filled with bitterness. Of course, he also understood that if a woman didn't know how to lie, she wouldn't be called a woman, she would be called an idiot. We can't leave you here, what if you run away? No, I have to hold you and walk. Yu Yang untied Lu Ye's legs, but his upper body and hands were still not untied. The 5 elite soldiers had some objections. It was fine to bring Yu Clan's second miss personally, but to bring another woman, however, this woman was tied up and her strength was weak, so they let it go in the end. After all, Miao Su was known as a madman who raped and killed women. In fact, not only Miao Su, all the innates who became innates through secret techniques were not normal. A few days ago, a guy who had just succeeded inexplicably fell in love with eating corpses. That was truly disgusting. The 5 elite soldiers split into 2 groups, 2 at the front and 3 at the back. Half leading and half escorting, they led Yu Yang and his group forward. To them, as long as Yu Clan's second miss could be delivered to Lord War Tiger, nothing else mattered. Ning Hai was puzzled by Yu Yang's insistence on bringing Lu Yi, but he definitely didn't dare to have any doubts. Moreover, he also believed that if Lu Yi was useless, Yu Clan's third young master would definitely not bring her along. Lu Yi also didn't understand why she still wanted to go deep into the demon's den. Yu Yang didn't explain. However, after seeing Lu Ye's inherent skill and guardian beast, Yu Yang knew that not only would he need Lu Ye's unique inherent skill to deal with the Black Hell King, but also to explore the god's ruins in the future. After Lu Yi summoned her grimoire, Yu Yang finally understood why she was stronger than Sky Disaster and could almost ignore his smile. It was because Lu Yi didn't know how outstanding her inherent skill was. People might even think that it was a very ordinary inherent skill, and didn't pay enough attention to Lu Yi. Yu Yu could guess that her family's third young master probably wanted to use Lu Yi to do hard labor. She didn't tell Lu Yi because she wanted to protect her brother. Moreover, her brother was also doing this to defeat the Black Hell King, to save the world. After she raised this to the level of saving the world, she finally felt that her brother's use of others was a little justifiable. Alright, her brother was a big bad guy, but she could only keep this in her heart. She must never tell anyone. Yu Yu, who was pretending to be asleep, secretly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yi, who was being held by Yu Yang with a rope. Her heart was filled with sympathy. She really didn't know where her brother learned that from, it was really too much. Yu Yu secretly pinched Yu Yang. When Yu Yang was slightly startled, she immediately pretended to be asleep. She laughed complacently in her heart. No matter how bad and arrogant you are still my third young master. Isn't it a piece of cake for me as your second sister to take care of you? Yu Yang had played a game called Dinosaur Combat before. Thinking back, it was similar to this. Of course, there were no dinosaurs in this base. Entering the corridor with metal walls, after many identity checks, they entered a few large metal doors. Following a mechanical pulley system, they descended about 100 meters underground before reaching the entrance of the base. The temperature here was completely different from the outside world. The outside world was a world of ice and snow, but underneath the base, there were waves of heat. The air was extremely stuffy, and there was a faint smell of sulfur. Yu Yang remembered that in the evil dragon lair, he had smelled a similar smell. After entering the base, there were obviously more people coming and going. They were all members of the base. Fully armored patrolling guards also passed by from time to time. If he did not impersonate Miao Su, it would have been very difficult for Yu Yang to sneak in, because there were too many metal doors that he had to pass through. As long as the enemy was discovered, even if he could not be stopped, the people inside would have enough time to destroy all the information. Please wait for a moment, Lord Zhan who just left, we will report to Mr. Feng first. 2 elite armored soldiers indicated for Yu Yang to wait for a moment, and went in to report. Mr. Feng? Yu Yang had a question mark in his heart. There were many people with the surname Feng in the Soaring Dragon continent, but there were not many rankers with the surname Feng. Could this matter be related to the Feng family? Previously, Miss Feng and fourth uncle's unexpected poison attack made Yu Yang very angry, and he swore to collect this debt of blood. Now that he suddenly heard the name Mr. Feng, he could not help but guess that there was something fishy. About 3 minutes later, 2 elite armored soldiers came out dejectedly, as if they were scolded by someone. Yu Yang carried Yu on his back, and pulled Lu Yi. They went in to see that Mr. Feng. Before they could see the person clearly, Mr. Feng scolded them, Miao Su, and Ning Hai, are the 2 of you born idiots? Such an important place, you actually brought a stranger in? Even if it's a woman, it's definitely not allowed. Zhan who had warned them many times to guard against traitors at all times. Can you be 100% sure that the person you brought in is not a traitor? Don't you know how important the secret is? If you guys don't know, then let me say it again. This is the foundation of conquering the Soaring Dragon continent, the starting point of conquering the whole Tong Tian Tower, and the bridge to enter the Heaven Realm. Can you hear me? Can you understand me? You idiots. Yu Yang realized that this Mr. Feng in front of him was very similar to the old patriarch of the Feng family. Other than being older, hotter, and stronger, his appearance could be said to be exactly the same as the old patriarch of the Feng family. This person was probably a defector of the Feng family. However, Yu Yang had never paid attention to the matters of the Feng clan. Perhaps fourth mother or Jun Wu would know better who this person was. Mr. Feng, it's like this. When we were capturing Yu clan's second miss, we discovered this female student. At that time, we were in the middle of a battle. We had no choice but to capture her. Didn't we report to you how to deal with her? Ning Hai quickly covered up for Yu Yang. You've lived for more than 200 years. Are you still a child? Do you even need to report this to me? Can't you just destroy her corpse and get rid of the evidence? I hate cleaning up your mess because my time is very tight. I need a lot of time to research. I don't have time to care about your stupid things. Men, drag her down and feed her to the beasts. I'm warning you, if you want me to clean up your mess in the future, then I will throw you all into the demon insect swamp to feed the beasts. I don't care what kind of innate you are. All those who waste my time, only death awaits you. Mr. Feng's anger had not subsided. Lu Yi was so scared that her face turned pale and her whole body trembled. She looked at Yu Yang and found that he was still calm. She was worried that he would really not care about her. She was so scared that her legs turned to jelly and she almost could not stand. 2 elite armored soldiers came forward and prepared to drag Lu Yi away. Mr. Feng, who had finished scolding, casually glanced at Lu Yi. Suddenly, he made a sound of surprise and raised his hand to signal them to wait. The 2 elite armored soldiers naturally obeyed the order. Ning Hai, on the other hand, secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He peeked at Yu Yang and realized that Yu Yang seemed to have known that this would happen. His heart turned cold. Could it be that the Yu clan's third young master could even predict Mr. Feng's reaction? If it was true, then it was too scary. This Yu clan's third young master, was he a human or a demon? This child's potential is not bad. Her body emits a very strange energy. Hey, do you have a summoning grimoire? Mr. Feng asked. Yes, yes. Lu Yi was scared half to death and quickly answered. What kind of inherent skill is it? What is a guardian spirit beast? Answer honestly and I will consider sparing your life. Mr. Feng looked at Lu Yi from head to toe, feeling like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. It's purification, inherent skill and perforate deer. Lu Yi peeked at Yu Yang. After receiving Yu Yang's quick hint, she lowered her head and answered while trembling with fear. Although she was in a panic, Lu Yi still did not say her true inherent skill. She changed it slightly. she said that the cleansing inherent skill was a purification inherent skill. Yu Yang had seen Lu Ye's cleansing inherent skill and felt that this inherent skill was of the highest quality. Although normal people did not know its importance, Lu Yi undoubtedly knew. Moreover, it was very likely that her teacher had warned her that this inherent skill should not be mentioned to normal people. Thus, when she answered Mr. Feng's question, she would rather tell the truth about her guardian spirit beast and answer half-truths than to reveal her cleansing inherent skill. Cleansing inherent skill, possessed by people with high moral character and a kind heart. This inherent skill is the natural enemy of evil. Any negative mental attacks or malicious curses are ineffective. The owner of this inherent skill can purify evil with the purified blood in their body. The purer the purified blood, the more powerful it is. Current inherent skill level 3. When Yu Yang saw this inherent skill, he sighed in his heart. He finally found the key to unseal the curse. Items like the Gemini mask and a golden bell were all sealed. Yu Yang could use innate qi to unseal them, but that was too strenuous. He did not know how long it would take to completely unseal them. Now, he did not need to waste any effort. As long as he gave Lu Yi some blood and used innate qi, he believed that it would be twice the result with half the effort. The Gemini mask and the others were not the most important. The most important thing was that some holy objects and divine weapons had extremely strong seals. Even some ancient doors, some enchantment entrances or some mechanisms had different seals. These seals were mostly cursed. Thus, when exploring the god's ruins, Lu Yi, who had the cleansing inherent skill, would be a human-shaped moving key. Of course, this cleansing inherent skill was useless to Yu Yang. It would only be a decoration even if it was given to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. This was because the cleansing inherent skill was closely related to the owner's character. The better the owner's character, the kinder their heart, and the purer their body, the more power they could unleash. For a guy from another world like Yu Yang, if he also obtained the cleansing inherent skill, he might not even be able to purify a grain of sand from the demon abyss. As for Lu Ye's guardian spirit beast, Yu Yang also felt that it was a treasure. Compared to other golden tigers, silver wolves, and bronze bulls, it was much better. Perforate deer, special type, deer shape, silver ranked level 2, energy half physical, walks in the void, guardian spirit beast, special skills, air step, perforate. To other people, this deer might only be considered as not bad. But to Yu Yang, it was also a treasure. If it was used in conjunction with teleportation, then exploring the god's ruins would be much easier. At least the outer areas like the ancient passage and Death Canyon would not be a problem. Entering the Black Hell King and Zijin Kingdom's base. With this, Yu Yang felt that even if the enemy discovered him, it would be extremely easy for him to destroy or escape. The discovery of Lu Ye's inherent skill and guardian spirit beast was the main reason why Yu Yang decided to counterattack the enemy's base. Good, a very good inherent skill and guardian spirit beast. Actually, as long as you have a summoning grimoire, you are an outstanding young man. There are no useless inherent skills or useless guardian spirit beasts in this world, there are only useless masters. Alright, don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Instead, I will nurture you well and let you become a strong innate, understand? You have this kind of potential, because you have the purest energy among all the young men I have seen. Ah, of course Yu Clan's second miss is also not bad. If you listen to me, I can guarantee that you will become an innate. Yu Clan's second miss energy is as gentle and peaceful as water. As expected of a descendant of the Yu Clan, such an outstanding bloodline. This is not something that the trashy Feng clan can compare to. Forget it, why am I talking about this? After Mr. Feng comforted Lu Yi, he couldn't help but size up Yu Yu who had just come down from behind Yu Yang and nagged. Seeing that Lu Yi could even stand, Yu Yu gathered her courage and did not hide behind Yu Yang. Instead, she stood beside Lu Yi and stared back at Mr. Feng. She even opened her mouth to ask, "Who are you to the Feng clan? Why did you capture me here?" Mr. Feng let out a weird laugh. Then he waved his hands, "Yu Clan's second miss, don't be anxious. I will answer your question later. It will be very fast, please give me a little time. Wait until I vent my anger on these two stupid fellows. I really want to endure it, but I realized that it is impossible. Because some people are like this, if you don't scold them until they bleed, then they won't know where they are wrong. This old fellow turned to Yu Yang and Ning Hai, waved his fist and roared, "Yes, I now understand why you didn't kill her on the spot, but captured a female student with the purification, inherent skill. Yes, you think that you are very smart. You think that when I see her, I will forget about Kai Yi, that perfect fighter puppet. Or, even if I can't forget, I will not kill you in anger. Yes, I admit that you are a little smart, but doing this still does not make me feel satisfied. It makes me feel very humiliated. A failed mission, a huge failure. You actually let the 6,000-year-old combat puppet self-destruct. Why didn't you self-destruct? Do you think that your lives are more precious than it? Wrong, even if you have 10 more lives, it will not be as valuable as it, do you understand? Do you think that John who will send out 1,000 and hundreds of imitation combat puppets to complete missions? No, this is only a combat puppet from 6,000 years ago, a combat puppet that can't be replicated. Most importantly, they were personally repaired by the Yu clan's most talented ghost genius, Yu Gong. They are the crystallization of his blood and sweat, and are of the highest quality. Now that the ghost genius Yu Gong is dead, even if there are 1,000 and hundreds of combat puppets in front of me, I can only stare at them. Do you understand what I mean? Stupid fellow, I should not have sent Kai out to do the test. Yes, I mistakenly believed in your abilities. You guys really deserve to die, I can't wait to strangle you to death. Mr. Feng scolded, scaring Ning Hai so much that he almost knelt down. This was definitely not because of Mr. Feng's lesser innate strength, but because of this old fellow's authority. Ning Hai had seen it more than once. Towards a work that Mr. Feng was not satisfied with, even if it was an innate that he had painstakingly experimented on, he would still order for it to be dissected alive. Towards such a crazy decision, the highest leader of the base, Lord Zhan Hu, would always support it 100%. He had even personally strained more than 10 warriors who tried to resist. In other words, in this base, Mr. Feng's orders were equivalent to the highest order. The powerful Zhan Hu also listened to everything he said. Mr. Feng clenched his fist and took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing his anger. Alright, no matter what, you guys still brought Yu clan's second miss back. Meritorious service must be rewarded. I have always been a person who distinguishes between rewards and punishments. If you guys do stupid things, I will report to Zhan Hu and let him decide. If you guys do the right thing, I will not hesitate to reward you. Miao Su, you can get more beauties and more fresh blood. Your needs, everything will be satisfied. But let me warn you, next time don't do stupid things, or else I won't be able to control myself and kill you. As for Ning Hai, you can get the reward of becoming an innate. You can also use your meritorious service to exchange for a treasure you like, it's up to you. Wait, I need to do something first, and that is to remove all the dragon crystals from the remaining 2 battle dolls, to prevent the same explosion from happening again. You have to know, these battle dolls are too precious. With the current puppet technology, it's impossible to research them, not to mention duplicate them. Yu Yang's heart moved. As expected, these battle dolls could only move after being repaired by the ghost genius Yu Gong. 6,000 years, it wasn't a long time for the battle dolls to be maintained. Hence, Yu Gong also had the same last wish. Kai Yi's battle dolls were already very advanced. They could move freely and follow orders to carry out missions. They just didn't have emotions and rationality, which humans have. If Yu Yang could join them, it wouldn't be hard to fulfill Yu Gong's third last wish. Mr. Feng slapped his forehead, as if he suddenly remembered something. There's no time, I forgot to negotiate with that guy. Don't leave, bring Yu clan's second miss and this female student over. Miao Su and Ning Hai, you have to look after Yu clan's second Mississippi. If anything happens to her, the 2 of you will definitely die. Let's go, I'm in a hurry. He opened a secret door and rushed in. Ning Hai secretly glanced at Yu Yang. Yu Yang ignored him. She pulled Yu along and held Lu Ye's hand, striding to catch up with the madman, Mr. Feng. The dozen or so elite soldiers behind him all tacitly followed. However, for every heavy door, they would automatically leave 2 people behind to stand guard outside. They were extremely careful and cautious at all times. Regardless of whether it was in their movements or in carrying out orders, they were more like humanoid machines than humanoid machines. After passing through 3 large steel doors, they went down the stairs. They walked to a place that seemed like a dungeon. The walls here were no longer made of steel, but a special kind of crystal. Yu Yang didn't know what kind of crystal it was, but he realized that it was very hard. It seemed that every crystal room had a person locked inside. Yu Yang realized that these crystals could isolate qi. He actually couldn't sense who the person inside was. And Heaven Eye's divine vision couldn't be used in front of Mr. Feng, who was extremely sensitive. Yu Yang could only temporarily suppress his curiosity and continue to hold his qi. He imitated Miao Su's demonic qi and followed behind, pretending to be a loyal fighter. In front of the largest crystal room that they saw along the way, Mr. Feng used a secret method to remove the seal on the seal. Although his actions were extremely fast and complicated, but Yu Yang engraved them in his heart. The wall rumbled and opened slightly, revealing a gap that was less than 2 meters wide. In the middle of the gap was a middle-aged man who had his shoulders, ribs, thighs, knees, ankles, wrists, and the back of his head. Yu Yang's eyes were sharp. When he saw this, he immediately retreated slightly. He didn't want to meet this person's gaze and hid behind the wall where the other party couldn't see. On the other hand, Yu, who was beside Yu Yang, cried out in grief. This was because she discovered that the man who had been tortured until his skin was lacerated and his bones could be seen was Yushan, who had been missing for a long time. Ah no! Yu's tears fell like rain. She was extremely grief-stricken. So her father didn't betray and escape to the demon abyss, but was captured by the Black Hell King to be a prisoner. Now, not only Yu Yang, even Yu and Lu Yi who didn't know the truth started to understand why Mr. Feng had to capture Yu as a hostage. The reason was simple. He wanted to use this as a threat to force Yushan to submit. It's you? Goddamned Feng Jin, how dare you capture my daughter? When Yushan saw Yu, he was stunned at first, but then he erupted like a volcano, pouncing towards Mr. Feng like a mad lion, intending to kill him. However, the length of the chains restricted his movements. Even though Yushan was so mad that he wanted to devour someone, Mr. Feng still ignored him. He stood there quietly, coldly watching Yushan's futile struggle. Yushan stretched out his hand, intending to strangle Mr. Feng. However, the rattling chains caused him to stop a centimeter away from Mr. Feng, unable to advance any further. He struggled again and again, but to no avail. Yushan held in grief and indignation. He was like an injured beast, unable to stop his enemy from tearing his cub apart. Yushan's sorrowful cries moved the heavens and earth. Lu Yi could not help but cry bitterly, hugging Yu who was on the verge of fainting from crying. Mr. Feng was still indifferent, ignoring everything. His heart was made of iron. Towards this cold-blooded executioner, Yushan painfully slammed his body against the wall, using both of his fists to hit his own body. He also used his head to hit the huge metal ring behind the crystal wall. The huge metal ring was immediately stained with blood. After a long while, Yushan finally calmed down from the pain. For the first time, he lowered his head towards Mr. Feng. His voice seemed to have aged 10 years, filled with bitterness and sorrow. Feng Jin, you win. Let go of my daughter. I am willing to do the experiment. I am willing to give my body to you. No matter what you want me to do, I will do it, as long as you let go of my daughter. Mr. Feng laughed loudly. Ahahaha, what did I say? Yushan, I said I would win, I said you would yield, was I right? Even the toughest Yu clan man will yield one day. Ha 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 ha, what is impossible in this world? Let go of my daughter immediately, or else I will kill myself here. Even if you want to know the secret, you will never get it. Yushan pounced on him fiercely. Unfortunately, the chains mercilessly pulled his body. Even if Yushan tried his best, his fingertips were still a centimeter away from Mr. Feng. This 1 centimeter was an insurmountable moat. Mr. Feng looked at Yushan's gaze, which looked like he wanted to skin him alive, and laughed maniacally. He shrugged his shoulders. Yushan, I feel that your attitude is not right. Smart Yu clan's eldest son, if you were me, what would you do? Humiliate the enemy. I guess you will do everything you can to humiliate your enemy. Why don't I try your method? Come, proud Yu clan's eldest son, bend your knees and kneel before me. Didn't the men of the Yu clan never kneel to their enemies? Come on, there's always a first time for everything. Kneel down, immediately kneel down, or else I'll order people to gang rape your daughter in front of you. What a good daughter. She's so beautiful, she's in the prime of her youth, she's at the beginning of her brilliant life. How tragic it would be if she's destroyed like this. Yushan, the only opponent that I am unable to subdue, come, kneel before me. No, father, the descendants of the Yu clan would rather die standing than live kneeling. We will definitely not kneel to our enemies. Yu screamed, no one can use me to humiliate you, father. Your daughter will keep her chastity and die, they will only get a corpse. She had unknowingly pulled out a dagger and placed it on her neck. Because she was too agitated, the sharp dagger drew a red line on the side of her neck. A drop of blood flowed along the blade and slowly slid down. Yu Yang was afraid that his second sister would really do something stupid, so he flicked his finger and broke the blade of the dagger. When Mr. Feng saw the broken dagger falling down, he immediately kicked it away. Another 2 elite armored soldiers quickly confiscated it. At the same time, all the armored soldiers paid extra attention to the weapons on their waists, not letting Yu have the chance to come into contact with sharp weapons. Not bad, I won't pursue the matter of how you brought this dagger in. When we get out, I will reward you with a high-class beauty. Look after Yushan's second miss, she is Yushan's beloved daughter. If we want to submit to this stubborn person, we cannot do without her. Mr. Feng looked at Yu Yang, but immediately shifted his gaze. In his eyes, Yu Yang, who was disguised as Miaosu, was only a tool, he was not worth paying attention to. Yu clan's second miss, I hope you are smarter. Committing suicide cannot solve all problems. If you die, I will capture your younger brother and sister. In the future, will your death be of any use? Be smarter, persuade your father to surrender and cooperate with us. That is the real way out. Ning Hai appeared to be persuading Yu. Actually, he was hinting to Yu. There was still Yu clan's third young master beside her, there was no need to be too agitated. With his reminder, agitated, Yu and Lu Yi then realized that things were not hopeless. They looked at Yu Yang with teary eyes, and their state of mind immediately stabilized. Because they were afraid that Mr. Feng would see through Yu Yang, the 2 girls quickly hugged each other to prevent Mr. Feng from noticing anything amiss. Yushan's entire body shook. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Tears rolled down. Pfft, my father taught us brothers since we were young, the Yu clan's men must die in front of our enemies. Goddamn Feng Jin, you can kill me, but don't you dare humiliate my Yu clan. Although I, Yushan, am useless, it does not mean that my Yu clan is useless. You can kill me, Yushan, kill my daughter, but you mother***** want to destroy our Yu clan's faith, want us to surrender, that is absolutely impossible. That's impossible. Yushan roared, his voice shaking the entire dungeon. I know, your Yu clan is stubborn, I did not say it's not. Mr. Feng laughed out loud, actually, I really admire your Yu clan. Although you are all king stubborn and idiots, if we are talking about backbone, you are really good. I have seen too many cowards and cowards. I have seen too many people kneeling in front of me like a dog, wagging their tails and begging me. Seeing those rotten people, I am extremely disgusted. Actually, I really admire opponents like you. No matter how I torture you, you still insist on being a Yu clansman. Just now, when your daughter appeared, your determination was shaken, but second Miss Yu's words made you strong again. You really have a good bloodline. But Yushan, if you think that just having stubborn people in this world is enough, then you are wrong. Let me tell you, you are gravely mistaken. Do you want to know how I will deal with your daughter? I will use all the evil methods in the world to torture her. There are hundreds of methods that will make you want to cry but have no tears. At that time, you will kneel down and beg me to quickly kill her. Do you want me to cut your daughter's flesh bit by bit? Such good skin, such a good body, do you think that after hundreds of methods of torture, she will still be like this? I guarantee that if you look at her once, you will vomit. How many perverted beasts are there here? No, don't even talk about perverted beasts, even this Miaosu who has a changed personality and likes to rape and kill women, as long as I give the order, he will make your daughter wish that she had never been born into this world. After torturing her in front of you, I can cure her, change her appearance into another person, then break her arms and legs, cut off her tongue, turn her into an idiotic female slave, sell her to the brothel in Shangjing, let the oldest and ugliest brothel customer use a few coins to enjoy her body once. All of this can be avoided. Yushan, I don't need you to kneel anymore, you don't need to kneel. You are a person that I admire very much, there is no need for me to humiliate you. I only hope that you can understand, cooperating with us is the only way out. Yushan, I think, with your intelligence, you will understand what I am saying. Why do you have to cling to that last bit of faith for Jun Wuyu and the Dixia kingdom? What are you in the eyes of the world? You are just a defector, a human traitor who fell into the abyss, the suspect of killing your brother, the #1 murderer who persecuted your sister-in-law and nephew. This is you, tell me, what are you still persevering for? Tell me your final answer. I can let your daughter go. I also like such an outstanding junior, I am not willing to let her fate walk towards a tragedy. Everything depends on you. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, then you and your daughter can obtain the best things, the safest guarantee. As the most competent enemy, let me give you a piece of advice, persevering is useless, at least I am not a person that can be moved by some tears and backbone. Don't force me to take action, Yushan, answer me now. Mr. Feng gave his final advice. Boom. Both of Yushan's knees slowly bent. Finally, with a loud bang, he heavily knelt on the ground. Mr. Feng's eyes flashed with excitement, he really wanted to cheer out, but he forcefully held it in. His fist was tightly clenched. The man that he could not conquer for a few months, finally knelt in front of him, surrendered. This kind of indescribable success made Mr. Feng extremely moved. This kind of success gave him a greater sense of achievement than researching Mr. Feng's secret technique. The Black Hell King once said, to conquer Tong Tian Tower, one must first conquer Soaring Dragon Continent. To conquer Soaring Dragon Continent, one must first conquer Dixia Kingdom. To conquer Dixia Kingdom, one must first conquer Yu Clan. Now, he had finally taken the first step to conquer Yu Clan. Yushan finally surrendered. Yu Clan's men would rather die than kneel in front of a strong enemy. Today, Yushan knelt in front of him. Wasn't this the beginning of the collapse of Dixia Kingdom and the entire Soaring Dragon Continent? Yushan knocked his head heavily on the ground, causing blood to spurt out and his head to bleed. His voice came out in extreme pain and humiliation. I beg you, Feng Jin, let my daughter go. She did not do anything wrong, she did not have the intention to become enemies with the Black Hell King. She is only a woman, a weak woman. You can catch my son, you can kill all the men in my Yu clan, but I beg you, let her go. Just treat this as a father's plea. Feng Jin, you were a father before, you should understand my feelings. I know that this plea is unrealistic and illusory, you will not agree to it, you are a cold-hearted scum, but for my precious daughter, I, Yushan, will kneel to you today. Even if there is a 1 in a billion chance, I will not give up. Feng Jin, as long as you are willing to let her go, you can kill me or torture me, I don't care. I can kneel, I can let you experiment on my body, I can kneel and kowtow to you like a dog, as long as you can let my daughter go, I am willing to do anything. Yushan raised his head, his eyes filled with pain as 2 streams of blood flowed down. Kneeling to the enemy was a humiliation that was more painful than death. It was an action that Yu Clan's men disdained, making him want to die immediately. But he could not. He was a father, he could not die like this. He had to endure this humiliation that was more painful than death. Kneeling to the enemy, even if he knew that it was impossible to succeed, he still had to try, because it might be able to save his daughter's life. Mr. Feng's face contorted as if someone had slapped him a few times. He let out a sharp hiss like an injured beast, a great sense of defeat made him almost crazy. In this kind of situation, Yushan would rather kneel and beg this arrogant enemy to let his daughter go than to surrender. The most despairing thing was that Yushan did not even bother to lie to him, he did not even pretend to surrender. Could it be that in the lives of the Yu clan's disciples, there was no such thing as surrender? Could it be that the structure of these people's brains was different from others? Yu Yang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Yushan was still considered a man, and a qualified father. Ninghai was dumbstruck. He had never seen a man like this before. At this moment, he felt that compared to Yushan, he was incomparably small. Yushan might not be as strong as him, but the aura he emitted formed a field, just like an innate rancor's domain of power, causing Ninghai's heart to tremble. It was too scary. A man who was not afraid of death chose to kneel. This kind of terrifying belief and hatred, this kind of power, could it really be defeated? Mr. Feng stomped his feet and roared hysterically, "This is your last chance, Yu Shan, you have no other choice. Other than surrendering and cooperating with us, your daughter will be fine. Otherwise, I swear, I will use all means to torture her until you regret it. One word, surrender." "No. Never." Yu Shan spat out a mouthful of blood, his teeth were broken. "I beg you for the last time, let my daughter go." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Feng Jin was equally insistent. "You err, I'm sorry. I'm a useless father, I can't save you." Yu Shan suddenly spoke gently to the crying Yu Yu. He had never been so gentle in his entire life. His gaze had never been so loving. Only at this moment did he look like a father. Yu Shan gritted his teeth so hard that blood flowed out. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile towards Yu Yu. "You err, ever since you were young, I've never smiled at you because I value men more than women. This smile is for you. You are my most obedient daughter, and also my proudest treasure. I hope that you will not be humiliated by the enemy. If the enemy tortures you, then kill yourself immediately, don't give them a chance. Before that, you have to endure it. You err, after you go missing, the Yu clan will definitely find out. If your third brother is capable, he might rush over to save you. You have to persevere until the end. If I stay here any longer, that bastard Feng Jin will definitely make use of you. If I die, you will be safer. So, I have to leave. If you go back and see your grandfather, tell him that I, Yu Shan, am not a coward, nor a traitor. I did not kill third brother and fourth brother. I, Yu Shan, am also a man of the Yu clan, forever. If you dare to kill yourself, I guarantee that your daughter will suffer the most painful torture in the world." Mr. Feng frantically took out his dagger and pointed it at Yu Yu's face. "I will peel off the skin on her face. No, I will peel off the skin on her entire body. Feng Jin, do you think that a scum like you can scare me? Go to hell, the Yu clan can die, but we will never surrender." Yu Shan stood up, his face covered in blood. He raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist and fiercely punched the top of his skull. Yu Yang was a smart person. But smart people all have a problem, and that is to be suspicious. When he saw Yu Shan again, Yu Yang did not rescue him immediately. The reason was not because he wanted to see a touching scene, nor did he want to see Yu Yu cry, nor did he want to see Yu Shan kneel down and fight for his daughter. He wanted to find out what kind of person Yu Shan was he evil or not? A person like Yu Shan was most likely an evil person. It would be difficult for Yu Yang to accept Yu Shan as a great father all of a sudden. Moreover, all of this was too coincidental. When he went to pick up Yu Yu, Miao Su and Ninghai appeared to attack, and then naturally saw the captured Yu Shan. The moment he saw Yu Shan, Yu Yang had a strong suspicion that Yu Shan's appearance might not be a good thing. It was highly possible that he had reached some sort of agreement with the Black Hell King and was putting on a show. Even if he did not know that Miao Su was impersonated, he would still wait for him to come and rescue him. Because Miao Su and Ninghai captured his second sister, Yu Yu, he would definitely not stand by and watch. After saving Yu Yu, he would definitely save Yu Shan as well. Was this the Black Hell King's plan, or was it a coincidence? Yu Yang kept thinking about this question. If Princess Sisai's Yanji Tigress was here, things would be much easier. Because Yanji Tigress had the 6 records, inherent skill that no one could deceive. She could tell if Yu Shan was acting or not with just one look. Was he really going to save Yu Shan and bring him back to the Yu clan castle? Could his words be trusted? Was he acting or not? Yu Yang did not deny that he was a little touched. But he would definitely not let the Black Hell King's plan succeed just because he was a little touched. Yu Yang did not care about the death of 10,000 Yu Shan. This was not because Yu Shan was his uncle, nor was it because Yu Shan was against the pitiful guy and Xin Yang. It was because Yu Shan had never given Yu Yang a good impression. Yu Shan was not second Uncle Yu Ling. He was a truly intelligent person. If he was an enemy, then it would be extremely dangerous. Yu Yang felt that if Yu Shan was his enemy, he would rather choose an innate rancor like Tiger Nian, Nightmare, or Demon Eye. Because although these innate rancors were powerful, they were not worthy of carrying Yushan's shoes when it came to scheming and forbearance. If Yushan had a fatal flaw, it would be that he didn't have a powerful strength. Once this flaw was combined with the Black Hell King, it would become perfect and flawless. Hence, Yu Yang was extra careful. Ever since he saw Yushan, he had been observing and observing. He had been analyzing the situation from a bystander's point of view. Even when Yushan raised his fist and punched the top of his head, Yu Yang still suspected that it was a ruse. Boom, Yushan fiercely punched the top of his head. That kind of power could completely smash his head into pieces. Mr. Feng was so anxious that he jumped up. He was a lesser-born. There was no time to stop him. Furthermore, with his suspicious nature, he wouldn't recklessly rush into the crystal prison. This crystal prison was a strange prison. It was specially made for the Black Hell King. At any time, there must be a living being trapped inside. Mr. Feng didn't rush in to save Yushan immediately. Instead, he pressed his hand down and sent Yu, who was preparing to rush in to save Yushan, flying a few meters away. At the same time, the elite armored soldiers rushed in without any regard for their own safety. They knew that if Yushan died, there must be someone to replace him. But for them, who were loyal, this wasn't a problem at all. Mr. Feng, Yushan fainted, he's not dead. After a few armored elite soldiers checked, they found that Yushan's head was cracked and his face was covered in blood, but he was not dead. Ah, that's great. Hurry and treat him, we can't let him die. Mr. Feng jumped up in joy. Ninghai knew why Yushan's head wasn't smashed into pieces by that huge force. The reason why Yushan was still alive was definitely because of Yu Clan's third young master. He couldn't even see Yu Clan's third young master's move, but he was smart enough to know. Yu Clan's third young master must have made a move. It was just that it was extremely well hidden, so no one at the scene discovered it. If Yu Clan's third young master didn't have the confidence to control Yushan's suicide, then he would definitely fly in to block it. He didn't move, not because he wanted to see his uncle die, but because he had absolute confidence. Ninghai looked at Yu Clan's third young master who had a calm expression and normal eyes, and a chill rose in his heart. Falling into the hands of Yu Clan's third young master, it seemed that even death was impossible. Luckily he surrendered early, if not. Ning Hai also suspected that Yushan's suicide was a ruse to gain the confidence of others. After all, the Black Hell King wasn't easy to deal with. Even if Yushan was real, it didn't mean that he couldn't change. Maybe the Black Hell King had already subdued Yushan with some kind of secret technique. Suicide was definitely not faked. Seeing that Yushan's skull was cracked after the huge force, Ninghai realized that Yu Clan's third young master didn't stop Yushan from committing suicide, but strengthened Yushan's skull's defense. If Yushan didn't have enough power to commit suicide, that punch would have landed on empty air, waiting for others to save him, or if it landed on his head, Ninghai believed that Yu Clan's third young master would have immediately pulled out his weapon and killed him. Ninghai felt a chill in his heart when he thought of this. It seemed that it wasn't easy to gain Yu Clan's third young master's absolute trust. Not to mention Yushan, even the way Yu Clan's third young master looked at Lu Yi and Yu was slightly different. This Yu Clan's third young master was undoubtedly a natural-born skeptic. Trying to lie to him? It wouldn't be that easy. Yushan's suicide undoubtedly proved one point, that he had not been assimilated by the Black Hell King, and was still a Yu Clan's man. Leave one person in the cell, the rest of you, bring Yushan to the emergency room immediately, I want to treat him personally. Miaosu and Ninghai, look after Yu Clan's 2nd Mississippi. Oh right, bring the 2 battle dolls over immediately, I want to disassemble the exploding dragon crystals in their bodies. Hurry, Yushan has lost too much blood, I don't think he can hold on for long. Mr. Feng used the Black Hell Army's insignia to open a seal at a corner. After using dozens of secret methods to unseal the seal, the chains on Yushan's body were finally unlocked, as if they had a life of their own and were clamped down on an elite soldier. Mr. Feng didn't look at them for long, and rushed to the emergency room after opening the dungeon door. Yushan's suicide made him a little depressed. In the end, he still couldn't conquer the Yu Clan's men. These Yu Clan's descendants were all King Tough Bones, he couldn't use his life to threaten them. He had to find a better way. But he didn't have to think about that for now, the most important thing now was to save Yushan. When a few elite armored soldiers carried the unconscious Yushan and prepared to follow them, Yu Yang made his move. Without a sound. In Ning Hai's eyes, Yu Clan's third young master was like a poisonous snake lying in ambush in the dark, instantly opening its bloody mouth and using its sharp teeth to slaughter. His technique was elegant and light, like a swan dancing, or a crane flying in the sky. One by one, the elite soldiers were touched by his fingers on the back of their necks. The place of contact started to slowly freeze, and within a few seconds, the fully armored elite soldiers were like ice sculptures. Yu Yu was still alright, but Lu Yi was obviously not used to Yushan's shocking attack technique. She almost screamed, but luckily she managed to cover it in time. "Hurry up, are you all snails?" Mr. Feng, who had walked out of the dungeon door, did not notice anything, and even scolded the people behind him for being too slow. "I'm coming." Ning Hai hurriedly coordinated with Yu Yang and made a running motion. Lu Yi was extremely worried. If Mr. Feng turned around, she was afraid that she would be discovered immediately. And when Yu Yu wanted to summon her grimoire to save Yushan, she was stopped by Yu Yang. Because once she summoned her grimoire, she would definitely not be able to hide from Mr. Feng's senses. This fellow's senses were too sharp. Yu Yang flashed and appeared in front of the next crystal prison. His hands formed a seal, and his movements were constantly changing. Ning Hai almost fainted when he saw this. Damn, this Yu Clan's third young master only looked at it once, and he actually unsealed more than a dozen secret seals in the crystal prison. Was this fellow still human? The crystal prison silently cracked open. Yu Yang took a look, and kicked an elite soldier who was an ice sculpture into it. He then flashed to the place where Mr. Feng unsealed the seal, and used the same dozens of secret techniques to release the prisoner. He let the chain lock the elite soldier who was like an ice sculpture. All of this only took a few seconds. The old man who was released was wearing a tattered long robe. Yu Yang and Yu Yu did not recognize him, but Lu Yi recognized him as a famous hermit from Tianluo Kingdom. She hurriedly went forward to support him. Within half a minute, Yu Yang had already released 5 prisoners with different identities. But Ning Hai felt like a year. This was because Mr. Feng would discover that the people behind him did not catch up at any time, but they had not even saved half of the prisoners. Yu Yu was so anxious that she did not know what to do. She could only use her fastest speed to stop Yushan's bleeding. The problem was that the prisoners that were saved were all heavily injured, and all of them needed help. She could not summon her grimoire, so she really did not know what to do. Yu Yang's nerves were like steel wires, and he persisted in opening the last crystal prison. Actually, Ning Hai felt that it would be good if they could save 4 or 5 people. Even if they saved more than a dozen heavily injured people, they would not be able to bring them away. It would be better to save a few people. The most dangerous thing was that when they were saving the last prisoner, there was an accident. When the crystal prison was opened, a knife immediately slashed at Yu Yang's head. Not only were there prisoners inside, there was also a guard with lesser innate strength. Yu Yang ignored the sharp knife and kicked the guard away. Even though the guard hit the crystal prison wall with a loud sound, Yu Yang still calmly used a secret technique to unlock it. "What's wrong with you guys? Hurry up and come over here." Mr. Feng's voice came from afar. "Yushan is awake, he is struggling." "It's okay, we will be there soon." Ning Hai replied with a sad face. He knew that he was finished. Even if he escaped, he would be labeled as a traitor. He even suspected that Yu Yang was doing this on purpose, to make him follow the path of no return with all his heart. The few people who were rescued did not make too much noise. Even though it was hard to avoid the shock in their eyes, once they regained their freedom, they quickly moved to help Yu Yu and Lu Yi. They carried Yushan and his 2 companions who could not walk and followed behind Ning Hai. Yu Yang even stayed in there for more than 10 seconds before he finally came out unhurriedly. Ning Hai almost knelt down and called him little ancestor. This Yu Clan's third young master was really too daring. Working with him was like playing with a heartbeat. Even if he was not killed, he would still be scared to death. Along the way, all the elite guards that passed by would freeze him. Or even stun them. A few prisoners who moved the fastest even took off the armor of the elite guards. However, they were given 1 piece each. Some had helmets, some had breastplates. No matter how fast they could not change into the whole set in time. Just like this, the uneven group of prisoners followed Yu Yang. Even though not many of them knew this young man, they all treated him as their leader. Originally, there were 2 level 8 Emperor prisoners who wanted to help. However, after seeing Yu Yang's skills, they felt inferior. Even if they were sages or hermits who were hundreds of years old, they all obediently helped carry the prisoners. Hurry up and carry Yushan over here. I said over here, you guys wait here first. Damn it, I need to save the living first. As for the battle dolls, we can take out the dragon crystal later. A healer summoner. Damn it. Can't anyone understand what I'm saying? Mr. Feng was extremely busy because the 2 battle dolls had already been sent over. Furthermore, he had just opened their chests and did not have the time to take out the dragon crystal when a group of people came in and placed the heavily injured Yushan in front of Mr. Feng. Can I? I am a healing type summoner. Yu did not stand on ceremony. She quickly summoned her grimoire and used a water ball of healing to save her father. As expected of Yu Clan 2nd Mississippi. This kind of treatment is very effective. Oh my god, compared to you, our healers are like farmers in the countryside. Did I say something wrong? What's wrong with all of you? Mr. Feng praised her greatly. In the end, he realized that something was wrong. He looked up and realized that all the prisoners were standing in front of him. He was stunned and could not understand what was going on. Mr. Feng Jin, I sincerely invite you to my house as a guest. You must know, this is the first time I have invited a guest. Yu Yang kept the 2 battle dolls into his storage space and looked at Mr. Feng with a smile. He made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation, please. You look familiar? Mr. Feng's first reaction was that this young man with a smile that was asking for a beating was a little familiar. Many beauties said the same thing when they saw me. Yu Yang's reply was a heavy punch. Mr. Feng fell to the ground with a loud bang like a log. The surrounding workers were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold. In fact, ever since Yu Yang brought his team in, they had been maintaining this posture. Yu Yang revealed a harmless smile to them, everyone, I want to know where the secret room to create an 8 is. Who can tell me? It would have been better if he hadn't smiled. When Yu Yang's bright smile appeared, all the staff in the emergency room couldn't help but shiver. Those who were timid fell to the ground, and some even peed their pants in fear. Half an hour later, Zhan Hu, who had just caused a ruckus in the Dixia Palace, returned to his base in satisfaction. The Dixia Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian was not bad, but his target was actually the Yu Clan's 3rd young master. Unfortunately, the Yu Clan's 3rd young master did not appear, which made him feel a little regretful. However, when he saw the devastated base with smoke curling up in spirals and the guards kneeling on the ground, as well as the female slaves who were crying and rushing towards him to complain that they were molested by the Yu Clan's 3rd young master, he immediately became so angry that he spat out a mouthful of black blood and almost fainted on the ground. Zhan, who had never suffered such a loss in his life. Never. Damn. Yu Clan's 3rd young master, I'm not done with you. Zhan, whose roar resounded through the sky, even the terrifying cold wind trembled. However, Yu Yang had already returned to the Yu Clan castle. He sat on the chair arrogantly. Jun Wuyu did not look like an emperor at all. He held the teapot and insisted on pouring tea for Yu Yang, looking as if he had something to do. The reason was very simple. It was because Yu Yang had saved Jun Wuyu's father-like teacher, Elder Huangshi. Elder Yu Hai looked at the unconscious Yu Shan in front of him with tears streaming down his face. A son is gone, a son is returned. This was the best reward from the heavens to the Yu Clan. 3rd brother Yu Qiu and 4th brother Yu Ling would never be able to return. However, this clan had not fallen yet. The eldest brother Yu Shan, who was once despised by the entire Soaring Dragon continent, had returned. He used his faith and blood to wash away everything. Black Hell King's underling, War, who led his underlings and arrogantly wreaked havoc in the Dixia Palace. Originally, this blow had left Jun Wuyu in a terrible state. War, who was only one of the east, south, west, north and central subordinates of the Black Hell King, but he was already so powerful that even the 2 heavenly imperial guardians could not take him down. If 5 of them came, he really did not know how to deal with them. Moreover, War, whose arrogant provocation proved that the Black Hell King had already established a foothold in the soaring dragon continent and had a certain level of power. Even if he could not swallow the entire soaring dragon continent now, he was not far from it. This blow caused the morale of the Xianxia kingdom to stagnate. Especially the various city masters, they all had faint thoughts of disloyalty. However, just when Jun Wuyu was having a headache, Yu Clan's third young master returned with an unimaginable victory. Forget about the dozens of sect masters, how did you kill those fake innates? Jun Wuyu never thought that Yu Yang would kill his way into the enemy's secret base, destroy all the pseudo-innates that were successfully created and the experimental bodies that were still being cultivated, and even save Elder Huangshi, Hermit Blackleaf, Yu Shan and the others. He was so surprised that he could not believe it. Yu Yang's actions were undoubtedly a huge slap to the Black Hell King and War, whose faces. This slap to the face was really too powerful. Elder Yu Hai, Eastern Sky King, Feng Kuang and the 4 great clans' clan masters were all in disbelief when they heard this. They immediately asked, really? Is this true? Even though Yu Yang had explained it again and again, and even though Yu Shan and the other prisoners were right in front of them, everyone still felt that it was inconceivable and unimaginable. If this was not done by Yu Yang, everyone would definitely not believe it. Luckily, there was a Yu clan's third young master who could do anything in this world. The live fake innates were a little troublesome. I only killed 5 of them and 2 escaped. However, the live ones that were still being tested were much easier. Yu Yang pointed at Lu Yi, who was standing beside him with her head lowered like a little wife. With her help, all the experimental bodies quickly went crazy. I didn't even need to do much, and the base became a bloody slaughterhouse. No, it's not me. Lu Yi didn't dare to raise her head in front of Jun Wuyu, the state grandmaster and the Eastern Sky King. She was just a student, even if she saw the academy's teachers, she still had to bow and greet them. When she heard what Yu Yang said, her face immediately turned red, and she was so flustered that she didn't know where to put her hands. What is your talent? The Tian Luo Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian, the scholar saint, was sincerely happy that his kingdom had produced such a talented junior. War God, my innate skill is cleansing. I only followed third young master's instructions. I don't know anything else. Lu Yi was even more excited when she heard the heavenly imperial guardians asking her personally. Good little girl, you are much stronger than us old fellows. That's right, just listen to him. Haha. The Eastern Sky King was so happy that he slapped his thigh. Previously, he was beaten up by War Tiger's subordinates. Now that he heard that a little girl from his kingdom had destroyed Red Tiger's base, his heart felt so good, as if he was drinking ice water on a hot summer day. His whole body felt comfortable. If Lu Yi wasn't a girl, he would definitely take her as his disciple. The Eastern Sky King knew that if Lu Yi didn't have a future, Yu Yang wouldn't have brought her back in such a grand manner. In other words, this brat wanted to snatch people away and had taken a fancy to Lu Yi's potential. Although the Eastern Sky King looked rough, his mind was very meticulous. If it wasn't for the fact that he hated being an emperor, he would have long been the Tian Luo Kingdom's king. Jun Wuyu asked about the process again. Yu Yang usually skipped over these, but the old fellows weren't satisfied enough. They ordered Yu Yang to sit properly, and Lu Yi slowly reported in detail. Lu Yi was a little afraid of Yu Yang at first, and peeked at him from time to time. She was afraid that Yu Yang would be angry. But when she saw that he was only a child in front of the elders, she immediately felt a lot more at ease. She gradually relaxed from her initial nervousness, and then gradually became calm and at ease. Using an especially sweet and friendly voice, she vividly recounted what had happened. Especially when she talked about how Yu Shan would rather die than submit and how he knelt while weeping blood. Even Elder Yu Hai, who was used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, secretly shed tears. When she talked about how Yu Yang used a secret method to secretly save people after Feng Jin left, everyone held their breath. Only Lu Yi's description could be heard in the whole room. It was as if anyone made a sound, Feng Jin would be alerted. When everyone heard Lu Yi talk about how Yu Yang used the perforate deer and teleportation method to destroy one laboratory after another, and even set fire to the place in the end, doing countless bad things, Jun Wuyu and the others were so happy that they clapped their hands and cheered. I didn't expect the cleansing, inherent skill to be able to kill fake innates so perfectly. This time, the Black Hell King will definitely be heartbroken. The ascetic practice saint was gratified. With a 1% success rate, the few fake innates that we painstakingly created were destroyed just like that. Moreover, the destruction of the secret base will definitely cause great damage to the Black Hell Army. From this, it seems that the Black Hell Army's attack will be greatly delayed, and we will have more time to prepare. The Heavenly Imperial Guardian of Tianluo Kingdom, the scholar hated the secret base to the core. This was because most of the prisoners that the Black Hell King caught were either hermits or famous people in Tianluo Kingdom. As for the rapid production of fake innates, it was even more inhumane and made him very angry. I suspect that there is a similar base, but there are no clues. Yu Yang expressed that everyone should not be too optimistic. The Black Hell King is not a fool, he definitely won't just rely on Zijing Kingdom. However, with this great victory, it will be enough for the Demonic Palace and Demon Abyss Demon Kings to build confidence in us. The State Grandmaster laughed. The hostages have been rescued, the rope that the Black Hell Army wanted to use to strangle our necks is gone, let's see what else they can do. Furthermore, Yanger's move is also a warning to the others. Those city masters who have ulterior motives, or those who want to surrender to us, would definitely have some misgivings after hearing this news. Because of Yu Shan's return, Elder Yu Hai's morale instantly exploded. If the death of his third son, Yu Qiu, was his greatest pain, then the betrayal of his eldest son, Yu Shan, was a hidden pain in his heart, a humiliation that could not be erased. Now, Yu Shan had committed suicide to show his sincerity, begging to protect his children while weeping blood. In the end, he would rather die than submit to his beliefs. This made Elder Yu Hai extremely touched. This son did not betray the clan, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. Although Yu Shan was heavily injured now, the fact that he was able to return was God's greatest blessing to the Yu clan. Of course, Elder Yu Hai also understood this point. That was, all the success was because of his obedient grandson, Yu Yang. If it wasn't for him, Yu Shan would not have been able to return to the Yu clan like this. Even if they were rescued, Yu Shan would not be able to wash away the suspicions on him and the stain of his past if he did not go through the process of weeping blood, kneeling and committing suicide. Go and do your own things, leave the matters of the war to us. Oh right, Little Fallen Flowers seems to have returned, don't you want to see her? Eastern Sky King could be said to be the most proud person today, because his son-in-law had teamed up with the younger generation of his nation to destroy the Black Hell King's secret base, and even rescued the hermit of his nation, and even Jun Wuyu's teacher. How could he not be proud? Alright, I'll go now. Yu Yang missed City Master Fallen Flowers. It had been a long time since he hugged and kissed this beautiful city master. He did not know how she was doing now. His heart was burning with desire, he jumped up and immediately slipped out of the door. I'll take my leave. Seeing that Yu Yang had left, Lu Yi hurriedly followed. The house was filled with the powerful people of the Soaring Dragon continent, she really could not stay here any longer. I knew that you would not disappoint me, your boss. Ahaha, it's a pity that I didn't go. If there's a chance next time, you must bring me along. How can such a good thing happen without me, your boss? Fatty Hai and a large group of people were waiting in the courtyard. In the middle of them stood Ning Hai, who had been beaten black and blue. When Ning Hai was thrown into the courtyard by Yu Yang had originally instructed Fatty Hai and the others to take a look first. In the end, Fatty Hai and the others had mistakenly thought that Ning Hai was a super criminal like Feng Jin. All of them were filled with righteous indignation and rushed forward, punching and kicking Ning Hai until he screamed miserably. By the time Ning Hai explained that he was a rebel army, he had already been beaten so badly that he did not even look human. Yu Hai kicked away Fatty Hai, who had rushed forward to flatter him. He pointed at Lu Yi and introduced her to everyone. This beauty is called Lu Yi, she is Yu Yu's classmate. You all have to take care of her, she will be a newcomer to the team. Fatty Hai patted his chest, his fat jiggling as he guaranteed, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Sister Lu Yi. I am Hai Defu, an extroverted, sincere, knowledgeable and good-tempered person. I am the best choice to make friends. Furthermore, I am Yu Yang's boss. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly, I am the boss. For someone like me, if I am not the boss, who else would I be? Sister Lu Yi, if you join our team in the future, this boss will take care of you. Wah 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 wah, who kicked me? Under Lu Yi's sweaty gaze, Fatty Hai was kicked into the air. His chubby figure drew a parabola in the air. He screamed loudly as he fell out of the wall. Yi Kong said very seriously, just ignore him, he is our disgrace. He was born into this world completely because of God's mistake. Before Lu Yi could reply, she suddenly realized that Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang were also in front of her. She was extremely surprised. Your Highness, why are you here? I have been standing here for a long time. Don't tell me that you only saw me now. Although I am not jealous that you only have Yu Yang in your eyes, you should at least look at us. We are not like Fatty Hai who is invisible in the background. Prince of Tianluo wiped his sweat. He rarely encountered this kind of situation. Normally, when girls saw him, they would scream or faint from suffocation. Girls like Lu Yi who ignored handsome guys were really rare in this world. I'm sorry, I really didn't see you just now. I was too nervous. Lu Yi apologized respectfully. Are we really invisible people? The ox-head Fan Luan Tai looked very depressed. Forget about humans, how could she ignore a 3-meter-tall ox-head? Moreover, there were golden elves who were even more eye-catching than ox-heads. Was there something wrong with Lu Yi's eyes? Even the ox-head Fan Luan Tai was suspicious. Pity this beautiful girl, I was ignored for the first time. Bao Er imitated Yu Yang's way of expressing himself. She touched her 2 index fingers together, looking extremely cute. Ah, ox-head and golden elves. Oh my god, there are actually golden elves who came to the Soaring Dragon continent. Were you all invited by Yu Yang? Lu Yi's information was delayed by many days compared to everyone in the Soaring Dragon continent. She actually didn't know about the golden elves. This scream made Anna dizzy. Could it be that there was really someone in the Soaring Dragon continent who didn't know about the golden elves' visit? Ha ha ha. Linen's expression was like I knew it would be like this. We are all background, all kinds of background. Only Xue Tanlang's unchanging cool face remained the same. When Lu Yi was talking to Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Prince of Tianluo, Yu Yang had already teleported to the Imperial Palace of Tianluo and entered the Night Empress Mirage. Led by the head maid to the Imperial Garden, Yu Yang saw from afar that Yu Yu was hugging Yu Shuang and talking to Fourth Mother softly. Yu Yu was talking about how Yu Yang destroyed the secret base and rescued her father. Fourth Mother nodded from time to time. Beside them, there was a beauty dressed in luxurious clothes. It was City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Because she was lovesick, the beauty became thinner, making people's hearts ache. According to City Mistress Fallen Flowers' thoughts, she wanted to see Yu Yang immediately. She longed for her lover's embrace, but she was afraid that the elders would laugh at her. Moreover, she knew that Yu Yang was reporting to Jun Wuyu and the other elders. It was not easy for her to suppress the thought of going to the Yu clan castle. Although she was sitting next to Fourth Mother and listening to Yu Yang's awe-inspiring stories, she still looked a little restless. She kept looking at the palace gate and the corridor from time to time, hoping that her sweetheart would come over quickly and reunite with her. After looking forward to it for a long time, Fallen Beauty looked up and saw Yu Yang coming out from the corner of the corridor. She was so happy that she immediately jumped up. Bitter lovesickness disappeared like smoke. Happiness overflowed in her heart. She did not care about being reserved anymore. She did not care about the elders beside her. She could not wait and flew towards him. She cheered and threw herself at her lover. She could not wait for even a moment. The passionate kiss lingered for a long time, unwilling to part. The little girl in the distance watched for a while, then clapped her hands and laughed. Haha, brother and sister Fallen Flowers are kissing. Fourth Mother hurriedly pulled her away. Little girl, what are you shouting for? What do you know about adult matters? Let's go, Mummy will cook some soup dumplings for you. If it was a normal day, Yu Shuang would definitely cheer. She couldn't stand the temptation of food the most. However, the current Yu Shuang broke free from her mother's hand and flew over, shouting, Brother, I want a kiss too. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was quite embarrassed, her jade face blushing. Even Yu Yu turned her face away, not daring to look. She didn't know how to clean up this mess. Yu Yang was thick-skinned. He didn't care about the little girl's childish words at all. He bent down to pick up Yu Shuang and gave her a loud kiss on her apple-like cheeks, fulfilling her wish to kiss. "Brother, I want to be like sister, kiss." The little girl pouted, indicating that it wasn't enough and wanted to kiss again. "It's all your fault." City Mistress Fallen Flowers was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. She hid behind Yu Yang and pinched his waist with her jade fingers, using this to get rid of the embarrassment in her heart. If no one said it, she wouldn't care about her kiss with Yu Yang. However, the little girl had said it out loud. Not only Fourth Mother and Yu, even the surrounding maids who were secretly laughing knew about it. This made her unable to put down her embarrassment. Yu Yang laughed loudly and kissed the little girl's pouted lips. "Shuang is the most obedient. Brother will reward you with a very, very big snow powder fruit." A snow powder fruit appeared from his storage ring, immediately attracting the little girl's attention. The little girl couldn't wait to take it and hugged her brother. She kissed Yu Yang's face with her mouth full of saliva. She then jumped down and ran to show off to her mother. "Mummy, look, this snow powder fruit is a reward from brother. Snow powder fruit is very sweet. If you don't believe me, you can take a bite." Looking at her childish appearance, everyone couldn't help but laugh. When Yu Yang reached out his hand to Castellan Fallen Flowers, she first gave him a cute supercilious look, then stuffed her little hand into his palm and happily let him hold it. Fourth Mother secretly nodded her head. Xiaosan and Fallen Flowers were really a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. She then looked at Yu, who had her head lowered. She seemed to have something to say, but in the end, she held back. She bent over and gently picked up the little lass. She said to Yu, "I specially cooked a lot of glutinous rice balls today. Come and eat." "Sure, I'm the same as Shuang. I love Tangyuan the most." Yu seemed to be afraid that others would see through her thoughts. She hurriedly took the little lass from Fourth Mother's embrace and teased her sister while following Fourth Mother. Before they left, she secretly looked back at Yu Yang and Fallen Flowers. When the two of them looked at her, she hurriedly said, "You guys just met, take your time and chat. I'll leave some glutinous rice balls for you guys. If brother doesn't hurry up, I won't leave any for brother. I'll eat them all." The little lass teased him and made a funny face. "Isn't it cute? Why don't we have one too?" Yu Yang whispered to Castellan Fallen Flowers. "You." Castellan Fallen Flowers' face turned red. She hurriedly looked left and right. Only when she realized that no one had heard did she reluctantly relax. She raised her soft little hand and pretended to hit her lover. "Big pervert, you're saying this in broad daylight. Alright, then we'll talk about it in detail tonight." Yu Yang's dictionary didn't have the word thick-skinned. Castellan Fallen Flowers' face instantly turned red, as if there were countless steam rising. She lowered her head, like a little wife, and followed beside Yu Yang, counting the grass under her feet. At this moment, her heart was beating like a deer. After their previous pleasure, she naturally understood the meaning behind her lover's words. She also knew what he was hinting at. Even her body was yearning for her lover's possession. Actually, she had wanted him for a long time, but she couldn't do it now. She had to wait until they returned to the grimoire world. That would be her own love nest. Castellan Fallen Flowers half nestled against Yu Yang, letting him hold her little hand. She was different from her usual forthright self as she followed him gently like water. Her intoxicated eyes looked up from time to time, peeking at him. She couldn't get enough no matter how much she looked. Sickly Beauty also came out after hearing the news. Of course, she was also giving Fallen Flowers a chance to be alone with Yu Yang. If they waited for Princess Sisai, Shui Wuxia, Inan and Yu Bing to return, it would be difficult for them to be alone. Sickly Beauty completely understood this point, so she also came out. On the surface, it looked like she was teaching Yu Xuan that she couldn't stop her homework, but in reality, it was to give City Mistress Fallen Flowers the best time to be alone. Unable to wait until nightfall, she waited for Yu Yang to extricate himself from Yu Xuan's entanglement and came over to carry City Mistress Fallen Flowers. City Mistress Fallen Flowers pretended to struggle a little, but in the end, she followed him back to the grimoire world. In the world of the two of them, she kissed him for a long time. Over and over again, they kissed passionately, as if they wanted to release all their lovesickness through their lips. At the moment of passion, she hugged her lover tightly, as if she wanted to merge herself into his body. Unknowingly, City Mistress Fallen Flowers turned into a flawless white jade beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, pink like snow, and her whole body was blushing. When Yu Yang kissed her, she whispered in her lover's ear, "Scoundrel, I miss you so much." The room was filled with passion. The lovesickness of the lovers lingered endlessly. Bloody Queen Red, who was hiding and watching from afar, blushed as she watched. Her heart was beating like a drum, and her watery eyes revealed a light of understanding. Every time she watched, she would nod her head, as if she was learning and memorizing something. On the other side, Barbarian Cow Shadow Man, who was also watching quietly, had a puzzled look on her face. Her eyes revealed a puzzled look, as if she understood something. She couldn't even compare to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who was sleeping soundly in the flower bed. If the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen wasn't sleeping soundly, she would be the guardian beast that liked to peek at Yu Yang's lovemaking with others the most. As for the Spirit of Earth Fire, she had no interest in this at all. She couldn't understand Yu Yang's actions at all. On the path of evolving into a human, she was still very far away from becoming a holy beast. Sometimes, levels and strength didn't mean everything. On the second day, Luohua City Mistress, who had gone through the pain of lovesickness, was obviously extremely beautiful. Her face was glowing, and her entire person was radiant. Even Yu Shuang, a little girl who didn't know anything, cried out loudly, "Sister is so beautiful." Compared to her, Yu seemed a little more haggard, as if she hadn't slept well at night and hadn't gotten enough sleep. Princess Sisai said that she would be back later. Bing Er is also learning from Grandma Wu Ting. "Saner, what are your plans?" Fourth Mother reminded Yu Yang, "Tong Tian Tower 5th floor, you should take the time to look for Yu Yang's relics." "Alright then." Yu Yang originally wanted to use these few days to study the 3 battle dolls that the ghost genius Yu Gong had repaired, but Yu Chou's relics were also very important. "You guys go ahead, you don't have to accompany me. I will be fine with Shuang'er by my side these few days. Wu Hen, Fallen Flowers, and Yu Er, you guys go with Saner." When Fourth Mother said that, Yu was stunned. She looked at Fourth Mother in disbelief and asked again, "I'm going too?" What she meant was that Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were both Yu Yang's wives, they would definitely be in love with each other along the way. Would it be appropriate for her to go with them? Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't really understand either. Could it be that Fourth Mother had other intentions by saying that? "I don't care about you juniors' matters, you guys go ahead and do your own things." Fourth Mother looked at Yu and didn't say anything. She carried the little girl and left. She didn't say anything. But her attitude was very clear. She hoped that Yu would also go with them to look for the relics that Yu Chou had left for his son. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, and Yu were all intelligent people, but they couldn't understand Fourth Mother's intentions at this moment. They looked at each other. They didn't understand, but they didn't say it out loud. They turned to look at Yu Yang. At this time, Yu Yang was also confused. Of course, he was good at pretending and laughed, "Maybe there's a treasure, let's each take one." Yu's hands were twisted under the table, showing an intense psychological struggle. She bit her lips, "I'm not feeling well, I'm not going." City Mistress Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at each other and tried to persuade her to go together at the same time. Yu's eyes were slightly red, but she still shook her head. She forced a smile and waved her hands, "Don't worry, I'm just a little insomnia because the Black Hell Army is about to attack Xia. I'm thinking too much and can't sleep well. I'll be fine after 2 days of rest." She stood up and quickly returned to her room. City Mistress Fallen Flowers lightly punched Yu Yang. "No, quickly think of a way, if Xianxia finds out, she'll definitely think that we're bullying her." Yu Yang sweated profusely, "This has nothing to do with Xianxia and Tigress, alright? Don't think too much. Go and take a look, she's not feeling well, you have to take a look at her." Sickly Beauty suggested to Yu Yang. Yu Yang sweated profusely. How was Yu not feeling well? He dared to guarantee that her abnormality had nothing to do with her body. However, there was a hidden meaning in the Sickly Beauty's words. She didn't mean to treat Yu. She mainly wanted Yu Yang to comfort Yu, or at least enlighten her a little. She didn't want Yu to feel suffocated, so that she would feel better. The problem was, Yu Yang felt that the more he enlightened Yu, the more uncomfortable she would feel. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty returned to the grimoire world and continued to work on the construction of their love nest. Yu Yang hesitated for a while, and finally walked to Yu's room. He knocked lightly. After a long time, Yu seemed to know that it was Yu Yang outside. "Xiao-san, I'm going to sleep, it's fine, you can go back." Yu Yang pushed the door open and entered. Yu, who had just climbed out of bed, was shocked and embarrassed. "Why did you come in?" "I said I was already asleep. You're not a child, why are you always acting like this?" "I'm really fine, I'm just a little tired, I'll be fine after some rest. Go back and spend more time with Fallen Flowers." As she spoke, she got up and was about to push Yu Yang out. "You've lost weight." Yu Yang looked at her carefully and found that Yu had really lost a lot of weight, and it wasn't because of yesterday that she was haggard. She should have been like this for a long time. "What you're rude, you should call me sister." Yu pretended to be angry. When Yu Yang sat down, she rolled her eyes at him and went back to her bed. She didn't speak for a long time, no one knew what she was thinking. Yu Yang stood up, and Yu looked over slowly. "Are you leaving?" Then close the door for me." Seeing that Yu Yang wasn't leaving, she walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. She panicked and immediately sat up. "Don't sit here." "Hey, you, then sit down and don't move." "I'm really fine, Xiao-san, I just don't want to go." "I can't help even if I go, I'll just be a burden. Besides, you haven't seen Fallen Flowers for so long, you should spend more time with her." Gently, he helped Yu's fragrant body lie down and tucked her in. Yu Yang reached out and gently combed the slightly messy hair on her forehead. "Have a good rest, don't think too much, things aren't that bad." Yu avoided Yu Yang's gaze, and her cheeks blushed. She seemed to be very amused to his actions, and she argued, "No, I'm not thinking too much, you should go, I really want to rest." After Yu Yang left, she gently closed the door. Listening to his footsteps gradually disappear, Yu covered her heart and faintly sighed. Suddenly, she reached out and patted her forehead. Don't think anymore." Yu Yang didn't head to the 5th floor of Tongtian Tower immediately. Because he didn't know the exact location, Yu Yang decided to head to the 6th floor first and return to the Thunder Fortress to take a look. If the Black Hell Army didn't find out that the Titan was the Yu clan's third young master, then the Thunder Fortress's assets shouldn't be a problem. Or perhaps, the Black Hell King wouldn't touch the Titan's assets before he had complete control over the Soaring Dragon continent. This was because the minerals were fixed. No matter who seized it, they would have to send people to guard it. There was no way to move it away, and it would always be a target for the enemy. Moreover, the Black Hell Army had countless minerals in Tongtian Tower. If they angered the Titan brothers, it would be very easy for them to take revenge. The Black Hell King wasn't a fool. He wanted to conquer the Soaring Dragon continent, not the 2 mines in a small thunder fortress in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Conquering the Soaring Dragon continent was the beginning of conquering the entire Tongtian Tower. To the Soaring Dragon continent, the minerals weren't even worth mentioning. "Wow, Master is back." "I missed Master, please allow me to undress you." The half-elf girl with a childish face and big breasts was the happiest when she saw Yu Yang. Beside her, there was another guy who was extremely happy. He was the Fat Toad merchant, Jiada. The Fat Toad's current title wasn't just as simple as the Tita Chamber of Commerce's general president, he was also the second butler. According to him, his position was even higher than Yanjing the butler, and he was the number 1 among all the subordinates. Of course, Xia and the half-elf girl didn't count. While Yu Yang was listening to Yanjing the butler's report, the half-elf girl gently took off Yu Yang's coat and brought some water. She helped Yu Yang, who was looking at the accounts, to sit down and personally washed his feet. Jiada the Fat Toad wanted to help him personally. Fortunately, he knew that he couldn't steal this kind of work. Otherwise, even if the half-elf girl didn't hate him, Yu Yang would kick him to death. Yu Yang looked at the accounts. With Yanjing the butler handling the accounts, he didn't have to worry at all. "Jiada, did anything happen recently?" Yu Yang knew the art of using people. Towards useless but motivated people, he had to praise them sometimes. Otherwise, their morale would drop easily. Moreover, Fat Toad was still of some use. Nothing happened. After Master left, everything went smoothly for us. The half-elf girl happily washed Yu Yang's feet. She was so happy that she didn't notice that Yu Yang wasn't talking to her. How can you say that nothing happened? There was something, and it was something very important. Yes, very important. The Fat Toad felt that Yu Yang's answer wasn't very convincing. He told Yu Yang about the recent happenings in the Thunder Fortress and finally said, another 2 top-grade beads have appeared in the 5th pit. This month, we obtained the best results in the entire Thunder Fortress. Even Lord Mountain Elf and Blood River are envious of us. King Chong and I even prepared a banquet to welcome you personally. How can you say that such a big event didn't happen? I'm not free for King Chong's banquet at the moment. Please reject it for me. Yu Yang didn't have the time to attend the banquet. Fat Toad, Jiade and the others looked at Yu Yang as if they were looking at a monster. King Chong and I personally prepared a banquet to welcome him and you wanted to reject it? Did they hear it wrongly? I'm really busy. I think King Chong and I will understand. Yu Yang waved his hand indifferently. He paused for a while and decided to divulge some information. Recently, I've become enemies with someone. I might need to fight with them. Let's talk about it after the fight. If someone comes looking for trouble, you can work with them temporarily. We'll talk about it after I'm back. Saving your life is the most important thing. No, I will definitely not follow a second master. If master is defeated, I will kill myself to preserve my chastity. The half-elf girl hugged Yu Yang's leg as tears flowed down her cheeks like a pear blossom in the rain. I won't lose, but I have to use a strategy. Before we defeat the enemy might come here to destroy us. So you have to be mentally prepared. As for you, I will bring you away from here temporarily after the battle starts. Yu Yang caressed the half-elf girl's head and used his fingers to gently wipe away the tears on her face. He reckoned that the Black Hell King wouldn't be distracted and come to the Thunder Fortress to create trouble. Destroying this place wouldn't affect Yu Yang much. Moreover, as the king of the Thunder Fortress, Chong and I wouldn't allow anyone to kill their way here. What? We will never surrender to the enemy. We would rather die in battle than surrender. Fat Toad knew that once he surrendered, he would no longer be the high and mighty Master Toad. He would become the most pitiful street rat. He would have to fight to the death to protect his position as the second butler. May I ask who your enemy is? Butler Yanjing was more rational. Enemy? There are many. Among the short-term enemies, there are the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, the Black Prince and maybe the Thousand Goblins sect leader. But the biggest enemy should be the Black Hell King. When Yu Yang said this, Fat Toad Jiade immediately fell to the ground. His body twitched as he foamed at the mouth. Butler Yanjing also broke out in cold sweat. Because what Yu Yang said was that none of them were weak. On the contrary, they were all super innate rankers who could make the whole Tong Tian Tower tremble with a stomp of their feet. Not to mention the Titan brothers who had just ascended to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Even the owner of the Thunder Fortress, King Chong and I, couldn't afford to offend any of these strong enemies. Outside the door, Mr. Chen who had just walked in was also stunned when he heard this. In the end, he laughed out loud and gave a thumbs up to Yu Yang. Good, good, you are indeed the most outstanding young man in Tong Tian Tower. You have guts. In Tong Tian Tower, although there were many arrogant innates, not many of them dared to go against them, let alone at the same time. Little Titan, I am very curious. How did you offend them at the same time? Yu Yang's voice was as calm as gentle water flowing over a rock. Shun Tian and the Black Prince have been enemies for a long time and had fought a few times. The Thousand Goblins sect leader also had a small grudge against him. As for the Black Hell King, he wanted to take over our Soaring Dragon continent. As a member of the Soaring Dragon continent, of course I would fight to the end. Mr. Chen was stunned again. You have fought a few times with Shun Tian and the Black Prince? Master, were they the ones who broke your mask? When the half-elf girl asked, everyone realized that the gold-ranked Gemini mask was actually broken by someone. How much power was needed to do that? No, it was done by someone more powerful than Shun Tian and the Black Prince. When Yu Yang said this, the Fat Toad Jiade who had just recovered a little felt his calf cramp again. Shun Tian and the Black Prince could already sweep the entire 6th and 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Even in the 8th and 9th floor, they were the top rankers. If they were stronger than Shun Tian and the Black Prince, could it be that little Titan was fighting against Jizun? However, Jizun was also from the Soaring Dragon continent. It was impossible for her to fight against Little Titan. Who was it? Not to mention the Fat Toad and Yanjing the butler, even Mr. Chen couldn't think of the person who broke Little Titan's gold-ranked mask. Yu Yang didn't explain and made a deal with Mr. Chen. He kept the Thunder Beast and Thunder Armor into his storage ring. His attitude was very relaxed, one couldn't tell that he was nervous about the upcoming battle. Mr. Chen also looked at Yu Yang in surprise. He couldn't understand how a young man who had just entered the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower could be so strong. Shun Tian, the Black Prince, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Hell King couldn't defeat him, then what kind of power did he have? Yu Yang caressed the half-elf girl's soft hair and comforted her. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about me. You just have to wait for me to come back. Yes, I believe in Master. The half-elf girl trusted Yu Yang the most. She trusted Yu Yang without reservation. If Shun Tian, the Black Prince or the Black Hell King's subordinates come here to invade the mine, what should we do? Yanjing the butler asked. First, work with them temporarily. Second, if you are not willing and become their subordinates, you can tell them that if they don't want me to destroy Ziwei Palace and take revenge 100 times over, they can take action. If anyone asks, you can tell them that I, Little Titan, am Jizun's disciple, the younger brother of the Night Empress. I am also one of the 10 great sky demons of the demonic palace. If they dare to challenge me, let them think about it first. Actually, you don't have to worry. This is a battle between me, Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Black Hell King. It has nothing to do with you. Yu Yang shamelessly used all the connections he had. He even tried to pull the demonic palace into this mess to prevent Sky Execution from going back on his words. Cough cough cough, cough 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 cough. Fat Toad had just climbed up and was about to drink some water to calm himself down. In the end, he almost choked. Mr. Chen was also stunned. He never thought that Little Titan's identity would be so exaggerated. Jizun's disciple, the younger brother of the Night Empress and one of the 10 great sky demons. As expected, this young man had all the advantages in the world. No wonder he dared to challenge Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Black Hell King. Compared to Shun Tian and the others, the human Jizun, the Night Empress and the demonic palace were not inferior at all. In fact, they were even stronger. Fat Toad resisted coughing and started to dance the toad dance while twisting his fat butt. With such a powerful identity, why would he worry about 2 mine caves? Even if he gave them to Shun Tian's subordinates for free, they wouldn't dare to accept them. As for Shun Tian, he was the great emperor of Ziwei. With such a noble identity, would he come to the Thunder Fortress to occupy 2 mine caves? If he really did that, he would probably become the biggest joke in the history of Tong Tian Tower. Butler Yanjing was silent for a while, as if he was digesting the shock in his heart. Suddenly, he asked, Sky Dragon of the 10 great sky demons, is he dead? Yu Yang waved his hand and answered casually, I killed him. After that, I was blocked by the 6 great sky demons of the demonic palace. After a fight, I joined the demonic palace with the condition of marrying Sky Law in the future and became one of the new 10 great sky demons. That's about it. If King Chong'anai asks, just tell him directly. If he doesn't ask, then don't spread it out. After all, this isn't good for the demonic palace. I have to give Sky Execution some face. Actually, Yu Yang knew that Chong'anai would definitely ask. Once Chong'anai knew about this relationship, with his intelligence, he would definitely not tell Shun Tian and the others. On the contrary, he would take care of his subordinates secretly. After all, having a good relationship with him was the most promising. Chong'anai was definitely not a fool to become the king of the Thunder Fortress. After Mr. Chen heard it, his face showed that he had expected it. He also guessed that Sky Dragon had died that day. However, he never expected that Little Titan would be fine after killing Sky Dragon. Instead, he could join the demonic palace and become one of the 10 great sky demons. Is there anything I can help you with? We are friends, please feel free to ask. Mr. Chen asked. If there is a need in the future, I will, but not for now. Yu Yang waved his hand and thanked Mr. Chen for his good intentions. This action of Yu Yang made Fat Toad Jiada so excited that he was crying. Mr. Chen was an innate ranker, but he didn't need any help at all. It seemed like his master was indescribably strong. If it was possible, the fat toad would rather stand naked at the highest point of the Thunder Fortress and sing in the wind, praising his master. Only then would he be able to vent his boiling blood. Of course, this was just a thought. The highest point of the Thunder Fortress was King Chongni's lookout tower. Even his concubines were forbidden to enter that place. The half-elf girl also expressed her admiration towards her master. Master is really powerful. I will wait here and pray for Master every day. At the corner of the door, Xiayi, who was wearing a policewoman uniform, stretched her head out. It was hard to tell what expression she had on her face. She seemed to be reluctant and worried at the same time. It was very complicated. After Mr. Chen, Yanjing the butler and Fat Toad Jiada left, Yu Yang waved at her. Come here, tell me what you want to say. Everyone is depending on you, so nothing can happen to you. The valiant and heroic Xiayi first avoided Yu Yang's gaze and whispered like a kitten. However, as Yu Yang's gaze wandered around her body, her temper suddenly exploded. She instantly forgot that he was an innate and her master. She rushed up and grabbed Yu Yang's collar. Her eyes stared at him, nose to nose and lips so close to Yu Yang. She shouted at Yu Yang. Don't think that I like you just because I fought for you. You're wrong, I hate people like you the most. You like me? Yu Yang seemed to have heard an alien say hello. No, I just don't want you to misunderstand. Xiayi's face turned red. She tried her best to defend herself, but the more she tried, the more powerless she felt. That's good, I was really worried that you would like me. You don't know, an outstanding man like me is always troubled by this kind of thing. There are always so many boring women who fall in love with me, making me so passive. Yu Yang ignored Xiayi's volcanic anger and shrugged his shoulders elegantly, like a hedonistic young master who deserved a beating. You. Xiayi used all her strength to not punch this damn narcissist to the ground. Get a midwinter clang, get a midwinter clang. Yu Yang used his hands to caress the half-elf girl who was giggling in his arms. His actions were like caressing an obedient kitten, but his mouth was singing proudly. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I only want to ask you one thing, what did you do to my body? Why am I not normal these few days? Xiayi was so angry that she wanted to bite this guy to death. However, for the sake of the strange power in her body, she decided to ask him. Otherwise, her curiosity would explode sooner or later. She didn't realize it at first, but after a while, she realized that she had a huge power. What's wrong with your body? You're pregnant, did I do it? Yu Yang looked very innocent, but his eyes were filled with surprise. Meow. Xiayi was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She first grabbed Yu Yang's arm and bit it. Realizing that this guy had thick skin and wasn't afraid of being bitten, she waved her fists and hit Yu Yang's body randomly, using Mad Cat's 108 hits. As she hit and hit, she suddenly cried, "It's all your fault. Sob sob, these few days, I can't walk, sit, or lie down. My whole body is filled with unspeakable pain. Also, after I put on these damned clothes, I realized that I feel uncomfortable when I take them off. You purposely teased me. Ah. I don't want to be like this, hurry up and restore me to my original state. This really has nothing to do with me." It was too late for Yu Yang to pretend to be innocent. He hurriedly added, "Stop for a moment, don't cry, let me think of a solution first. Can it really be cured?" Xiayi stopped crying when she heard this, but her face was still full of tears. She looked like a weeping beauty, delicate and pitiful. She looked different from her usual valiant and heroic appearance of a female warrior, giving off a different feeling. "Let's enter the room first." Yu Yang acted as if he was the miracle doctor. "What?" Xiayi was very doubtful. "It's fine if we don't enter the room, we can just strip here." A certain evil guy from another world gradually revealed his true face. "You said that I have to strip while you are healing me?" Xiayi held back her tears and clenched her fists tightly, her cheeks puffing up. "That won't do. You can't just look, you have to touch. Before Yu Yang could finish his sentence, Xiaoyi had already grabbed his collar and threw him out, smashing him against the wall. Xiaoyi turned around and walked out step by step. She raised her fist and said, "I'd rather die than let a pervert like you take advantage of me. Stop dreaming. So fierce." The half-elf girl looked at Xiaoyi and shivered. She quickly turned around to look for Yu Yang. Master, are you okay?" "Ha ha ha." Yu Yang stood on the wall and laughed. "Sister Xiaoyi is not sick, it's a good thing that she can't control her power, right?" The half-elf girl was very smart and guessed the reason immediately. She guessed that Yu Yang did not want to cure Xiaoyi on purpose, otherwise he would not tease her on purpose and make her leave angrily. What a smart girl. "I have something to do and have to leave now, wait for me to come back." Yu Yang caressed the hair on the half-elf girl's forehead. Yes. The half-elf girl was definitely the most obedient one. She hugged Yu Yang's arm intimately and nodded cutely. She actually wanted to hug Yu Yang, but she did not have the courage to do so. After trading with Mr. Chen for the Thunder Beast Crystal and a large number of Thunder Armors, Yu Yang left the Thunder Fortress and decided to go to the 5th floor to look for Yu Qiu's relics. Before that, he went to the Warrior Guild to exchange for treasures. The 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower was calm and peaceful. For the upper echelons of Tong Tian Tower, a war breaking out in a certain continent was something that happened almost every day. Although the target of this incident was the Black Hell King and the Soaring Dragon continent, it wasn't too eye-catching. After all, the Demon Kings in the Demon Abyss had killed and pillaged everywhere they went to conquer other continents. Super innates like Shun Tian and the Black Prince had also conquered many continents with their auras. Hence, this incident didn't attract the attention of the higher-ups in the Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang walked around the mercenary guild and realized that the Black Prison Army only had a few bounties for warriors from the Soaring Dragon continent. Like a few pebbles thrown into the sea, there were no bubbles at all. This was not even comparable to the bounty placed on the Black Hell Army's fallen warriors by the mercenary guild. "Is the Spring of Eternity ready?" Yu Yang went to the Hall of Honor to receive the Sky Dragon's bounty. Because he had already fought with the 6 sky demons, they had also admitted the fact that the Sky Dragon had been killed. Yu Yang did not care about receiving another bounty. "Yes, please take a look." When the beautiful receptionist saw Sky Dragon's head, she trembled with excitement. This was the head of a level 6 innate ranker. "No need, thank you." Yu Yang took the golden box that contained the immortal spring. Without even looking at it, he immediately put it away. One must not show off one's wealth. If it were other treasures, he could still show off a little, but with this immortal spring, he must not be too arrogant, because it was something that everyone would fight over. Not to mention outsiders, even if it was Yu Yang, if he saw someone else with this treasure, he would immediately snatch it. Sky Dragon was a level 6 innate ranker. If his head was exchanged for gold, it could be piled up into a small hill. Even if it was exchanged for wisdom fruits, it could be exchanged for at least 100. However, if it was exchanged for the Spring of Eternity, Yu Yang had already sensed that there were only 5 drops. It was first sealed with a protective box that weighed a few hundred kilograms, and then sealed with a heaven rune secret circle. It was impervious to swords and spears, and impervious to fire and water. It was all because of a thumb-sized jade bottle. No, to be more accurate, it was because of the 5 drops of Spring of Eternity in the thumb-sized jade bottle. The difference between having and not having the Spring of Eternity was most obvious when compared to the Wishing Dutchman's pipe. A normal Wishing Dutchman's pipe was an existence of little value. It would be a pity if the wish was too low, but it would be useless if the wish was too high. It would be destroyed after it was used, and the chances of success were extremely low. With the Spring of Eternity, for example, the Wishing Dutchman's pipe in Yu Yang's hands would never wither. It could only be used once every 3 years. This treasure was simply better than any other divine equipment in the world. Yu Yang used all of his family's assets and used a small hill of gold to exchange with the evil Treant. Being able to obtain this treasure from Yu Yang made Yu Yang proud until now. This was actually an indirect reflection of the Spring of Eternity's effects. Without the Spring of Eternity, the Wishing Dutchman's pipe would never be able to become an existence that would never wither. It would always be of little value, forever making people hate and love and hate it at the same time. Of course, the growth of the Wishing Dutchman's pipe was also due to many factors, such as God's dew, God's water and God's wine. However, the main reason why it was so powerful was because of the spring of eternity. Descending to the 5th floor. Yu Yang actually rarely went to the 5th floor. Most of the time, he was just passing by. Now that he was in the 5th floor, he realized that there were actually many warriors moving around. Warriors from the demon abyss and other continents could be seen at any time, and they even faintly showed signs of hostility. Below the 6th floor, due to the intense competition, the factions of the continents were more distinct. However, once he went up to the 6th floor, he didn't care anymore. This was because when warriors from tens of continents or other continents mixed together, there was no proper faction to speak of. I need a map of the Oleander Valley. Yu Yang's wish was easily fulfilled, because the branch leader of the Warriors Guild had already recognized him. This was because Yu Yang was the first human in 1,000 years to bring the Golden Elves down to the 6th floor. That place is currently in chaos. Other than welcoming him personally, the branch leader also revealed a small piece of news. The Oleander Valley was indeed in chaos. More accurately, there was a massacre happening there. Originally, the Oleander Valley was conquered by the Demon Abyss. Because of the incident at the Demon Palace, the main culprit, Yu Yang, accidentally killed the general who had just retreated to the Demon Palace. In the end, the slaves of the Oleander Valley, under the leadership of the humans from the Aogia continent and the Gufeng continent, and with the help of the Golden King Beast, started a riot. They completely massacred the demons and monsters that were left behind and took over the Oleander Mountain City. When Yu Yang arrived at the Oleander Mountain City, he realized that although the teleportation circle had been reopened, both the guards and the mercenaries were extremely vigilant towards Yu Yang, a stranger who had come to visit. They even hated him. Maybe they suspected that Yu Yang was a spy, so there were black shadows flashing in the corners of the streets, following him from afar. Yu Yang came to a newly reopened mercenary guild and threw a few gold coins. The mercenary guild's receptionist's expression was very cold. "Keep your money, there's nothing you need here. Go." This was the first time Yu Yang saw the people from the mercenary guild being so biased towards a certain region. He was slightly surprised and looked around him, only to realize that everyone was glaring at him fiercely. Yu Yang immediately understood that these people suspected that he was a spy. These mercenaries were actually biased towards the rebel army in the Oleander Mountain City. At least they sympathized with the rebel army. He smiled and sat down. "Actually, I just wanted to ask a few questions." "Not much, just a few questions." "Get lost, this is not a place for you to come. Others might be afraid of you, but I don't care about a venomous spy like you. Isn't it just a gold-ranked treasure? Do you think you can scare people just by wearing it?" There was a tall mercenary with a boorish appearance and bulging muscles. His strength was not even a level 6 elder, he was only a level 5 grandmaster. However, he dared to challenge Yu Yang, who was a level 6 elder. "Shut up." On the contrary, there was a silver-armored mercenary leader sitting in the corner who shouted, "What does it have to do with you? Sit down." "Alright, let's see what this brat wants to do." That boorish mercenary was indignant, but he obeyed and sat down. His butt almost broke the chair he sat on. He stared coldly at Yu Yang, as if he wanted to eat him alive. "I want to ask about a person who appeared here more than 10 years ago." When Yu Yang said this, everyone's ears perked up. "What's his name?" The receptionist's attitude was cold as he casually asked. "His name is Yu Qiu. He is a human from the Soaring Dragon continent. His name might not be very famous, but he has a nickname that some people might have heard of. His nickname is Tiger Butcher. He is an expert in using swords and has a gold-ranked roaring tiger as his beast. His mount is a metal-type lesser dragon. It is said that he massacred thousands of demon soldiers and even killed 2 demon generals in this valley. It is also because the people here call him Tiger Butcher that he has such a nickname. As for his portrait, it is like this." Yu Yang took out a portrait of Yu Qiu. Yu Qiu's way of doing things was not like Yu Yang. He never disguised his appearance and was always a straightforward and heroic person. "I don't know him." The receptionist's eyes lit up when he saw Yu Qiu's portrait, but he immediately shook his head. Actually, when Yu Yang described Yu Qiu's portrait, his expression had already changed slightly. With Yu Yang's divine vision, he could obviously see this slight change. He could even see the mercenary leader's trembling hands when he heard it. Since the other party was not willing to say, Yu Yang did not force them. After all, Yu Qiu was the hero here. If they did not know the truth, they would not tell him about Yu Qiu's past. Yu Yang guessed that Yu Qiu had placed his inheritance somewhere in the Oleander Valley. Because this was the place where Yu Qiu became famous in Tongtian Tower, there might be some other reason. That was why Yu Qiu chose to leave the inheritance for his son here, in a cave. It was also possible that he left it at his friend's house. Everything was possible. What exactly was the inheritance? It was definitely useful, but Yu Yang could not think of what it was. Have you heard of Yu Qiu? Yu Yang turned his head and asked the mercenary leader sitting in the corner. No, even if we had, we would not tell you. The boorish mercenary really did not know about Yu Qiu. He shouted loudly, wanting to chase Yu Yang away. I have heard of this person before, but he has not come here for more than 10 years. The mercenary leader sitting in a corner pondered for a long time and finally answered. That is indeed the case, because he had already died on the battlefield 15 years ago. It is impossible for him to come here again. Yu Yang provoked the mercenary leader. What? The mercenary leader cried out in shock. No, that is impossible. That is the truth. Yu Yang decided to provoke him even more. A level 7 overlord might be invincible here, but compared to an innate ranker, a level 7 overlord is just a slightly bigger ant. He was killed by an innate? The mercenary leader asked. I don't know, he was surrounded and killed. We are also investigating this matter. Yu Yang had been observing the mercenary leader's expression, intending to dig out the secret of the past. This is impossible, it is impossible for him to be killed. The mercenary leader suddenly calmed down. He firmly believed that Yu Qiu would not be killed. What if there were 2 demon marshals and a few demon generals working together? Yu Yang asked. Anyway, it is impossible. The mercenary leader seemed to have thought of something and instantly regained his confidence. He laughed coldly. Sir, no matter what your motive is, I will not believe your words. Hu Tu is the hero of the Oleander Valley. You can ask any kid on the street about him, you don't need to come here. As for what I want to say, it is that he has not come here for more than 10 years. If you want to find out any secrets or whereabouts from us, you are wrong. Alright, consider it a wasted trip. Yu Yang kept the gold coins and walked out confidently. I have never been to the Soaring Dragon continent, but I heard that there is a huge war going on there. Is that why you are looking for Mr. Hu Tu? The Mercenary Guild's receptionist suddenly said. I have never seen Mr. Hu Tu before, but I heard from the previous elder that if you want to find him, you should not come here. Going to the Soaring Dragon continent is the correct way. He is already dead. I just want to find out about his past, it has nothing to do with the war. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders and left the Mercenary Guild. Dead, no, impossible. The mercenary leader muttered. In the end, he still firmly shook his head in denial. Yu Yang was confused. Why did the people here deny Yu Qiu's death so firmly? What secret did Yu Qiu have? What did he do here? What did he leave behind? Could it be that Yu Qiu was still alive? If Yu Qiu was still alive, it would be good news for the Yu clan. But for Yu Yang, this guy from another world, it was not good news. Of course, the possibility of Yu Qiu being alive was very small. If Yu Qiu was really alive, where did he go for the past 10 years? He did not appear even when the Yu clan was in danger and in need. Hence, Yu Yang thought that the pitiful guy's father, Yu Qiu, was not likely to be alive. He just did not understand why the people from the Oleander Valley were so sure that Yu Qiu would not die in battle. After leaving the Oleander Valley, Yu Yang went to a few other places to investigate. They were all places that Yu Qiu had been to and lived in before. He spent a day but did not find anything. After all, it had been more than 10 years and the people had changed. Yu Yang felt that it was unlikely that Yu Qiu's relic was left in other places. It was most likely in the Oleander Valley. But the Oleander Mountain City had just rebelled and the people inside were wary and hostile towards outsiders. Even if Yu Qiu's relic was really here, it might not be found in a short time. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Yu Yang gave up temporarily and returned to the third floor of Tongtian Tower. He conversed with the Dixia Kingdom's general who was stationed here and realized that no matter if it was the Soaring Dragon Continent or Tongtian Tower, the Black Hell Army was in a state of calm before the storm. Maybe the destruction of the secret base had caused the Black Hell Army to suffer a huge setback. They would not make a move before they were certain of victory. Of course, this did not mean that the Black Hell Army would admit defeat. On the contrary, they were definitely accumulating their strength and waiting for the best opportunity to fight. It would be better if they did not fight. Once the war officially started, either the Black Hell Army or the Dixia Kingdom would be completely defeated. Yu Yang could not interfere with military affairs as these were not his strong points. Seeing that there was no war at the moment, Yu Yang decided to go to the secret place where the Bloody Queen's mother ascended to see what secrets were hidden there. Maybe the Bloody Queen could even level up. When Yu Yang was not powerful enough, it was very dangerous for him to go there. Of course, this problem was no longer a problem for him now. He summoned the Bloody Queen Red and the two flew side by side. After a few hours of trekking, crossing countless mountains and rivers, they finally arrived at the secret place that the Bloody Queen's mother had told them about. It was a rift valley. Because of the earthquake and volcanic eruption, a long crack appeared on the mountain. It was dozens of kilometers long and only a few hundred meters wide. The narrowest part could barely fit one person. The rift itself was not the destination. The Bloody Queen's mother discovered this secret place because when she was exploring the Rift Valley, she accidentally discovered that the Rift Valley had split open, revealing the teleportation circle underneath. After half an hour of searching, Yu Yang and Bloody Queen Red finally found the gigantic teleportation circle. Without a doubt, this was an ancient, abandoned teleportation array that was buried deep underground. Due to earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, it was revealed once again. Then, where would this teleportation formation lead to? What secrets were hidden within? After the Bloody Queen's mother ascended, she had left an extremely dangerous warning signal for her daughter. She definitely did not discover all the secrets and only obtained some small things. However, it was enough for her to ascend to the fourth floor of Tongtian Tower, or even higher. The strangest thing was that Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen did not find her in the fourth floor of Tongtian Tower. Even the fifth and sixth floor did not have any relevant information. Where did the Bloody Queen's mother ascend to? What kind of treasure did she obtain at that time that allowed her to break through the barrier of space and ascend freely? All the secrets were on the other side of the teleportation circle. Yu Yang spent a large amount of magic crystals to repair the teleportation circle. If it wasn't for the fact that he had learned about teleportation from the old fox, Yu Yang would not have been able to do anything to the teleportation circle. Many years had passed since the Bloody Queen's mother entered. The frequent earthquakes in the Rift Valley had damaged the teleportation circle even more. Even after Yu Yang had repaired it, he was still worried that there would be a mistake. Holding the Bloody Queen's hand, Yu Yang tried to activate the teleportation circle. Buzz 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 buzz. The teleportation circle let out a weird buzzing sound after the magic crystal's energy was injected. Countless white lights rose up. Beams of energy light drilled out from the Earth's crust and stood upright, pointing towards the sky. The activation of the teleportation circle caused another earthquake. The entire Earth shook non-stop and crushed rocks fell down. The rocks on the ground were visibly cracking. The cracks that looked like spider webs spread everywhere. A few volcanoes a few kilometers away were shaking and releasing black smoke and steam, as if they were about to erupt again. Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen teleported away in an instant. When the teleportation was successful, the teleportation circle was unable to withstand the pressure and exploded, becoming an even more dilapidated existence. Due to the destruction of the teleportation circle, no more energy was injected into the Earth's crust. The earthquake gradually subsided and the volcanoes also returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. In the sky, there was only a patch of black smoke that had not dissipated yet. It had witnessed the fact that Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen had come here before. The teleportation was extremely fast. In a flash, Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen had already arrived in a completely new environment. This was an island that was floating in midair. It was extremely huge, more than 100 times bigger than the Thunder Fortress in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Even with Yu Yang's divine vision, he could not see the edge of the island. But from the teleportation circle, he could clearly see the edge of the island a few kilometers away. It was in the shape of a huge circle, slowly rotating to a place where his vision could not reach. Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen came to the edge of the island and bent down to look down. They realized that they could not see the bottom at all. It was extremely deep and they could not see the ground at all. Maybe there was no ground at all. Looking up, they could see many dilapidated houses, lush forests, and some towers that stood on dangerous cliffs. There was definitely a sky island in the 3rd floor of Tongtian Tower, but it was definitely impossible to have such a huge sky island. Even the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower did not have one. The Thunder Fortress could not be compared to this place. Moreover, strictly speaking, the Thunder Fortress was not a floating island. What kind of power could make such a huge island float in the sky? Where was this place? It was impossible to be in the 3rd floor of Tongtian Tower. The gravity here was comparable to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Moreover, there was no such sky island in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or even 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. There might be secret areas in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower that no one had discovered, such as the Five Elements Palace. However, it was impossible for such a huge sky island to not be discovered by anyone. Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen tried to fly down. After flying for tens of kilometers, they still did not reach the bottom of the sky island. Only when they were about 100 kilometers did they realize that it was gradually becoming smaller. Finally, it was a completely sharp bottom. Looking down, it was not land, but also endless sky. My God, could this be the legendary Sky City? From the knowledge inheritance of the pitiful guy's mother, Yu Yang knew that there was a kind of extra-large Sky City in the Heaven Realm. It was huge and could accommodate tens of millions of people without being crowded. Many powerful sects or races would occupy such a huge sky island and lead their own clansmen or sect disciples to build their own Sky City. Let's not talk about the Heaven Realm for now. How did this huge sky island come about? Was this the Heaven Realm? Impossible, it was not that easy to enter the Heaven Realm. It was possible that the sky island fell from the Heaven Realm and landed here. The problem was, who had such great power to make it fall? Looking up at the sky island from a distance, Yu Yang found that he had never been so shocked in his life. It was too huge. Compared to it, humans were simply indescribably small. What was the feeling of seeing this sky island? It was like seeing Gui Jianchou and Despair Abyss upside down from the ground and put them in the sky. The shock was even more exaggerated. Yu Yang found that there were no humans here, but there were also demonic beasts, and the species was completely different from the outside world. The most terrifying thing was their level. Almost all of them were gold ranked and above. Only the cubs were bronze ranked or silver ranked. There were not many demonic beasts here, and they were strangely afraid of humans. When they saw Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen flying near, they immediately hid far away. There were many buildings here. Yu Yang had seen them before. Other than the fact that there was no one living inside, everything else was there. There were pots and beds, no different from the rooms in a normal town. It was as if the people here had just left yesterday. Moreover, the buildings here were completely different from the ones in the Soaring Dragon continent. No matter if it was the interior or exterior, they were all extremely exquisite. There were carved beams and painted rafters. The style was distinct. No matter if it was a single room or a group of rooms, they were all very artistic. A type of heaven rune words could be seen everywhere. Rumble. From a faraway place, there was a loud sound. Following that, the sound was heard again and again, very rhythmically. Yu Yang hurriedly let the Bloody Queen return to the grimoire world first. He concealed his presence and disguised himself as a non-living being. Using the silver-ranked battle eagle made by Yu Gong, he was brought to the place where the sound came from. After advancing for tens of kilometers, they passed through a large forest. At the edge of the forest, Yu Yang stopped in his tracks. From afar, he could see that there was an incomparably huge palace a few kilometers away. Magnificent gold and jade. Looking at this palace, Yu Yang felt that even if he used up all the words in the world, he would not be able to accurately describe its magnificence and magnificence. Compared to this palace, Jun Wuyu's palace was simply like a straw house. Tian Luo Kingdom's palace was the most beautiful palace in the entire Soaring Dragon continent. However, compared to this palace, it paled in comparison. It was not even a tenth of this palace. What made Yu Yang exclaim the most was that there was a layer of golden barrier outside this magnificent palace. It looked like a summoning grimoire's barrier, but it was an eternal existence with no time limit. Furthermore, it was so huge that it could cover an area of tens of square kilometers. It was really too terrifying. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. He could not believe his own eyes at all. Compared to the Night Empress Fata Morgana, the barrier here was 100 times bigger. In the sky, there was an extremely small black dot. It was emitting an aura that could intimidate the entire world. It was holding a hammer-shaped holy weapon that shone with 100-meter radiance, and fiercely attacking the barrier, over and over again. The hammer-shaped holy weapon collided with the barrier, creating a terrifying hurricane. The shockwave swept across the ground. Every time it struck, it would produce a rumbling sound that shook the heavens and the earth. However, even so, it was all in vain. The barrier did not budge at all. After being struck for so long, it showed no signs of weakening. When Yu Yang saw this black dot with his heaven eyes divine vision, he was so scared that he immediately shrank back and hid in the forest, afraid that the other party would find him. Meow meow, this seemingly small black dot was actually the prison emperor divine general from 6,000 years ago, the Black Hell King today. Why would the Black Hell King appear here? He seemed to want to break the barrier and enter this palace. Then, what secret was this palace hiding? Black Hell King brandished his hammer-shaped holy-ranked weapon and attacked crazily for 10 minutes. There was no effect. In the end, he changed to an axe-shaped holy-ranked weapon and attacked the golden barrier for another 10 minutes. In the end, it was to no avail. This barrier was not something that could be broken by brute force. Even Black Hell King's attacks were not able to damage it at all. Yu Yang secretly laughed when he saw this. Black Hell King deserved to be unlucky to face such a powerful barrier. The problem was, why did Black Hell King insist on entering this palace? What kind of treasure was inside that made Black Hell King so determined to enter? Could it be that this palace was the legendary Sky City from Heaven Realm? Could it be that the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm had fallen during the battle with Prison Emperor? If it was, why didn't the old dragon turtle mention this palace to him? There was another possibility. That was, 10,000 years ago, or even more ancient, this Sky City had fallen. No one knew about it, but somehow, it was discovered by Black Hell King. Damn it. Black Hell King changed to 5 or 6 holy-ranked weapons. He was exhausted, but his attacks were to no avail. He could not help but roar towards the sky as he had nowhere to vent his anger. Pig head, what a pig head! Yu Yang hid in the bushes and counted the ants. He was overjoyed. One day, Bailuo Palace will belong to me. Prison Emperor, I, Black Hell, will definitely surpass you. I will definitely break through the barrier and conquer this Bailuo Palace that even you can't conquer. I will obtain the Divine Grimoire and become the master of this place. Divine Grimoire, one day, you will belong to me, Black Hell. I will definitely become the strongest in Tong Tian Tower and conquer everything, including Heaven Realm. The Black Hell King brandished his fists and shouted at the top of his lungs, just like how Hitler gave his speech. In the end, no one paid any attention to him. The Black Hell King roared like a madman. With a holy-ranked axe in one hand and a holy-ranked hammer in the other, he struck the golden barrier dozens of times to vent his anger. After a long time, he took a deep breath. He gradually calmed down. His aura also became deeper, as if he had become a completely different person. He caressed the golden barrier with his hands and spoke in an extremely gentle voice, as if he was talking to his lover. I know that you are still rejecting me because I am not qualified. However, I will prove to you that I can meet your requirements. I am qualified to be your master. Wait for me. The next time I come, I will be even stronger. After Black Hell King left. After a long time, Yu Yang patted his chest. That was close. He almost screamed. There was actually a divine grimoire in this palace. My goodness, no wonder the Black Hell King was like a bull in heat, desperately attacking the barrier. So there was a divine grimoire inside. Even the prison emperor couldn't enter. Even the prison emperor, who was able to seal the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, was unable to enter. It seemed like the Black Hell King's efforts were in vain. The problem was, if the Black Hell King couldn't enter, could he? If he could enter the legendary godly grimoire, even if he couldn't get it, it would be good to move it back to the grimoire world, as long as he couldn't let anyone else get it. There were only 10 divine grimoires in total. One less meant one less formidable opponent. Not to mention the divine grimoire, even the holy grimoire was an unreachable existence. As Yu Yang thought about it, his heart itched, as if a cat's paw was scratching his heart. Just as he was about to stand up, suddenly, a bone-chilling feeling enveloped his entire body. A strange feeling of being spied on came from afar, scaring Yu Yang so much that he immediately lay down on the grass. Even his heartbeat was stopped and his breath was completely concealed, turning him into a stone-like existence. He saw the Black Hell King returning. He was wearing a holy armor and holding a holy staff in his hand. From time to time, he would shoot circles of sapphire blue light onto the ground. It seemed like he was trying to investigate something. Could it be that he discovered something amiss just now? The sapphire blue light spread on the ground one by one. All the living beings appeared as red dots, forming a stark contrast with the sapphire blue light. With the power of the holy staff, the Black Hell King could see the living beings on the ground clearly. Yu Yang cried bitterly in his heart. This fellow's entire body was filled with holy ranked equipments. Even though he wanted to kill him, he might not be able to do so for the time being. This was because the Black Hell King was at least a heaven-ranked level 1 ranker. He was 10 times stronger than the Phoenix Fairy Beauty who had been reborn. Moreover, this did not include the Black Hell King's hidden strength. If he went all out and reached his limit, Yu Yang believed that the Black Hell King could reach heaven-ranked level 2 or even higher. With a heaven-ranked level 2 and a body full of holy equipments, it was impossible for Yu Yang to kill the Black Hell King, at least not for now. Yu Yang thought that if he could obtain the Mother Earth Potion, his strength would increase by another level. If he worked together with Night Empress and Impatience, it might be possible. Although the Mother Earth Potion was good, it was not time yet. Jiang, the hornless dragon, was also very anxious. She had even sent a message to Yu Yang to be ready. In order to become a divine beast, she would do anything. The soaring dragon continent was being invaded. She didn't care. Yu Yang replied to her in the Warriors Guild that if the soaring dragon continent were to go to war, he would accompany her to obtain the Mother Earth Potion. In that case, she would have to bring the spider army to the soaring dragon continent to help. Of course, Yu Yang's intention was to contract her. This was only a small condition on the surface, to dispel the hornless dragon's wariness. Jiang, the hornless dragon, did not know of Yu Yang's evil intentions and agreed. If it was in the past, before his counterfeit inherent skill was upgraded, Yu Yang would definitely not be able to escape this kind of detection. Now, Yu Yang was lucky enough to escape. Of course, this was related to the fact that the halo did not sweep his body directly. If the halo had swept him, even if his counterfeit inherent skill was upgraded to another level, it would still be difficult. The Black Hell King was just being cautious. He did not know that other than himself, Yu Yang had also barged into this mysterious space. The second time he left, the Black Hell King felt more at ease, because he did not find any enemies. He thought that his uneasiness was just an illusion. Who? Yu Yang, who had escaped death under the power of his counterfeit inherent skill, secretly wiped off his cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. He did not know when the Black Hell King would return, so Yu Yang did not rush to the Golden Barrier to investigate. Instead, he returned to the Grimoire world to rest. In fact, this cautious move of his saved his life again. Before he left, the Black Hell King had set up many warning runic circles in many places. As long as Yu Yang came near, they would be triggered immediately. Yu Yang went back to rest. These runic circles, which only had a 1-hour time limit, naturally lost their effectiveness. City Mistress Fallen Flower saw that Yu Yang was very excited and asked curiously, "Found a treasure? Why are you so happy?" Yu Yang did not reply and bent down to hug the beauty. "I'll keep it a secret first. I'll show it off when I really get it." "Fallen Flowers, did you miss me?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body softened from his touch. She rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. I'm going to faint. You do this the moment you come back. Wu Hen, save me. Yu Yang laughed loudly. She can't save you. Both of you should serve your husband together. Oh my god, only you could think of that. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was really dizzy. Seeing that she could not break free, she bit her lover's shoulder with her little white teeth. Who's afraid of who? Don't think that I'm a pushover. Following that, a huge battle broke out. The room was filled with the flames of love. The beauty was like a swallow, flying and singing together. As expected, the battle ended with a certain city mistress and her ally being defeated and begging for mercy. After a good rest, Yu Yang set off in high spirits. Standing in front of the golden barrier, he did not attack it with brute force like the Black Hell King. Instead, he thought of another way. From afar, it looked like a thin layer of golden barrier. But up close, Yu Yang realized that it was actually a meter thick. He reckoned that even his innate sword chi would not be able to penetrate it. What else could he do? Sword chi plus teleportation. Yu Yang shot out a streak of innate sword chi. With a sizzling sound, it shot 3 inches into the golden barrier and stopped unexpectedly. At the moment of teleportation, the golden barrier gave off a slight ripple and sent Yu Yang flying 100 meters away. He smashed into the ground and was in a sorry state. Only now did Yu Yang realize why the Black Hell King used such a weird rhythm to attack. It was because he could not break through the thick golden barrier. At the same time, he had to counteract the rebound of the golden barrier. That was why he had such a weird rhythm. Every attack had to be executed in 2 parts. One was to attack and the other was to counteract. Otherwise, the rebound force would be unbearable. Yu Yang suffered a loss and did not use any more tricks. Because there was no loophole in front of absolute defense. Qilin girl, come out, there's something good. Baby, go and tell Sister Bing-Yin that there's a palace here with a divine grimoire. Let her go in and bring it out, I'll reward her handsomely. Although Yu Yang could not enter, he did not panic. He knew that there was someone who could definitely do it, and that was the Qilin girl Bing-Yin. The problem was that this girl was sleeping and recuperating in the divine grimoire. To summon her out, he needed little Wenli to go and tell the Qilin girl the good news. Yes, yes. Little Wenli was always so obedient. She turned into a streak of colorful light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After about 10 seconds, there was a reaction. The clear cry of the phoenix resounded through the clouds, making one's soul tremble. It was so fast that one could not see it clearly with their eyes. Even Yu Yang's divine vision could not do it. In an instant, the Phoenix sisters had already entered the golden barrier. Yu Yang only had time to see the colorful light trailing behind them. If the Black Hell King saw this, he would definitely cry. He had been bombarding it with his holy weapon for half an hour and was as tired as a dead dog. The golden barrier was not damaged at all, and the Phoenix sisters did not even need 1,000th of a second to pass through the golden barrier and enter the magnificent palace. If the Black Hell King saw this scene, why bother conquering the Soaring Dragon Continent and Tongtian Tower? He could just find a rope and hang it up. Next was the Qilin girl. She carried a sweet fragrance. When she ran out, her little face still had a cute look as if she had just woken up. Her eyes lit up. When she saw the palace, she ignored Yu Yang and happily rushed in, just like a female robber who had seen a treasure. The confinement here is so powerful. Don't be afraid, luckily I still have my ultimate move. The Qilin girl rushed into the golden barrier and her speed decreased, as if it was very difficult for her to run. She ran back like a wisp of smoke and muttered some incantations. Her hands formed a special secret seal and her whole body shone brightly. Bathed in the colorful light, her 2 beautiful and cute little horns shone even more brightly. She bent her body and jogged all the way. She used her horns to break open the golden barrier and rushed in. Yu Yang's face was full of tears. He regretted not informing them if he had known earlier, because they were the #1 female robbers in the world. If they had ransacked this palace, he probably wouldn't even be able to get a share of the leftovers. The Qilin girl laughed heartily and ran into the palace in a flash. After a while, she ran out happily and comforted the dejected Yu Yang. There really is a divine grimoire, but don't think about it. The divine grimoire chooses its owner. If it doesn't recognize you as its owner, you won't be able to use it even if I give it to you. I found quite a lot of good stuff and many space restrictions. I reckon there are more treasures inside. When I find good stuff, I will give 1 or 2 to you. Don't cry, wait here obediently for your sister, be good. How was this comforting? This was simply rubbing salt on his wounds. When Yu Yang got angry and was about to spank her little butt, she ran in laughing loudly. Without you, Qilin girl, do you think I can't go in? Yu Yang took out his last treasure, which was the quintet-seeking golden mice. These 5 mice were not good at fighting, but they were very good at finding treasures. At least, before this, they did not disappoint Yu Yang. Once they were summoned, the quintet-seeking golden mice searched around the golden barrier. They could not enter, but they would look for the secret door. In a short while, they found a huge secret door. Accurately speaking, this was not a door, but a runic circle on the golden barrier. It was invisible, but the quintet-seeking golden mice found it. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and carefully sensed it. He carefully read and studied the runes on it, and vaguely understood that this was a secret door that could be entered using some kind of secret method, but it required the owner's permission. It was the same principle as the grimoire world, but the problem was that without a beast to guide him in, even if Yu Yang found a way to enter the secret door, it would be useless. Moreover, he had not found a way to enter the secret door. Little Wenli, try and see if you can enter. Yu Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. He was really stupid. Little Wenli had a diamond grimoire since birth, she was at least a divine beast. Although she was not as exaggerated as the Qilin girl and the Phoenix sisters, she was still very strong and should be able to enter. Yes, yes. Little Wenli was still the most obedient. She cutely nodded at Yu Yang and summoned her grimoire with her little hand. She tried her best to walk towards the secret door with the golden barrier, her expression extremely solemn. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon, the 4 guardian beasts all came out and worked together to help Little Wenli. They used all their strength to point at the secret door, so that Little Wenli could move forward a little. In the end, even the Bloody Queen and Barbarian Cow Shadow came out and used all their strength to help Little Wenli. However, all their strength could only allow Little Wenli to swim 2 steps forward. Not more than half a foot. And the golden barrier was a meter thick. Yu Yang was quick-witted and used all his strength. He raised his innate chi to the limit and shot out his strongest sword. In front of Little Wenli, a small hole that was almost a meter deep appeared. Little Wenli also understood and immediately turned into a colorful light, shooting into the small hole. Something that made Yu Yang terrified happened. The secret door on the golden barrier that had a small hole instantly moved 100 meters away. It immediately turned into an absolute defensive barrier, trapping Little Wenli inside. No, oh my god! Yu Yang was scared out of his wits. He was really afraid that Little Wenli would be squashed and die. Although guardian beasts would not really die, Yu Yang did not want Little Wenli to experience that kind of pain. He pounced towards the barrier and used all his strength, trying to save her. However, his efforts were in vain. Instead, he was blown away by the barrier and fell more than 10 meters away. She's fine, don't worry. The Bloody Queen quickly came over to support Yu Yang, who was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating, and comforted him. Eh? Yu Yang then realized that Little Wenli had summoned her grimoire the moment the barrier closed. Even the protective shield of the diamond-ranked grimoire was crushed beyond recognition. There was only less than an inch of space. It was outside of Little Wenli's body, along Little Wenli's body, protecting her from being squashed. Yu Yang had never seen a barrier that was deformed like this. Even if Sky Execution, Baruth, Shun Tian and the Black Prince and other Supreme Innates combined their strength, they would not be able to compress the barrier to this extent, let alone a low-level innate. It was compressed like a small ball, tightly wrapping around Little Wenli. Little Wenli's tail was coiled on top of the diamond grimoire, and her 6 small hands were supporting the barrier an inch away. Baby, don't be afraid, I'll save you immediately. Yu Yang was ready to unleash his strongest attack to save Little Wenli. Compared to treasures, holy grimoires and divine grimoires, even if he had 1,000 or 10,000 of them, Yu Yang would not exchange them for Little Wenli's life. She was his most precious and precious darling. Yu Yang's heart broke when he saw Little Wenli trying her best to smile at him even though she was trapped. He blamed himself. It was all his fault for being greedy for treasures. Otherwise, he would not have trapped little Winley in such a dangerous situation. He knew that this place was extremely dangerous, but he still let her take the risk. If he were to do it again, he would never do it again. When Yu Yang unleashed his strongest attack again, little Winley's eyes widened. Her piercingly cold eyes shot out like rays of light. The golden barrier that was supposed to close up after being pierced by the innate sword chi was actually frozen by her binding inherent skill for a tenth of a second. Even a hundredth of a second was enough. When Yu Yang calmed himself down and looked again, he realized that little Winley, who had turned into a rainbow light, had already escaped from the golden barrier. However, she was not in front of him, but on the other side. Little Winley was waving at him proudly, indicating that she had succeeded. However, because she had overexerted herself, there was blood mixed with tears flowing out of her eyes. 2 streaks of blood flowed down her smooth little face. Seeing this scene, Yu Yang's nose turned sour. He really wanted to hug this little baby and give her a big kiss. Then, he would never let go of her. The stone element Medusa, the storm mermaid, the thunder naga, and the ice serpent demon, who had overexerted themselves, raised their arms and cheered. Bits of golden light rose from their bodies. When they saw this, they cheered even more happily. 2. Yu Yang's surprise, colorful lights flashed on top of little Winley's head, as if a rainbow was dancing. A detailed shockwave spread out soundlessly. Then, a particularly dazzling golden beam of light shot straight into the sky. It even drew a miraculous arc on the golden barrier and slid even higher into the sky. Little Winley, who had not leveled up for a long time, finally broke through this golden barrier. She leveled up. Yu Yang was extremely touched. Indeed, there would be gains only when there was effort. Even if he couldn't get the divine grimoire or any treasures, it was all worth it. Because, the most awesome little Winley had finally leveled up. One must know that this was what Yu Yang had been looking forward to for a long time. After the battle with the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm, Void and Jiao Shao in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, all of his beasts leveled up. Little Winley had also leveled up to diamond ranked level 4. However, after so many battles, including the fierce battle where they ambushed the Scarlet Emperor, little Winley still showed no signs of leveling up, until today. Only then did she level up again. She leveled up again. There was no fierce battle. It was completely a moment of life and death. She erupted with her greatest strength and used her greatest talent to break through the golden shield of the divine grimoire, and also broke through her own limits. Finally, she successfully leveled up. She actually broke through the golden barrier that even the Black Hell King sighed helplessly at. Yu Yang looked up to the sky and took a deep breath. He had to use this action to barely suppress the emotions in his heart. What else could be happier than seeing his beloved little baby level up and grow? Xiao Wenli leveled up. She leveled up from level 4 diamond to level 5 diamond. However, the most powerful thing was the leveling up of her binding inherent skill. After leveling up this time, little Wenli obtained a skill called Soul Chain. Soul Chain, shoot out spiritual chains with the power of the eyes to shackle the enemy's soul. Once successful, the enemy's soul can be pulled out of the body. The casting condition is that the user cannot be interrupted or move their body during the casting process. Soul Chain is effective on all living creatures. The stronger the enemy's soul, the weaker the skill. It doesn't work on people without souls. With this, Shen Tian and the Black Prince will have a hard time. Yu Yang believed that regardless of whether this skill could shackle super innates like Shen Tian and the Black Prince, it would definitely have an effect. Once they were affected, he could take the opportunity to beat them up. Now, if he met Shen Tian and the others again, Yu Yang was confident that he could defeat them. Shen Tian and the Black Prince had spent hundreds of years to cultivate strong beasts. If they met the current little Wenli, they would probably be severely restrained. With the binding inherent skill and the soul chain, even Shen Tian's diamond-ranked level 9 Golden Emperor, who was good at combat skills, would probably be defeated. The lethality of soul-type skills had always been the most terrifying. For example, the barbaric Cow Shadow's Death Stare. Very few beasts had the ability to defend against soul-type attacks. Most of the beasts had strong bodies, but their souls were very weak and had no defense at all. Little Wenli's current level was still low. If she leveled up again, Yu Yang was confident that he could kill experts like Shen Tian and the Black Prince. As long as little Wenli could freeze Shen Tian, Yu Yang's world exterminating wheel, Nirvana Flame and Innate Sword Chi would be released at the same time. Xianxia would be severely injured or even killed instantly. Of course, without enough confidence, Yu Yang wouldn't use his strongest attack on Xianxia. He had to hide his real killer move and deceive the enemy, waiting for the best opportunity to kill the enemy. It was fine if he didn't attack, but he would kill with one strike. This was the tactic that Yu Yang used against Xianxia and the Black Prince. Usually, when his strength increased, or when the opportunity came, he would eliminate them, just like how he eliminated the Sky Dragon. Although Xianxia and the Black Prince were far more powerful and cunning than Sky Dragon, these were not a problem. Yu Yang's current target was no longer them, but the Scarlet Emperor. Even the Black Hell King was no longer a target that Yu Yang wanted to surpass. Compared to the Scarlet Emperor, the Black Hell King was at most as strong as the Scarlet Concubine beside the Scarlet Emperor. They were not even on the same level. He didn't know about the beasts, but Yu Yang saw that the Scarlet Emperor had at least one divine equipment in his hands. As for the Black Hell King, even though he had a full set of holy ranked equipment, he didn't have a single one. Otherwise, he would have used it when he smashed the golden barrier. A god artifact? When will I be able to obtain a god artifact? Yu Yang sighed. Among the 3 divine equipment of the Prison Emperor, although the divine sword acknowledged him as its master, he couldn't use it due to the interference of the Prison Emperor's soul. Instead, it was given to Princess Sisai's tigress. Divine seal? Although it was in his hands, it hadn't acknowledged him yet. He could only use it to smash chestnuts. Needless to say, the old dragon turtle had snatched the divine staff to recover his strength. He probably planned to use it to fight the Black Hell King. Before he killed the Black Hell King, he wouldn't hand it over to Yu Yang. There will be one. It might not be the crescent moon, but Hui Jin will definitely become a god artifact. Bloody Queen Red suddenly comforted Yu Yang. Her words stunned Yu Yang. Since when did this girl know how to comfort people? If this was the case, then her progress in humanization was really fast. When Bloody Queen Red saw Yu Yang looking at her, her face turned red. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. She wrung her hands, looking shy and uneasy like a little girl. Yu Yang was even more stunned. If this continued, forget about a holy beast, she could even become a divine beast very quickly. Could it be that Bloody Queen Red would be the second beast after Hui Tai Lang to contract a grimoire successfully? The sound of phoenix cries rang out again. Yu Yang couldn't react in time. 2 spots of colorful light had already appeared in the sky. In an instant, they entered Yu Yang's body. They were unbelievably fast and completely ignored the barrier of the golden barrier. Behind them, there was a fire phoenix formed by Nirvana Flame. It danced endlessly and penetrated through the barrier as well. It floated above Yu Yang's head and merged with him. Yu Yang didn't know what treasure the Phoenix sisters had obtained. They didn't say anything and hurriedly returned to the divine grimoire to continue their hibernation. On the other hand, the Nirvana Flame Phoenix that they were riding on merged with Yu Yang's body. It carried the Phoenix sisters' unique celestial energy and slowly purified Yu Yang's body. This was different from the previous 3 purifications. Not only was Yu Yang's body fully purified, a pair of Nirvana Flame wings had also extended outside his body. This pair of Nirvana Flame wings was different from the demon's bat wings, the giant dragon's dragon wings and the angel's wings. They weren't shaped and were completely made of flames. They were formed by the Nirvana Flame. His arms, shoulders, back, sides, legs and even his ankles were all burning with this special kind of flame. They were Nirvana Flame, but they also carried celestial energy and merged with each other. To be more accurate, the Phoenix sisters had created a fire. Phoenix that would never dissipate and allowed it to merge with Yu Yang's body. Then, it would move according to the needs of the outside world. This was the gift they had given him. Yu Yang couldn't make heads or tails of it for a long time. He really didn't know what kind of treasure they had obtained inside that they would think of giving him such a fire phoenix. If Yu Yang were to do it himself, it wasn't that he couldn't use the Nirvana Flame to create a fire phoenix. However, the fire phoenix that Yu Yang created wouldn't be able to last for so long, let alone move naturally. Yu Yang could feel that this fire phoenix wasn't alive, but it was an eternal existence. Rather than calling it a beast, it would be better to call it a weapon or a piece of defensive equipment. It could even be called a mount, a mystical mount that didn't need to be fed and could even slowly purify its owner's physique. The fire phoenix gradually disappeared into Yu Yang's body, leaving only an extremely thin and light flame cloak on the surface of his skin. When Yu Yang used his mind to control it, it could immediately transform into a flame spear, a flame shield, or even a flame bow. If he let it move naturally, it would become a pair of fire wings or a flame cloak. This is too awesome. This is even more useful than a divine equipment. Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the reason why the Phoenix sisters ran so fast was not because of the two little bandits, but because they were anxious to create a new treasure for him. Was there a treasure that was more awesome and useful than this fire phoenix? Even if he gave Yu Yang a divine equipment, no, 10 of them, to exchange for this fire phoenix, Yu Yang would definitely not exchange it. What was suitable for him was the best. Just when Yu Yang regretted blaming the Phoenix sisters, he suddenly saw the Qilin girl Bing Yin running out carrying a huge golden coffin. As usual, she used her horns to push open the golden barrier and turned from a small path to a slow jog. However, in just a moment, she successfully drilled out. If the Black Hell King saw that the Qilin girl had entered the golden barrier so easily, he would definitely cry to death. Yu Yang was overjoyed and asked, "Girl, is this for me?" He guessed that the Qilin girl must have taken a lot of treasures inside. However, it was already good that she still remembered him. The Qilin girl Bing Yin's tone made Yu Yang speechless. "It's not very big inside and there aren't many treasures. There's almost nothing suitable for me to use. I'll give this to you. Remember to inform me the next time you see a treasure. Oh right, I'll also give you this bottle. Didn't you want to make a living puppet? The things in this bottle should be suitable." "Ah, I'm sleepy, I'm going back to sleep for a while. Girl, can you bring me in for a walk?" Yu Yang was a man who was never content. How could he not be tempted when he saw that there were so many treasures in the palace? "I can't bring you with me because of your mortal body, but I can bring little Wenli and the others." The Qilin girl Bing Yin opened her jade-like hands and countless colorful lights bloomed from her jade-like hands. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, Ice Serpent Demon and even the 5 gold-seeking mice all shrunk to the size of beans and were held in her small fists. She half bent down and rushed into the golden shield again. Until now, Yu Yang discovered that compared with immortal beasts, magical beasts, war beasts, holy beasts and divine beasts were all floating clouds. Just this immortal technique, which he didn't know the name of, could miniaturize multiple targets. It was enough to sweep the entire Tong Tian Tower. Shun Tian's war beast, the Golden Emperor, was 5 meters tall. Was it very powerful? Once it shrunk to the size of a mung bean, it could be pinched to death with 2 fingers. Was the great demon King Baruth, who was more than 10 meters tall, very powerful? Once it shrunk to the size of an ant, it could be stepped on. When the Qilin girl Bing Yin sent the war beasts in and ran back, Yu Yang grabbed her. "Qilin girl, I don't care about other treasures, but you must teach me this spell to shrink people. You can't use it now. Besides, using this spell requires the help of treasures, and there are many conditions. Do you think it's so easy?" However, the Qilin girl refused to teach this unique skill to Yu Yang. Yu Yang tried his best to persuade her, but she refused to teach him. In the end, she even used an excuse to escape. "I didn't sleep well today, my voice seems a little hoarse." "Oh no, my mother told me to talk less." Like a wisp of smoke, she went back to the divine grimoire world. Yu Yang couldn't do anything to her. He wanted to learn, but this girl refused to teach. What could he do? Unless he picked up this girl and became her man, only then would it be possible. However, this girl seemed to be very young. Forget it, it was a good habit to raise a lowly. Anyway, his plan to raise a lowly was still in progress, and this Qilin girl wouldn't make a difference. Yes, there was no hurry. Slowly raise it. Little Wenli and the others went into the palace to explore. Yu Yang had nothing to do, so he turned his gaze to the 2 treasures that the Qilin girl brought to him. A golden coffin, and on the coffin, there was a crystal bottle, which seemed to be filled with water. Was this God's water? Could it be that the crystal bottle contained the legendary God's water? God's water, the source of energy that nourishes all life. Pure, clean, fluid, untaintable, unblemished, undiluted, has an independent divinity that purifies itself. It has a miraculous effect in reconstructing all life's limbs or dispelling all negative effects. It is an essential source of life for creating intelligent life. It can be used to create God's blood and replenish God's power. Oh my God, Yu Gong's third wish really has a chance to come true. Yu Yang held the crystal bottle and used his heaven eyes divine vision to look at it. When he realized that the bottle in his hands was really God's water and not a dream, he immediately cheered. If there is a group of little Lolas at home, everything will be awesome. When Yu Yang thought of this, he almost burst into tears. He was really too touched. The gold coffin was sealed with both heaven runes and ancient runes. Yu Yang was unable to open it at the moment. Yu Yang was also worried that a mummy would jump out if he opened it. It would be fine if it was a normal mummy. But if it was a heaven-ranked rancor that was stronger than the Lich King, such as the legendary undead emperor, then it would be a huge problem. Let's not talk about whether he could defeat it first. What if this mummy ran away? How could he chase after it? Yu Yang did not think that he would be able to catch an undead emperor that was as strong as the Black Hell King if it jumped out from the gold coffin. He stored it in the platinum storage ring first. When he returned to the grimoire world, he would open it up and study it slowly. On the other side, Xiao Wenli and the others were also exploring this mysterious palace under the guidance of the 5 seeking golden mice. The inside was filled with restrictive spells, and also filled with all kinds of barriers and isolation areas. They could only see the garden, statues, main hall, stairs, corridors, towers, and a few rooms that could be entered. Places like the study room, secret room, basement, or the various halls where the emperor's concubines lived had small barriers that prevented them from entering. In other words, they could not enter the place where the real treasures were kept. However, they also found many good things outside the hall. They found scattered weapons and armors in the outer residences of the royal army or in the arrow towers. The lowest ranked soldier's armor was a silver-ranked treasure. However, most of these treasures were broken and almost all of them were useless. There were treasures like the 9 Dragons Cauldron or the Tao Tai Big Clock. However, those were too heavy and huge. Little Wenli and the others did not move them. They were also unable to determine if moving them would affect the palace. They only looked around hurriedly. In the end, before the Bloody Queen came out, she dug out 2 pots of flowers from the imperial garden. These were not for Yu Yang, but for the 2 mistresses, Sickly Beauty and Fallen Flowers. She remembered that the mistress, Fallen Flowers, especially liked flowers. Giving her a pot of flowers was more suitable than giving her a treasure. It was very difficult to enter the golden barrier, but it was much easier to get out. Yu Yang unsummoned Little Wenli, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and the Quintet Golden Puppet Mice all turned into light and returned to the grimoire world. Now that I've obtained the treasure, it's time to slip away. Yu Yang didn't have the time to see what he had obtained. He decided to slip away first. If the Black Hell King knew that he went in and obtained the treasure, it would be strange if he didn't hunt him down for thousands of miles. It was best not to fight with the Black Hell King for the time being. Yu Yang decided to wait for Jiang, the hornless dragon, to bring him to find the Mother Earth potion. It would not be too late to fight with the Black Hell King after he consumed the potion and his power rose again. Most importantly, if the Black Hell King knew that he was here, he would definitely guard the perimeter and not let him in. Rather than robbing, it was better to steal. Not only was it strenuous to snatch it, but it was also easy for both sides to be injured, allowing the fishermen to reap the benefits. If the Black Hell King couldn't beat him and called for reinforcements, then it would be troublesome and the secret here would be exposed. On the contrary, he could steal it secretly, taking it a little at a time. Since the Black Hell King couldn't enter, the longer it took, the more advantageous it would be for him. Before leaving through the teleportation circle, Yu Yang checked carefully. He found out that this place was very well hidden. In addition, it had not been used for a long time, so the Black Hell King probably didn't even know that there was such a teleportation circle. After leaving, Yu Yang looked at his surroundings and then at the blood flower map in the grimoire. He felt dizzy. The reason was that this place was not the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower, but the 4th floor. No wonder the Bloody Queen's mother said that she could ascend to the 4th floor. The reason was that the exit of this place was on the 4th floor. Based on this, Yu Yang speculated that the Bloody Queen's mother didn't enter the mysterious palace. Instead, she was at the outer perimeter. Maybe she obtained some lost treasures in some abandoned buildings, which greatly increased her power. It was even possible that she killed the gold-ranked beasts inside and obtained a large amount of magic crystals, thus increasing her power. But no matter what the reason was, the Bloody Queen's mother was definitely strengthened, leveled up, and successfully ascended to the 4th floor. Mother has her own life, it's fine if we can't find her. Although the Bloody Queen Red missed her mother a little, she felt that there was nothing she could do if she couldn't find her, because Tong Tian Tower was too big. I'll look for her when I have the chance. Yu Yang actually felt that it was better not to look for her. If the Bloody Queen's mother died in battle, wouldn't she only be sad if she was found? Even if she couldn't find her, there was still hope. Even if she became stronger, she wouldn't be able to reach the level of a holy beast. The Bloody Queen Red had definitely surpassed her mother now. Even if her mother was very strong and didn't die in battle, wouldn't it be her turn to be sad when she saw her daughter become a human's beast? So, it was better if she couldn't find her, at least there was still hope. The Bloody Queen Red suddenly hugged Yu Yang tightly and buried her head in his embrace. After a long time, she sighed, actually, it's very good now. Although I don't have a mother, I have a lot of good friends, a lot of relatives, and Yu Yang was deeply touched by her humanness. He hugged her and comforted her. He reached out and caressed her hair, letting her feel his care. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had just run out. She thought that the embrace would still belong to her, but she didn't expect to see the Bloody Queen Red lying in Yu Yang's embrace. She was a little stunned. When the Bloody Queen Red heard footsteps, she hurriedly struggled out of Yu Yang's embrace. She tried to act natural, as if nothing had happened between her and Yu Yang. However, her face was flushed red and didn't disappear for a long time. Seeing that Luohua City Mistress had stopped in her tracks, she hurriedly took out the fresh flowers that she had dug out from the Imperial Garden and offered them to Luohua City Mistress respectfully and a little uneasy. Wow, it's a golden silk butterfly. Oh my god, this is a golden silk butterfly orchid on the same level as the beautiful demonic flower and starlight serene indigo grass. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw this, she immediately forgot about the Bloody Queen Red lying in Yu Yang's embrace. Are you tired? I prepared a bath for you. Go and take a bath. Sickly Beauty was still the most gentle, fulfilling her duty as a wife. It's boring to bathe alone, why don't we bathe together? Yu Yang bent down and carried Sickly Beauty up. When Sickly Beauty saw that Fallen Flowers and the Bloody Queen Red were still there, she was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She struggled a few times, but when she saw that she couldn't break free, she saw that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was so engrossed in admiring the 2 pots of golden silk butterfly orchid that she didn't even care about herself. Her embarrassment lessened a little, and she whispered into Yu Yang's ear, "Can we talk about it at night? I'll give you a massage later, you must be obedient. Let's not do that all day, especially when Bing Air and the others are back. Don't mess around like this. What if they find out?" The thick-skinned guy pretended not to hear her. He peeled the beauty into a little lamb and put her into the water. At most, the beauty would pretend to be angry and hit him lightly with her small hands. It was normal for a married couple to bathe together. Their happy life had just begun. If the guy from another world didn't enjoy it to the fullest, he would be stupid. The next day, Yu Yang arrived at the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He left a message for impatience. Yu Yang couldn't see clearly what was inside the gold coffin even with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. He couldn't see through this strange gold coffin. The Qilin girl didn't say what kind of treasure it was, so Yu Yang was really worried that a monster would jump out. He decided to find a strong and reliable helper, such as Impatience. If she was by his side, it would be much safer for him to open the gold coffin himself. Moreover, the day of the Black Hell King's invasion of the Soaring Dragon continent was getting closer. Yu Yang still wanted to practice body fusion with Impatience. Let's level up together. She was one of the main forces fighting against the Black Hell King. Without her, Yu Yang felt that the Night Empress might not be able to defeat the Black Hell King. After all, the Black Hell King was a heaven-ranked Level 1 or even heaven-ranked Level 2. Night Empress' strength was unknown. Although he knew that she was extremely strong, Yu Yang wasn't sure how strong she was compared to the Black Hell King. As for Impatience, Yu Yang was very clear that if she took the time to practice body fusion, and made a breakthrough, Impatience had a high chance of breaking through to heaven-ranked level 1. She was currently innate level 10, which was also earth-ranked level 10. However, because she had been reborn with innate chi and cleansed her marrows and meridians, her strength far surpassed that of a normal innate level 10. If Yu Yang made a breakthrough while practicing body fusion with her, then there was a chance that she could reach heaven-ranked level 1. She could possibly be the second female innate elder after Jizun. Of course, if Night Empress had already reached that level, then she would be the third. Girl, come, I miss you. Yu Yang's letter to Impatience was very simple. However, the longing it contained was real. This was because he really missed Impatience. Even in his dreams, he dreamt of the Impatience who could captivate all living things with a single smile. They agreed to wait at the edge of the plaza in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang went back to the Soaring Dragon continent first. He took out the Thunder Crystal and Thunder Armor that he needed to summon the Thunder Beast, the Bloody Queen Red, the Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and the others from the palace. Those silver-ranked weapons and armors, regardless of whether they could be used or not, he threw them all to Jun Wuyu. Jun Wuyu was stunned. Brat, where did you go to rob? You didn't empty my treasury, did you? Elder Yu Hai was very pleased in his heart, but he pretended to be serious. These weapons and armors are all broken, many of them can't be used at all. They are all trash, it would be very difficult to repair them. The old cunning fox was afraid that Yu Yang would be angry, so he quickly comforted him. It can be repaired. I know an old fellow who can't do anything else, but he is good at repairing things. He is a good tinkerer. Very obedient Yu Yang, there's nothing else for you to do now, you can go and pick up girls. Oh right, I found a good thing in a secret room last time, do you want to borrow it to study? It's very good for having a son, raising a child and carrying on the family line. When Yu Yang saw this old fellow's sneaky look, he knew that those were erotic pictures. The most impressive thing was that these pictures were still moving. It looked like watching Sora Aoi Sensei act in a love-action movie. It was even more exciting. After all, this was the fruit of a certain perverted master in the Soaring Dragon continent. Don't look through it here, take it back and slowly study it with your little wife. The old cunning fox couldn't stand this brat's boldness. A room full of powerful people, yet he dared to directly flip through the erotic pictures. One must know that these books were made with a secret recipe, they had all the sounds and colors on them. When they were all opened, they could even float in the air and be displayed in 3 dimensions. Principal, you are teaching this kid bad things. Yu Yang kept the book, but criticized the old cunning fox for being shameless with a straight face, making him so angry that he almost exploded. Of course, he couldn't let City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others know about this good thing, otherwise they would definitely confiscate it. Yu Yang pretended to be an obedient child and ran to Tianluo Palace to accompany Fourth Mother and Yu Yu. The next day, he sneaked up to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower to see if Impatience had seen his letter and come to meet him. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see her shadow. Yu Yang was slightly disappointed. He turned around and prepared to leave, going back to pretend to be an obedient child. Suddenly, a fragrant wind came from the sky, enveloping him completely. There was also a pair of soft, snow-white arms wrapped around his chest. On his back, there was an extremely wonderful feeling. An incomparably plump and full body pressed against his back. That kind of feeling could make one's bones go limp, it was ecstatic. What made Yu Yang the most pleasantly surprised was that the beauty behind him was coiled around him like a snake, her fragrant sandalwood mouth close to his ear. Little rascal, did you really miss me? How much did you miss me? Do you want to touch me or kiss me? Hearing the beauty ask if he wanted to be touched or kissed, Yu Yang immediately nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, indicating that he wanted both. You wish. Impatience, who was behind him, lightly bit Yu Yang's earlobe. It was slightly painful. The beauty then lightly licked him again. It was extremely light, but it was extremely tempting. This kind of flirtatious stimulation almost made Yu Yang turn into a werewolf, scratching the ground with his 4 claws and howling towards the sky. When he looked back, he found that the beauty was still the same, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Her bright eyes were full of hope, her pink cheeks were enchanting, and her cherry lips were faintly breathing hot air that could make a wolf's blood boil. That peerless elegance was enough to overpower everything in the world. For a moment, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Impatience lightly flicked Yu Yang's forehead with her jade-like fingers and coquettishly teased, "Little rascal, have you seen enough?" Yu Yang pretended to burp continuously. "People say that beauty is a feast for the eyes. I never believed it in the past, but now that I'm so full, I finally know that it's really like this." Hearing that Yu Yang was trying to please her, Impatience laughed. "Oh." Her jade-like fingers twisted Yu Yang's cheeks, and her cherry lips were very close to his. She humphed, "You really know how to coax people, no wonder you could win the hearts of so many girls. Little scoundrel, you might be able to use this to coax your Hunyou or Luo Huanyou, but it's useless against me. Big sister, I'm also doing this for my blissful sexual life. Don't expose me when the time comes." Yu Yang crossed his hands behind his back. He originally wanted to touch her and take advantage of her, but when he found that the beauty didn't resist, he became bold and simply held the beauty's fragrant buttocks. With a light push, he carried her on his back. Impatience didn't have the shyness of a normal girl. She smiled coquettishly and laid on Yu Yang's back. She wrapped her arms in front of her and wrapped her legs around Yu Yang's waist. Her whole body was like a beautiful snake, coiling around him. "I heard that you fought with the 6 great celestial demons. How was it? Did they bully you to the point of tears?" Impatience's small hands disobediently burrowed into Yu Yang's clothes. This action not only caused Yu Yang's passion to soar, but also caused him to sweat profusely. This was because there were many martial artists watching from the side, dumbfounded. Yu Yang hurriedly grabbed Impatience's mischievous little hand, while his other hand waved out Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. A piercingly cold oppressive power suddenly exploded. An invisible pressure that was even more horrifying than the Demon King's descent spread out. The weaker cultivators and the closest cultivators were all sent flying 100 meters away. The beast that was originally very arrogant was so scared that it peed its pants and lay down on the ground, not daring to move. The slower martial artists were knocked to the ground one by one. Not knowing what to do, very few martial artists with quick reactions immediately understood that this pair of lovey-dovey lovers in public were innates. Moreover, they were super innates. They were so scared that they hurriedly used all their strength to run away, wishing that they could grow more legs. Innate rancors generally hated people who pry into their privacy. Although it was unintentional, it definitely violated the other party's taboo. Fortunately, the other party did not kill them. Otherwise, with the power of that flame just now, it could have instantly killed all the living beings around them. When Impatience saw Yu Yang's move, she gave him a kiss on his face and smiled tenderly. "So you have a new breakthrough. No wonder you dared to challenge the 6 great celestial demons alone. Although this little rascal is lecherous, he is indeed a genius in cultivation. This time, it's not as simple as just showing off your cultivation, right? I won't go for a fight. My injuries are not fully healed yet." "Ah, your injuries are not fully healed yet?" Yu Yang criticized with a little heartache. "Why did you leave so quickly if you're not fully healed? I'm not even asking you for rent. My body's injuries are healed, but my heart isn't." It turned out that Impatience was just teasing Yu Yang. She wanted to see him worried about her. She was very satisfied with Yu Yang's reaction just now. "I'm the best at healing heart wounds." Yu Yang was not angry. He hid behind Impatience and prepared to find a place to talk. "Let's go to my Charm Demon Palace. I'm afraid I'll have to work hard for you in the future. I probably won't have the chance to go back and manage the Charm Demon Palace anymore. I have to return it to the Charm Demon clan." Impatience was right. She knew that Yu Yang would definitely look for her to ally with him. Because there was going to be a big battle against the Black Hell King. After the battle against the Black Hell King, there was still the Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine. After the battle, she still had to go to the Heaven Realm. In the Heaven Realm, there were the 3 great leaders, Void, Jiao Shao and Ming Yu Guang. A fierce battle was unavoidable. If that's the case, how would she have time to manage the Charm Demon Palace? The reason why she managed the Charm Demon Palace was because she had time to train and find something to do when she was bored. Now that there were continuous fierce battles, she had to train hard to level up. How could she care about anything else? Impatience did not say, but there was actually another rule in the Charm Demon Palace. If every charm demon found a man they loved, they had to bring him back to their clan and accept the congratulations of their clansmen. Then, they would leave the charm demon palace with their loved one and live happily ever after. Although Phoenix Fairy Beauty couldn't be said to be in love with Yu Yang to the point of wanting to die, it was impossible for her not to have any feelings for him after the continuous bloody battles and the body fusion, dual body cultivation. No matter how strong she was still a girl. They trained together naked and went through life and death together many times. How could she forget about it with a smile? In the past, Impatience had never met such a special man, nor did she open her heart to accept a man. It was different now. Although it was because she was jealous of her sister and wanted to steal her disciple, but after a long time of training and fighting side by side, Yu Yang had unknowingly entered her heart. So, Impatience decided to give this little boy a chance. He was very young, ridiculously young, but the problem was that those things were not important at all. What was important was that he had strength, potential, and liked her very much. One had to break through bottlenecks in training. Legend had it that one had to cut off the emotions, cut off the six senses and abandon the physical body. Only by combining the body of energy with the soul could one become a saint. Then, one would slowly become a supreme and finally become a god. Impatience used to do the same. She did not fall in love, did not ask about the matters between men and women, and only focused on training. Until she met Yu Yang. She found that his training was completely different from hers, but the effect was better. He did not need to cut off the emotions, nor did he need to cut off the six senses and abandon the physical body. He could still improve rapidly, and the speed was even faster. He did not need to calm his heart and forget his emotions like others, but he needed to be true to his emotions. His emotions and character could also improve rapidly. Moreover, the body fusion was simply a godly skill, and he had obvious benefits. As for his physical body not being able to become a saint, Yu Yang did not cut off the six senses and abandon the physical body. He had innate qi and nirvana flame. He could use these to purify his body, change his bones, cleanse his marrow, and then be reborn. The effect was 100 times better and 1,000 times faster than cutting off the six senses and abandoning the physical body. Since there was the best way, and she could try out the feeling of being in love with him and be a happy little woman, why not? Of course, before Impatience made such a decision, she hesitated for a long time. However, when she saw the happy smile on his wife, Sickly Beauty's face, a kind of envy that she had never felt before appeared in her heart, and she came to a sudden realization. So what she needed the most was love. Charm Demon Palace? There are so many charm demons. When Yu Yang and Impatience arrived at the Charm Demon Palace in the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower, they found out that this place was named as one of the 10 most dangerous places in the entire Tongtian Tower. The reason was that there were tens of thousands of charm demons and hundreds of thousands of female vassals living here. Most of them were in human form, but some of them were in beast form or bird form. Not to mention a man, even an army of men would be sucked dry immediately if they were placed here. No wonder men would turn pale at the mention of the Charm Demon Palace. This was simply a man's hell, there was no doubt about it. Charm demons were female demon creatures that specialized in seducing men. They had a matriarchal social structure, and all their offspring were females. There would never be a male existence. It was said that a charm demon could suck a man dry after just one sexual intercourse. Turn him into a dried corpse. Furthermore, they could store their seeds for thousands of years, and arrange their reproduction time as they pleased, just like the queen ant. Of course, not all charm demons were willing to give birth. This was because every time they gave birth, their strength would be halved, and the little charm demon that was born would inherit half of their strength and grow rapidly. In Tongtian Tower, charm demons were the demon race that rarely came out. However, once they caught a strong man, they would use their special ability to suck him dry mercilessly. Strong charm demons did not need to have sex. Just by opening their mouth, they could completely suck a lesser innate rancor dry in a few seconds. Therefore, men would definitely tremble in fear at the mention of a terrifying creature like Charm Demon. Don't sweat, they are not as scary as the legends say. Only those who want to play with charm demons would be sucked dry by charm demons. If they met a man who truly loved them, they would live with their lover for the rest of their lives. They would not do anything to harm their lover. In the history of the Charm Demon Palace, there were at least 10,000 charm demons who married far away from their clan. Moreover, most of them lived very happily. Impatience was not a charm demon, she was a pure human. Because her guardian beast was the Demon King-ranked Charm Demon Queen, she was worshipped as the palace master by the Charm Demon clan. Her position was even higher than the Charm Demon Queen. Tianfa Palace Master, I bless you. The Charm Demon Queen who stood in front of the palace to welcome Impatience was about 2 meters tall. She looked extremely enchanting and seductive. She wore a crown on her head and a queen's robe. She sincerely congratulated Impatience. In these hundreds of years, you have always been taking care of me. On the contrary, it was me who helped the Charm Demon Palace very little. Nice to meet you. Impatience and the Charm Demon Queen hugged. This Charm Demon Queen was both a teacher and a friend. It was she who had always guided Impatience on how to cultivate her guardian beast. Impatience's guardian beast had leveled up from normal level 1 to diamond level 10, becoming the great Demon King-ranked Charm Demon Queen that no one had been able to reach since ancient times. The Charm Demon clan will always welcome you. This is your home. You are the pride of our clan. You are welcome to return home often. When the Charm Demon Queen saw Yu Yang perform the innate greeting to her, she secretly praised her sister for finding the best home to return to. She had also heard about Yu clan's third young master. He was very young, but it was enough to shock the entire upper echelons of Tong Tian Tower. Today, he might not be able to fight against Shun Tian, the Black Prince or the Black Hell King, but what about tomorrow? Who could say that it was impossible? The disciple personally chosen by the human Jizun, could it be wrong? If the Jizun's talent was used to judge people, it would never be wrong. Please make her happy. Sky Law is a very unfortunate child. You must make her happy. I believe that you can do it. So, I will leave her to you. The Charm Demon Queen smiled on the surface and did not speak, but secretly transmitted her voice to Yu Yang. At the same time, in the process of returning the greeting to Yu Yang, her right hand quickly stuffed a small box into Yu Yang's hands. This action made Yu Yang slightly startled. Could it be that this had something to do with him? Her action seemed to have a deeper meaning. Impatience was hugging and bidding farewell to the 4 high priests of the Charm Demon clan, so she did not see this small box. After the Charm Demon Queen saw Yu Yang accept it, she nodded her head slightly and smiled as she watched Yu Yang and Impatience leave. Tens of thousands of charm demons sang a beautiful song in unison, sending off another companion who had successfully found love and left the Charm Demon Palace. Only then did Yu Yang understand that Impatience wanted to bring him here to bid farewell to her past. Could it be that the small box still contained her past, her true identity? With this, would he be able to find out some information about Jizun? After bidding farewell to the tens of thousands of succubus that could make one's legs go weak and leaving the succubus palace, one of the 10 most dangerous places in Tong Tian Tower, Yu Yang secretly wiped his cold sweat. A single succubus was nothing, but when tens of thousands of them appeared together, their aura was really terrifying. If the Black Hell Army and the Succubus Palace were to fight, Yu Yang was more optimistic that the Succubus Palace would win. Even if the Black Hell King and his 5 leaders had the upper hand, but with the generals and soldiers, they would definitely be annihilated. And they would probably all die a horrible death, sucked dry and turned into piles of white bones. In Tong Tian Tower, there was only one force that could suppress the Succubus Palace, and that was the Eastern Goblin tribe ruled by the Dragon Emperor. Yu Yang did not immediately open the white jade box that the Succubus Queen secretly gave him. Since the Succubus Queen wanted to keep it a secret and not let the Impatience know, then Yu Yang would find a time to secretly open it. Other than bidding farewell to the Succubus Palace, the Impatience also transferred dozens of areas under her jurisdiction, various mines and forests, as well as many private lands with beautiful scenery to the 6 sky demons of the Demonic Palace. Sky Disaster received the most gifts. The 6 sky demons all came to bless the Impatience. Especially Sky Disaster, her brother-in-law called her sweetly and asked for a reward. She didn't even care about the dragon crystals and insisted on a holy treasure. Shoo, go play at the side. Yu Yang almost wanted to smack her little butt. He didn't even have a holy treasure, how could he give it to her? You have never had a title since you joined the 10 sky demons. I think we have to think of one for you today. Sky Disaster was very vengeful. Seeing that the stingy Yu Yang was not willing to take out the treasure, she immediately suggested, since brother-in-law is a pauper, why don't we call him Sky Pauper? It means the most stingy pauper in the world. Why don't we call him Sky Bash? I was born to bash you. Yu Yang was instantly furious. He wanted to catch his sister-in-law and molest her so that she would understand how powerful brother-in-law was. Let's draw a card of destiny. Sky Crime was one of the kinder ones and quickly tried to smooth things over. Agreed. Sky Assassinate, who admired Yu Yang the most, nodded in agreement. I agree. Sky Sword also agreed. He didn't admire Yu Yang at all. Instead, he was afraid. He was afraid that Yu Yang would steal his Saint Great Ancient Sword. Heavenly Tribulation didn't utter a word. Heavenly Fury, who was carrying the drum on his back, also stood far away without any expression. They were neutral, neither approving nor opposing. Only Sky Calamity insisted that the title of Sky Poor was most suitable for Yu Yang. Impatience was all smiles. It was rare for her to be in such a good mood. She pinched Yu Yang's arm lightly. What she meant was for Yu Yang to not be too stingy and to take out something to please Sky Calamity. She didn't want her to go around shouting and making things awkward for her. Since he said that, Yu Yang patted his chest, implying that he would complete the task. He took out the 5-colored holy light and passed it to Sky Calamity. Girl, have you seen this treasure before? When Sky Calamity saw it, she was so happy that her eyes almost turned into hearts. She shouted, I want it, brother-in-law. How would Yu Yang give her the 5-colored holy light? He was just teasing her. Before Sky Calamity rushed over to snatch it, he immediately kept it. So I'm the stingiest brother-in-law. Seems like I can't give this treasure to you. Not at all. You're the most generous brother-in-law in the world. I like brother-in-law. Come, take out the treasure for me to see. Put it in my palm and let me see it carefully. I promise I won't take it from you. Sky Calamity tried her best to flatter him. A treasure like the 5-colored holy light was simply dazzling to her eyes. I can take a look. I took the wrong one. Yu Yang took out the black light again. Wow. When Sky Calamity saw it, she liked it like a kitten seeing a ball of wool. She waved her hands with all her might, trying to snatch it away under Yu Yang's obstruction. Although the black light was a counterfeit version of the 5-colored holy light, it was still a holy ranked treasure that Jiao Shao left for Xianxia to kill Yu Yang and Impatience. Its use was closer to combat and killing, unlike the real 5-colored divine light which had all sorts of special abilities. In terms of just one aspect, the lethality of the black light was even greater than 1/5 of the green 5-colored divine light. Yu Yang teased Sky Calamity to the point that she almost cried. He kept the black light and took out the bottle containing the god's dew. When Sky Disaster screamed in surprise, he kept it again and took out the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Yu Yang tempted her evilly. Girl, have you seen the divine equipment? Look, this is the legendary divine equipment. Sky Calamity was going crazy. This brat was full of treasures, but he refused to give one to her. She tried her best to snatch it back, but she couldn't win against him. The other 5 sky demons couldn't stand Yu Yang showing off either. He was just teasing a kid. Did he have to take out the divine equipment to tempt her? Really? Have you seen the Eternal Wishing Dutchman's pipe? I, your brother-in-law, have it. Have you seen the God's Water and the Eternal Spring? I have it too. Call me brother-in-law sweetly, maybe I'll give you a piece if I'm happy. Yu Yang was 100 times more evil than the weird uncle who used sweets to tempt little girls. He knew that Sky Calamity couldn't resist the temptation of treasures, but he still showed off. He really deserved a beating. Stingy. Sky Calamity was very smart. She knew that it was impossible to get a treasure from her brother-in-law. He was just teasing her on purpose. Ruthlessly, she grabbed Yu Yang's arm and fiercely bit it. Yu Yang was in so much pain that he couldn't get rid of her even after swinging his arm a dozen times. Impatience had a headache when she saw this. Both of them were just kids, but they could fight like this just because of a grudge. Sky Crime laughed out loud. He opened the mysterious big box a little. Suddenly, countless golden lights came out. A special mysterious energy filled the whole world. Yu Yang and Sky Calamity didn't care about the fight anymore. They rushed over at the same time, wanting to see what Sky Crime's big box was hiding. This was one of the biggest secrets of the demonic palace. It was said that only Sky Execution knew what was inside the big box. Others, even Sky Wrath and Sky Calamity, who were closest to Sky Crime, didn't know. Before Yu Yang could use his divine vision to see clearly, Sky Crime had already taken out dozens of dark gold strange cards. The big box was closed again. The mysterious energy disappeared immediately. Sky Crime sent the dark gold cards to Yu Yang and signaled him to pick one. There were 3 ways to name a sky demon in the demonic palace. The first was self-naming. After reaching the sky demon realm, one could abandon their previous name and call themselves a better one. Like Sky Dragon, originally called Evil Dragon Python Lord. After reaching the peak of innate level 6, he entered the demonic palace and became the weakest 10th sky demon, giving himself the name Sky Dragon. Other than self-naming, there was another kind that was recognized. For example, Sky Wrath. His temper, voice, and drumming were like thunder. Once it was heard, it was like the angry roar of God, so it was recognized as Sky Wrath. Similar examples were Sky Assassinate and Sky Sword. They were recognized as sky demons. The last kind was the sky demon who accepted the Card of Fate test. Only super strong sky demons had this qualification. Like Sky Execution, Sky Law, Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, they all had to go through this test. Once the Card of Fate was tested, it would always give the target a title. This was not the main point. The most important thing was that the Card of Fate was a treasure that contained the power of the ancient code. Once the title was successful, it would give the target an ability. This kind of test opportunity was extremely rare. It could only be tested once every 100 years. Like Sky Wrath, Sky Assassinate and Sky Sword, they all yearned to be tested by the Card of Fate and obtain the special power bestowed by the ancient code. But when Yu Yang joined the Sky Demon, they expressed their willingness to give this opportunity to Yu Yang. Other than being humble to a stronger person, it was also a clear recognition of their own shortcomings. If they were strong enough, then Sky Crime would definitely not give the opportunity to test the Card of Fate to Yu Yang. After all, this was a test that only happened once every 100 years. The reason why Sky Crime gave it to Yu Yang, this newbie, was to prove that he was the more outstanding sky demon. Just randomly pick one? Yu Yang was a little nervous, but he pretended not to care. There were 100 cards of fate, but in every test, he could only pick one out of the 36 cards. These cards of fate were all different. Some had good titles, some had bad ones, and the abilities bestowed by the ancient code were also big and small. Of course it was good to choose a good one. If he chose a card of fate with a bad name and obtained a useless ability, that would be too embarrassing. Be calm and choose according to your heart. You will definitely choose the card of fate that suits you best. The black gold chains in Sky Crime's hands clanked, and the card of fate in his hands rapidly shuffled and recombined. The dark golden card of fate emitted a special energy, and finally gradually diffused and enveloped Sky Crime's hands. Alright. Yu Yang closed his eyes and casually picked one. A strange change occurred. Thousands of dark golden rays of light bloomed from the card in Yu Yang's hands. It was as bright as the sun, extremely dazzling, making people unable to look at it directly. The invisible power of the ancient code appeared. It spread from Yu Yang's body. In an instant, it was displayed to the extreme. The whole world seemed to tremble from this power of the ancient code. A dark golden giant grew from Yu Yang's body. It had the same shape as Yu Yang. In a few seconds, it became a mountain-like existence. Its body was incomparably huge, as high as 1,000 meters. Even looking up, it was impossible to see the head of this dark golden giant. Sky Crime, Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate, and Sky Sword's faces changed dramatically. Their pupils contracted. Impatience and Sky Disaster were also dumbfounded. Because in the records of the demonic palace, there were only 3 people whose image of fate exceeded 100 meters. They were the most powerful Sky Execution, the most talented Sky Law, and the most potential Sky Disaster. Sky Execution's record was close to 200 meters, which was already an unprecedented existence in the entire demonic palace. Sky Law and Sky Disaster were similar. However, there was a gap. The third most powerful sky wrath in the demonic palace, his image of fate was less than 100 meters. The arrogant Sky Calamity was less than 80 meters, and Sky Crime, who was responsible for the test of the card of fate, was only 60 meters. They all knew that Yu Yang was a monster, and they were mentally prepared that he would be as strong as Sky Execution, or even slightly stronger. But no one had ever thought that Yu Yang's destiny image would be so much stronger. It was almost 1,000 meters. The destiny image was like a mountain, and it was impossible to see the entire body of the destiny image. It was an existence that could support the heavens and the earth. This was definitely the most incredible test in the entire history of the demonic palace. It was so abnormal that it was really hard to accept. Not only that, the golden image was holding something in its hands. Because the image of destiny was too tall and dazzling, Sky Law, Sky Disaster, Sky Crime and the others couldn't even reach the height of the golden image's toes when they stood up. Hell, a terrifying roar resounded through the sky, causing the earth to shake. There was another change. There was a dark golden giant wolf nearly 200 meters, which drilled out from between the legs of the golden giant. It stood on the ground, arched its back and raised its head, and roared towards the sky. Its appearance completely covered the situation above the golden giant. Sky Crime and the others vaguely saw something coming out from above, but it was covered by the image of the dark golden giant wolf on the ground, so they couldn't see the changes above. Impatience, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Fury, and the others all wanted to fly up and see the changes on the dark golden giant image. But the power of the law pinned everyone firmly to the ground. At this moment, no one could move. In addition to this dark golden giant wolf, there were countless purple-gold flames and silver-white lightning, burning and wandering on the surface of the golden giant image. In the sky, fiery red lotuses fell and danced all over the sky. Accompanied by this kind of oppressive fire lotus, there was also a kind of terrifying cold frost, in the shape of snowflakes, fluttering. At the same time, there were countless silver electric currents, like spirit snakes, slipping between the ice and fire, crackling. Everyone was almost suffocated. There had never been so many changes in the image of a person's destiny. There had never been a person's destiny image so real. Even Sky Execution's destiny image only existed for a dozen seconds before quickly disappearing. However, this kid's destiny image of Yu Yang had existed for more than a minute, and there was no sign of it disappearing. Instead, it was getting bigger and bigger, showing more and more changes. Even if he was abnormal, there was no need to be so exaggerated, right? Sky's Retribution, who was most jealous of Yu Yang, almost banged his head on the ground. Compared to Yu Yang, his 80-meter-tall destiny image was not even a dwarf. It was not even comparable to the nearly 200-meter-tall giant wolf under Yu Yang's image. It was really annoying to compare oneself with others. Sky's Retribution was full of tears. Impatience was extremely excited. Her face was flushed, and she was so excited that she wanted to cry. She felt that Yu Yang was really good. Yu Yang killed Sky Dragon completely because of her. Although no one blamed him, it was still a little embarrassing. This was also the reason why she suggested Sky's Retribution to let Yu Yang join the demonic palace as one of the new top 10 sky demons. It could be considered as compensating the demonic palace for a sky demon. However, she never thought that Yu Yang would be so outstanding. Not only did he not lose to the 6 great sky demons, he also easily broke the highest record of sky execution during the test of fate, becoming an unprecedented ultimate existence that she believed would never be able to surpass in the future. If it was according to Yu Yang's usual tone, it would be too awesome. Heavenly Disaster was also so excited that her face turned red. She clenched her fists tightly, as if she was going to cheer for Yu Yang at any time. The image of the dark golden wolf covered the sky above. With the cover of the fire lotus, frost, and electric current, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, and the others on the ground couldn't see clearly what was happening above. But everyone knew that there were more changes above. Yu Yang's mind became one with the card of destiny. His eyes were tightly shut, and his mind was completely immersed in the law world of the cards of destiny. Immersed, intoxicated, completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. He was obtaining the power of the law, and comprehending the realm of that special ability. As the card of destiny shone brightly to its limit, Yu Yang suddenly roared to the sky. The cold energy emitted from his body was earth-shattering. The hard ground and the towering mountain were shaking crazily, as if there was an earthquake. Countless cracks on the ground spread out like a spider web. The slopes of the distant mountains were collapsing. The huge rocks on the mountain top were also rumbling down. When Yu Yang waved his arms subconsciously, the image of the dark golden giant was doing the same. What was even more frightening was that the sky had actually split open out of nowhere. The eastern and western skies had strangely split into two halves. The clear sky inexplicably became dark. Dark clouds rolled. The blood-red moon came out of the sky, shining with a chilling light. As the dark clouds churned, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Sky Disaster, and the others could see bright stars falling from the sky one after another. Streaks of blazing light streaked across the sky, crashing onto the ground with a loud rumble. The sky and earth collapsed. The impact of the meteors destroyed everything on the ground. Compared to Sky Execution, Sky Law, Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Calamity, and the others, Yu Yang's image of destiny was thousands of times more terrifying. Even though they knew it was fake, that it was just an image, not a real existence. But as strong as Impatience, Sky Calamity, and the other sky demons, they were terrified. Because it was too real, these images made people feel like they were in reality. Seeing the meteors crashing down, even someone as calm as Sky Crime secretly swallowed his saliva to resist the fear in his heart. As for Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate and Sky Sword, they all had an uncontrollable urge to jump away and escape. In fact, no matter what they wanted to do, it was impossible. The power of the law froze everyone. This, Heavenly Wolf howls to the moon, stars fall, heaven falls, earth shatters, destruction calamity. This image is a reflection of our generation of sky demons, but everyone is just a small part of it. Only Yu Clan's third young master is the real reflection. Sky Crime muttered to himself, the black gold chains on his body tightly wrapped around his arms, neck and body, almost strangling him to death. In the suffocating original Sin Redemption, the painful Sky Crime's eyes shone. Using his special talent, he saw a little bit of the revelation of destiny. But his realm was not enough, he could only see for a few seconds, and could not hold on. The black gold chains made the bones in his body creak. The soul's original Sin Redemption caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Pooh, a mouthful of blood spurted from Sky Crime's mouth, splashing on the ground. When Sky Crime gave up on continuing to see destiny, the black gold chains immediately loosened, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In just a few seconds, Sky Crime's skin was already deeply broken, skin and flesh twisted. Fortunately, he was a powerful sky demon, otherwise the punishment of trying to see destiny would have killed him. Unfortunately, I still can't see the truth clearly. However, the future of Demonic Palace is definitely related to Yu Clan's third young master. I am not wrong about this. Sky Crime said with a little regret, but also a little relief. Regarding the future of Demonic Palace, Sky Crime was the most important one, even more important than Sky Execution. The 10 great sky demons could die, but Demonic Palace must not perish. This protection was the responsibility that the previous generation of sky demons left to Sky Crime, and only Sky Crime, with his ability and talent, could do it. In fact, even if Sky Crime did not say it, everyone knew. Yu Yang, this brat, had such a huge image of destiny and so many visions, all-encompassing, hidden revelations, the future of Demonic Palace. It would be strange if it was not related to him. Phoenix Fairy Beauty heaved a sigh of relief. Her decision to recommend Yu Yang to join the Demonic Palace was indeed correct. This was not only beneficial to Demonic Palace, but also to Yu Yang himself. It was also very helpful. If there really was destiny, then he was the choice of destiny. Unfortunately, Yu Yang did not know this at all. He did not know that his random drawing of a card of destiny would cause such a big commotion. When he opened his eyes, it was already 3 minutes later. Yu Yang couldn't remember anything that had happened. He only knew that there was a special power that had mysteriously entered his body and fused with his devouring energy. Before he opened his eyes, all the images faded and disappeared. The only thing he saw was the card in his hand. What card did Yu Yang draw? Everyone was very curious. Impatience, Sky Disaster, Sky Assassinate, Sky Sword and the others all came over to look, but Sky Crime smiled slightly bitterly. He knew which card Yu Yang had drawn. Sirius. Among all the cards, it was the only one that represented the destruction of the world by devouring stars. It was also the most ferocious card among all the cards of destiny. It was even more terrifying than death, massacre, judgment, destruction, aurora, hell, blood tower, and other ferocious cards. Because once this card was drawn, it represented the destruction of the world, represented the twilight of the gods. The vision just now also showed the same. Sirius held to the moon, stars fell, the sky fell, the earth cracked, the calamity of destruction. What card is this? The world is not like the world, fate is not like fate, Sirius is not like Sirius? Sky Disaster was puzzled, she actually did not recognize the card in Yu Yang's hand. Did something happen? Impatience was also shocked. On the dark golden card in Yu Yang's hand, there were many mysterious patterns. Just like the card that represented world, there was a big tree, but also like the card that represented fate, there was a giant golden hand. There was even a card that represented Sirius, there was an extremely bright star, and in the background of the sky, there was a Sirius that opened its mouth to devour everything. Even Skycrime was inexplicably surprised. He first stared at the card in Yu Yang's hand for a long time, and then lowered his head to count the cards of fate in his hand. Strangely, there were still 36 cards of fate in his hand. Not one less. How could there be an extra card? He clearly saw Yu Yang draw it in his hand. Looking carefully again, he opened the cards of fate in his hand. The cards that represented world, fate, and Sirius had all disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The 3 extra cards were World Tree, Wheel of Fate, and Sirius. Skycrime was shocked. Not only did he not see these 3 new cards, the explanations and levels displayed on them were also very different from the original. Take World Tree as an example. World Tree, middle grade, represents extraordinary wisdom and a long life. The one who draws it will gain the ability to develop the wisdom of plant-type beasts, and share life with plant-type beasts. This card was completely different from the previous ones. The previous world was a top-grade card. The one who draws it will gain perfect creativity and can create everything in the world. The only balance is the success rate. World and World Tree, one is a top-grade card, the other is a mid-grade card. The cards were similar, but World Tree was not even a high-grade card. Fate and Wheel of Fate were the same. Fate was a completely free and irreversible control of fate. Wheel of Fate was just a small curse that could entangle people with bad luck and cause them to be unlucky for a short period of time. As for Sirius and Sirius, there was a huge difference. Sirius represented the destruction of the world, and was related to the legendary world-destroying demon wolf that devoured the world and destroyed the heaven and earth. The one who draws it will gain the power of destruction. There was a certain probability that the life that was killed would be destroyed forever. Even a super strong innate would not be able to survive in the form of a soul. It was even more terrifying than Sky Execution and Sky Law. Sirius was a low-grade card of fate. The ability it gained was that whenever the brightest Sirius appeared in the sky, the one who draws it would double his strength and increase the power of all starry sky beasts by 5 times. How could this be? Not to mention outsiders, even Skycrime himself was confused and felt that it was inconceivable. There's an extra card? This is a good thing. Impatience's reaction was the fastest. She quickly stuffed the card that belonged to Yu Yang into his pocket. From now on, this card belonged to him. As for the ancient runes on Yu Yang's exclusive card that even Yu Yang couldn't understand, she chose to ignore them. The card of fate that had always existed as 100 cards, how did it become 101 card? She didn't bother to investigate, it was reasonable that it existed anyway. From now on in the demonic palace, I will call you Sirius. Skycrime could not understand the words on Yu Yang's card because it was an ancient rune that no one could understand. However, since the Sirius card was the foundation, and it had both world and fate, he decided to officially call Yu Yang Sirius. Great, this name is right. A natural pervert, he is a natural pervert. Sirius is the most suitable name. Sky Disaster clapped her hands and cheered. Is your butt itchy? Yu Yang looked at Sky Disaster's perky but sinisterly. Sister Sky Law, brother-in-law bullied me. He even flirted with me in front of you. If you were not here, this big pervert would have pounced on me. Sister, you have to protect the weak Sky Disaster, I'm scared. Sky Disaster hid behind Impatience and complained, pretending to be a little white rabbit being bullied by a big bad wolf. Yu Yang wanted to say that it was obviously this little girl who seduced him. In the end, he held it in and kept it in his heart. When he had the chance, he would definitely *ck this damn girl. Flirting was nothing. Brother-in-law flirting with sister-in-law was a glorious tradition in the history of the Soaring Dragon continent. It was not easy to escape from Sky Disaster's pestering. Yu Yang hurriedly brought Impatience home. He had already met her family and everyone had agreed, but they had not consummated their marriage yet. How could Yu Yang not be anxious? As for Sky Disaster, forget about it for now. This little girl was very sly, it would not be easy to push her down. He had no time to flirt with her now, he had to think of a way to take down Impatience first. According to the wedding ceremony in the Soaring Dragon continent, they would first marry the bride in a sedan, then bow to the heavens and earth, remove the red veil, drink the nuptial wine, and then do it. Yu Yang skipped all these steps. Sedan, where could he find one now? He could just carry his wife home. Zhu Beiji had set a good example by carrying his wife home. Bowing to the heavens and earth were all fleeting. Husband and wife loved each other, happiness was the same whether they bowed or not. If one of them had a small problem with their body, bowing to the heavens and earth would probably be useless. It was more clear to go straight to the point. Pushing someone down was pushing them down, they couldn't just fantasize without taking action, otherwise they would be worse than a beast. Yu Yang also felt that being a beast was better than being worse than a beast. If he was scolded by a girl as a beast, he would at most be shameless. If he was scolded by a girl as worse than a beast, he would definitely be useless. Don't pull me so fast. Impatience could see that this brat was a little impatient, as if he was up to no good. As soon as she thought about it, her body felt a kind of heat that made her go limp. She couldn't take a step. She knew that she had feelings for Yu Yang, and she also knew that her perfect body would be devoured by this brat sooner or later. The problem came so fast that she was a little unprepared. There should be a buffer, right? Even if they didn't make vows of undying love, they should at least build up the atmosphere, right? Impatience let Yu Yang hold her small white jade hands. She felt as if his big hands were electrified. Waves of power passed through her, making her feel uncomfortable. Let's go back to the Soaring Dragon continent first. If a war breaks out, wouldn't we miss it? Phoenix Fairy Beauty knew that once they really did something, they would probably linger for at least 2 to 3 days. Facing each other, being sweet and intimate, the world of just the two of them would feel great. The problem was that if the Black Hell King were to attack, then Yu Yang's absence would cause serious consequences. Moreover, Impatience also wanted to meet Yu Yang's family. There wouldn't be a normal wedding, so it could be considered as a real marriage. Otherwise, it would be considered as an illicit affair. Their elders wouldn't even acknowledge it. At most, it would be considered as a clandestine affair. If it was in the past, Impatience definitely wouldn't care about these things. But once she decided to follow him in the future, but that was different. She was always thinking for him. After all, she could count on this little rascal in the future. Naturally, she hoped that everything would go smoothly for him. Yu Yang also felt that he had to give Impatience a proper status. It was already very shameless to want to consummate their marriage without getting married. If he didn't even have a proper status, it would definitely be unacceptable. He brought Impatience back to the Yu clan castle and bowed to Elder Yu Hai. He introduced her shamelessly, "This is Sky Law from the demonic palace, she is our reinforcement. She is my good friend, we might even be able to advance further in the future." Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the others quickly pretended to drink their tea, pretending not to hear anything. According to seniority in reality, they were all juniors. When Tianfa became famous, Jun Wu Yu and the rest were still playing in the mud while wearing open pants. Now that Tianfa was going to marry Yu Yang, they knew that such a day would come and they encouraged Yu Yang to do so. But then again, when this kid brought Tianfa back to greet them, they couldn't keep their faces. They didn't have the qualifications to accept the greeting. But if they didn't accept the greeting, it wouldn't be right. After all, Tianfa wanted to follow Yu Yang, how could they not agree? How could they not agree? Cough, this is a good thing. I say, Xiao-san, we don't care about your matters. Let's just address each other separately. Cough, Brother Hai, don't you think so? Jun Wuyu was an emperor after all, so he reacted quickly. He understood the meaning behind his words. It's fine if you don't marry, we all agree. But it's best not to make it public, in case the seniority gets messed up. At that time, they wouldn't know how to address each other. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Elder Yu Hai was very happy in his heart. Sky Law wanted to be his granddaughter-in-law, this was the blessing of his ancestors. This brat Yu Yang really lived up to his expectations. Even Sky Law, who was ranked second in the demonic palace, could be his daughter-in-law. He could die without regrets. Brat, you're awesome. The old cunning fox secretly gave Yu Yang a thumbs up. But on the surface, he quickly returned the greeting. This was because Tian Fa not only represented the reinforcements of the demonic palace, she was also a supreme innate. He was only a level 1 innate, he didn't even have the qualifications to raise his head in front of her. If it wasn't for the title of teacher Yu Yang, Tian Fa wouldn't even bother to look him in the eye, let alone bow to him. The warriors present also felt honored. Borrowing the status of Yu Yang's elder, even a supreme innate bowed to him. This was definitely the first time since ancient times. Everyone quickly returned the greeting, saying that they didn't deserve it. Tian Fa gave Yu Yang face and bowed to everyone, but that didn't mean that they could really treat her as a junior. Many of the masters present had to bow respectfully when they saw Tian Fa, how could they just sit there casually? Then, they went to Tian Luo Palace to see Fourth Mother. Fourth Mother was much more generous than Jun Wuyu and the others. In her mind, no matter if it was Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai or City Mistress Fallen Flowers, or anyone else, as long as they were married to her Xiao San, they would be her daughter-in-law. Facing Tian Fa's greeting, she didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, she was extremely happy. She personally helped Impatience up and pulled her to one side. She asked her in detail non-stop, almost investigating all 3 generations of Impatience's ancestors. Brother. When Yu Bing appeared, Yu Yang sighed inwardly. It seemed like his blissful sexual life had to be postponed. When his sister came back, she would definitely pester him. It would be very difficult for him to have a world of just the 2 of them with Impatience at this time. Yu Yang secretly gritted his teeth. He could forget about it during the day, but at night, he would wait for Yu Bing to fall asleep, then he would sneak over and make a night attack to push down Impatience. In any case, when he trained body fusion, in the past, he would sneak around in the middle of the night. He was already used to moving at night. The little girl also flew over. Since her sister was in her brother's embrace, she hugged her brother's thigh with both hands and begged for sweets with all her might. This little girl was easy to please, he just needed to give her some good food. Yu Bing wasn't that easy. She was so pure that she didn't know that she had disturbed her brother's blissful sexual life. She happily reported to her brother the knowledge that she had learned from Grandma Wu Teng, and also talked about her own enlightenment. She even showed him her cultivation progress, asking him to examine her to prove that she had been working hard and hadn't been lazy. Of course, the little girl just wanted her brother to praise her. She felt that she had put in a lot of effort in training and studying seriously. She was proud of herself, so of course she wanted her brother to praise her. Oh, Bing Er's progress is not bad. Your combat skills are also pretty good. Later on, I will think of a way to level up your green light tree demoness and 1000-year-old Treant General. As long as the 1000-year-old Treant General can become the 10,000-year-old ancient tree king, then you can almost become an innate. A 16-year-old innate, Bing Er, you are even more powerful than me. Continue to work hard. When Yu Yang praised her, Yu Bing's face turned red. She felt a little embarrassed and buried her head in her brother's embrace. Her face and ears were red, and she didn't dare to look at him. She liked to hear her brother's praise, but when he really praised her, she felt embarrassed. Because she hadn't worked hard enough. The reason why she could improve was all because of her brother's help. To become an innate at the age of 16, if it wasn't for her brother, how could it be possible? With regards to the idea of surpassing her brother, Bing Er felt that she was being disrespectful to her brother. If it wasn't for her brother forcing her to do this, she would rather become an innate later. She must let her brother maintain the historical record of becoming an innate at the age of 20. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty saw that Yu Yang had really brought the Impatience back, they felt a little sour in their hearts. This brat was really capable, however, they already knew that this day would come. When they were practicing body fusion, previously, they already knew that Sky Law wouldn't be able to run away. Moreover, the impatience had sacrificed herself to protect Yu Yang several times. She had also saved the girls many times. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty didn't object to her joining. Although Sky Law was a super innate, her temper wasn't like others. She didn't put on airs. She didn't like to manage things and only liked to practice. She didn't have any thoughts of seizing power and becoming the big sister in the harem. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty didn't feel that she was a threat at all. Moreover, when it came to entering the harem, the two of them were ranked ahead of her. At night, Yu Yang finally managed to coax Yu Bing, who was excitedly talking to her brother about the new realm of battle techniques, to sleep. He was about to sneak out to attack the impatiens at night. Who knew that before he could sneak out of Yu Bing's room, he would suddenly see City Mistress Fallen Flowers standing in front of him with a light veil. Fallen Beauty threw herself into Yu Yang's arms and hugged his neck. Her breath smelled like orchids, and she let out a voice that sounded like a kitten in spring. "Scoundrel, I want it. I want to try the position you told me the other time tonight." He knew that this girl was here to cause trouble, but with a beauty in his arms, a warm and fragrant body, and a pair of seductive eyes, how could he not express himself? Sickly Beauty also secretly stuck half of her head out from behind her door. When she saw Yu Yang, she quickly retracted her head back. She seemed to be extremely shy. Threesome, on one side, there were his two little wives serving him threesome, on the other side, there was the important matter of the impatience's nuptial chamber. How should he choose? Yu Yang didn't care anymore. He would first enjoy threesome, and then go to the nuptial chamber. Anyway, the impatience couldn't run away, so it wouldn't be too late to let her wait for a while. As for Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty, if he didn't make them beg for mercy, he wouldn't be able to teach them what it meant to be a husband. "Scoundrel, as expected of this city mistress who loves you dearly. Tonight, I will definitely let you enjoy my gentleness." City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw that Yu Yang had chosen to have a threesome without hesitation, and was overjoyed. She hugged her lover and kissed him fiercely. She decided to use all her skills to make this brat unable to leave the bed for the whole night. Did he want to attack Sky Law at night? No, at least not tonight. Tonight, he belonged to her. During the battle, City Mistress Fallen Flowers really did her best to serve him. She usually didn't take the initiative, but tonight, she put in a lot of effort. Moreover, unless it was just the two of them, she wouldn't dare to be so bold in front of Sickly Beauty. Now, she was very impressive. She did something even more daring, and even deliberately moaned loudly to provoke the impatience who was eavesdropping next door. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty took turns to fight. After fighting for the whole night, they were exhausted. Impatience didn't feel good either. If it wasn't for her strong self-control, she probably couldn't help but walk into City Mistress Fallen Flowers' room and participate in the battle. During the day, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' face was glowing. Although her body was a little weak, her spirit was really good. Firstly, she had achieved a gratifying victory in front of her rival in love. Secondly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Yu Yang's impressive performance made her feel boundless happiness. She knew that she couldn't control Yu Yang, so she was smart enough to deliberately talk to impatience. As a result, under her intentional and Yu Bing's unintentional disturbances, Yu Yang and impatience could only secretly hold hands, making it look like they were having an affair. Impatience also felt that it was funny and fun. Although it wasn't an affair, there was that kind of exciting feeling. When Yu Yang secretly reached out his hand to touch her under the table, she didn't even refuse. On the surface, she sat and talked to City Mistress Fallen Flowers seriously, but underneath, she let Yu Yang's naughty hands grope her thighs. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw it and immediately clamped Yu Yang's ankle under the table. Then, she pulled his hand and placed it on her thigh. On the other side, Impatience also learned to do the same. She completely refused to be at a disadvantage. Yu Yang enjoyed the bliss of having multiple partners. His only regret was that he had to do it secretly. Because there was still Yu Bing and Yu Xuan beside him. They didn't know anything and didn't have such thoughts at all. No matter how thick-skinned Yu Yang was, he wouldn't be able to brazenly take advantage of his sister. Yu Bing didn't know that her two sisters-in-law were fighting secretly under the table. She was happily discussing beasts and combat skills with her brother. She then humbly asked City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Impatience for guidance. Strictly speaking, she was the one who benefited the most. At night, City Mistress Fallen Flowers used her honey trap to lure Yu Yang to have a threesome. After a night of torment, Impatience had already thought of a good way to deal with it. That was to close off all 6 of her senses. She couldn't stand that kind of sound, so it should be fine if she didn't listen to it, right? She saw that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was forcefully holding on. That kind of battle was definitely tiring for her body. She even laughed in her heart. Let's see how long you can hold on. If I'm not anxious, can you dominate me? As a virgin, Impatience had expectations and was also a little worried. If she couldn't stand it and messed up the first time, Fallen Flowers would definitely make fun of her. She might as well have a little secret affair with Yu Yang first. This kind of feeling was not bad. Although it was a little sneaky, it was very exciting. The atmosphere was also not bad. Most importantly, this would make him like her even more, letting Yu Yang do that kind of thing so quickly. Impatience was still a little uncomfortable. It would be best if they could play a little ambiguity and nurture their relationship. Yu could see that she was anxious. She tried her best to smooth things over during the day and went to sleep early at night. She didn't dare to listen to that kind of sound anymore. She also couldn't resist entering the grimoire world. She was afraid that if she saw something not suitable for children or heard some kind of sound, her heart would be disturbed and she wouldn't be able to sleep. Fourth Mother was very lenient and coaxed little Xuan to sleep early. She only cared about the big picture when it came to her children's affairs. When it came to the details of life, she knew that everyone could actually do it well. It was not a big deal for a little girl to be jealous and fight. Besides, this kind of small fight would only improve the relationship between each other. If they coldly ignored each other, that would be terrible. It was the same for 3 days. City Lord Fallen Flowers had been fighting with Yu Yang for 3 nights in a row, using all her strength to serve him, causing her to be completely exhausted. In the end, she found that her rival was completely unaffected. He was immediately discouraged. Forget it, I'll leave it to you tonight. I'm exhausted. City Lord Fallen Flowers admitted defeat for the time being. She felt that she had been a little too impulsive. If Yu Yang had already pushed Skylaw down and let her have a taste of what it was like to be a woman, then she would not have been able to control herself. Now? She was still a virgin. She still had the reserve and fear of a young girl. When she heard the voice, even if it was very tempting, she could still resist it as long as she shut off her 6 senses. City Lord Fallen Flowers felt that it was not very rational to fight with Skylaw now. When she was pushed down by Yu Yang, that would be the best time to fight. However, come to think of it, if she was pushed down by that big bad guy, Yu Yang, she would be the same as herself. What was the point of fighting with her? Once she calmed down, City Lord Fallen Flowers was already discouraged. She felt that she had suffered a loss. She had worked hard for 3 days in vain. This Skylaw girl was going to be pushed down sooner or later. Her blocking like this was a super stupid move. It was tiring to death and had no effect. On the other hand, that big pervert Yu Yang had taken advantage of her. Fortunately, she realized it early. If she had persisted for another 10 days or half a month, she would have gotten sick from exhaustion. City Lord Fallen Flowers admitted defeat. Impatience was a little surprised. She thought that Fallen Flowers would at least persist for more than a week. She did not expect that she would give up after 3 days. It seemed that the other party was a smart girl and not a fool. Impatience did not have any hostility towards Fallen Flowers. Hearing her admit defeat like a cute little girl throwing a tantrum, her impression of her changed. She was secretly amused. She even mocked herself in her heart for lowering herself to the same level as Fallen Flowers. Seeing City Lord Fallen Flowers admit defeat so readily, Impatience's heart was slightly moved. Maybe talking to her would solve the knot in her heart. Because although she was young, she was already rich in experience. Actually, I really don't care. You can let him accompany you at night. As for that, it's actually my first time. I don't really know how to do it, so I'm also a little conflicted. Let nature take its course. I didn't want to fight for that. It was just fun. I deliberately teased you during the day. Since you're unhappy, I'll apologize to you. It was rare for impatience to speak the truth. In other aspects, she could beat countless women, but in this aspect, she really had no experience. It was not that she had not seen Yu Yang's body before. When he was doing it with City Lord Fallen Flowers, she had also peeked at it at night. She felt that if it was her, she would definitely let him kill her. It was because of this mentality that she let Yu Yang attack her at night. This mentality of yours, I've had it before. The first time, I was indeed a little scared. My mentality was very complicated. I really wanted to give it to him, but I didn't dare to. I was afraid that I would disappoint him. City Lord Fallen Flowers saw that Sky Law was vaguely asking for advice, and could not help but sympathize with her. Poor Sky Law. She had been famous for hundreds of years, but she had not even tasted the taste of love. She was lucky that she met Yu Yang early on. Thinking like this. For a moment, City Lord Fallen Flowers was happy again. She felt that she was still the luckiest. She did not have to wait for hundreds of years to find the best lover. Is the first time very painful? Impatience wanted to repair their relationship, and at the same time ask for advice. Anyway, she lacked experience in this aspect. Painful. City Lord Fallen Flowers was even more proud. She explained as a teacher, the first time is so painful, it's not like you haven't seen it before. That big bad guy is really a dragon among men. You haven't touched it before? Really? Then did he let it touch you there? It's very hot, right? Not even a brush? Will he be very obedient when we practice body fusion? Impossible. Alright, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about our own bodies. If we don't try, we won't know. Turns out our bodies are very strong. It was very painful at the time, but we can definitely bear it. Why would I lie to you? You're still better now. I'll tell you now, and you'll be mentally prepared. Who told me at the time? No, it was all by myself. But the first time was very successful. Yes, it's fine as long as you're brave. The first time was successful, and it'll be easy in the future. Don't worry, he'll be very gentle. Anyway, it's just like that. It's not as scary as you think. Thank you very much. Impatience felt much more at ease after listening to City Lord Fallen Flowers' first experience. What are you thanking me for? We might even fight side by side in the future. By the way, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai don't know yet. I'll tell them next time. City Lord Fallen Flowers seemed to be addicted to being a teacher this time. At night, City Lord Fallen Flowers didn't stand at the door waiting for Yu Yang anymore. Yu Yang sneaked into her room in surprise and found that she was already asleep. He touched her lightly, and she turned around in a daze. She started to talk in her sleep like a fish bubbling, I'm sleepy. I need to rest. I haven't slept well for the past few nights. Sickly Beauty was about the same. She hadn't fallen asleep yet, but she waved her hand to indicate that she didn't need to serve Yu Yang anymore. Her body needed rest. One had to know that she was an ally of City Lord Fallen Flowers for 3 nights. In fact, she was even more tired than City Lord Fallen Flowers. This was because City Lord Fallen Flowers was extremely sensitive and had poor endurance. She was always defeated very quickly. In the end, it was her who served her husband wholeheartedly. Night attack began. When Yu Yang tiptoed to Impatience's room, he found that she had already fallen asleep. However, her eyes were not closed, and she was waiting for him quietly. The soft light shone on her devastatingly beautiful and peerlessly enchanting jade face. An indescribable beauty assaulted one's senses, simply suffocating one. Yu Yang was stunned. He had never seen such a quiet, elegant, and gentle Impatience. Sleep here tonight. However, can we not do that tonight? Tomorrow? Let me calm down, I'm a little nervous. Impatience waved her hand, asking Yu Yang to come over. Then, she gently lifted the blanket, revealing her flawless body. She gestured for him to quickly come in and lie down. When Yu Yang came in, she flipped her delicate body over and rested her head on Yu Yang's arm. She rested her head on his chest, feeling the contentment of Yu Yang's big hand caressing her back as she used her lily-white hands to gently stroke his body. From his eyebrows, cheeks, lips to his neck, then to his shoulders, chest, and lower abdomen. She was gently stroking him. It was as if she wanted to quickly familiarize herself with the man who was about to become her husband. She tried to use the fastest speed to fall in love with him. Although it was not very realistic to fall in love with him immediately. At the very least, she tried to accept him. She opened her heart and let him walk into her life, and then live there forever. Yu Yang hugged her delicate body that was slightly trembling because of nervousness. His heart involuntarily gave birth to a kind of protection. At this moment, she was no longer Sky Law, no longer a super innate, but a woman, a girl who thirsted for love but was also a little timid. If he wanted her now, he believed that she would not refuse. However, when Yu Yang saw her trembling because of nervousness, his heart was not filled with desire, but with tender love. What she needed the most was his protection, what she needed the most was gentle comfort, and not reckless possession. Yu Yang lightly kissed her forehead, kissed her eyebrows, and lightly kissed her cheeks. He used his hands to caress her back that was as smooth as jade, comforting her soul, allowing her to gradually calm down from her nervousness. Actually, it's not that scary. Liking someone and doing happy things with your lover is just like that. Yu Yang gently kissed her fresh petal-like lips. At first, it was shallow, making her feel the joy of kissing. When her jade lips were filled with happiness and desire, they slightly opened, and Yu Yang really kissed her. He let her try the beauty of kissing. In the end, Impatience, who had a taste of it, immediately learned without a teacher. She kissed him over and over again, learning faster and better. The more they kissed, the more reluctant they were to separate. In the end, when her lips were slightly red and swollen, she reluctantly let go. Unknowingly, she found that she was no longer nervous. Unbeknownst to her, her tight legs had wrapped around his thighs. She could feel the heat of his body, especially his sensitive private area. Even though she hadn't touched it, there was a special feeling that gave rise to a strange yet familiar desire. This kind of desire was very similar to the pleasure he felt when he accidentally rubbed against her when he practiced body fusion, but it was even more intense. To be precise, it was the desire for his possession. Her breathing became slightly rapid, and Impatience looked a little embarrassed at Yu Yang. She felt that not only was her body not nervous, but there was also a need, but she was embarrassed because she had just said that she did not want that tonight. Bad thing, it's so scary. Her little hand was unexpectedly bold. She did not mean to do that, she just wanted to try touching it, but she did not expect that it would not let go. She was so embarrassed that she could not show her face, and in the end, she could only act coquettishly. In fact, the current her, other than being a little shocked by its majesty, she was not afraid at all. In fact, there was even a little bit of joy. She felt that the man she chose was worthy of being the strongest man. Whether it was strength or body, he was the strongest dragon in the world. Don't you like them? Do you want to kiss them? Impatience remembered that night when she peeked, he kissed fallen flowers' soft breasts. He seemed to like to be naughty like that. Her heart moved, and with excitement, she gently raised her body, pulled his big hand over, and tightly pressed it on her incomparably plump breasts. She suppressed her embarrassment and gently bit his earlobe. Last night, I saw you kissing fallen flowers like that, and you also kissed me like that. Deep in the night. Impatience woke up from her sleep and realized that there was something strange under her body. In her daze, she stretched out her hand to touch and realized that she was lying on top of Yu Yang's body. Her drowsiness receded like a tide and her mind was completely awake. She opened her eyes and looked at her sleeping lover. Looking at the soft light shining on his handsome face, she could not help but sigh. From the looks of it, this brat was not bad looking. There was no cheeky smile on his face during the day. He was sleeping quietly. His handsome face and perfect body emitted an indescribable unique charm. Perhaps those legendary sleeping gods were like him right now. Impatience never felt that a man's sleeping posture would be good. Tonight, she finally overthrew her inherent belief. Compared to him in the day, the sleeping Yu Yang had two completely different charms. In the day, he was mischievous and full of energy. His smile was a little evil. No matter how she looked at him, he looked like a little rascal. but she could not get angry at him. When he looked at his enemies, it was always filled with ridicule. When he looked at his family, he was like a little fox. He was never willing to show his true face to others. But when he looked at women, he was incomparably domineering. It was as if he could see into the inner world of others. It was as if he could see through the clothes they were wearing. He was this kind of overbearing evil person. Those who provoked him would not have a good ending. However, when he was asleep, he was completely different. Very quiet. He was not like Heaven's fury, who could fall asleep at any time and his snoring could shake the heavens. He did not. Yu Yang did not seem to fall asleep easily unless he was in a safe place. And when he was asleep, he was abnormally peaceful. If one were to see him now, they would think that the bad and perverted Yu Yang in the day was an illusion. This kind of deep sleep brought with it a kind of inexplicable loneliness. He always wanted to hug someone to sleep, as if he would be abandoned by the world if he did not do that. Although he was very arrogant and domineering in the day, Impatience was very sure that he was a man who was afraid of loneliness. He had a low sense of security and needed comfort. No one knew the secrets of his heart. He hid it very well during the day. No one noticed it, and he would never show it. Only when he fell asleep at night would he reveal his true weakness. No wonder he was so reliant on Fourth Mother. It was because Fourth Mother's motherly nature was exactly what he needed the most. It was no wonder that the sickly beauty and the others would always leave at least one person behind to accompany him. In this world, only his women knew his true weakness. It was also they who had always given him comfort. So that he would no longer be lonely. Little scoundrel, in the future, I will also take care of you. I don't think I can replace Fourth Mother, but I can also be your little mother. I will love you forever. Impatience kissed Yu Yang's forehead tenderly, then lightly kissed his lips. Then, satisfied, she bent down and continued to lie on his chest. Everything that had happened with him earlier replayed in her mind. From the first time they met, to the several life and death battles after that, to the body fusion, to the reforging of her foundation after leveling up, to the farewell to the Charm Demon Palace and the test of the cards of fate, all flashed in her mind. Most recently, she and Luo Hua City Mistress were at loggerheads. At night, she had peeked at his lovemaking, watching Luo Hua swaying and moaning like a horse on his body. Also, she had a little secret love affair with him during the day. Whenever she thought about it, she would feel very happy. What made Impatience blush the most was the lingering actions with him before falling asleep. From the initial nervousness, to relaxation. Then it was the unbearable desire of her body. She passively and shyly kissed him. She even took the initiative to put his hand on her chest and let him play with the big treasure in front of her chest. Later, she even excitedly fed the bud into his mouth, like a little mother, letting him suck and let him enjoy her gentleness. When his bad hands were playing tricks in the small garden below, her whole body was trembling. She never thought that this kind of thing would be so happy. His bad hands could simply make people hover between life and death. Also, he was really bold. He actually dared to lean down and kiss that place. For the first time, she had the feeling of bliss of her soul soaring into the sky. That feeling was unforgettable. This was given to her by him. After tonight, she finally understood. Doing that thing turned out not to be scary at all. Instead, it was very comfortable. No wonder fallen flowers would moan with infinite joy. Not to mention her, she also couldn't help but cry out. Knowing that everyone would hear it, she still couldn't help it. Because it was too comfortable, Impatience recalled the lingering just now. Her jade face became even redder, and her body gradually began to heat up. Her body, which was a little tired, was quickly injected with vitality. Her tiredness disappeared without a trace. Instead, she had a strange feeling of wanting to exercise vigorously and sweat. There was only one last step left. She didn't really give it to him. Other than that, every part of her body had been kissed by him. Even the most private little garden had been occupied by him. He kissed to his heart's content. He was only one step away from entering the room and becoming the real master. She had originally wanted to give it to him, but she was afraid that there would be a violent reaction and wake up Yu Bing and the rest. Based on Traceless and Fallen Flowers' situation, the first time she made love with him, there would be an extremely powerful phenomenon. It might even increase her level. Fallen Flowers had advanced to the innate stage after making love with him. Would she be able to surpass the current innate stage 10 and reach the innate stage first level? Bad guy, how many secrets do you have? Impatience happily kissed him. The more she looked at him, the more she wanted to kiss him. This kind of bad guy was really likable. There were always so many girls around him. It seemed that in the future, she would have to be like Fallen Flowers. She would seduce him at night and serve him well, so that he wouldn't have the chance to go out and fool around. Her little hand reached down and found that the bad guy was still as proud as a gun in his sleep. Maybe this bad guy was having that kind of dream. Impatience felt like her body was on fire. On one hand, she was embarrassed, but on the other hand, she couldn't resist her desire. Her body seemed to be out of control. Her little hand was holding on to the bad guy, unwilling to let go. He was very gentle. He was afraid that he would hurt her, so he didn't want it. But she was sure that what he really wanted was to protect her body, so he endured it. Since that was the case, she might as well take the initiative. Just like what he said, she might as well push him down herself. He would definitely be happy. Impatience's mind suddenly flashed with such a bold idea. She was shocked. Could it be that she was affected by her guardian beast, the charm demon queen? But she shouldn't be able to affect her mind. The idea of pushing down was very powerful, but Impatience didn't have the confidence to do it. She opened the blanket slightly and looked at it for a long time. She felt that it was a little difficult. Looking at Fallen Flower sitting on him didn't seem too difficult. First, there would be a round of kisses, then she would sit on him like riding a horse. Let's try it. Maybe I can do it too. Impatience gathered her courage. If Fallen Flowers could do it, why couldn't she? Moreover, she had already observed the process carefully. It was just that she wasn't familiar with the operation. This wasn't the Academy's exam. As long as she could complete it smoothly, it was fine. Before this, Fallen Flower seemed to have been sucked by him for a long time. If not, with Traceless's service, it should be moist. Impatience gathered her courage and tried to imitate Fallen Flowers' position. After trying a few times, she realized that it was very difficult. Her lips and tongue were very clumsy. She didn't think that she would be so stupid. Her movements were completely stiff and out of shape. Moreover, Yu Yang was too bad. Ah, what are you doing? Yu Yang was awakened by Impatience's clumsy movements. No. Impatience was too ashamed to show her face and hid under the blanket. After a long time, she crawled out amidst Yu Yang's loud laughter. She almost didn't dare to look him in the eyes. I just wanted to try. It seems that I'm really not as good as Fallen Flowers. Yu Yang held back his laughter. Don't mind this. Fallen Flowers was even more stupid than you. Phoenix Fairy Beauty buried her head in Yu Yang's chest. Using a voice that she could barely hear herself, she said the bravest words she had ever said in her life. The promise that we had just made is cancelled. I want to do that with you. Yu Yang was stunned. Meow, why did this girl think it through so quickly? She's not afraid of pain anymore. Impatience bit Yu Yang's chest shyly and hit his shoulder with her fist. Not here. Let's go to my grimoire world. It's just the two of us, okay? A beautiful woman with seductive red lips, wanting to receive a new favor. What a blessing in life. How could Yu Yang let down the beauty's good intentions? He picked up Impatience's soft body and entered Impatience's grimoire world under the guidance of Impatience's guardian beast, Charm Demon Queen. Yu Yang didn't look at this space that was similar to the Charm Demon Palace. He didn't have time to be distracted and only wanted to kiss the beauty in his arms. Their love lingered endlessly and the fire of passion burned. Impatience fell on the bed and covered her eyes shyly with her hands. She actually wanted to see, but she was really embarrassed and didn't know how to cooperate. When Yu Yang kissed all the way down and gently sucked the bright red bud, Impatience moaned in comfort. Her hands couldn't help but press his head tightly on it, so that he could clearly feel how beautiful her most beautiful and most abundant treasures were. This was the legendary suffocation of happiness. Yu Yang was so excited that he almost cried. One must know that compared to City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty, the big treasures in front of Impatience's chest were much more powerful. The suffocation of happiness in his dreams really had a chance to come true. What was there to regret in life? What made Yu Yang feel the most fatally tempted was that the charm demon queen actually dared to come out and help her mistress serve together. The charm demon queen sucked hard under him. Although it was her first time doing this, her technique was undoubtedly much better than her mistress. This was because as a charm demon, she was born with this kind of natural ability. She didn't need to learn or practice. Once she had the chance, she would display her natural instinct that surpassed everything. The pleasure obtained by the charm demon queen would also be transferred to Impatience, who was connected to her. This double pleasure made Impatience reach her limit very quickly. "I can't take it anymore, I'm so sad." Impatience hugged her lover tightly, trembling in passion. The charm demon queen's constant transfer of pleasure made her stay in the ecstasy of orgasm for a long time, unable to recover immediately. Yu Yang took the opportunity to use body fusion. This was the best opportunity. Impatience was now an innate level 10. Could she break through to heaven's stage and become the second or third female sovereign after Jizun? Yu Yang really hoped that he could help her break through in one fell swoop. Impatience never lacked talent, she just lacked the state of mind to break through. Now was the best time to break through. Countless runes, heaven runes, and ancient runes shone brightly. They formed a variety of patterns. The more Phoenix Fairy Beauty's mind was immersed in happiness, the more diverse and mysterious the combination of the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body became. The purest innate chi flowed endlessly from Yu Yang's mouth into Impatience's mouth and then flowed through her entire body. Nirvana flame burned on Yu Yang's right hand as he gently pressed it on Impatience's back. Body refinement and breakthrough at the same time. With Impatience's current energy, it was not enough to break through to the elder innate realm. But Yu Yang had a way. Every time her energy was exhausted, he would drip God's dew or even God's water into her mouth to restore her body to its best state. Then, he would use Nirvana flame and innate chi to refine her body again. Under such circumstances, Impatience would be able to refine her body and achieve Nirvana rebirth. Her meridians were already connected, but what Yu Yang wanted was not just the meridians. He wanted Impatience's entire body to be in a state of pure body refinement. What he wanted was for her body to reach its most perfect state. Then, he would use God's water and Nirvana flame to reshape her body to become an indestructible existence like the legendary divine body. This was his real purpose. Of course, the most important thing was to carry out dual cultivation at the same time. That was the key to breaking through to the next realm. Body refinement needed to reach the elder innate realm to complement each other. When Impatience was about to break through to the next realm, Charm Demon Queen immediately merged into her body and used all her energy to help her master break through. She was a strengthening type guardian beast and could be said to be one of the most important aids to her master. The combination of Yu Yang and Impatience was the beginning of the husband and wife dual cultivation. It was also the first step to breaking through to heaven rank and becoming a female elder innate realm. The powerful dragon spear was raised high in the air. When its master arrived outside the mysterious garden, it forcefully announced that it was the new master of this land, using the action of conquering and that unquestionable attitude. When its master rode forward to occupy a new territory, there was no power in the world that could stop its advance. The tender and dewy petals did not stubbornly guard the door. In its passion, it welcomed the arrival of its new master. Even though it was too weak to bear it, it didn't resist or deny it. The cries of the virgin represented the loyalty of the original mistress. She, for the new conqueror, for the love of her life, dedicated everything. Fallen petals were everywhere. This was the best gift a lover could receive, representing the lover's past purity and future loyalty. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was in so much pain that she trembled slightly. A tear rolled down her cheek silently, but she held on to Yu Yang firmly, hinting him to continue moving forward. She did not want him to stop because of her weakness. "Love you, forever." Yu Yang gently kissed away that sparkling teardrop, using the most gentle kiss to reduce her pain as much as possible. Continue moving forward until they were one. The most important part of the body fusion ceremony of husband and wife was carried out, and it was successfully completed. Innate chi, nirvana flame, God's dew and God's water completely reconstructed Impatience's perfect body, allowing her to infinitely close to the legendary indestructible, divine body. Body fusion had reached the pinnacle, and the runic circle had changed to the best combination. Impatience's summoning grimoire appeared. Colorful lights bloomed, a golden rainbow pierced through the sky, and a new fragrance that had never been there before filled the entire space. And a huge pillar of light shot up to the sky. It turned out that when Impatience leveled up to innate, the pillar of light was not more than 200 meters. Now, with Yu Yang's help and many efforts, Impatience had successfully broken through to a new realm. From innate level 10, she took a step forward and stepped into the realm that only innate elders could reach, innate elder. This was what the warriors of the heaven realm called heaven rank. The pillar of light that was originally less than 200 meters broke through and suddenly rose to more than 300 meters, its height doubled. There were also countless rainbows that seeped out of the grimoire and slowly entered Impatience's body. Her guardian beast, Charm Demon Queen, also rose rapidly in the colorful light of the breakthrough. It was not a change in level, but a qualitative change in her body. The wings and tail on Impatience's back, as well as the pair of small and cute curved horns on her head, were constantly fading. Impatience had successfully leveled up to innate elder level 1, a female supreme elder, which was also known as heaven rank level 1 in the heaven realm. Charm Demon Queen, she was still evolving. Qualitative change needed a process. But what was certain was that her future would become limitless with the improvement of her master's strength. Maybe one day, she would not only be promoted to a divine beast, but also become the world's first charm demon goddess. When Impatience was about to finish leveling up, suddenly, Yu Yang, who had not leveled up for a long time, also received the energy from Impatience. At the same time, his energy soared and rushed to a higher realm. His summoning grimoire automatically appeared as well. Following that, a golden pillar of light shot towards the sky. Yu Yang's whole body was instantly bathed in the golden light of leveling up. The grimoire opened to the first page, which showed that his level had risen from innate level 3 to innate level 4. According to his innate level 1, he was equivalent to other innate level 6. Yu Yang, who was innate level 4, was equivalent to innate level 9. After the breakthrough, Yu Yang had enough confidence and strength to defeat Shen Tian or the Black Prince, even if he met a super innate like Shen Tian or the Black Prince again. He could even kill them under certain conditions. Yu Yang had never expected that he would be able to help Phoenix Fairy Beauty break through to Elder Innate Realm and level up to innate level 4. However, this was not a bad thing. To Yu Yang, the energy from Impatience's energy was a hint. Before this, Yu Yang must have received this kind of energy from Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. It was just that it was not as strong as the Impatience, so Yu Yang did not sense it. If this was really the case, then wouldn't he be able to get more when he pushed down Anan, Princess Sisai, and Shui Wuxia in the future? Most importantly, Yu Yang realized that the Devour inherent skill in his body benefited the most from this kind of pure energy. Maybe, one day, when the black hole-like Devour inherent skill could be controlled by Yu Yang himself, then even if he were to face the extremely powerful Scarlet Emperor, or the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, Su Kong and Jiu Shao, who wielded the divine halberd, he believed that there would be a day when they would fall. Previously, although Yu Yang leveled up very slowly after becoming an innate, it was not because Yu Yang was not talented enough, but because he had been reminded by the heavenly Sword Goddess to build a good innate foundation and perfect everything needed for the innate realm. That was why his leveling speed was so slow. If he did not take the initiative to lower his level and recultivate many times, Yu Yang would have been a level 9 innate long ago. If their strengths were the same, with Yu Yang's innate level 4, he would be able to reach the level of other innate level 9 innate. Yu Yang would definitely choose innate level 4, because there would be more breakthroughs and improvements in the future. As for innate level 9, not to mention anything else, he would at least lack the 5 levels in between, after a wonderful night. In his dream, Yu Yang felt that his nose was a little itchy. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Impatience was mischievously using her hair to stroke his cheeks. Pervert, you're still naughty when you're asleep. Impatience had also just woken up. She realized that Yu Yang was still asleep, but his big hands were rubbing her chest non-stop. She immediately got up and used her hair to stroke him. Seeing that he was confused when he woke up, she couldn't help but laugh. Her shoulders shook as she laughed out loud. Not laughing was already charming enough. Once she laughed, her breasts trembled. She was really captivating. No one could compare to her. Looking at her laughing coquettishly, as well as the temptation of her big breasts, Yu Yang realized that his wolf blood was boiling. Just as he was about to push Impatience down and conquer her again. Suddenly, he saw Impatience leaning down very coquettishly, holding her breasts and feeding them to his lips. Last night doesn't count. Now, I'm going to push you down, you little rascal. What fallen flowers couldn't do the first time, I must do it. Are you ready? Rascal, let your little mother dote on you. At some point, the succubus empress ran out again and was using her mouth to serve him. As expected of a powerful race that could easily suck a man dry. Fortunately, it was Yu Yang who had mastered the power of Yang. If it were anyone else, they might not be her opponent and would have been sucked dry. Since the beauty had declared war, how could Yu Yang not accept the challenge? When Impatience appeared in front of everyone, holding on to Yu Yang's arm, everyone realized that her temperament had changed. There was a kind of majesty that was hard to look up to. Her skin was snow-white and flawless, with a unique brilliance. She looked like a goddess from the legends. Fourth Mother was the happiest when she saw this. She even corrected Yu Bing's way of addressing her, telling her to call her sister-in-law instead of elder sister. Yu Bing didn't really understand at first. How did elder sister become sister-in-law overnight? She wasn't married. Afterwards, maybe she understood. Her face turned red. She looked at her brother, then looked at Impatience, and secretly nodded her head. Impatience was very happy. She asked the charm demon queen to bring many treasures, gems and top-grade jewelry to give to everyone as gifts. Everyone had a share. Even the maidservants who served Fourth Mother in Tianluo Palace were rewarded. As for Fourth Mother, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang, they were given the best. There were also City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty who also got top-grade gifts. Now, Impatience didn't care about these things anymore. After being pushed down by Yu Yang and becoming a new female Jizun, she realized that getting a lover who cared for her was the most important thing in her life. That charm demon queen became a divine beast? You gave her that too? You pervert. City Mistress Fallen Flowers realized that something was wrong and pulled Yu Yang to one side to interrogate. In the end, Yu Yang was fine with being thick-skinned, but she herself blushed. You big pervert, that's a beast. Although it's already a holy beast that has transformed into a human, isn't that too much? Alright, I won't believe you if you say that it's an integration explanation. It must be because of your ridiculous request, plus she's the charm demon queen. Sky Law is really too much. Buy one get one free, this is unfair to me. Scoundrel, the two of them are bullying me, I'll let them win like this. Don't think too much, I really didn't mean for it to be like that. Becoming a divine beast, that wasn't my idea. When she strengthened her body, she was already a divine beast after leveling up. Yu Yang didn't have any ideas about the charm demon queen. He just didn't think that she would be so awesome, even running out to help Impatience. Furthermore, her performance was very good, and her talent was astonishing. She was originally a diamond-ranked level 10 holy beast, it's not strange at all for her to become a divine beast now. Sickly Beauty also didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. Why don't I have a holy beast? City Mistress Fallen Flowers still felt that Impatience's advantage was too great. Skylaw's 2 lumps of meat on her chest were already enough to kill everyone. Now with the addition of the charm demon queen who was very good at serving people, she was simply much better than herself. Little Fallen Flowers, don't be sad, you also have an advantage that they don't. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, City Mistress Fallen Flowers lightly hit him with her hand. Don't say it, it will forever be a secret between us. Another 3 days of happiness had passed. The Black Hell King didn't move, he was probably still furiously knocking on the golden barrier of the mysterious palace. On the other hand, Zijin Kingdom gradually gathered their army to the border. Because the logistics of the army were extremely complicated, Elder Yu Hai felt that they wouldn't be able to attack without at least a month. There was still time, and when Zijin Kingdom declared war, they also sent a special envoy to deliver a declaration of war, proposing a 3-way battle. First, the battle between innates had nothing to do with normal soldiers. Innates from both sides couldn't intervene in the battle between normal soldiers, they could only fight with equal status. Otherwise, both sides would have the right to take revenge by massacring civilians. Second, the battle between level 6 elders and below lesser innates couldn't participate in the battle between normal soldiers. Third, the battle between normal soldiers and large armies, this was a real battle. The number of casualties was related to the quality of the soldiers, the strategies and tactics of the generals. They could use all kinds of methods to attack, including beasts, puppets, poison, flames, floods, falling stones and so on. However, other than innate rankers, once an innate ranker appeared, it would cause a large number of soldiers and civilians to die, even the entire army would be destroyed. Conquering a country didn't mean destroying it. The logistics of the normal soldiers were made up of hundreds of thousands of civilians, maybe even more. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai agreed to the 3 conditions in Zijin Kingdom's declaration of war. The people of Zijin Kingdom didn't do anything wrong, they were only obeying orders, there was no need to massacre them. As for the battle between innates, they couldn't participate in the massacre of normal soldiers. Among all the innates, only Yu Yang would disregard his status and do such a thing. The reason Zijin Kingdom raised this condition was to target Yu Yang, because other innates wouldn't do such a thing. Of course, this restriction had another advantage for the Black Hell Army. That was because their inborn experts were even stronger. Not mentioning the Black Hell King, any one of the 5 leaders could suppress the Heavenly Imperial Guardians. They even had the help of the Western Lion Pagoda, Shun Tian and the Black Prince. Zijin Kingdom and the Black Hell King didn't expect that not only did Yu Yang found the great demon King Baruth to form an alliance, he even joined the demonic palace. What was even more unexpected was that he successfully promoted Impatience, Sky Law, to a new female Jizun. Impatience might be the 3rd female innate ranker after Jizun and Night Empress to reach the innate realm. With her by his side, Yu Yang was like a tiger with wings. Black Hell King, the current Yu Yang and Impatience were already confident that they wouldn't lose. With the addition of Night Empress, could he still be arrogant? The only person that Yu Yang was a little worried about was no longer the Black Hell King. It was the Scarlet Emperor. If this guy recovered to his peak strength, then he would be really hard to deal with. Another day passed. Just as Yu Yang was preparing to bring Yu Bing to the 5 Elements Palace to train, the Thief Guild suddenly sent a top-secret letter to Yu Yang. On it was a line of words, "The time is approaching. Come quickly to the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower, Plaza, Jiangying." Finally, the hornless dragon Jiangying sent a top-secret letter. In fact, Yu Yang had been waiting for the past few days because he knew that the time for the Mother Earth potion was approaching. He was waiting for the hornless dragon's letter. Tongtian Tower, 7th floor, Plaza. Jiangying was still wearing the expensive black dragon leather armor, standing at the corner of the plaza. Her purple hair fluttered in the wind, coupled with her enchanting electric eyes, made the world pale in comparison. Not to mention her peerlessly enchanting little face, just her sexy body wrapped in the black dragon leather armor, her proud chest, slim waist, and plump buttocks, her wonderful curves, under the contrast of her soft slender arms and slender legs, were so arousing that it could make one vomit blood. Other than perfect, there was no better word to describe this hornless dragon girl who had both beauty and temperament. Who would have thought that she was the Spider Empress who killed without batting an eye in Spider Valley? Anyone who saw her would think that she was some king's princess. 2 expressionless female guards stood behind her, silently guarding the surroundings. If an ordinary person saw these 2 female guards, they would think that they were ordinary level 6 elders. In fact, their real bodies were platinum-ranked level 7 Spider Empress. They had already successfully transformed into human form and lacked a little intelligence. It could be said that they were only one step away from becoming a holy beast. Usually, the Spider Empress that mercenaries saw in Spider Valley was either one of them and not Jiangying. Jiangying, who was an innate level 7, looked down on ordinary mercenaries. Her biggest wish was not to level up, but to become a divine beast. "Over here, why are you dressed like this?" Hornless dragon Jiangying was stunned when she saw Yu Yang's attire. Because Yu Yang had used a magic crystal to make a pair of sunglasses and had a mustache on his lips, it was hard to recognize him at first glance. Other than intentionally concealing his presence, Yu Yang also wore the embroidered robes that Tian Luo nobles usually wore. He didn't wear the wyvern leather armor like he usually did. He didn't look like a warrior, but more like a merchant. The current him would definitely not be recognized if he was not familiar with him. The Black Hell Army had many eyes and ears in Tongtian Tower. Yu Yang dressed like this to reduce trouble. Because once someone recognized him as Yu Clan's third young master, even if the Black Hell Army did not surround and kill him, they would be suspicious of his actions and might even follow him. Of course, Yu Yang would not do such a thing that would cause unnecessary trouble. Alright, we can disguise ourselves as wealthy merchants and go to Fire Island to participate in the annual underwater treasure auction. Fire Island is under the control of the Ocean Emperor, we cannot attract his attention. Jiang Ying's pale green eyes turned and immediately came up with an idea. Yu Yang, on the other hand, was confused. Why would they go to Fire Island to look for the Mother Earth potion? Yu Yang had also heard of the Sea Emperor. He was one of the top 10 rankers of Tongtian Tower's 9th floor, or even the top 5 rankers. If it was said that the supreme martial artist of the human race was unquestionably the number one that no one could surpass, then there wasn't much of a difference between the other few. The Dragon Emperor, who was ranked second, might be able to slightly surpass them. After all, he was the emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe. The Eastern Goblin tribe was not an ordinary tribe that could be compared to. Even the most powerful demon Abyss did not dare to boast that they could suppress the Eastern Goblin tribe. If it wasn't for the fact that the Eastern Goblin tribe liked to fight amongst themselves, causing the tribe to be constantly divided and unable to unite as one, if they were as obedient as the demon Abyss or as united as the elves, they would definitely be the strongest tribe in the entire Tongtian Tower. The Dragon Emperor was ranked second and there wasn't much controversy. However, it was hard to tell who was ranked third. The 3 emperors behind were Sky Emperor, Ocean Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld. None of them were willing to submit to the other. Although they did not fight officially, their strength was close to each other and the forces they possessed were not much different. The Ocean Emperor's name was Guanlan and he was from the Deep Sea clan. He owned boundless seas in Tongtian Tower's 7th, 8th and 9th floor. He had conquered almost all the underwater forces. In terms of numbers, he had more troops than the great demon King Baruth. His troops numbered in the hundreds of millions and he was invincible in both sea and water battles. The only shortcoming was that he could only expand his forces in the sea and on islands. In an official land battle, the Ocean Emperor's subordinates could not challenge the Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld. It could be said that he was the most depressed among the 5 emperors. He obviously had great strength but could not display it. Among the many territories of the Ocean Emperor, Fire Island was just a grain of sand on the coast. Could it be that the Mother Earth potion was on Fire Island? Seeing the doubt in Yu Yang's eyes, Jiang Ying waved her hands and sent a telepathic message to Yu Yang. No, Fire Island is just a transitional place. The place we are really going to is the Deep Abyss Trench. In the Deep Abyss Trench, there is an ancient teleportation circle. That is the only entrance to the Graveyard of the Sea. After passing through the Graveyard of the Sea, there are 5 whirlpools at the end. One of them can teleport to the Crystal Canyon at the bottom of the sea. The Mother Earth potion will be born in the Crystal Canyon. We still have 3 days, but we have to pass the first hurdle, which is to reach Fire Island and find a chance to sneak into the Deep Abyss Trench. That place has always been a restricted area designated by the Ocean Emperor. The teleportation circle has been sealed, so it is impossible for us to enter. We have to reach Fire Island. That is the first crucial step. So troublesome? Yu Yang sweated profusely. It seemed that the Mother Earth potion was not easy to obtain. Luckily no one knew about it, or else it would be more troublesome. The worst thing was that the seabed belonged to the Ocean Emperor. Luckily this was the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower. If it was the 9th floor, it would be over. The Ocean Emperor would definitely be suspicious. In the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower, the Ocean Emperor would probably not visit Fire Island in 10 years, so it was barely safe. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes at Yu Yang. Stupid, if it was not so well hidden, they would have found it long ago. If I could obtain it just by walking over, why would I cooperate with you? Let's not talk about the deep sea beasts in the Deep Abyss Trench, or the terrifying monsters in the Graveyard of the Sea. Let's just talk about the Crystal Canyon. There are 100 ancient guards there, and every one of them is platinum ranked level 10. Furthermore, all of them share the same life and can absorb energy from the crystals to replenish their damaged bodies. In the Crystal Canyon, they are basically invincible. Yu Yang was even more sweating. Girl, why didn't you tell me earlier about such a difficult task? I would have brought more helpers. No matter how many helpers you bring, only 5 people can enter that place at most, including beasts. When Jiangying said this, Yu Yang fell to the ground. Alright, for the Mother Earth potion, I will go all out. Yu Yang felt that if it was easy to obtain, it would not be a good thing. Would the wisdom fruit grow on the fruit trees on the streets? That was impossible. Similarly, it was impossible for the Mother Earth potion to be born in an ordinary mountain. Even if the Crystal Canyon was a tiger's den, no matter how difficult it was, Yu Yang decided to take it down. With the Mother Earth potion, it was highly possible for him to break through to a new realm and level up again. To the current Yu Yang, time was a little tight, because the Scarlet Emperor could recover in a year and a half, and the Black Hell King had not been defeated yet. It would be dangerous if he did not quickly level up now. Moreover, the Mother Earth potion was a once-in-10,000 years opportunity. If he gave it up so easily, he would be the world's number 1 idiot. 10 minutes later, Fire Island. Just as Yu Yang and Jiangying teleported over, they heard a sweet female voice welcoming them. Welcome to Fire Island, we await your arrival. If you need a guide, please let us know. Hai Yingguo is willing to provide you with the most sincere and free service. A beauty wearing a bikini-style swimsuit walked out from her companions and bowed to Yu Yang and Jiangying. She had a head of mesmerizing blonde hair, blue eyes as deep as the sea, sexy lips, plump and moist like 2 juicy peaches, making people want to take a bite. Her tanned body looked exceptionally healthy, full of vitality. Her plump breasts protruded exaggeratedly. They were incomparably huge and were covered by 2 small scallops. There was a small piece of seaweed that looked like it could break at any time, holding on to this pair of big coconuts. Yu Yang's gaze moved downwards, and he could see that the clothes below were just a piece of seaweed in the shape of a leaf. Although it covered her private parts, it couldn't hide its bulging and full shape. He could even vaguely see a slightly concave groove, which gave a strong visual impact and was extremely tempting. The girl who called herself Hai Yingguo did not care about Yu Yang's gaze at all. She even held her head high and chest out proudly. She walked in front and led the way. Her perfectly round and firm buttocks were completely exposed. The thread-like piece of seaweed between her buttocks made one's blood boil. He believed that with a light touch, it would break. That kind of fatal temptation was like a bug biting the heart, it was unbearably itchy. Other than impotent men, normal people would want to reach out their evil hands. Don't be so useless, this is the specialty of Fire Island. There might not be a lot of other things here, but there are women everywhere. Don't stop walking when you see a woman. If you go to a nude beach where all the women are naked, what would happen? When Jiangying saw Yu Yang's lecherous expression, she couldn't help but pinch him in the dark. Actually, she had misunderstood Yu Yang this time. No matter how perverted Yu Yang was, he would not divert his attention to flirt with girls at such an important time. Furthermore, there was the hornless dragon who was n times more beautiful by his side. Why would Yu Yang give up what was close at hand for what was far away? On the contrary, Yu Yang did not like women like Hai Yingguo, whose body was similar to that of a Western horse. Although Western horses were voluptuous and had plump breasts and buttocks, their skin was not delicate enough. Their pores were larger and they did not have that kind of fragrant white jade-like texture. Looking at them from afar would be breathtaking, but looking closely, one would be disappointed. What Yu Yang liked were women that were made of water. He did not really appreciate Western horses with large bone frames and distinct contours. The reason why he kept looking at her lecherously was so that he could disguise his identity as a rich merchant. Fatty Toad Jiada was here, how could he not look at Hai Yingguo? Those who could not be tempted were probably rankers with extremely strong willpower and above. How could the people of Fire Island not pay special attention to such an abnormal guest? On the contrary, his lecherous look made the other party feel at ease, as if he was not a big shot and was just a lecherous small character. Furthermore, Yu Yang's purposeful look just now was mainly to use his divine vision to observe the other party's characteristics. Although Hai Yingguo looked like a normal level 6 elder, on the surface, she was actually a lesser innate and had hidden her battle power very well. If one looked down on her, she would probably eat them up in one bite. The sea parrot clan that lived in the shallow sea, no matter if it was the parrotfish clan or the nautilus clan, they all ate meat. He did not know what clan this Hai Ingwu belonged to, but Yu Yang was 100% sure that she was the legendary sea demon killer personally trained by the Ocean Emperor. She was a beautiful spy who specialized in spying for information. Maybe because she saw that Jiang Ying was different from the others, she specially came forward to be the guide to welcome the guests. For esteemed guests, where do you want to go? We have the beautiful Volcano Island bathing pool. Not only is it famous for its hot springs, the volcanic mud bath that can whiten the skin is our specialty. We also have 10 miles of silver beach, where you can ride the wind and wave. It is the most enjoyable sport in life. Of course, how can we miss out on our coral reef, the most famous coral reef in the entire 7th floor of Tongtian Tower? Diving there is one of the activities that all esteemed guests must experience. If you want to play, we have a luxurious gambling boat. If you want to bask in the sun, we have a natural beach filled with golden sand and gentle sea breeze. If you want to rest, we have the most comfortable starfish hotel, comparable to a king's palace. Hai Ingwu introduced the tourist attractions of Fire Island to Yu Yang and Jiang Ying in a charming voice. At the same time, she secretly guessed the identity of Yu Yang and Jiang Ying. Bring us to the Precious Bow Pavilion, we want to see what good things the auction house has. Jiang Ying spoke. Her current identity was a princess, Yu Yang. Sorry, but he was only a butler in charge of finances. Yes, esteemed guests, please follow me this way. We have a special lobster speedboat here, please. Hai Ingwu's voice was very respectful. When she bowed, she frowned slightly. She instinctively felt that these 4 guests were strange. The 2 female guards were normal, and the man was all right. Even if he hid his strength, he was at most below a lesser innate. His willpower could not resist her temptation, so he could not be an innate ranker. However, the woman was very powerful. Even if she hid her strength, she could feel that she was above innate. A female and-born expert who seemed to have a particularly noble identity. Why did she choose to come to the Fire Island at this time of all times? Could it be that she was here for the treasure? Suspicious. They sat on the lobster speedboat and rode the wind and waves. Hai Ingwu introduced along the way. As she spoke, she secretly observed Yu Yang, Jiang Ying, and the others. The more she looked, the more confused she became. After introducing for a few minutes, Hai Ingwu suddenly brought up a new topic. Recently, we discovered an ancient sunken ship near the Deep Abyss Trench. That place has already become a paradise for divers. It is said that someone found an ancient treasure inside, but because it was not made public, we are not sure what the treasure is. I am not very interested in diving, but I like to soak in hot springs and bask in the sun. Yu Yang looked at Hai Ingwu's big breasts lecherously. Is that so? Then you must try it. Hai Ingwu faced the sea breeze, letting the sea breeze blow her long golden hair. She also deliberately swayed her body along with the slightly swaying lobster speedboat. Even though she could stay still, in order to entice Yu Yang, she used the breast swaying technique, causing the boat to shake and the waves to surge. Wow, this wave is really big. Yu Yang sneaked a glance at Jiang Ying, as if he was worried about her identity. But very quickly, when Jiang Ying was not paying attention, he reached out and pinched Hai Ingwu's plump butt. Hai Ingwu immediately pretended to be shy, her acting was at the level of a movie queen. Jiang Ying was angry and amused at the same time. Now she finally understood that this brat did it on purpose. To think that she was worried that he would be smitten. At the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Hai Ingwu's tour had ended, but Yu Yang stuffed a few gold coins into her hands and continued to hire her as a tour guide. Jiang Ying did not object. She was still bewildered. Hai Ingwu's words just now were a kind of hint. She was trying to test if she and Yu Yang wanted to go to the Abyss Ocean Trench. Could it be that the secret of the Mother Earth potion that was only known to him had already been known to the Ocean Emperor? Just now, Jiang Ying and Yu Yang were secretly shocked, but they did not show it on their faces. They continued to hire Hai Ingwu and see if they could spy on her and dig out more secrets. The Mother Earth potion must not be lost. Whether the Ocean Emperor knew about this secret or not, Yu Yang and Jiang Ying must definitely take it away. Precious Treasure Pavilion. There were all kinds of treasures being auctioned here. Beast eggs, exotic flowers and fruits, gold-ranked armors, pearls, red stones, black diamonds, all kinds of luxury goods, famous paintings, antique jades, fur, skin, teeth, claws and all kinds of rare items. There were also countless female slaves and slaves. Every day, there were 4 hours of auctions, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. The rest of the time was for the VIPs to rest or to observe in private. Not far from the Precious Treasure Pavilion was the most luxurious Starfish Hotel. It was said that any of the waitresses there were 1 in 10,000 beauties. If they had enough rest, they could sit on the lobster speedboat and play a few rounds on the gambling ship. The bets ranged from 1 gold coin to 10,000 gold coins. There was no lack of opponents on the gambling ship. In fact, half of the income of the entire Fire Island came from this huge gambling ship that would never move. Yu Yang and Jiangning stayed here for half an hour and participated in the auction of more than 10 items. As for Yu Yang, other than the wisdom fruit, he did not look at anything else. Many of the items looked like rubbish now. He already had a dragon corpse, why would he want the flying dragon's tooth, flame lion's claw, wind leopard's tail? Yu Yang did not lack raw materials, what he lacked were holy ranked and divine ranked weapons. Jiangning was almost the same. She had almost no interest in the auction items, but when she saw some useless pet eggs, she would raise her paddle and bid a few times, pretending to be a princess who liked small animals. Hai Yinggu saw that these two people were not paying attention at all. Needless to say, the guy was a pervert who would peek at beauties at any time. He was even more lustful than those prisoners who had been locked up for more than 10 years who would act on seeing a sow. She had already crossed this guy off the list of dangerous people because she felt that his existence was completely dispensable. Other than being responsible for guarding the princess purse, this guy had no other good points. Originally, Hai Yinggu wanted to find 2 sisters for this guy to play with and get some information from him. But now it seemed that giving them away would be a waste of his time. It was not worth it. He looked like he knew nothing. Other than women, what else was in his mind? He was a pig-head pervert. Hai Yinggu evaluated Yu Yang in her heart. However, towards Yu Yang's perverted hands, not only did she not reject him, she even showed a brilliant smile on her face. In reality, she hated him to death. Beautiful Princess Ying, today's auction has ended. May I ask if you would like to dive in the sea or soak in the hot spring? Hai Yinggu completely ignored Yu Yang and asked. She was just testing him. If Jiangning said that she wanted to dive, then she would bring Jiangning to the deep-sea trench to probe further. Unfortunately, after receiving Yu Yang's hint, Jiangning already knew that Hai Yinggu was a beautiful spy and did not fall for it. Moreover, even if she did not know, Jiangning would not have suggested diving into the deep-sea trench. Wouldn't that be telling the other party that she came with a purpose? I'm tired. Let's stay at Starfish. Help me find a map of the entire island. I will consider going out to play when I have time. Jiangning already had a map, but she said it on purpose to see Hai Yingwu's reaction. Sure enough, deep in Hai Yingwu's eyes, there was a slight peculiarity. However, on the surface, she nodded respectfully and replied, Yes, beautiful Princess Ying, as you wish. Your Highness, I am not very tired. I want to go out for a walk and enjoy the sea breeze. Yu Yang suddenly requested Jiangning. Go, don't ask me if you can't do anything. Just stand in front of me when the auction starts tomorrow. Hai Yingwu sharply captured Jiangying's reaction and expression. That was a casual wave of her hand. From this reaction, Hai Yingwu completely understood. This housekeeper was just a cover. The one who would really take action was this beautiful Princess Ying. As for this lecherous man, he was just a target to attract people's attention. Because this lecherous man was so lecherous, he would attract attention. Once he successfully attracted attention, this beautiful Princess Ying would secretly take action. She was 80% sure that this Princess Ying was here for the treasure in the deep-sea trench. Out of caution, Hai Yingwu also found 2 people to follow behind Yu Yang, intentionally or unintentionally. They wanted to see if he was going out to scout for information or make contact with someone. About 2 hours later, the 2 people who were following returned with a pained expression. It was as if Hai Yingwu asked them to follow Yu Yang again, they should just jump into the sea and commit suicide. Hai Yingwu felt strange and asked, What exactly happened? We have never seen such a lecherous man in our lives. He simply doesn't know how to walk when he sees a woman. Moreover, he is reckless. Whenever he sees a woman, he doesn't care if she has a man or what her background is. He still dares to flirt with her. Luckily, we helped him explain that he is mentally ill and his brain is not normal. Otherwise, people might have beaten him to death. Luckily, he doesn't know the way to the celestial beach. Otherwise, he would definitely be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Otherwise, he would be hung up to dry in the sun. To be honest, us sisters have never seen such a lousy man in our lives. When the two maids mentioned Yu Yang, they gritted their teeth in hatred. It seemed like they really wanted to eat Yu Yang's flesh raw. Forget it, he is just a pawn being used by others. He doesn't even know when he is about to die. Hai Yinggu laughed coldly. Do we still follow him? Ah, I would rather be crushed by an 800 kilograms fatty than be his scapegoat. He is born to be a troublemaker. It is too uncomfortable to be the scapegoat for such a lousy scum. One of the maids rejected frantically. Why don't we just dig a hole and bury him? This kind of person gets more and more unpleasant the more we look at him. Another maid suggested. No, on the contrary, not only can we not touch him, we even let him roam around to show that we are not wary of Princess Ying and her people. As for getting into trouble, we don't care. I believe that Princess Ying knows what kind of person her butler is. Maybe he is not even Princess Ying's butler, but a hired fellow. His strength is not strong, probably only a level 7 overlord. At first I thought that he was hiding his strength, but now it seems like he is just a pawn that Princess Ying found at the last minute. Our true enemy is that beautiful Princess Ying. The feeling she gives me is that she is very strong, she is definitely an innate. Gather all the sisters and have them take turns to be on duty. You must monitor her every move at all times. However, it is best to pretend that you are working so that she does not notice. I have followed her for too long. If I follow her closely, I will definitely arouse her suspicions. I can only appear when she is hiring me. Hai Yinggu paused for a while, then waved her hand and ordered, you guys report to Shark King. Say that there is such a Princess Ying coming. Describe her appearance and see who she is. As for that wretched guy, there is no need to say anything. Just ignore him. After a few days, he will become fish food. Just like that, Yu Yang wandered around freely. He whistled along the way and flirted with all the beauties he met. He used the strength of a level 7 overlord to fight those he could win and run away if he couldn't. Hai Yinggu kept receiving reports and was completely speechless towards this kind of person. Luckily, this kind of fellow was not rare. On Fire Island, because of its reputation for beauties, there were often these kinds of perverts who came here to sniff fish. However, they all ended up in the stomach of the fishes. For the time being, if she killed him now, that Princess Ying would immediately be alerted. Princess Ying probably purposely found such a person to pretend to be her butler. The relationship between them was not like a master-servant relationship at all. It was more like a temporary hire. This was because he lacked respect towards her and was not familiar with her. How could a butler not take care of the princess' daily life and food, but instead let the princess take care of everything herself? Night came. Hai Yinggu heard Princess Ying scolding the butler who did not return for a long time. You are not back even after 12 o'clock. Look at you, do you even look like a butler? She then heard the pervert explain in a wronged manner, didn't you say that it would be fine if I returned before the auction tomorrow? Alright, I was wrong. I will definitely work hard tomorrow. Alright, I will get out. Good night, princess. How could there be such a butler? Hearing this, Hai Yinggu felt that there was no need to probe into their master-servant relationship anymore. It was definitely not. In other words, there was no need to care about that pervert, because he was just a temporary hire scum. He was a target that attracted attention. In less than 10 minutes, Hai Yinggu heard her sisters report that the pervert made a move again. He tiptoed out of the room, went downstairs, and went to the nightless club for a drink. Hai Yinggu laughed coldly and waved her hand, don't care about him. You guys will completely ignore this person from now on. Focus on Princess Ying's room. Whenever she leaves, immediately report to me. After drinking for an hour on the Nightless Club's luxurious flower boat, Yu Yang staggered to the side of the boat and burped with the smell of alcohol. As he walked, he drank wine. Along the way, the guests all avoided these drunkards. One of the crew members took a look and realized that it was the scum that the higher-ups said could be ignored, so he shrunk back. There was no one on the side of the boat, and the sea wind was strong. Yu Yang staggered and fell. Maybe he heard the sound of water, so the crew member came out to take a look. When he realized that the person who fell was the drunken scum, he shrugged his shoulders. I didn't see or hear anything. The world is so quiet. About an hour later, Yu Yang swam like a fish through dozens of underwater cordons, and passed through dozens of Murloc sentry posts. In the blind spot, he slowly slid past. He was 100 times more agile than a fish. From the Nightless Club's luxurious flower boat, he swam past the 10-mile silver beach, the natural sand beach, the volcanic island and the ringed coral reef, and arrived at the deep-sea trench where thousands of Murlocs were patrolling. It was almost impossible for a normal person to swim here, but for Yu Yang, who had the tidal pearl and could breathe underwater, it was not impossible. After swimming to a blind spot in the deep-sea trench, Yu Yang quickly summoned his grimoire and released the hornless dragon Xianxia, who was placed in the grimoire world in the hotel. He purposely quarreled with her to confuse the outside world. With Yu Yang and Xianxing's strength, how could they not know that Hai Ingwu was eavesdropping from afar? How do we go? I have explored the land, but I have to rely on you to explore the water. Oh right, are you good at swimming? Yu Yang suddenly remembered that his tidal pearl could only be used 3 times to breathe underwater. If the hornless dragon did not hold her breath long enough to explore, then he would have to waste one more time. Idiot, have you seen a hornless dragon that can't swim? Xianxia laughed. Her swimming skills were more than 10 times better than Yu Yang's. Her movements were 100 times better. Xianxia, the hornless dragon's swimming was a breathtaking performance of art. She was born to live in the water. Once she entered the water, her strength would be many times stronger than on land. Yu Yang followed the graceful hornless dragon and swam for another half an hour. Along the way, they avoided the hunting deep-sea beasts. To normal warriors, the strong and huge deep-sea beasts were almost invincible. To Yu Yang and the hornless dragon, they were not much of a threat. The only troublesome thing was that they were afraid of alerting the Ocean Emperor when killing them, so they decided to avoid them. Finally, Xianxia stopped at a cliff at the bottom of the sea. In front of them, they found an inconspicuous entrance to a small stone cave. Anyone who saw it would think it was the home of a deep-sea electric eel or the nest of a deep-sea octopus. The hornless dragon spat out a string of bubbles and sent a message to Yu Yang. It's here, there is a very big cave inside and an ancient teleportation circle. We will go in and check it out today. If the Ocean Emperor has already discovered the secret of the Mother Earth potion, then we will not come out. We will hide and snatch it 2 days later. I hope he has not found out yet, or else we will be in trouble. Maybe there is another treasure in the deep-sea trench. If it is the Mother Earth potion, the Ocean Emperor would be stupid to reveal it. Yu Yang did not agree with her deduction. That's true. So many treasure hunters came to Fire Island, the Ocean Emperor would not reveal that there is a treasure in his house. Maybe it is really such a coincidence that there is another treasure in the deep-sea trench. Or maybe it is the Ocean Emperor's propaganda, purposely saying this to attract more people to Fire Island. But for us, this situation is not good. That Hai Ingwu is already on guard and has started to pay attention to me. Luckily you thought of such a good idea to bring me out, or else I would have been trapped up there for another 2 days. The hornless dragon said as she led the way and swam into the small stone cave. At first, it was very narrow and deep. The stone cave passage was a few kilometers long and curved like an intestine. At the end, there was a round cave. It seemed like fish creatures used to live here but had been abandoned. Xianxia searched carefully and found a trace of an entrance under a huge black rock. The huge rock weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. With it blocking the way, there was no way to move and no way to enter. Of course, this was only a problem for ordinary people, not inborn experts. Hornless Dragon Xianxia and Yu Yang determined the location and used short-distance teleportation to enter successfully. Only after entering did he realize that there was a cave within a cave. It was truly a secret. Although this was Inferno Island and it belonged to the Sea Monarchs faction, no one discovered this place despite countless prawn soldiers and crab generals patrolling. About 2 kilometers ahead, there was another large cave. On the stone walls of the cave, there was an ancient teleportation formation that had existed for an unknown period of time. The walls were glowing faintly. This was the only entrance to the Graveyard of the Sea. The Graveyard of the Sea was originally a subspace area connected to the Tong Tian Tower. It was called the Jade Water Palace. This was because a large-scale sea war had erupted in ancient times. At least 108 rankers and 100,000 ships were buried here. The entire space had collapsed because of the war. The island and all the buildings had sunk to the bottom of the sea. All life had been wiped out, and the connection with Tong Tian Tower had been lost. Therefore, in historical records, people called this place the Graveyard of the Sea. No one knew that there was still an ancient teleportation formation that led to the Graveyard of the Sea in the deep-sea trench of Fire Island. Oh my god, this is really a graveyard. After teleporting in, Xianxia found that the sky was dark. The vast sea was like a pool of stagnant water, without any waves, not even a ripple. There were also no islands or human buildings. Instead, she could see a few huge and broken ships. They were either upside down or upside down or upside down, stuck diagonally across the surface of the sea. They were incomparably broken, showing the tragic scene of the great naval battle in the past. There did not seem to be any living things here. The atmosphere was lifeless, eerie, and terrifying. We have to be careful. My grandfather said that this is not only a graveyard, but also a slaughterhouse. During the Great Sea War, some super-strong beasts did not die in the collapse of the space. They hid under the sea to take refuge and later became monsters. My grandfather came here and experienced a fierce battle. Almost all of his companions died. Xianxia was not strong enough in the past. She had only gone to the stone cave in the deep-sea trench to confirm the entrance. She had never actually entered the Graveyard of the Sea and did not know how strong the deep-sea monsters here were. However, she knew that although a few hundred years had passed since her grandfather's exploration, the deep-sea monsters definitely did not die out. They were still hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to attack. If Yu Yang did not enter the prison Emperor Divine Palace, he would not be able to guess the reason why the deep-sea monsters could survive from the ancient times until now. However, after the battle in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, he already knew a secret. When the space collapsed, all the living beings inside were supposed to die. When the prison Emperor forcefully sealed the prison Emperor Divine Palace, the space also collapsed. However, only a small number of Heaven Realm rankers from the prison Emperor Divine Palace died. The reason was that they used a very shameless secret technique to fuse their bodies with their beasts. They relied on the characteristics of their beasts to survive. In the Graveyard of the Sea, they probably used this shameless secret technique too. Rather than saying that they were deep-sea monsters, it would be more accurate to say that those fellows were innate rankers who died in the battle back then. In order to preserve their lives, they fused with their beasts and turned into monsters. In the end, they managed to survive. There was no ripple on the surface of the sea. It was dead silent. It was as calm as a mirror. However, Yu Yang felt a murderous intent erupting from the bottom of his feet. He reacted quickly and hugged Xianxia as he shot towards the sky. The soles of his feet almost at the same instant. A fish-shaped monster that was more than 10 meters long rushed out of the water. It opened its huge mouth and fiercely chased after Yu Yang and Xianxia. Its speed of rising was extremely fast. It split open the surface of the sea and chased after them like a huge shark coming out of the water. There were hundreds of densely packed sharp teeth in that terrifying mouth. Furthermore, each of them was more than a foot long. If they were to be bitten by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. They might even end up in the fish's stomach in the future. Xianxia was shocked. She did not expect such a terrifying murderous intent to be hidden in the dead silence. If it was not for Yu Yang's fast reaction, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Seeing that the deep-sea monster was chasing after them, Xianxia snorted coldly. An extremely dazzling light condensed on her hand and instantly turned into a huge dragon head. It shot down angrily like an arrow towards the deep-sea monster to devour it. A red light flashed in the deep-sea monster's eyes. It was intimidated by this extremely powerful light beam. Its huge mouth opened and spat out a column of water in an attempt to resist the huge dragon's devour. The huge body that was leaping in the air immediately turned around and shot towards the surface of the sea. Its sensitivity was simply unimaginable. Rumble, a loud sound exploded on the surface of the sea. The shock wave stirred up huge waves that were hundreds of meters high. A gust of wind swept across the calm surface of the sea. Huge circular ripples appeared on the surface of the sea and spread rapidly. I hit it, but it seems to be unharmed. Hornless Dragon Xianxia frowned. Her hornless dragon devour was extremely powerful. Anyone below innate level 3 would definitely be killed in an instant. She did not expect that the deep-sea monster to be unharmed after hitting it head-on. Actually, that is not a monster at all. It is an innate rancor from back then. He took over the body of a fish-shaped beast and fused it into one. I do not know how strong this guy was before, but now, he has at least the strength of an innate level 6. Furthermore, he has a very strong body. Don't be discouraged. Actually, your attack just now had already injured him. However, the injury is very light and his body recovers very quickly. Yu Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe and found that his previous judgment was correct. This monster was really like Ngo. He was originally an innate rancor and had turned into a hybrid mutated beast. After becoming a hybrid mutated beast, one's strength would usually be greatly reduced. This guy was no exception. Now, this monster still had the strength of an innate level 6. From this, it could be seen how strong his original strength was. He was probably at least innate level 8 or even a higher level supreme innate. No wonder his reaction was so fast. Once he saw that something was wrong, he could immediately escape back into the sea. Not good, the shockwave just now shocked the entire sea. Xianxia found that after this collision, the shockwave had spread so far that it reached the horizon. Furthermore, the sound that broke the silence was especially ear-piercing. Not to mention the rancors with sharp ears and eyes, even the slow island whale and mountain tortoise would probably wake up from their deep slumber. Let's take a look first, don't panic. Yu Yang also found that the sea was a little strange. There were auras of rancors waking up everywhere. Or perhaps, these guys were not in deep slumber at all. They were even lying in ambush nearby. Once there was a strange movement, they would wake up immediately. 1, 2, 3, black shadows of various shapes and sizes appeared one by one on the surface of the water. There were fish-shaped, beast-shaped, monsters that did not look like anything at all. Some were as big as a hill, some were as small as a human. There was even one that looked like a giant ship. It seemed like a lifeless robot, yet also seemed like it was alive. When they found Yu Yang and Xianxia floating in the air, they all swam towards them and surrounded them. The fish-shaped monster that had launched a sneak attack and exchanged a blow with Xianxia also floated up. It spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke in human language. Ha ha ha, I have long expected that when the Mother Earth potion is born, those dead survivors will definitely not miss it and will definitely come again to snatch it. These two are probably the descendants of the dead leftovers. They are afraid of death, so they first sent these two brats to explore the way. He, this chick is really not bad. Boss, give this chick to me, I like this kind of chick with a little spicy taste the most. Even if I give her to you, can you use her? Why don't you take a look at what you have become? You have already turned into a shark and you still want women? Pfft, you will have a share of female sharks. The other half-human half-sea snake guy laughed coldly. Sue, what nonsense are you talking about? I have turned into a shark, how much better are you than me? As long as we can get out, I naturally have a way to return to my human form. As for you, you look neither human nor snake, you are doomed for life. Boss, I will not get a share of the Mother Earth potion, but this girl belongs to me. The shark man was smart. He knew that he would not get a share of the Mother Earth potion, so he might as well ask for a woman instead. Neo, I am not sure about this. Maybe this little boy has a different opinion. There was a man who was the closest to a human. He had a human upper body and an octopus lower body. He looked like the leader of the monsters. He held a shining sacred halberd in his hand and stood at the front of the group. He kept looking at Yu Yang, as if he knew that he was the real enemy. When the shark man said he wanted a woman, he paid special attention to Yu Yang's expression. In the end, he laughed and refuted the sharkman's words. He then said to Yu Yang, "This little human boy, you seem to have something to say?" When Yu Yang heard this, he suddenly laughed. His eyes were full of mockery. He glanced at the sharkman called Neo and said, "I will only say one thing, if you want to touch my woman, I will kill you." The hornless dragon Jiangying's face turned red. Although she knew that she was not Yu Yang's woman, but when she heard him defending her so firmly, she could not help but feel her heart beating like a deer. She originally wanted to deny it, but she forgot for a moment. Only shyness could be seen on her face. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Close to 30 monsters laughed. They only felt that Yu Yang's words were funny, and not a threat. What was the point of saying that in front of dozens of strong enemies, kill without mercy? This wasn't a child playing with sand. Even if Sharkman Neo wasn't the strongest among the group of mutated humans, killing him in the sea was easier said than done. The underwater was the domain of the mutated humans, and it was because of this huge advantage that the mutated humans survived the collapse of the space. A young human wanted to kill a mutated fishman in the water, and a sharkman who had the greatest advantage in the sea. Was that even possible? Sharkman Neo laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. He used his tail and vigorously slapped the water. He laughed out loud as he provoked Yu Yang. "Haha, little brat, do you think that this is your backyard? Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have a family to protect you. How old are you this year? Didn't you wet your bed last year? Now you want to show off in front of a woman. Do you have the strength? Do you know what a water battle is? Alright, come on, aren't you very cocky? Come and kill me. Just you and you want to kill me, don't make me laugh to death. This is the funniest joke I've heard in 4,000 years, ahaha, I'm dying of laughter." That octopus man boss frowned when he heard that. He felt that Yu Yang wasn't simple. If he was a normal hedonistic son, he wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly in front of so many enemies. What made him feel the most uncomfortable was that this young human, although he looked harmless on the surface, had an inexplicable killing intent. It was very strange and unpredictable. He could conclude that this young human's hidden strength was much stronger than he imagined. Although the battle hadn't started, Octopus Man Boss already felt that something was wrong. But he decided not to stop the situation. If he could use this to understand his opponent, and not hurt himself, why not? "Well Zhang, why aren't you laughing?" Among the mutated humans, an ugly fishman that looked like a mudskipper turned to ask the largest of his companions. "That's not funny at all." The whale-like shadow replied in a humming voice. "Well, I forgot that you have no sense of humor at all." "That's right, Gale, what do you mean by that expression? Don't tell me you really think that Sharkman Neo can't beat that brat?" Mudskipper Man asked Swordfish Man on the other side. "Let's bet." "I'll bet 100 deep sea gems." That Swordfish Man was probably a killer in the past. He had been silent all along, but the moment he opened his mouth, he hit the nail on the head. His words were extremely concise. The Mudskipper Man was stunned. "Do you bet on the young human?" "I won't bet with you if you bet on him losing. You can only bet on him winning." The Swordfish Man sneered, "Only a fool would bet on him losing." Mudskipper Man was enraged. His face turned red and the huge black spots on his face turned purplish red. He shouted, "Fine, if I win, I'll take your precious bottle of red sand." The Swordfish Man nodded in agreement. He snorted lightly. His expression was calm when he won. This made the Mudskipper Man mad. While they were talking, Yu Yang had already whispered a few words to Jiangying and instructed her to do so and so on. Jiangying nodded in agreement. Now, she had unknowingly changed. She, who was originally very opinionated, now listened to Yu Yang's arrangements and unknowingly relied on him. Jiangying raised her aura. The hybrid fishman saw her strength suddenly rise from a low level innate to a level 5 innate. It seemed like there was still a lot of room for improvement. They could not help but shiver. At first, they thought that Jiangying would join forces with Yu Yang to attack Sharkman Neo. Unexpectedly, Jiangying did not even make a move. Instead, she floated higher into the sky and withdrew from the battlefield. This was Yu Yang's order. Because the hybrid fishmen definitely had the upper hand on the surface of the sea and under the sea. However, in the sky, they were at a disadvantage. If Jiang could protect herself, Yu Yang could then fight with peace of mind. Not only did he want to fight, he also wanted to give these hybrid fishmen a show of strength. Since they all knew about the Mother Earth potion, then it was very simple. Let their fists do the talking. The strongest could have the final loot. As for the arrogant Sharkman Neo, he was the first sacrifice that Yu Yang used as an example to warn the others. The level 6 innate Sharkman Neo was not even comparable to the level 6 Sky Dragon. Even though he had the advantage of being under the sea, to Yu Yang, fighting on the water was not the biggest problem. Little Wenli, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon were all killers in the water. Most importantly, after the battle at the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yu Yang already knew the fatal weakness of the hybrid fishmen. Sharkman Neo would definitely die a horrible death. Forget about the fact that he teased Jiang Ying. Even if he did not do that, Yu Yang was prepared to kill him. Come on, quickly come and kill me. I can't wait to die. Come on, what are you going to use to kill me? Use a knife to stab my throat, use it to cut off my shark fins, okay? Ha ha ha, if you think that I am just a shark, then you are wrong. Sharkman Neo first mocked him, then he summoned a jet black, strange grimoire. The grimoire was filled with evil patterns. It was even stranger than the grimoire of innate rankers like the Lich King who sacrificed his life to obtain power. It was filled with a depraved and chaotic aura. Yu Yang's heaven-eyes divine vision flashed. He realized that the jet black grimoire was no longer a summoning grimoire. It was a depraved grimoire. On it, there were no guardian beasts or inherent skills. There was only Sharkman's head and a few contracted beasts. Furthermore, the summoned beasts were all transformed into monsters. They had low intelligence and only had battle instincts. No wonder this fellow's strength had deteriorated so much. From innate level 8 to innate level 6, he was really pitiful. The law had abandoned this Sharkman Neo. The grimoire in his hand did not disappear, but it was no longer a summoning grimoire. The light barrier, inherent skills, and guardian beasts had all disappeared. Only a depraved grimoire that was similar to a summoning grimoire remained. From this, it could be seen how evil the secret technique of forcefully killing guardian beasts or normal beasts and assimilating them into their bodies was. Even the grimoire had abandoned its owner. This was the first time Yu Yang had seen such a tragic scene. In the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, although the Heaven Realm rankers had also done this, they probably did not go to the extreme. Their appearances had changed, but some of their summoning grimoires still existed. Sharkman Neo had probably killed many beasts to sustain his life during the collapse of the space. That was why he could not even keep his grimoire and became a pitiful depraved warrior. Scum like you are useless even if you don't die. Yu Yang did not summon his grimoire. He only took out his crescent blade and Huijin magic blade. His aura exploded 1,000 times. The entire sky seemed to have been sliced into two by an invisible sword. On one side was a blazing inferno, while on the other was a bone-chilling ice hell. Yu Yang, who had unsealed his innate level 1 strength, had his aura rise again. It was as if a demon king had descended. The entire sea surface was enveloped in a kind of pressure. In the sky to his left, countless frost particles and snowflakes floated down. Those broken ships that were standing upright and slanted were covered in frost. Even the surface of the sea had turned ashen white, as if it was about to freeze. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. On Yu Yang's right hand, a small fire lotus slowly floated in the air, as if it had a life of its own as it moved without any wind. When these fire lotuses appeared, other than the heat of hell, there was also a kind of terrifying pressure. The Mudskipper man was the weakest and could not withstand it. He was actually forced to sink into the sea by this kind of pressure. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not get out of the water. All the hybrid fishmen's faces changed. They never thought that their opponent, who had only unsealed his innate level 1 strength, would be so overbearing. This kind of suffocating pressure was actually released by a young innate level 1 young man. It was unbelievable. Admit defeat, you are not his match. Whale Zhang, who had the largest body, suddenly opened his mouth and shouted at Shark Neo, "It's not too late to stop now, Neo, this is not an enemy you can provoke." No, never. Shark Neo was extremely regretful, but he could not admit defeat to Yu Yang. He was a ranker who had lived for thousands of years. Even if the space collapsed, he could still survive. Did he really have to admit defeat to a young human, no matter how strong an innate level 1 was? Could he kill a level 6 innate? Xianxia definitely did not believe it. He decided to fight to the end. Perhaps this battle would be tragic, but he did not think that he would lose. Even if he lost, he would still have the glory of fighting. How could he be considered an innate ranker if he surrendered without a fight? Even if he was no longer an innate, he was once a supreme innate. If he were to admit defeat to a stinky brat, how could he raise his head in front of his friends? Kill. Come, let's fight it out. Sharkman Neo used all of his beasts to transform his body. From a shark-like body, he became a giant with 8 snake arms and a fishtail. His upper body was like a fish and a human at the same time, but his lower body was still like a shark. He had a few more arms and 2 pincers that looked like prawns. His back was filled with poisonous thorns like a stone tiger's thorns. This was already Sharkman Neo's strongest display of strength. It had not been seen for hundreds of years since the last great battle. But, even so, Octopus Man Boss was still frowning. 2 hybrid fishmen who had the best relationship with Sharkman Neo moved slightly forward, ready to help at any time. Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared. In the instant that Octopus Man Boss and Swordfish Blast looked at him in shock, he flashed past Sharkman Neo's body. Only when his real body appeared on the surface of the sea did the other hybrid fishmen realize that Yu Yang had already attacked. What's the meaning of this? Sharkman Neo looked at Yu Yang in confusion. Did he attack just now? Why didn't he attack his own body? Idiot, you're already dead. Yu Yang was speechless. He turned around and didn't look at Sharkman Neo again. Under the shocked gazes of all the hybrid fishmen and Sharkman Neo, 2 red lines appeared on Sharkman Neo's body in a crisscross pattern. Immediately after, Neo screamed in fear. His arms fell off one by one, and his body tilted uncontrollably. However, in the process of tilting, his body split open at the red lines, breaking into a few pieces and falling into the sea. Octopus Man Boss didn't look at Yu Yang. He looked at Swordfish Blast with cold sweat all over his body. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Swordfish Blast's forehead. He muttered, showing the shock in his heart, "World exterminating wheel, world exterminating wheel. You actually killed Neo?" The 2 hybrid fishmen who had the best relationship with Sharkman Neo were shocked and angry as they roared crazily. I will say it one more time. Under Yu Yang's feet, the sea had already been dyed blood red. Pieces of Sharkman Neo's corpse floated up and down. A large amount of blood dyed the originally black seawater with a bloody stench. It was just like a slaughterhouse. Yu Yang's beheading was very powerful. One-hit kill. Sharkman Neo did not even have the chance to say his last words. He was still in shock when he died. Yu Yang's expression was extremely serious. The crescent blade and Hui Jin magic blade in his hands emitted an aura of death that made people's hearts tremble. He looked at the warriors who had fallen from the innate rankers to the hybrid fishmen. His voice was light but unusually clear. Everyone, I don't want to talk to you about any great principles. I believe you all know that this world respects the strong. So, the Mother Earth potion will belong to me. Don't block my way, or else I will definitely turn this place into a slaughterhouse. If it was another innate level 1 who said such arrogant words, he would have been drowned by the hybrid fishman's saliva long ago. However, when Yu Yang announced that the Mother Earth potion would belong to him, the whole place was dead silent. No one dared to refute. They were all stunned by his imposing manner. Jiangying saw Yu Yang's valiance and power. She was so excited that her chest heaved up and down. Her heart beat faster and her face turned red. It was undeniable that this guy's words and actions were very arrogant. His moves were also very powerful. Once he said he would kill without mercy, he would kill his opponent, who in this world would have such courage. Moreover, this was to protect her dignity. He only attacked her to protect her from the enemy's insults. Thinking of this, Jiangying's heart was beating faster and she was secretly happy. It felt good to have someone who cared for and protected her. She had fought with him before and knew that he was not weak. The rumors about him, the Yu clan's 3rd young master, were even more amazing. A 20-year-old innate, Jizun's successor, defeated Shen Tian, Black Prince and other super innates, and charged into the demon palace alone. These stories were not only spread in the Soaring Dragon continent, but also in Tong Tian Tower. Moreover, they had also received confirmation from the Warrior Guild, which confirmed that it was true and not an exaggeration. The most shocking thing was that the Dragon Emperor, who they had never met before, was one of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower. He said that the Yu clan's 3rd young master would be the next Shizun in the future, and the Eastern Goblin tribe would never take the initiative to make an enemy out of him. This kind of talk, in the entire Skysplit Tower, had never been heard before. Jiang Ying knew that Yu Yang was very powerful, but she realized that she had underestimated him. Even though she knew that Yu Yang had once fought against Shen Tian and the Black Prince, and had once barged into the Demon Palace alone to fight against several demon kings, she did not expect Yu Yang to be able to kill the level 6 innate Sharkman Neo in one move. One had to know that his hornless dragon Devour had also hit Sharkman Neo, but that guy was completely fine. But Yu Yang defeated him in one move. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge gap between them. Killing Sharkman Neo does not mean that you have the ability to get the Mother Earth potion. You have to know that he is practically the weakest among us. A Cancer Man, after some deliberation, controlled his words and tried his best not to provoke Yu Yang. He did not give Yu Yang a chance to fly into a rage, and only spoke the facts. Yes, that's right. The Mother Earth potion is extremely important to us. Whether we can recover our original bodies depends on it. If you take it away, you might as well kill us. Mudskipper Man jumped out and shouted loudly. Actually, he knew that he would not get a share of the Mother Earth potion, but he was very unhappy that he had lost 100 deep-sea gems. What made him the most unhappy was that his gamble had been slapped in the face by Yu Yang. Mudskipper Man did not have the ability himself, because he was the weakest among the fishmen. He was much weaker than Sharkman, but he slyly shouted, "We have 37 people, and you only have 2. So what if you are good at fighting? We are not going to fight you one-on-one, we are going to fight together. Do you think that a level 1 innate like you can fight against 37 of us? You have divine weapons, but don't wait for us to not have them. Our boss has a holy ranked weapon. And Blast, take out your holy ranked weapon and show it to him. Tell him that we are not to be trifled with." Swordfish Man Blast was speechless. He thought to himself, even if you want to cause trouble, you have to choose the right time. Cough, young man, if you want to get the Mother Earth potion, indeed, you need to prove that you have the ability. Octopus Man Boss hesitated for a while, but finally spoke, expressing his disagreement with Yu Yang's overbearing behavior of asking for the Mother Earth potion. They had unintentionally discovered the signs of the Mother Earth potion and waited for hundreds of years. Now, this young man in front of them wanted it just like that. It was fine if it was an ordinary treasure, but the Mother Earth potion was the best treasure that could allow them to be reborn as human beings. How could they let it go? Yu Yang's eyes flashed, as if he already knew that the other party would say this. He slowly kept the Crescent Blade and Huijin Magic Blade empty-handed, and took a deep breath. When Jiang Ying saw his action, she immediately moved away from the top of his head and looked at him from afar. Her departure made many of the hybrid fishmen confused. What was this girl trying to do? Was she going to give up the battlefield and let this brat fight with everyone? Swordfish Man Blast's eyes suddenly turned cold. He grabbed Mudskipper Man's neck and threw him far away. He also quickly left the encirclement. Octopus Man Boss also reacted. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted for everyone to leave. However, the 2 hybrid fishmen who were closest to Sharkman Neo mistakenly thought that Octopus Man Boss was going to attack. They thought that everyone was going to attack Yu Yang together. They first shouted crazily and released the aura of innate level 6. Then, they charged towards Yu Yang. Because of their wrong judgment, they did not hear Octopus Man Boss shout clearly. On this side, Yu Yang was unsealing the power of innate level 2. The terrifying shockwave was like a volcanic eruption, shaking the entire sea surface. Giant waves that were hundreds of meters high formed a huge wave wall, spreading outwards. Yu Yang, who was in the center of the storm, had his hair fluttering even though there was no wind. His aura had already turned his robe into dust, revealing a muscular, perfect body that was incomparably strong. Raging flames, ice, and lightning almost shattered the entire space. The terrifying air whirlpool was in opposition to the water whirlpool on the surface of the sea, presenting a phenomenon that could only be seen in nature. If you felt that it was not enough just now, how about now? Yu Yang, who had unsealed the power of innate level 2, stretched out his hand and grabbed the two hybrid fishmen that were charging towards him. Like a giant pinching two small loaches, he held the two innate level 6 hybrid fishmen tightly in his hands. Let's die together. The two hybrid fishmen knew that they could not escape and decided to self-destruct, perishing together with the enemy. Wait! Octopus Man Boss shouted, but it was already too late. You're really seeking your own death. Originally, Yu Yang only wanted to humiliate these two fellows and beat them up. He didn't think that he would kill them. However, not only did the enemies not struggle and retreat, they even hugged him and prepared to self-destruct together. Yu Yang was immediately enraged. His roar was like thunder. His roar was deafening, like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, exploding on the sea surface. Countless fire lotuses quickly condensed, forming a solid Heaven's Fury fire lotus. And the Nirvana flame formed a concentrated fire pillar, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant, Yu Yang, who had unsealed the power of innate level 3, had the power of a supreme innate that was equivalent to a level 8 innate. Facing the self-destruction of the two innate level 6 hybrid fishmen, Yu Yang first angrily smashed their heads together, smashing their heads like rotten watermelons. Then, he stretched out his hand and the mysterious little beast transformed into a sharp sword. Swoosh swoosh, the two hybrid fishmen were cut in half at the waist. The Nirvana flame on his left hand burned fiercely as he reached into the stomachs of the two hybrid fishmen and forcefully pulled out their orbs. Then, he quickly purified and refined them. The aura of self-destruction disappeared in an instant. Countless energy gushed out from the corpses of the two hybrid fishmen. Without the support of the orbs, there was no possibility of an explosion. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and the ring-shaped world grew again. From the original 50 meters, it expanded to 60 meters. All the energy was absorbed by it. All of it was transformed into the basic energy for its growth. Octopus Man Boss's face turned pale. He finally understood that this young man was an undefeatable existence. The fact that the other party dared to fight for the Mother Earth potion with the strength of two people was not because he wanted to steal it, but because he wanted to rely on his own strength. All the hybrid fishmen were trembling with fear. Although they were a bit stronger than Sharkman Neo, there was not much of a difference. The strongest Octopus Man Boss, Swordfish Blast and Whale Zhang were only innate level 8. The rest were either innate level 7 or innate level 6, and some were even innate level 5. In front of such a strong enemy, there was no possibility of winning. The other party was only innate level 3, but he had the power to suppress the Octopus Man Boss. Furthermore, he had the World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flame. If these two were not enough to kill all living beings in a second, he also had the Tong Tian Beast. Just now, he had slashed his two companions in half at the waist. It was done by that Tong Tian Beast. Furthermore, he had an extremely strange grimoire. It was much thicker and bigger than any other grimoire, with more heaven runes and a special halo. If the holy grimoire did not look like this, they would have thought that it was a holy grimoire. If they really fought, even if all of them surrounded him, they would not be able to win. Furthermore, how many people would be willing to face this kind of suicidal action? At the very least, he would never throw his life away. The hybrid fishman looked around and realized that the strongest Octopus Man Boss, Swordfish Man Blast and Whale Zhang had no intention to fight at all. They all shrunk their heads in silence. Only Mudskipper Man, who was battered by the shockwave, jumped out and screamed, "Wait a minute, maybe you don't know. Before getting the Mother Earth potion, you have to go through the 5 great whirlpools at the bottom of the sea. The 5 great whirlpools are all under the sea. You might be powerful in aerial battles, but what about underwater battles? Can you defeat us in underwater battles? We are born to be experts in naval battles. Also, there are only 5 people who can enter. We will send 5 people to block the way so that you will never be able to enter. If you don't cooperate with us, you will never be able to get the Mother Earth potion. If you want to cooperate with us, you have to apologize to me first. No matter what, brat, I am still your senior. Do you really want me to apologize? Are you sure?" Yu Yang's question was as cold as ice, causing the Mudskipper Man to shiver. Little Wenli came out from the grimoire world. Following closely behind her were Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon. All the hybrid fishmen were dumbfounded. It turned out that this brat was not best in aerial battles, but in water battles. Seeing the Storm Horn in Storm Mermaid's hands, the Golden Bow in Stone Element Medusa's hands, the Thunder Naga's Thunder Ball and the Ice Serpent Demon's sharp blades that emitted endless cold air, the hybrid fishmen could not help but shiver. Fighting in water battles with this brat, even 10 lives would not be enough. Mudskipper Man was so scared that his body almost went limp. His teeth were chattering like a typhoid patient soaked in ice water. Yu Yang looked at Mudskipper Man, who was trembling in fear, and said sincerely, "Senior, don't force me to kill you, okay? I must get the Mother Earth potion. I don't want to repeat myself a second time." With regards to Yu Yang's strong performance, even the innate rankers who survived the Sea War a few thousand years ago could not help but tremble. Such a young human with such strong strength. It was unimaginable. "Maybe, we can talk." The Octopus Man boss finally made a decision. He reckoned that even if he obtained the Mother Earth potion, it would be meaningless. Because even if he regained his human form, this young man would still kill everyone. Instead of fighting to the death, it would be better to cooperate. "We want to be free." Whale Zhang hummed, "If you can break the seal and bring us away, the Mother Earth potion will belong to you." "Where is the seal?" Yu Yang asked directly. "Under the sea." Swordfish Man Blast dived into the sea first, leading the way for Yu Yang and the hornless dragon Jiangying. Once the hornless dragon Jiangying entered the water, she immediately displayed her extremely graceful movements. She was not inferior to the Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, and other beasts that were unparalleled in water battles. Her strength in the water far exceeded that on land. She was like a fish in water, even above the hybrid fishmen. The hybrid fishmen were speechless. Only now did they realize that their decision just now was very wise. When it came to water battles, this man and woman were not inferior to them at all. If they were to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Diving deep into the sea, countless sunken ships and collapsed islands appeared in front of Yu Yang's eyes. From this scene, it could be seen how tragic the sea war was. In the depths of the sea, countless sealing formations were densely connected. Some were blood red, some were golden, some were dark green, and some were silver. The sealing formations were of different shapes and sizes, but all of them were connected and constantly absorbing energy from the sea. At the same time, they emitted a special ripple. This ripple energy had no effect on Yu Yang and the hornless dragon Jiangying, but it was very strong on the hybrid fishmen. Like invisible shackles, these hybrid fishmen were all bound in this collapsed space. Even if they could move freely in the sea, they would definitely not be able to leave the graveyard of the sea. They would be imprisoned here for life, and before the seal was removed, they would never be free. Yu Yang could even feel that there was a seal within the bodies of these hybrid fishmen. He did not know what level of expert had cast it, but it prevented them from leaving the water for the rest of their lives. Perhaps they could only leave the water temporarily, but they were definitely unable to leave the water and live on land for a long time like normal people. The Mother Earth potion might be able to restore these hybrid fishmen back to their original human forms. However, it was wishful thinking for them to leave the bottom of the water. Unless he undid the seal in their bodies. Yu Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to discover that the seal in these hybrid fishmen's bodies and the hybrid fishmen's bodies were very closely linked. It was difficult to return to a human body, but undoing the seal was even more difficult. It could be said that the powerhouse who had placed the seal on them had completely blocked their path of returning to the surface. There are a lot of seals and they cover the entire seabed. Is there any way to undo them? Octopus Man Boss actually did not have much hope. With the wisdom and power of more than 30 innates and thousands of years of research, they were still unable to undo these seals. Now they were counting on a young human of around 20 years of age. Was this reliable? Don't worry, let him take a look first. Hornless Dragon Jiangying saw that the hybrid fishman's emotions were fluctuating, so she quickly comforted them and calmed them down. The hybrid fishmen hoped that Yu Yang would have a way to undo the seal, but they were also afraid that the higher their expectations, the greater their disappointment. They were all very anxious. Can you do it or not? Just looking and not talking, are you trying to kill us? Mudskipperman could not hold it in anymore. You shut up! Swordfishman Blast shouted angrily. Mudskipperman was so scared that he immediately shut up. After looking for a long time, Yu Yang then said leisurely, "This seal at the bottom of the sea is not difficult, but it will take a long time. However, the seal in your bodies will probably be very troublesome. Even if you get out, you will most likely have to live in the water for the rest of your lives. Even if you regain your human form, you will still have to live in the water for a long time." Actually, all the hybrid fishmen were very clear about the latter result. If not for this, they would not have chosen to become fishmen monsters and hibernate at the bottom of the sea for thousands of years. Their only desire was to leave this graveyard of the sea. Freedom was far more important than anything else. Hearing that Yu Yang had a way to undo the seal at the bottom of the sea, these hybrid fishmen did not believe it at first. However, when they saw that Yu Yang's serious expression did not look like he was lying, they immediately became excited. After hibernating for thousands of years, even though they had persevered and survived until now, the loneliness and pain they experienced were really indescribable. Even in their dreams, they wanted to leave this graveyard of the sea. However, because of the seal, they had no choice but to hibernate and wait for an opportunity. Now that both parties had the foundation to merge, things would be much simpler. Octopus Man Boss introduced himself to Yu Yang and Jiangying, calling himself Travel Expenses. Yu Yang almost wanted to tell him that he would be even more awesome if he was called Paul. Other than this boss, who was the strongest, Swordfishman Blast was ranked second, followed by Whale Zhang. The three of them decided to accompany Yu Yang and Jiangying to enter the whirlpool at the bottom of the sea and head towards the Crystal Canyon. Mudskipperman seemed to want to go too. He kept muttering. He wanted to go, but was too embarrassed to ask. He was actually the weakest among the hybrid fishmen. He was only a level 5 and 8. Yu Yang directly ignored him, making Mudskipperman very angry. Crystal Canyon. They entered the whirlpool at the bottom of the sea and landed in the Crystal Canyon. Yu Yang realized that this place was very strange. It was similar to the bottom of the Despair Abyss. There was no water here. All the seawater floated high up in the sky, forming a strange underwater dome. In front of him, there was a sea of sparkling crystals. The ground, the stone mountains and everything else that he saw were all crystals. Tiny crystals covered the ground. Huge crystals formed small mountains. Countless crystal pillars stood tall, forming all kinds of wonders. In the middle of the wide canyon, there was a deep depression. Along the way, countless crystals were scattered. This place was not only filled with crystal energy, there was also a kind of restriction. Only 5 people could enter at the same time. Once the limit was reached, even beasts could not be summoned. The Crystal Canyon was very big. It was estimated to be at least a few kilometers long. There were crystals all over the mountains and plains. Even though Yu Yang had seen countless rare treasures, he could not help but sigh when faced with this Crystal Canyon. If he had time to train here and absorb the crystal energy, he believed that he would be able to get twice the results with half the effort. Especially Sickly Beauty, she was naturally compatible with crystals. If he brought her here to train, she would definitely make rapid progress and break through again and again. As Yu Yang was thinking, Swordfishman Blast suddenly said, "Over there, an ancient guardian." When Yu Yang looked up, he realized that there was a platinum-ranked level 10 crystal man. It climbed up the crystal walls as if it was flying, as if it was walking on flat ground. Its speed was extremely fast and it was as agile as an ape. This crystal man was transparent and crystal-like. It was similar to the rock golem, but it was indeed a living being and not a machine. Yu Yang was stunned when he saw it. It looked similar to humans, but there were crystal barbs on its back. It had no hair on its head, only crystal-like sharp edges that were arranged in a very unique way. There was no obvious difference in its facial features, they were all made of crystals. The only difference was that its nose was tall, its eyes were deep, and its mouth was completely blank. It could be seen that it did not need to eat like a normal living being. What will happen if I kill it? Yu Yang did not really want to kill it. He just wanted to capture one and bring it back for research. It is impossible to kill it. Once it dies, it will immediately revive here. It is originally made of crystals. Unless the Crystal Canyon is completely destroyed, it will not die. Octopus Man Boss Pan Huan Huan explained. As they conversed, more primordial guardians appeared. They should not have intelligence. However, their instincts were already very outstanding. The first crystal man that discovered the intruders did not attack immediately. Instead, it stopped at a distance and waited for its companions. If the Mother Earth potion was about to be born, Yu Yang would definitely not be polite and show off his skills to send all these ancient guardians flying. However, there were still 2 more days before the Mother Earth potion would be born. Yu Yang did not want to cause unnecessary trouble at this time. He used Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe the canyon and confirmed the location where the Mother Earth potion could be born. He immediately waved his hand. Let's go back. When the time is right, we will come again. Jiangying looked at Yu Yang. She really wanted to ask him if he really found the location where the Mother Earth potion was born. He just needed to come here to take a look and he would know. He didn't need to search carefully. She chose to believe in Yu Yang in the end. She was also not sure why she trusted Yu Yang so much. Perhaps, the feeling that he gave people was that he was absolutely trustworthy. Octopus Man Boss Pan Chan, Swordfish Man Blast and Whale Zhang were all confused. Were they going back just like that? If that was the case, why did the 3 of them need to accompany them? They originally thought that it would be a tough battle. They did not expect that they did not even need to do anything. They just needed to take a look and they could go back. We will come again in 2 days. As long as we get the Mother Earth potion, I will definitely break the seal and let you leave the graveyard of the sea. If anyone comes here before us, you must stop them. If you cannot fight them, then let 5 people enter and block the way. The Mother Earth potion must not fall into the hands of others. This is the first foundation of our cooperation. If I successfully get the Mother Earth potion, I will think of a way to help you slowly recover your human bodies. Yu Yang used 2 methods at the same time and provided enough bait. No problem. We have decided to choose freedom and human bodies. Octopus Man Boss represented all the hybrid fishmen and made his final statement. Fire Island, Starfish Hotel. Hai Yingwu saw a person who was dripping wet walking through the door. She was stunned for a moment before realizing that this person was the drowned ghost. Princess Ying's super lecherous butler, this person who was said to be so drunk in the nightless club that he fell into the sea to feed the fish and prawns, was actually not dead. He was as tenacious as a cockroach and came back alive. But after thinking about it, Hai Yingwu felt that this was normal. Although this person was lecherous, he had a certain level of strength. Without meeting any underwater beasts, normal fish and prawns would not be able to eat him. Seeing that he was about to fall at any time, Hai Yingwu could not help but squeeze out a charming smile and went forward to support him. Wretch, who would have thought that this fellow would suddenly vomit? A mouthful of liquid mixed with seawater and vinegar sprayed all over Hai Yingwu's towering breasts, drenching her body. Hai Yingwu hated him so much that she almost wanted to strangle him to death. Don't drink too much, it's bad for your body. Hai Yingwu used all her endurance to maintain her smile and beautiful tone. Don't worry about me, I am not drunk. Wretch. The drunk Yu Yang was about to vomit on Hai Yingwu's chest again. This time, she could not hold it in anymore. Seeing that there was no one around, she threw him into the storeroom with extreme disgust. Before leaving, she even kicked him twice unwillingly before rushing back to take a bath. She could not be bothered with this kind of scum anymore. Once she left, the drunk Yu Yang immediately sobered up and laughed silently. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Back in his room, he released Jiangying from the grimoire world. Jiangying had been laughing secretly. Although she did not see the process of Yu Yang teasing Hai Yingwu, she could imagine it. So she could not help but laugh secretly. She was so happy that she could not stop. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yu Yang and Jiangying's expression changed because they did not sense anyone coming. Who was it that had such terrifying stealth abilities that they could hide from Yu Yang and Jiangying's senses? Could it be the Ocean Emperor? Yu Yang and Jiangying looked at each other and nodded slightly. The 2 spider queens pulled out their blades vigilantly, ready to attack at any time. Actually, this was just an instinctive reaction. If they were more intelligent, they would understand that if an enemy that even Yu Yang and Jiangying could not sense was not a super strong enemy that they could deal with. The knocking on the door was rhythmic, unlike the polite knocking of a hotel maid. Moreover, it was impossible for a maid to hide from Yu Yang and Jiang Ying's sharp senses. Yu Yang opened the door. In just a few seconds, he had thought of dozens of ways to deal with the situation. However, when he opened the door, he realized that all his plans had failed. "It's you?" Yu Yang was very surprised. The person standing in front of Yu Yang was not someone else, but a man that Yu Yang could never imagine, but he knew. He was the hemp-clothed old man that Yu Yang saw the first time he came to the Assassin Guild. At that time, he was dozing off at the table. He looked old and frail. If not for his divine vision, Yu Yang would not have been able to tell that he was a ranker. It was because of his test that Yu Yang obtained the blood flower map of the Soaring Dragon continent and started his first bounty hunt. Tonight, he looked at the hemp-clothed old man again. With his heaven eyes divine vision, Yu Yang realized that the hemp-clothed old man's strength was still unfathomable. He could not see his true strength at all. When they first met, the hemp-clothed old man gave Yu Yang the feeling of a sleeping dragon. Now, this feeling was even clearer. At first, Yu Yang thought that this hemp-clothed old man was a level 7 overlord or a level 8 emperor. Although he got to know many rankers in the Soaring Dragon continent, he did not discover the existence of the hemp-clothed old man. He thought it was a little strange, but there were many hermits in the Soaring Dragon continent, so Yu Yang did not pay much attention. Until today, Yu Yang realized that he was completely wrong. This old man was definitely a super innate ranker. The feeling he gave off was similar to the mysterious Night Empress. He was probably an expert of that level. It could be said that even the Impatiens, who had reached the level of a female sovereign, might not be able to defeat this hemp-clothed old man. "Brat, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to invite this old man in for a seat?" The old man in hemp garment was quite generous and walked in with a swagger. "Senior, you are?" Yu Yang asked respectfully. If Yu Yang had called the mudskipper man senior with a sense of mockery, then the way he addressed the old man was absolutely sincere. When Yu Yang first met him, he felt that this hemp-robed old man was not as simple as he seemed. It was just that his eyes were not sharp enough back then and he could not see through it. Now that he thought about it, when he advanced to the innate realm, the pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Many people in White Stone City, especially the bandits, should have been alarmed. Later on, it was very secretive. No one knew. No one saw the innate light pillar. Now that he thought about it, Yu Yang was secretly shocked. Could it be that this old man secretly helped me settle it? Jiang Ying could not see through the other party's strength and only felt that he was stronger than her grandfather. She hurriedly invited him to sit down and personally poured a cup of tea for the old man. Even though she could not understand the other party's intentions, it did not seem like he had ill intentions. Jiang Ying did not dare to be negligent. The old man generously accepted the tea and casually commented, "Brat, your wife is not bad." Nowadays, there are very few young people who know how to respect their elders. It's rare. Hornless Dragon Jiang Ying heard this and blushed. She looked at Yu Yang. Originally she wanted to argue that she was not his wife, but when the words reached her mouth, she did not say it. After that, she peeked at Yu Yang. Seeing that he did not correct her, her face became even redder. With trembling fingers, she poured a cup of tea for Yu Yang but did not dare to pass it to him. She only placed it in front of him and quickly withdrew her hand, as if she was afraid of touching his hand. Yu Yang laughed and patted the seat beside him. "Wife, sit here." Jiang Ying heard this and coquettishly rolled her eyes at him. She meant that he should not be too greedy. That kind of young girl's shyness made Yu Yang secretly happy and proud. "My name?" The hemp-clothed old man put down his teacup and said with a bit of indifference, "Perhaps you've heard of me and even think that I'm a very terrifying person, but I'm actually just an ordinary old man. Most of these rumors are false. My name is Xianxia, the Xianxia that people say killed 1,000,000 people." "What?" Yu Yang was stunned. "Ah." Hornless Dragon Jiang Ying was even more shocked and cried out involuntarily, looking like she was about to be scared out of her wits. What did the name Xianxia represent? It represented death. It was rumored that Xianxia was a level 10 innate super innate. He had once single-handedly massacred the entire continent's warriors and killed more than 1,000,000 people, setting a record that no one in the history of Tong Tian Tower could ever surpass. In the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, the only one who could truly win was Jizun, who was ranked 5th together with Sky Execution. If it was only the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. In front of him, other than the number 1 Jizun, there was the number 2 Ocean Emperor Guanlan, the number 3 Undead Emperor Gu and the number 4 Great Demon King Baruth. This ranking was different in the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower. Jizun and the Ocean Emperor were still ahead of Anshi, but Gu and Baruth were surpassed by Sky Execution, Anshi and Night Empress, who was ranked even lower. Anshi, Sky Execution and Night Empress did not stay in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower for too long, so their reputation was not as good as Gu and Baruth's. In terms of real battle power, Anshi, Sky Execution and Night Empress were far above Gu and Baruth. Especially Night Empress, she set Jizun as her goal and quickly caught up. Even Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor, Ocean Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld felt threatened. In terms of reputation, Anshi's infamy was unsurpassable. The record of slaughtering 1 million warriors, even if all the homicidal maniacs were to add up, they might not be able to reach this number. There was a saying in Tongtian Tower, if you offend a supreme innate, you will definitely die, there is no turning back. And this person is Anshi. Yu Yang would never have thought that the hemp-clothed old man was Anshi. This old man really slaughtered 1 million people? Terrifying. I have killed many people, but I am not a homicidal maniac like the legends say, I am just taking revenge. When the hemp-clothed old man said this, Yu Yang almost fainted. Killing 1 million people for revenge? How much hatred did he have? The hemp-clothed old man did not care about Yu Yang's exaggerated expression, and slowly said, just one more person, then the whole revenge will be complete. A thought flashed in Yu Yang's mind. To be able to make the hemp-clothed old man come personally, who could it be? Unless it was him. When Yu Yang thought of this, he immediately realized and exclaimed, the Ocean Emperor. The hemp-clothed old man nodded in satisfaction and praised, that's right, your brain is really good, you figured it out immediately. Seeing that Yu Yang had guessed it, Jiangning felt a little happy. Although she could not guess it, seeing that he was smart and performed well, she could not help but feel happy for him. You are always inviting us to attack together. Wait, let me guess again. Ocean Emperor, the news of the birth of a treasure in the Fire Island deep-sea trench was actually spread by you, right? Why do you want to kill the Ocean Emperor? Let me guess, is it because of the Mother Earth potion? Are you preparing to spread this news to the Ocean Emperor and wait for an opportunity to kill him? The more Yu Yang thought, the closer he was to the truth. No wonder the news of the birth of a treasure in the Fire Island was spread, it was actually spread by the hemp-clothed old man to cause trouble for the Ocean Emperor. Brat, not bad. Although it is not completely correct, it is not far from the truth. The hemp-clothed old man nodded in praise of Yu Yang's intelligence. Have some tea. Jiangning stole a glance at Yu Yang and was even happier. She quickly got up to pour tea for the hemp-clothed old man. After pouring another cup for Yu Yang, she did not return to her original position. She unconsciously sat beside Yu Yang, at the place where Yu Yang indicated for her to sit. She did this completely unconsciously. Unknowingly, she completely let go of her original reservations and wariness. She sat together with Yu Yang and attentively listened to the conversation between him and the hemp-clothed old man. Every time the hemp-clothed old man praised Yu Yang, she was exceptionally happy, as if she was being praised. The hemp-clothed old man looked at her. Just like a grandfather looking at his obedient granddaughter, his eyes were filled with kindness. He picked up the teacup and muttered to himself, actually, this little girl's grandfather and I used to be battle partners and very good friends. The Ocean Emperor was also among our companions. Later on, the Ocean Emperor betrayed our entire group. Our huge group of a few hundred people almost all died. At that time, the most united Iron Fist mercenary group in the entire Tongtian Tower collapsed overnight. The leader died in battle and all the captains also died in battle. There were only 4 people left, the little girl's grandfather, the old hornless dragon, me, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan and the last one was Guanlan's loyal best friend, Tai Hu. The old hornless dragon was seriously injured and passed away. Tai Hu was also seriously injured and went into seclusion. I guess the Ocean Emperor had already killed him, so my only target is the Ocean Emperor Guanlan. As long as I kill him, my wish will be fulfilled. Jiangying was stunned. And she was once grandfather's comrade, why did she never hear him mention it? The hemp-clothed old man seemed to see through Jiangying's thoughts and smiled. Your grandfather is much older than me. When he was an uncle, I was still a child. At that time I was not called Nshi but Sashi. Your grandfather usually called me Little Sashi. When he said that, Jiangying suddenly had an impression. In her grandfather's memories, many names appeared frequently, including Little Sashi. In her grandfather's memories in his later years, he had mentioned it many times. Of course, there were also the various sorrows of betrayal and team annihilation, which had always been her grandfather's regret. It was because of that, Jiangying knew about the Mother Earth potion. Otherwise, she would not have invited Yu Yang to come here to search for treasure. How can I assassinate the Ocean Emperor? Yu Yang asked the main point. Regarding the Mother Earth potion, Yu Yang had already confirmed that the hemp-clothed old man did not come for it. He only wanted revenge and to kill the Ocean Emperor. Since he had the intention to get rid of the Ocean Emperor, there was no reason for Yu Yang to stand by and do nothing. He would definitely think of a way to get rid of the Ocean Emperor. The problem was, how could he kill one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan? Regarding Yu Yang's question, the hemp-clothed old man pondered for a long time. It's extremely difficult to kill the Ocean Emperor. Even though he's a level 10 innate like me, he's much stronger than me. Although he had not broken through to the innate supremacy stage, the cultivation he had accumulated over the past 1,000 years was unfathomable. Furthermore, his battle prowess could be doubled in the sea, making it extremely difficult to kill him. The only thing we can make use of is the Crystal Canyon where the Mother Earth potion was born. I believe you are here for it too. That year, the old hornless dragon and I, along with the Ocean Emperor and Tai Hu, entered the graveyard of the sea and found the Crystal Canyon. We discovered the birthplace of the Mother Earth potion and fought with the hybrid fishmen. That battle was extremely tragic. At that time, the other party had more than 40 people, and there were even 2 super powerful inborn experts. We didn't have the strength that we have now, so almost all of us were wiped out. At the last moment, the Ocean Emperor turned his back on us and escaped heartlessly. Only then did the old hornless dragon and I know that the traitor who caused our team's annihilation was the Ocean Emperor. To think that he even pretended to be a gentleman and brought us to take revenge. The Ocean Emperor wants to break through to the innate Elder Realm, he needs to get the Mother Earth potion. That is our best chance. I was the one who spread the news about the Mother Earth potion. The Ocean Emperor also knew that it was me, so he purposely spread the news about the treasure in the deep sea trench and used this cunning trick to divert everyone's attention. Yu Yang and Jiangying finally understood what the old man in hemp garments said. If that's the case, the Sea King knows that you will come to kill him? Yu Yang felt that it would not be a good thing if he was exposed prematurely. In fact, for the past few hundred years, I've been waiting for an opportunity to kill him every year. He has the upper hand, so I can't kill him, and he can't kill me. We've always been in a stalemate. If there's a possibility of breaking the balance, the only candidate is you. The hemp-garment old man said confidently to Yu Yang. Me? Yu Yang didn't think it was possible for him to kill Neptune. Even though the Ocean Emperor had not broken through to innate level 10, his cultivation was extremely profound. He might even be stronger than Impatience who had already reached Elder Innate Realm. In addition, there were beasts, holy ranked weapons, and geographical advantages. Want to kill the Sea King? Easier said than done, the hemp-clothed old man nodded. That's you. If it wasn't for your Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel, you wouldn't have been able to kill him at all. Your level is still a bit lower, but you have the advantage in terms of your lethality. When I and the Ocean Emperor fight to the end, it is still very possible for you to kill him. Of course, if you can get your hands on the Mother Earth potion, you will have a higher chance of leveling up. Yu Yang fell silent. After a long time, Xiaoqin decided to come up with a plan to assassinate the sea monarch Guanlan with the hemp-clothed old man. After repeated deliberations and Yu Yang's supplementation, Xianxia finally understood. An hour later, the sea burial plan to assassinate the Sea Emperor was finally finalized. The old man bade farewell and teleported away. He would first enter the graveyard of the sea, enter the Crystal Canyon, lay in ambush, and wait for the Ocean Emperor's arrival. As for Yu Yang, he was still having a headache on how to increase his strength in 2 days. If he wanted to kill the Ocean Emperor, other than the old man, he must not alert the enemy. Although Phoenix Fairy Beauty had already become a supreme elder, the moment she came to the Fire Island or the Crystal Canyon, the Ocean Emperor would definitely run away immediately. He must never know that other than the hemp-clothed old man and she, there was someone else who wanted to kill him. Moreover, if Impatience was injured in the battle, there was still the battle with the Black Hell King. He was stronger than the Ocean Emperor. If he did not have the help of Impatience, the consequences would be even more serious. Impatience could not come, she had to continue training and improve in the Elder Innate Realm. Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai had not returned yet, otherwise they could also be used as a surprise attack. Sickly Beauty, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu Bing, Yu Yu, and the others were not strong enough. They could surround and kill the enemy, but surround and kill the Ocean Emperor was extremely dangerous. If they were killed instantly, it would be too late for regrets. Yu Yang would rather fail to assassinate the Ocean Emperor than see them get injured. As for leveling up to the innate realm, it was best to do body fusion. The problem was that no matter how fast it was, it could not be leveled up in 2 days. Just as Yu Yang was having a headache, Jiang Ying's unintentional words made Yu Yang see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Jiang Ying said, "If only I was a little stronger, I might be able to help." She was a level 7 innate, a holy beast. She was very close to becoming a divine beast, but not yet. Of course, it was impossible for Yu Yang to level up in 2 days. His own training was already at his limit. Every night, he would practice with the big loli in his dreams. It could be said that unless there was a fortuitous encounter like the Mother Earth potion, it would be impossible to be faster. However, for the current Yu Yang, it was still very possible for him to level up Jiang Ying. After all, he had even tried the difficulty of Impatience breaking through to the Elder Innate Realm and succeeded. Now, it was not a difficult challenge to help Jiang Ying, the Hornless Dragon, level up. You really want to level up? I have a way to help you level up to become a divine beast. When Yu Yang said this, Jiang Ying was so excited that she jumped up. One must know that becoming a divine beast was her dream. The leveling up that she dreamed of, Jiang Ying saw that Yu Yang did not continue and thought that he was lacking some conditions. She said anxiously, "Tell me, what do you need? What support do you lack? Tell me, I will look for it immediately." Yu Yang waved his hand and gestured for her to come over. When she came over with a little bit of uneasiness, Yu Yang leaned down and whispered a few words in her ear. When Jiang Ying heard this, her face immediately turned red. Even her neck and ears started to heat up. Her entire face was steaming hot, and she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yu Yang for a long time. Her trembling hands didn't even know where to put them. After standing there blankly for a long time, she sneaked a peek at Yu Yang from under her eyelids. When she realized that he was looking at her, she became even more flustered. She hurriedly ran into the inner room, knocking over a chair and 2 flower vases along the way, just as Yu Yang sighed in his heart, thinking that it was too early to say these words. He prepared to go back and have a good rest and continue working hard tomorrow. Suddenly, she poked her head out from the corner of the wall and weakly called out, "Wait, let me think." There's a way," Yu Yang was ecstatic. When did this girl become so open-minded? If this was the case, wouldn't he be able to take the opportunity to contract her? If he could really turn her into his guardian beast and become a divine beast, then he would have more confidence in assassinating the Ocean Emperor. Most importantly, he might be able to take this opportunity to practice body fusion and have a breakthrough. Even if it was not an increase in level, it would be good to increase his inherent skill. His divine vision was in urgent need of leveling up. Maybe once it leveled up, he would be able to see the weaknesses of the Ocean Emperor. Also, his innate invisible sword chi was about to break through. If he could break through before he consumed the Mother Earth potion, he might even have a chance to level up. Yu Yang's imagination was very beautiful. He did not think that Jiang Ying would reject him. After about an hour, Jiang Ying did not come out. He then remembered that she must be embarrassed. They had only known each other for a short period of time and they had to practice body fusion, naked. Even if this hornless dragon liked him and trusted him, she would not be able to do this. Yu Yang went over and knocked on the door. He tried his best to hide his big bad wolf appearance and said softly, "Rest first, we'll talk about it tomorrow. He said this because he wanted to give Jiangning a buffer. Just as he turned around, the door suddenly opened a little. Jiangning hid behind the door and said with a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Can we not take off our clothes, can we? Let's try. If we can't level up, then forget it. This place is not good. Let's go back to my old dragon residence. Anyway, we are leaving Fire Island now to reduce the enemy's attention. That Hai Ingwu has been watching us. Once we leave, she will not suspect us anymore. Let's go, let's go. We'll come back the day after tomorrow." Jiangning lowered her head and came out from behind the door. It was obvious that her little face was burning. Yu Yang was slightly stunned. He thought that this hornless dragon was braver than he had imagined. She was very decisive in doing things, unlike other women who were sloppy and hesitant. Starfish Hotel. Hai Ingwu, who was preparing to rest, received a report from her subordinates that the target, Princess Ing, was leaving the hotel with her subordinates. She was shocked. It seemed that the target was preparing to move. Then, just as she was about to follow, she was surprised to find that Princess Ing did not set off towards the Abyss Ocean Trench. Instead, she brought her subordinates towards the teleportation area. Was she leaving? That's impossible. Didn't she come for that treasure? Why would she leave? Could it be that all her previous guesses were wrong? Beautiful Princess Ing, is the service at Fire Island not good? Do you have any dissatisfaction? Why are you leaving now? Hai Ingwu quickly pretended to meet Jiangning by chance and bowed to greet her. No, I'm just a little annoyed. I'll come again next time. Jiangning looked at Yu Yang, the drunkard, with a very dissatisfied expression. Her acting skills were not bad. Women were born with this talent and did not need to learn at all. Hai Ingwu deeply understood Princess Ying's troubles. What could be more annoying than a useless housekeeper falling into the sea in the middle of the night and then climbing up, then going to the wrong room in the middle of the night? She was a princess, not a slave. Did she have to serve a drunk housekeeper? Of course not. Hai Ingwu saw that Princess Ying's hidden anger was like a volcano. She reckoned that once this useless scum left Fire Island, he would be executed by the princess. Since Princess Ing wanted to leave, then she was not an enemy who came to snatch the treasure, but a real VIP. Hai Ingwu bowed apologetically. She felt guilty for being suspicious and felt that she had completely wasted manpower. There were so many enemies who came to snatch the treasure and there was not enough manpower. She even targeted the wrong person and wasted a lot of manpower. She had really misjudged and treated a good person as a thief. Welcome to Fire Island again. When Hai Ingwu bowed, she realized that the perverted housekeeper had secretly stretched out his hand and pinched her buttocks. On the surface, she was still smiling, but in her heart, she wanted to kick this fellow's balls until they burst. She sincerely welcomed Princess Ing and hoped that she would come again in the future. But towards this extremely perverted and disgusting housekeeper, she simply did not want to see him again. The moment Jiangning teleported away, her smile froze. She gritted her teeth and shouted fiercely, "Scram, scram as far as your thoughts go." What did you say? Yu Yang pretended not to hear it. Before he teleported, he looked around and realized that there weren't many people around. He immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Hai Ingwu's breasts fiercely. Then, he quickly ran to the teleportation circle and let the teleportation personnel who pretended not to see him teleported him away. I have never seen such a scum in my life. Hai Ingwu almost cried from anger. As soon as Yu Yang teleported away, he heard hornless dragon Jiangning snickering. She actually saw him groping Hai Ingwu just now. She just pretended not to see it. She also knew that Yu Yang did not mean to molest Hai Ingwu, but to confuse the enemy. But this act was too realistic. She could not help but laugh when she thought of Hai Ingwu's pitiful look when her breasts were groped and she had to force a smile. At the same time, she felt happy. Hai Ingwu saw her as an enemy and kept a close watch on her. This was the perfect time to take revenge. Tong Tian Tower, 7th floor, Old Dragon Residence. Old Dragon Residence was a secluded secret realm with beautiful scenery. It was a green safe area. There were very few carnivorous beasts and only a few herbivorous animals. These deer and rabbits were used to a peaceful life in the forest and were not afraid of humans. They flew more than 10 kilometers from the teleportation circle to Old Dragon Valley. This was the place where the old hornless dragon lived in seclusion in his later years. The scenery was beautiful. Butterflies flew in pairs and flowers were everywhere. A few lesser dragon maids and more than 10 spider demonesses who stayed here hurried to greet Xianxia when they saw that their mistress had returned. They also saw that the human, Yu Yang, had returned together with them. While they were greeting him respectfully, they could not help but secretly size him up. They were secretly curious about his relationship with their mistress. When I was young, I stayed with my grandfather for a long period of time. However, most of the time, I lived with my maternal grandmother in the Spider Valley. Sometimes, she would bring me to the human world to play. Although I have never been to the Soaring Dragon continent, I have been to the Qilong continent, Aodia continent and Gufeng continent. Those continents are not like Soaring Dragon continent, which does not allow outsiders to enter easily. We can just create a fake identity and go there. I was very happy living with my grandfather and grandmother because they did not care about my training. If I lived with my mother, it would be very painful. The training was very strict. Unfortunately, my parents went to the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower together to explore the secret of the Heaven Realm Gate. I have not seen them for decades. I wonder how they are now. Returning to Old Dragon residence, Xianxia brought Yu Yang around her old residence and talked about her past. Yu Yang was secretly happy. If a girl was willing to share her past secrets with a man, it proved that she had a good impression of him. Otherwise, she would never do that. It could be seen that Xianxia, the hornless dragon, was rather lonely. The old hornless dragon had passed away a long time ago. When Xianxia was still a child, he had become weak and old due to his heavy injuries. Finally, he passed away. After that, Xianxia lived with her maternal grandmother, the Spider Queen, and had a happy childhood. This good situation didn't last long. The Spider Empress disappeared. The little hornless dragon girl could only return to the old dragon residence to live with her parents and receive extremely strict training. However, not long after, her parents also went to the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower to explore the Heaven Realm Gate. They had not returned for dozens of years. Xianxia could only live with her aunt. Her aunt found a husband 10 years ago, so she could only continue living alone. She traveled between the old dragon residence and the Spider Valley, sometimes replacing her grandfather as the Spider Queen, and sometimes returning here as the hornless dragon. In her lonely life, she worked hard to cultivate, with the goal of becoming a divine beast. Until he met Yu Yang. She started to have her first male friend. Furthermore, it was not a dragon of the same species, but a human. Your parents seem to be very strong. You don't have to worry about their safety. Yu Yang concluded that Xianxia's parents were not simple based on the 3 points. Firstly, the bloodline inheritance. Xianxia's father was the son of the old hornless dragon and the golden dragon queen. Her mother was the descendant of the great silver dragon leader and the Spider Empress. Among the 4 bloodlines, none of them were easy to deal with. Secondly, the training location was the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. Without the strength of an innate level 9 or above, there was no way to go there. If her daughter was an innate level 7, then Xianxia's parents would definitely be powerful people with strength of an innate level 9 or above. Thirdly, the black dragon armor that her parents made for her was a special treasure. It was extremely heavy and could strengthen one's physique and increase the speed of training without harming one's body. Even Yu Yang, who had obtained the inheritance of knowledge, and Yu Gong's puppet encyclopedia, wanted to study this mysterious black dragon armor. This showed its value. Taking 10,000 steps back. Not mentioning the secret technique of this black dragon armor, it was also made of pure black dragon skin. In this world, how many rankers could wear the real black dragon armor? There were many who used the skin of a lesser dragon to imitate it. The black dragon armor sold in the treasure shop was not made of black dragon skin, but black dragon armor. The two had the same name, but the meaning was very different. Xianxia came to the front of a room. Suddenly, she became a little bashful and stopped. She peeked at Yu Yang from under her purple hair with her pale green eyes and said shyly, This is my room, there's nothing to see. Although she said that, she actually wanted Yu Yang to go in and take a look. Out of a young girl's reserve, she was too embarrassed to open her mouth and invite him. She only hinted vaguely, hoping to arouse Yu Yang's curiosity. How could Yu Yang not know what she was thinking? He chuckled and deliberately teased her, since there's nothing to see, let's go somewhere else to take a look. When he said that, Jiang Ying could not help but feel disappointed. Slightly annoyed, how could this guy be like this? Just as she was secretly stomping her feet, she suddenly saw Yu Yang quickly reach out and push the door open. Only then did she know that he was teasing her on purpose. The annoyance in her heart instantly turned into surprise and shyness. She felt embarrassed that he had seen through her thoughts, but at the same time, she was quite happy with his deceptive behavior. He was too smart, he could even pick up on her hints. He was not a blockhead who did not know how to flirt. In her embarrassment, Jiang Ying stretched out her hand to block Yu Yang, as if she did not want him to go in. Actually, she only did this to act coquettishly, to show that she did not take the initiative to invite him, but he barged in. Don't go in, how can you do this? There's nothing to see in here. Of course, Jiang Ying could not stop Yu Yang, she just wanted to save some face. It smells so good. When Yu Yang entered, he could smell the faint fragrance of a virgin. Actually, this faint fragrance was present on the hornless dragon, but the black dragon armor had a special effect of suppressing the smell. Luckily, it was Yu Yang, normal people would not be able to smell that fragrance. It seemed that it was a kind of protection that Jiang Ying's parents had for their daughter. One must know that many magical beasts relied on smell to find traces. The black dragon armor almost completely blocked out smell. To many magical beasts with a sensitive sense of smell, this suppressing smell was the best defense. It was also because of this that Jiang Ying's innate strength was even more hidden, normal warriors would not be able to easily see through it. Jiang Ying blushed at Yu Yang's sincere praise. She quickly ran in and rushed ahead of Yu Yang to put all the items that she thought were unsightly to Yu Yang into the cabinet. Actually, it was nothing more than hugging little bear toys, little long-eared rabbit toys, and some other childish cute clothes, pink pajamas. Yu Yang saw that her temperament was actually still like a child. Although she had grown up, her heart still missed the various things from her childhood. Perhaps, it was because she was too lonely and lacked the care of her family. Yu Yang did not immediately practice body fusion with Jiang Ying, but played with her for the whole day. For example, Jiang Ying really liked to play childish games like swings. She could fly in the sky, but sitting on the swing while being pushed and thrown by Yu Yang, she would shout happily and be overjoyed. Helping out in the kitchen was also something that she liked to do, but most of the time it would just cause trouble. With Yu Yang accompanying her, she even wanted to make a huge flatbread, but she failed in the end and had to divide it into dozens of pieces, which made her feel regretful for the whole morning. In the afternoon, Yu Yang accompanied her to swim. The thing that she was most proud of was winning against Yu Yang in a competition. Standing on the shore, she bent down and said to Yu Yang, who had just emerged from the water, "I'm about to doze off from waiting, can you be any slower?" At night, she could not bear to go back to sleep. Even though she did not say it, she really hoped that Yu Yang would continue to accompany her. Her eyes were a little shifty, not daring to look at Yu Yang. "Tell me a bedtime story?" "I would never do such a silly thing, I still want to find someone to tell me." Yu Yang cleverly gave her a way out. "Alright, then you act as a child and I will be the adult. I will tell you." Sure enough, Jiang Ying became excited when she heard it. She pulled Yu Yang and pressed him onto her bed. Then, she took a book from the bookshelf and pretended to be serious. She wanted to tell a story to Yu Yang and coax him to sleep. She did not realize what she had done. Perhaps subconsciously, she did not mind Yu Yang lying on her bed. Hoo. Yu Yang fell asleep the moment he laid down. In his hand was a sign that said, "Please do not talk to someone who is asleep." This action almost made Jiang Ying lose her breath from laughing. She fell on top of Yu Yang and punched his chest with her small fists. She was so happy that tears came out. After an unknown amount of time, she finally realized that this position was a little ambiguous. She raised her head in embarrassment and looked at Yu Yang. Realizing that his eyes were closed, she did not know what he was thinking about. She quietly buried her head and listened to his heartbeat. Hornless Dragon Jiang Ying suddenly sighed faintly and said in an extremely soft voice, "In the future, after we defeat the Ocean Emperor, no one will talk to me anymore. I will return to my original self, an orphan with no one to rely on. Even if I have parents, they will not care about me." Yu Yang stretched out his hand and gently stroked her soft purple hair. "Actually, I am also an orphan, similar to you." Jiang Ying's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at Yu Yang with her light green eyes, like a stray kitten that suddenly found a companion. She did not speak and only hugged Yu Yang tightly. 2 large teardrops silently rolled down from her long eyelashes. It was as if she was crying tears of joy, but also as if she was in the same boat. Even Jiang Ying herself could not explain her complex emotions. She only felt that she had seen a ray of light in the darkness of loneliness. A companion had appeared in front of her. It was him. She was no longer alone. Orphans finally had a companion. Since they were both orphans, why not travel together? Jiang Ying cried silently for a while and suddenly smiled through her tears. Her little face was like a pear blossom in tears, but her cherry lips could not help but curve upwards. "Good, so you are still an orphan. Alright, let me take care of you from now on. I am very good at taking care of people. Just listen to me." Yu Yang did not have the time to retract his hand that was originally stroking her hair. Hornless Dragon Jiang Ying suddenly grabbed his hand boldly and placed it on her waist, letting him hug her too. Maybe it was because they were separated by the blanket, so it didn't feel real. She immediately slipped back into the blanket and wrapped her arms and legs around Yu Yang like an octopus. Her body was tightly pressed against him, and her breasts were pressed against his chest. However, she didn't feel embarrassed at all, and only felt satisfied and blissful. It had been a long time since she had felt such a warm hug since her childhood. Compared to the warm hugs of her family in her memory, it gave her a sense of security. A masculine scent that she had never felt before filled her whole body. In his warm embrace, there was an indescribable feeling of joy in her heart. Perhaps, this was the legendary happiness. Jiang Ying had never thought that she would hug a man to sleep. Moreover, it was so natural and she did not feel embarrassed at all. In fact, both her body and mind felt very comfortable. After waking up, she still did not understand why. She only knew that hugging him like this and letting him hug her made her body develop a kind of dependence that she could not bear to let go. It was a lazy feeling that she had never felt before. It was natural, comfortable, and warm. That's right, there was also happiness. Her heart was no longer lonely. With him by her side, a sense of satisfaction that she had never felt before filled her heart. Just as Jiang Ying yawned lazily and was about to go back to sleep, she suddenly realized that a hot big hand had entered her clothes and was rubbing her breasts without restraint. He did it so skillfully that he did not care about Jiang Ying's reaction at all. Only now did the hornless dragon realize that hugging him to sleep was completely different from hugging her mother or grandfather when she was young. She wanted to jump up immediately when her breasts were touched, but this offense was a little weird. It was not that kind of evil play, but a kind of natural caress. Jiang Ying looked up at Yu Yang and realized that he was asleep. She was instantly angry. Even if this guy is asleep, he is still a big pervert. Jiang Ying's whole body turned soft from the hot big hands rubbing. She hurriedly pulled the bad hand out. If he continued to rub, she would not be able to take it. It felt too uncomfortable. She was still panting. Then she realized that it was moving towards her buttocks and reached into her pajama pants to feel it. The hornless dragon could not take this kind of attack and quickly grabbed it tightly. She wanted to push it back to his side, but after thinking about it, she felt that although her body was no longer soft, there was an inexplicable feeling of emptiness. She might as well press the bad hand on her lower back and let him continue hugging her. It would feel better this way. As for the matter of her breasts being attacked in his sleep, Jiang Ying guessed that Yu Yang did not know about it at all. It was just an instinct. She wondered how many bad things he had done to cause him to be like this. Jiang Ying hated the sleeping Yu Yang so much that her teeth itched. She really wanted to bite that quiet handsome face to vent the anger in her heart. Little fallen flowers, let me touch it again. Yu Yang was dreaming of being intimate with city mistress Fallen Flowers. Not only did his wolfish hands grope everywhere, he even flipped over and pinned Jiang Ying under his body. The hornless dragon shuddered. She felt something strange pressing against the forbidden area of her lower abdomen. It was scorching hot and extremely deadly. The most infuriating thing was that this guy was pressing down on him and calling his woman's name. "You are so heavy, move to the side." Jiang Ying, who was weak all over, used all her strength to flip Yu Yang over again. Huff huff. Yu Yang breathed softly, still in a deep sleep. Sleeping with this guy isn't safe at all. It's so uncomfortable. Although Jiang Ying grumbled, she still could not bear to let go. She only stretched out her hand and lightly pinched his body. However, she was afraid that she would wake him up, so she could not bear to use any strength. In the end, even Jiang Ying herself felt that she had indulged him too much. His breathing stabilized. Jiang Ying suppressed her pounding heart and extended her hand downwards. Secretly, she reached into his pants. She closed her eyes shyly and touched him curiously. Her whole body was trembling. Her thighs were clamped together and her calves were tense. Her toes were so nervous that they almost cramped. After a long time, she finally pulled her hand back while trembling. She then turned around and shyly hid under the blanket. Although she was not 100% clear and did not see it with her own eyes, she already knew many secrets. In an instant, she also understood many things from the original ignorance without a teacher. The one that her aunt had once told her about might be the one who came in and gave birth to the baby. However, that thing of his was a little too big. Could it really go in? If it was really that, maybe he had a way. Jiang Ying's imagination ran wild. She brought the small hand that she touched to her nose and sniffed. There seemed to be a very strange smell left on her hand. It was very light but different from the rest. It gave off a very masculine and very attractive feeling. Was it the smell from his place? Jiang Ying was extremely embarrassed. She buried her head in the blanket and her mind was in a mess. The burning sensation from when she touched him just now kept flashing through her mind. Huge, fiery, masculine, high-spirited. That feeling was too strange. Thinking about it made her even more embarrassed. The last step of body fusion that he mentioned before, could it be that he was referring to that? Not good, the hornless dragon suddenly thought of something and her body shook. There were only a dozen hours left before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. She had not started cultivating with him yet. During the day, she had wasted too much time playing. At night, she still slept like this. It was such a waste. By the time she woke up tomorrow, there would only be a few hours left. How could she cultivate? How would she have the time to level up to fight the Ocean Emperor? Thinking of this, Jiang Ying immediately sat up anxiously. Yu Yang woke up from his sleep and asked her curiously, "What's wrong?" "I did not touch you, oh no. I mean, we have to start cultivating immediately. Otherwise, there won't be enough time." Jiang Ying pulled Yu Yang up anxiously, "Get up quickly. Now is not the time to sleep." Ah? Yu Yang did not understand. Didn't they waste more than 10 hours in the day? Why was she in such a hurry to cultivate at night? Just like this, she was like a primary school student playing for the whole summer. She only had a few days left to do her summer homework. Looking at Jiang Ying's anxious look, Yu Yang wanted to laugh. Of course, he was happy to see hornless dragon Jiang Ying's change. She took the initiative to ask for it. It was much better than him thinking of ways to bring her to cultivate. She had probably let go of the burden in her heart. With success in sight, Yu Yang wrapped Jiang Ying in a blanket and carried her up. "Let's go to my grimoire world. If we level up, there will be a lot of strange phenomena. It would not be good for others to see it." This really dispelled the embarrassment in the hornless dragon girl's heart. Of course, it was better for no one to see it than to alarm the servants. Even though those were the maids who had watched her grow up, it was best not to let them know about this. The more secret, the better. Grimoire world. Because city mistress Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, and Impatience were all accompanying Fourth Mother in the Tianluo Palace's mirage, there was really no one inside. However, even though they were not there, there were still beasts. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and the others were all there. Jiang Ying, who was currently dizzy and stiff from nervousness, did not have any thoughts to sense this. She did not even think about it. She thought that she would have to strip naked and do that once she started cultivating body fusion. She was feeling uneasy. She waited for Yu Yang to explain the mantra one by one so that she could cooperate. Only then did Jiang know that there was no need to do that. At the beginning. Instantly, her nervousness was reduced by more than half and her spirit was lifted. She nodded, indicating that she understood. Actually, her cooperation was very simple. The main thing was to relax her mind and let Yu Yang lead the entire cultivation process. Her mind could not be startled in the middle, so as to not affect the cultivation process. Also, it was a very simple way to circulate energy. For a hornless dragon who had cultivated to innate level 7, this could not be any easier. Moreover, this energy circulation method was being led by Yu Yang. Understood. Jiang felt that she was really stupid. If she had known this earlier, she would have started cultivating. What a waste of time. At the beginning, they only touched each other's palms. Yu Yang's energy flowed into her body and flowed back. In this cycle, the innate qi continuously expanded her meridians. Because the meridians that she had cultivated were already connected, body fusion was twice the result with half the effort. Very quickly, they entered the second stage. This time, body fusion was more intimate. Their bodies hugged each other. Jiang did not feel any pressure at all. Anyway, they had just slept in each other's embrace, so this was nothing. More innate qi flowed into her body, making her feel that her energy was undergoing a qualitative change and continuously improving. She was extremely surprised. Once the second stage was over, she automatically cooperated with his movements. When he kissed her lips, she did not hesitate at all. She stood on her tiptoes and opened her mouth slightly to receive his kiss. Only when he kissed her lips, did she realize that this was a kiss, her first kiss. However, that wonderful feeling and the innate qi that came from his mouth made her unable to stop. Instead, she excitedly hugged him and sucked hard. Instinctively, she passionately kissed him. Other than innate qi, there was also nirvana flame burning in Yu Yang's palms. He inserted nirvana flame into the vital point on her back, purifying her body while purifying the energy in her body at the same time. The intense pain almost made Jiang scream out loud. But she knew that in order for her body to be reborn, she had to undergo this intense purification. The pain was actually a kind of dissolving process. Their clothes had already turned into ashes. Their bodies were tightly pressed together. The energy in Yu Yang's body continuously refined the energy in Jiang Ying's body while the nirvana flame continuously purified them. Jiang Ying was in so much pain that her body could not take it anymore and reverted to her real body. Her upper body was still the same, but below her legs, she had turned into the body of a hornless dragon. Golden dragon wings grew on her back. Below her buttocks, her legs turned into a small and cute silver dragon tail. It slowly extended until it was a few meters long. The black dragon fins, golden dragon wings and silver dragon scales that originally grew on the dragon tail melted under the nirvana flame and were instantly reborn. Jiang Ying, who was in unbearable pain, wrapped her tail tightly around Yu Yang's body. Her dragon wings trembled weakly. If not for Yu Yang's innate qi replenishing her, she would probably die in 10 minutes. Under the refinement of the nirvana flame, she would only be left with her soul and the dragon crystal in her body. However, Yu Yang's innate qi immediately replenished her lost energy and continuously stimulated the potential in her body. Every time Jiang Ying was at her weakest, Yu Yang would drip God's dew into her mouth, allowing her to recover instantly. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Ying found that the pain in her body was getting lighter and lighter. Finally, she was not in pain at all. Instead, she felt a kind of enlightenment and a wonderful comfort. When she opened her eyes, she found that her skin had become 10 times whiter and as smooth as jade. The entire dragon tail looked like it was carved out of white jade and was incomparably beautiful. The dragon wings on her back had also become crystal-like. Other than the bones of the dragon wings which still had a faint dark gold color, everything else was completely different from before. The abundant energy and perfect body made Jiang Ying immediately realize that she had been reborn. Even though she had not reached innate level 8, she was only a step away from breaking through. As long as she started cultivating, she believed that she would break through immediately. Is this really me? My new tail is so beautiful, just like white jade. Jiang Ying was so excited that she could not control herself. She kissed Yu Yang repeatedly, thanking him for giving her a perfect new body. Her dragon tail swayed proudly and continuously, as if she was a happy child who got her favorite toy. Let's continue and break through innate level 8 in one go. Yu Yang could have tried to take over Jiangying's body with his shadow when she was in pain. Moreover, the success rate should be very high. However, he thought that this kind of thing could not be rushed. In the future, if she really could not leave him, she would take the initiative to ask for a contract. There was no need to cast such a shadow in her heart. Okay. Jiangying nodded her head in agreement. Then she understood that if she wanted to take another step forward, she would have to have even more intimate contact. Perhaps she would even have to do that, even though she was very embarrassed, she did not regret it. Instead, she bravely turned back into her human form. Her dragon tail retracted and once again became a pair of slender white legs. Let alone Jiangying, even Yu Yang, who had mastered body fusion, was very serious when it came to the next step of cultivation. What he wanted was not to simply let the hornless dragon break through to innate level 8. Instead, he wanted to suppress her level to innate level 6, or even innate level 5, and then rush to innate level 8. If he did not do this, then Jiangying's gains would not be the greatest, and the increase would only be one level. If Yu Yang could first reconstruct her level to innate level 6 or innate level 5, then she would have a leap of 2 or even 3 levels. This way, the increase in her strength would definitely not be the same as before. Her inherent skills would improve by leaps and bounds. She could even contract a summoning grimoire and directly become a divine beast. Yu Yang did not know how much Mother Earth potion there was, but he guessed that it would definitely not be a lot. If Jiangying became a divine beast, then she would not need the Mother Earth potion anymore, and he would have more energy to break through. Innate Invisible Sword Chi level 6. This was the current level that he wanted to break through, but it was definitely not Yu Yang's final wish. With the Mother Earth potion, Yu Yang wanted to break through to Innate Sword Chi level 7, or even higher. Innate Invisible Sword Chi level 6. If not for his Nirvana rebirth, Yu Yang would have reached it long ago. Now that he had repeated it over and over again, Yu Yang felt that he was getting closer and closer to the level 6. The energy seemed to have accumulated into a lake, ready to gush out at any time. The longer he trained at a lower level, the better his foundation and the more things he mastered. But when it came to the point where he had no choice but to level up, Yu Yang could not let it go. Because every time he broke through a bottleneck, he would have a new understanding. At most, he would just have to train again and break through to a new realm. Moreover, now that he was about to kill the Ocean Emperor, it would be best if he could break through to a new realm. Yu Yang knew that if he helped Jiangying to break through to innate level 8 and become a divine beast, he would reap more rewards. The dragon energy in her body fusion would allow him to have a deeper understanding of innate sword chi level 6. Kissing, caressing. Yu Yang used the body fusion technique that he usually used on Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, Sickly Beauty, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers on Jiangying. Even Yu Yu, who had accompanied Yu Yang in his cultivation for several months, could not do this. At the very least, she would not allow Yu Yang to do this when she was conscious. Jiangying was very passive. She felt shy, happy, embarrassed, and scared. She didn't resist Yu Yang's actions, but she was at a loss as to what to do and passively accepted it. Actually, she didn't want to do this, but this was her first time experiencing this, so she didn't know how to cooperate at all. Fortunately, Yu Yang was the one in charge of the body fusion technique, so there was no need for perfect coordination. As long as they did not intentionally resist, it would be fine. In the beginning, Jiangying was extremely embarrassed. She looked at Yu Yang kissing her breasts, kissing her erect buds, kissing them all the way down. She didn't know what to do. The thrill and excitement burned her heart. She really wanted to reach out to touch him and kiss him, but her nervousness and shyness prevented her from doing so. When Yu Yang gently placed her on the bed and gently kissed her, the only thing Jiangying could do was to cover her face and not look. Her legs were tightly clamped together, and her calves were straight. She clumsily stood still and let him do whatever he wanted to do to her. Relax, don't think about anything, feel the flow of energy. Yu Yang could eat this hornless dragon right now. He knew that she would not reject him. However, the most important thing now was not to obtain her. It was to let her level up. Cultivating with a girl's pure body was the fastest. There was still a long way to go before she broke through. He couldn't just take her like this, or else she could only level up by one level at most. Since she would belong to him in the future, why should he be impatient? Hearing Yu Yang's comforting words, Jiang gradually relaxed. Her stiff body softened. As Yu Yang kissed her body, she was immersed in the beauty of pleasure and pleasure. She let Yu Yang caress and kiss her burning body. She hugged him passionately, trembled with his every move, and let out a beautiful whimper. Her panting and moaning became a moving song, one of a kind. 10 minutes later, she completely lost herself in his embrace. She responded to his caresses one by one. Her previous reservations and nervousness had already been thrown to the winds. Her body was completely under his control. She wholeheartedly enjoyed the pleasure that he gave her. She had already forgotten about everything else in the world. Unknowingly, under the suppression of the nirvana flame and innate chi, her strength gradually condensed. Her cultivation level reverted back to normal, from innate level 7 all the way to innate level 6. 10 minutes later, she returned to innate level 5. If it was any other time, she would definitely jump in fright. However, at this moment, she completely trusted Yu Yang and let him do whatever he wanted to her. Heaven's fury fire lotus, extreme cold frost and purple thunder lightning spread out from Yu Yang's body, forming a huge energy field. The summoning grimoire automatically floated out, and the beast's world of light expanded to a space of 60 meters. The innate chi flowed from Yu Yang's mouth into Jiang Ying's lips. It flowed through her entire body and returned to Yu Yang's body from her lower abdomen. On the other hand, the nirvana flame was the opposite. It entered her tailbone, flowed upwards, flowed through her entire body, and finally returned to Yu Yang's body from her chest to her heart. The nirvana flame transformed into an incomparably beautiful and ever-changing fire phoenix, passing through Yu Yang and Jiang Ying's body. Every time it passed through, Jiang Ying's body would tremble violently. Her energy and realm would also increase exponentially. From innate level 5, she rose to innate level 6, and then back to her original innate level 7. Finally, a strange light flashed and a rainbow appeared. Jiang Ying's dragon wings and dragon tail uncontrollably transformed and tightly wrapped around Yu Yang's body. As she broke through to a new realm, she screamed in pain and joy. Yu Yang could not find a bronze grimoire at the moment and hurriedly took out a silver grimoire. He pressed Jiang Ying's little hand on it and used his innate chi to help her contract the summoning grimoire. When Jiang Ying's breakthrough was about to end and the contract had not succeeded, Yu Yang became anxious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the silver grimoire. He did not understand why he did this. Maybe it was because he was blessed. Maybe it was the knowledge passed down by the pitiful guy's mother that he used it subconsciously at that moment. Maybe the heavenly sword goddess was commanding Yu Yang's subconscious. He felt that all three possibilities existed, but he did not have time to think. He could only wholeheartedly transfer innate chi to Jiang Ying to help her contract the grimoire. This was the best chance. It would be a pity if the contract was not successful today. Finally, countless colorful lights rose from the place where Jiang Ying's little hand touched the grimoire. A strong golden light blossomed and formed a female hornless dragon with a human body and a dragon tail in the sky. It flew around the contracted light pillar that shot towards the sky, then instantly turned around and entered Jiang Ying's body. Jiang Ying's dragon tail, which was originally tightly wrapped around Yu Yang, suddenly turned into colorful lights and disappeared. It once again transformed into a pair of snow-white, smooth, jade-like beautiful legs that were coiled around Yu Yang's waist. The dragon wings on her back rapidly shrunk and became slender. They turned into a pair of extremely beautiful crystal dragon wings and nimbly circled around Yu Yang's back. Jiang Ying hugged Yu Yang tightly. She was in the process of advancing to innate level 8. She was conscious for a second and confused for a second. The new realm of a divine beast affected her mind at the same time. What was more frightening was that she realized that she had a connection with him. Countless information made her mind confused and she could not sort it out in a short time. The pleasure of her body was also one of the reasons why she could not think. She felt the delicate flower petals in her private parts being pushed against by the high-spirited dragon spear. That feeling made her whole body tremble. It seemed to be uncomfortable, but also seemed to be happy. Her body seemed to be automatically searching for that feeling. Although she was not consciously controlling it, her hands, legs and dragon wings were hugging him tightly, as if wanting him to enter immediately and become one with her. Yu Yang also had the same feeling. He felt that he had reached a thin barrier. That was the symbol of protecting young girls. As long as he continued to advance, she would truly become his woman. If he took away her virginity like this, she might not be able to level up like City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others. This was because she had just leveled up and it was impossible for her to level up again. Moreover, he did not have enough innate chi to help her level up. Forget it, he did not care about this anymore. He had already reached this step. Yu Yang could not bear it any longer and decided to take down this hornless dragon first. Just as he was about to attack, Jiang Ying's body turned into a ball of colorful light. It was as beautiful as a rainbow bridge and floated into Yu Yang's grimoire. The grimoire shone brightly. He flipped the page. Yu Yang, who was completely naked, jumped up and sweated profusely when he saw it. He did not know when he had contracted this hornless dragon. What made Yu Yang sweat profusely was that this was not like the barbarian cow Shadow Aman's possession. It was completely different from the Bloody Queen Red's possession. It was also completely different from the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo special contract. Could it be that Jiang Ying had spat out a mouthful of blood when she contracted the grimoire, and his blood had this effect? What made Yu Yang heave a sigh of relief was that he had finally dealt with the hornless dragon. Of course, he did not just poke her. That actually required at least a few more seconds to succeed. This was referring to his guardian beast. Yu Yang realized that his guardian beast had come about very confusedly. The hornless dragon Jiang Ying had also inexplicably succeeded in forming a contract. Without any mental preparation or premeditation, she had become his guardian beast. Yu Yang could not understand. Forget it, this was a good thing. He would ask the heavenly sword goddess next time. Maybe she had helped him. Yu Yang decided not to delve into this issue for the time being. Looking closely, he realized that the hornless dragon was in a deep sleep. She seemed to be in a state of confusion, but her energy was still increasing. The divine beast's power and the innate level 8 realm were still merging. At the same time, the guardian beast's power was also changing. These powers that she had obtained after breaking through had caused her entire being to be in a state of chaos. It was estimated that she would not be able to come out to fight for a while. Being able to contract her was already Yu Yang's greatest satisfaction. Yu Yang did not care about whether she would participate in the battle or not. Whether or not he could kill the Ocean Emperor was never Yu Yang's first priority. At most, he would kill him in the future. The only thing that gave Yu Yang a headache was that he was still a step away from breaking through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi, but Jiang Ying was in a deep sleep. Impatience, Fallen Flowers, and City Mistress were also not by his side. What should he do? A shadow glided down from the sky at an extremely fast speed. It was the Bloody Queen Red. Her face was crimson red as she dove into Yu Yang's embrace. Let Red help Master raise his realm. Red has already learned it. Yu Yang was shocked by Bloody Queen Red's initiative. Since when did she become so human-like? He had thought that she would need a period of time to fully mature in terms of humanization. He did not expect that her body and mind had already matured so quickly. Yu Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe. The current Bloody Queen Red was no different from a normal human girl. In fact, she was even more perfect. In terms of humanization, she seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Her body was still okay, but her mind, how could she improve so quickly? One must know that other people's beasts, in terms of humanization, would usually need tens of years, or even 100 or 200 years to perfect their bodies before they could evolve into a human. As for their mind, they would need hundreds of years before they could truly humanize. How long had Bloody Queen Red been contracted for? Yu Yang did not understand how she could improve so quickly. Compared to the barbarian cow Shadow, her improvement was much faster. She had even surpassed the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. Master and Mistress have taught Red a lot. Bloody Queen Red lowered her head and did not dare to look at Yu Yang. Actually, the reason why she improved so quickly was because of Yu Yang's abnormal strength as her master. Secondly, the competition between her companions had greatly increased her intelligence. In the past, it was the barbarian cow Shadow, then it was the golden crown thorny flower queen, then the spirit of earth fire. She had companions competing with her all around her. Furthermore, all of them improved quickly, so that she would not fall behind. The biggest influence was Yu Yang's body fusion. First, the girl's training allowed Bloody Queen Red to learn many human girls' special emotions and skills. Her improvement was extraordinary. Then, Impatience's guardian beast, Charm Demon Queen and Hornless Dragon appeared. Charm Demon Queen was not only extremely powerful, she even had to serve her male master together with Impatience. Her actions had basically opened a door of life for Bloody Queen Red, giving her the best enlightenment. It also made her understand that she could do it too. Later on, the Hornless Dragon Jiangyin gave Bloody Queen Red a sense of crisis. The Charm Demon Queen was still Impatience's guardian beast, but this Hornless Dragon had become Yu Yang's guardian beast. The Hornless Dragon would always accompany her master from now on. If she walked ahead of her, then her position in Yu Yang's heart would be even lower. Competitiveness, demonstration power, and sense of danger, these three factors had caused the Bloody Queen's thoughts to undergo an earth-shattering change, making an unimaginable improvement. In an instant, she had taken a huge step forward from a beast to a human. This step was something that hundreds of millions of beasts would never be able to achieve in their entire lives. To the Bloody Queen, she only used a few short days to bravely take this step. Don't worry, Red. You will always be the Bloody Queen in my heart, the one and only. Yu Yang could guess what the Bloody Queen was thinking. He gently lifted her chin and gently kissed her lips. Yes. Hearing this, the Bloody Queen's face was instantly filled with tears. The worries of the past few days had disappeared in an instant. A feeling of relief arose spontaneously in her heart. At this moment, she felt incomparably happy. It turned out that she was also the one and only existence in her master's heart. Even if by his master's side, there was the most pampered Lamia Lowly, the most loyal barbarian Cow Shadow, the most ever-changing golden crown thorny flower queen, and all kinds of beasts, in his heart, he was still one of a kind. The Bloody Queen excitedly hugged Yu Yang and buried her head in his chest. Drops of hot tears fell down. She suddenly lifted her tear-stained face and looked at Yu Yang. She nodded her head very firmly. Red, I will definitely work hard in the future. Then, she excitedly kissed her master. She used the most passionate kiss to repay her master's love. Body fusion, continued. The same body fusion technique produced a completely different effect when used on Red. Jiangyin, the Hornless Dragon, was passive. She did not understand the relationship between a man and a woman at all. She was also afraid that her movements would affect Yu Yang, so she was extremely nervous. It was only when she forgot about him that she became better. Red was different. She, the Bloody Queen, had seen Yu Yang, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the Impatience doing body fusion many times. She had even seen him having fun with them before. She knew how to coordinate with her master's body fusion technique. The effect produced was completely different between coordination and non-coordination. Although it could be achieved slowly without coordination, the speed of body fusion technique would definitely double if they could coordinate with each other. Just like the difference between Shui Wuxia and Snow Rain, Shui Wuxia had the best coordination with Yu Yang when they were training. Even Princess Sisai was envious of her speed of improvement. Yu Yu was different. She knew that her soft water energy was helpful to Yu Yang, so she had no choice but to practice body fusion with him to help him level up. However, she wouldn't take the initiative. Towards some extreme movements, she would also pay attention to avoid it. Thus, her leveling speed was the slowest. Although to the outside world, Yu Yu's improvement was extremely fast, but compared to Shui Wuxia, she was actually considered slow. Red was completely open to Yu Yang. Although they did not combine, she and Yu Yang were already at the final stage of body fusion technique. Yu Yang did not push Red down immediately because he was about to improve. If he improved in the process, it would have unpredictable consequences for the Bloody Queen. He did not want to take this risk. Moreover, the combination of the moment of fusion and the breakthrough might have an immeasurable impact on himself. Look at the Hornless Dragon. Because she had improved too much, her mind was in a mess due to the impact of the breakthrough. She was in a muddled state and had no choice but to sleep. If Yu Yang was in the same state, then his plan to assassinate the Ocean Emperor would be ruined. Most importantly, Yu Yang hoped that when he pushed Red down, he could let her enjoy a happy sexual life. He wanted her to have a wonderful process, and not just become a tool for him to train. To her humanoid form, this was also the greatest encouragement and reward. Red's body was hanging upside down. She was imitating her mistress, sucking on her master's dragon spear. As for Yu Yang, he borrowed the energy from her body fusion technique and combined it with his explosive innate qi to break through to the 6th level of innate invisible sword qi. The soundless explosion and the shockwave sent the bloody queen flying in an instant. Miraculously, she did not suffer any injuries. However, everything within a 5-meter radius around Yu Yang had been turned into fine powder. Even the space had been shattered. The nirvana flame on Yu Yang's body formed an extremely high fire pillar that pointed towards the sky. The nirvana flame wings on his body flew him in the middle of the nirvana flame pillar, bathing him in the center of the nirvana flame pillar. Sword chi that filled the sky shot out from Yu Yang's 10 fingers. Every sword strike could cut through space. The strongest sword strike could even shatter the void. Nirvana's flame formed into a beautiful fire phoenix, carrying Yu Yang on its back as it dived down from the sky. In an instant, the entire grimoire world shook, and everything trembled. Boom! The fire phoenix crashed onto the ground with Yu Yang. It instantly returned to Yu Yang's body, while Yu Yang stood firmly in the deep pit. He bent down and the fire wings formed by the nirvana flame shot towards the sky for more than 10 meters. When Yu Yang straightened his back, raised his hand to the sky and stamped his feet on the ground, he let out a ha sound. The entire grimoire world immediately shook. An image of a golden giant that was almost 1,000 meters tall and looked exactly the same as Yu Yang quickly grew on Yu Yang's body and made the same movements. The sky of the grimoire world also seemed to be broken by it. There were deep footprints on the ground. Countless colorful lights were emitted from Yu Yang's body. His summoning grimoire also floated out. His world continuously absorbed the energy that Yu Yang emitted. The radius of the ring of light that was originally 60 meters suddenly expanded to 80 meters. The bloody queen was also screaming. Her body was also bathed in colorful lights. Her energy continued to increase and her body became more and more perfect. Just a little more and she would be able to break through. At the latest, the next, dual training, would be the time she would break through. Yu Yang wanted to continue punching the ground, but little Wenli suddenly appeared. Flash. Her 6 little hands held onto his fist. Her big black eyes stared at him, full of pleading. Little Wenli was trying to stop Yu Yang, who was still immersed in the new realm. However, she would rather be injured than use her binding chains, inherent skill on Yu Yang. Hell! Yu Yang's body reacted naturally. One of his hands grabbed little Wenli's neck, while the other hand swung his fist. However, little Wenli was not afraid at all. She even hugged his arm tightly and did not let go. In an instant, Yu Yang's eyes that were shining with golden light quickly disappeared. He returned to his original clarity. When little Wenli saw this, a sweet smile appeared on her pink face. Her big eyes narrowed into 2 little crescent moons. Hee hee. She succeeded. She successfully used her mind to call back Yu Yang's consciousness. Good baby, I can't do this next time. What if I hurt you? After Yu Yang regained his consciousness, he quickly let go. He hugged little Wenli and kissed her fiercely. Finally, he caressed her little head. His heart ached terribly. He almost hurt her when he lost control. It was really dangerous. Heh. Little Wenli shook her head to indicate that it was nothing. She also happily held Yu Yang's face and kissed it. She was extremely cute. Bloody Queen Red flew up quickly. She did not fight with little Wenli for Yu Yang's embrace. She happily hugged Yu Yang from behind. She even hugged Yu Yang and little Wenli. Her joyful face was plastered on her master's strong back. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman also flew over. She was so excited that her brute force exploded. She simply hugged Yu Yang, little Wenli and Bloody Queen Red and spun around happily. Far away, the Reaper Mantis was also happily flying around in the sky. Its master's improvement also made it excited. Only the spirit of Earth Fire who was hiding in the lava pool of the volcano did not understand this at all. To her, there were still too many mysteries about emotions. She stuck her head out to look at Yu Yang, then looked at the bloody queen and the barbarian cow Shadow's happy faces in puzzlement, as if she didn't understand what was there to be happy about. Or perhaps, she had a kind of confusion towards human emotions like happiness. What was happy? Everything had a process. The current her was similar to the barbarian cow Shadow in the past. However, the current barbarian cow Shadow was close to a human. She was no longer the silly barbarian cow Shadow in the past. Luckily the golden crown thorny flower queen did not wake up today. Otherwise, the grimoire world would be even more lively. After devouring so many innate rancors, and with Yu Yang continuously channeling innate qi into her, the next time she wakes up, she should be able to grow into a beautiful royal queen, right? One thing was for sure, she would definitely be more perfect than before. This was because in terms of transforming into a human, she was the one who had the most perfect transformation. Every time she was reborn, she would improve tremendously. 2 hours later, Yu Yang, who had just rested for a while, rushed to Fire Island before he could completely digest the power from the 6th level of innate invisible sword qi. This was because the Mother Earth potion would be born in at most 5 hours. If he did not prepare in advance, he might miss it. Yu Yang, who had improved greatly, was now very confident that he could defeat the Ocean Emperor. At least, he was confident that he could obtain the Mother Earth potion. If he consumed the Mother Earth potion, his strength would increase again. How could the Ocean Emperor not die? If he killed the Ocean Emperor, the Black Hell King, the traitor from 6,000 years ago, would be the one to send him on his way. This time, when Yu Yang came to Fire Island again, he naturally couldn't use the identity of the scumbag butler from before. Instead, he used the identity of Titan. He wore the gold-ranked Gemini mask and carried the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear on his back. Just like that day when he entered the Thunder Fortress, Yu Yang came to Fire Island. Titan's fame was only spread in the Thunder Fortress. Unlike other innates who would proudly send people to spread the news every time they did something, the mercenaries near the entrance of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower would talk about the legend of the Titan brothers. In the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, almost no one knew about the existence of the Titan brothers. Only a small number of merchants who cooperated with the Titan Merchant Guild knew that Demon Eye of the Thunder Fortress had died and was replaced by Titan. Other than that, very few people knew that there were 2 terrifying innate rancors. Actually, forget about the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, even in the 6th floor or within the Thunder Fortress, not many people had seen Yu Yang, the little Titan. They only heard about it from hearsay. Welcome to Fire Island, distinguished guest. When Yu Yang walked out of the teleportation circle, a sexy tour guide immediately came forward and bowed, indicating that she was willing to serve Yu Yang and lead the way. She was Hai Yingguo, but she could not recognize Yu Yang anymore. What's so noisy? Yu Yang asked on purpose. It's like this, distinguished guest, maybe you don't know yet. Because a treasure appeared in the deep sea trench of our Fire Island. The treasure has light and rose from the deep sea. Then, it was sensed by a rancor and spread to the world, inviting heroes to explore it. His Majesty the Ocean Emperor is incomparably generous. He specially allowed all the employees of Fire Island to serve the heroes and help everyone complete this epic adventure, leaving behind a magnificent battle poem. Hai Yingguo replied respectfully on the surface, but she was secretly sizing up this guest. He seemed to be a level 7 overlord, but he was wearing a gold-ranked mask on his face, and the long bag on his back seemed to be a treasure. With his strength, was he not afraid of being robbed by others? Don't talk nonsense, you just need to tell me why the gongs and drums are so noisy here. Yu Yang interrupted her coolly without looking at Hai Yingguo. I'm sorry. Honorable guests, it was like this. After many brave heroes explored and fought with the deep-sea demonic beasts for a day and a night, 3 lucky ones were born among the hundreds of heroes. A lucky hero obtained the best sea calming pearl. Unfortunately, he refused to accept our congratulations and has already left. The other 2 heroes who obtained gold-ranked treasures respectively obtained the Lion Stonefish's Beast Summoning Crystal and the Bone Spike Watershed Trident. They are currently receiving our congratulations and protection. The entire Fire Island is celebrating because of this. We are preparing to hold a party, which is why there are so many lanterns and colored banners, and gongs and drums. If I have unintentionally disturbed you, please allow Hai Ingwu to represent a member of Fire Island to express our sincerest apologies. Hai Ingwu was probing Yu Yang. She suspected that the guest in front of her was also an adventurer who came to look for treasures, but was late for some reason. I hate it when other people also have good treasures, it's so annoying. Yu Yang snorted, immediately pushed Hai Ingwu away and strode away. Hai Ingwu was stunned. In her entire life, she had never met a man who completely ignored her sexy body. If he was a man from a different race and did not like humanoid women, then it would be fine. But he was a human, how could he ignore her? She was shocked by Yu Yang's casual push, but also felt a sense of humiliation. It was a kind of humiliation that hurt her self-esteem. Since when did she become so unattractive? Maybe this guy was jealous that others obtained treasures. It must be like that. If the lecherous butler's groping made her feel disgusted, then this man today made her feel angry. That scum still liked her voluptuous figure. This masked man made her feel deeply humiliated. He completely ignored her. Hai Ingwu really wanted to rush forward and angrily scold the other party, but in the end, she endured it. For the Ocean Emperor's grand plan, I have to endure it. Hai Ingwu gritted her teeth. This masked man's mask is a gold-ranked treasure. A few mercenaries walked towards them. They were already a little drunk. Maybe because they did not get anything, they were a little bored and prepared to leave. The man leading them saw Yu Yang and his greed rose. He pointed at Yu Yang and shouted excitedly. Oh no! Hai Ingwu saw the greed in the mercenaries' eyes and knew that a fight was inevitable. Leave the gold-ranked mask and crawl under my crotch, then I will spare your life. The few men realized that the masked man in front of them was only a level 7 overlord, and became arrogant. Among the 5 of them, there were 2 level 7 overlords, 2 level 8 emperor, and one of them was a level 6 elder. Based on their strength, they felt that they could definitely defeat Yu Yang, so their attitude was extremely arrogant. Leave the long bag on your back too. Another level 8 emperor warrior added when he sensed the ripples of treasures in the long bag. Hai Ingwu was secretly anxious. If she exposed her full strength and used her lesser innate strength to stop them, then there would definitely be no problem. However, for the Ocean Emperor's grand plan, how could she expose her identity so easily? It might not be a good thing to watch the two sides kill each other. That masked man had so many treasures on him, but he was not strong enough. He must have a strong backing, maybe he was the nephew of an innate. If he was killed here, then it would definitely incur the wrath of the power behind him. There were only a few hours left until the Ocean Emperor's grand plan. The Ocean Emperor was about to arrive. With great difficulty, he managed to deceive the world by using a combination of treasures and the scheme of stealing a beam and replacing it with a pillar, thus preserving the true secret treasure. At this moment, they must not cause any more problems. Just when Hai Ingwu was anxious, she suddenly saw 3 figures flying over from the sky. Hai Ingwu saw them and immediately used a secret method to call for help. Although they were unwilling, the 3 figures still landed. It was a secret method set by the Ocean Emperor. Once someone used it to call for help, no Sea clan could ignore it. Of the 3 people who landed, on the left was an ugly fatty with a large head and a small body. In the middle was a general of the Yu clan who wore scale armor and had a biting cold aura. On the right was a skinny man wearing a dark green slippery leather coat. He was strangely tall and slender, with extremely small eyes. The dark green leather coat on his body had several dark brown golden lines, and there were many inexplicably slippery and sticky liquids on the coat, which would make people lose their appetites at a glance. What happened? We are preparing to welcome the arrival of the Ocean Emperor. Your interference has affected the whole situation. You are just a small fry, how dare you use it shipwreck level to call for help, you really don't know what you are talking about. The ugly fatty scolded Hai Ingwu loudly. Reporting to the 3 sea generals, it's like this. Hai Ingwu quickly reported the conflict between Yu Yang and the mercenaries. Not far away, Yu Yang was slowly untying the long bag. The mercenaries guessed that the other party would not easily hand over the treasure, so a fight was inevitable. They immediately surrounded Yu Yang in the middle. A conflict was about to break out between the 2 sides. The 3 sea generals also saw this situation. The sea general wearing scale armor waved his hand to indicate that he did not care. The skinny man laughed evilly. He didn't want to care, but after a few mercenaries succeeded, he would kill a few mercenaries and seize the treasures. In this way, he would gain the reputation of revenge and also obtain the treasures. On the other hand, the ugly fatty, the sea general who had scolded Hai Ingwu previously, stood up and shouted at the mercenaries, "What are you all doing?" The mercenaries were caught unprepared by the sudden intervention of the ugly, fat sea general. Could it be that this masked man was from the Sea clan? Luckily, a man with the strength of a level 8 emperor reacted. While quibbling, he probed, "General Big Head, I am the grandson-in-law of the Hermit Shrimp clan's General Lang Yi, Baizu. I even came to toast you at the wedding, don't tell me you don't remember me? Today, it is not that we want to break the rules of Fire Island, but this masked man is my enemy. He killed my brother and sister and raped my sister. Now that we have met, how can I let him get away scot-free? General Big Head, you have to help me." The ugly fat sea general scratched his bald head and muttered, "Is that so? Did we drink wine? How come I don't remember? Forget it, since it has come to this, I don't care anymore." Hai Ingwu almost sweated to death after hearing this. Wasn't this fatty too gullible? How did he become a sea general? Even a fool would know that Baizu was spouting nonsense, but this idiot fatty actually believed him. It really made people speechless. If she did not care about her identity, Hai Ingwu could stand up and expose Baizu. But, she endured it in the end, in order to not affect the Ocean Emperor's grand plan. Forget it. Moreover, this masked man had nothing to do with her. Even if he died, it would only be a guest. At most, it would be troublesome in the future. Endure it, there were only a few hours left until the Ocean Emperor's grand plan. Hai Ingwu lowered her head and did not speak. She felt that the masked man was dead. Even if he was not killed by the mercenaries, General Leech would not let him go. It seemed that General Leech was eyeing the masked man covetously. He was also drooling over the masked man's treasure. Maybe he was waiting for the last moment to snatch the treasure in the name of revenge. So, this masked man was dead for sure. Hai Ingwu sighed in her heart and could not bear it. Even though the masked man completely ignored her existence and had an arrogant attitude, she still did not want him to die the moment he arrived at Fire Island. "Hey, kid, you have committed a heinous crime. Heaven's net has a long reach. Today, we have finally caught you. Now that you have met us, your death has arrived." The mercenaries saw that the three sea generals did not care and that the masked man in front of them was dead for sure. "Do you want my treasure? I'll give it to you." Yu Yang slowly opened the long package. With a speed faster than light, he attacked in an instant. One of the mercenaries was laughing loudly. Suddenly, the laughter was as sharp as a knife. A spear tip had already pierced his throat. Hai Ingwu's pupils shrunk. She was extremely shocked. Because she did not even see how the golden spear was brandished. There was not even an afterimage as it directly pierced through the mercenary's throat. The remaining 4 mercenaries were petrified. The person who was killed was a level 8 emperor. He was practically the strongest person in the team. He was actually killed by the enemy in one move. Then what kind of strength did this masked man possess? Impossible. A mercenary was extremely shocked. His finger trembled as he pointed at Yu Yang, unable to accept the fact that his comrade had been killed in an instant. But in the next second, he clearly felt the cold tip of the spear forcefully penetrate his lips. It quickly pried open his teeth, pierced through his tongue, and went straight to his throat. With a slight pain at the back of his head, all consciousness disappeared. "Who else wants my treasure? If you think the gold-rank dragon-slaying spear is too big, do you want this gold-rank dragon-slaying dagger?" Yu Yang threw the gold-rank dragon-slaying spear and nailed a mercenary who wanted to escape to the ground. He then pulled out the dragon-slaying dagger from his waist, flashed behind another mercenary, kicked him down, and then pressed his hand against the mercenary's head, bit by bit stabbing the dagger into the mercenary's temple. The process was very slow. The mercenary was shocked and in pain. He was so scared that he cried out loud. He was so scared that he peed his pants and struggled desperately. However, no matter what, he couldn't escape death. The last one left was Baizu, who claimed to be the granddaughter of the leader of the parasitic shrimp clan, Lang Yi. He was scared out of his wits and staggered towards the big-headed carp general. His face was distorted as he cried, "Help, help." Yu Yang kept the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and gently pulled out the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear that was nailed to the mercenary's corpse. The 3 sea generals were shocked by the way he killed 4 people in a row. In terms of strength, the masked man's strength was not that of an innate who was above everything. He was not even a lesser innate, but an ordinary level 7 overlord. There were 2 reasons why he could kill 4 people in an instant. One was speed. It was unknown what this level 7 overlord's beast was, but it made his speed extremely fast, even faster than an innate ranker. It was so fast that no one could react. The other reason was that he had a divine weapon. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear itself was a divine weapon that could kill in an instant. Combined with the masked man's super speed, the power he displayed was not something that a warrior of the same level could contend against. Not to mention a level 7 overlord or a level 8 emperor, even a lesser innate would find it hard to withstand such a fatal attack. The big-headed carp general secretly swallowed his saliva. He wasn't afraid of those with great strength, but with his relatively slow movements, it would be the biggest headache for him to encounter such an opponent with super speed. Even the sea generals, who appeared to be the strongest and wore scaled armor, felt troubled. Although the defense of the scale armor was extremely strong and it was also a gold-ranked treasure, could it withstand a strike from the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear? The answer was no. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear was something that even a giant dragon could not withstand. Scales could withstand normal weapons, but against the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, it was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, regarding Baizu's request for help, the Tuna Sea Admiral, who was the strongest and had the highest status, still turned a blind eye, refused to help, and did not intervene in the vendetta between the 2 sides. Only the thin leech general wearing a wet leather jacket was still looking at them with an uncertain gaze. He didn't seem to be too afraid of the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear in Yu Yang's hands. Instead, he was a little afraid of Yu Yang's super speed. After all, speed was the foundation of an attack. Hai Yingguo, on the other hand, had a strange feeling. With a woman's intuition, she started to feel that this masked man was not simple. Perhaps, what he had displayed was only a portion of his full strength. This man was most likely an innate ranker. Can you spare his life for my sake? Everyone is training in Tong Tian Tower. It's hard to avoid grudges, but vendetta should not be a dead end. If you are willing, I can let him pay a ransom in exchange for his life. How much do you want? Name a price. The big-headed carp general stood up again and tried to mediate. I am willing to use all my assets to atone for my sins. I will give you the deep-sea pearl and the magic crystal. Spare my life, please spare my life. I was confused for a moment. I shouldn't have coveted your treasures. I was wrong, please spare my life, please have mercy. Baizu's face was filled with tears and snot. He hid behind the big-headed carp general and knelt down. He kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy from Yu Yang and begging for help from the big-headed carp general, hoping that he would speak up for him and save his life. Hai Yingguo despised this kind of person. If you don't have the strength, you should be more honest. If you don't have the strength to rob others, aren't you just looking for death? It's too late to regret now. Big-headed carp general let Baizu hug his deformed legs and cry. He was a little soft-hearted and really thought that Yu Yang was his friend. Yu Yang walked over slowly and spun his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear elegantly, indicating big-headed carp general to stop begging. Today, I am in a bad mood. You guys better leave immediately and don't meddle in other people's business. If no one resists, I will at most kill 100 people on this island and my anger will slowly subside. Otherwise, I will start a massacre. As for the ransom, I don't lack money. Pauper, keep your money for your coffin. Once he said this, the 3 sea generals choked and almost choked to death. Hai Yingguo also felt that these words were too arrogant. Where was Fire Island? It was the power of His Majesty the Ocean Emperor. Even if His Majesty the Ocean Emperor did not come often, it still represented a kind of dignity that could not be challenged or violated. What he said just now was too embarrassing. Who did he think the Ocean Emperor was? One of the 5 emperors, the Ocean Emperor's Fire Island. Was it a place where he could kill indiscriminately? One could be arrogant, but one must have the strength. If he was stronger than the Ocean Emperor, then no matter how arrogant he was, everyone would have to listen to him. The problem was that he did not have the strength now. The agitated big-headed carp general's ugly face swelled red. "Shut up, your words have already provoked the Ocean Emperor's dignity. This time, we can treat it as if you did not mean it. If there is a next time, we will definitely protect the Ocean Emperor's dignity with all our strength. Please do not treat my words as an alarmist. Young man, this will be the best advice. You, leave Fire Island immediately. This place no longer welcomes you." The strongest sea general wearing scale armor finally opened his mouth to express his stance. "Hee, if you are not convinced, then I can play with you. At the same time, let me tell you, not every place is a place where you can behave atrociously." The skinny man laughed sinisterly. "Others might be afraid of your gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, but I can tell you that it has no effect on my body." Baizu realized that the skinny man and the three sea generals were in conflict. He was secretly happy. As long as they fought, then he could take the opportunity to slip away. Hai Ingwu, on the other hand, felt that the three sea generals were very stupid. The other party's words did not mean anything, and were not targeted at His Majesty the Ocean Emperor. If big-headed carp general's words were said to be rational, then tuna general's words were a little too much. It was best for Fire Island to remain neutral. It was really stupid to go against the other party for a liar, Baizu. As for Leech General's words, Hai Ingwu could understand it as a provocation. This fellow did not consider Fire Island's benefits or His Majesty the Ocean Emperor's image. Instead, he used the Ocean Emperor's name and his own strength to bully others. His motive was 99% certain that he had his eyes on the other party's treasures. In other words, Leech General was the same as Baizu and the others. Greed had already taken over his heart. Hai Ingwu secretly crushed the sea cry pearl. This was a request for help that was one level higher than the shipwreck level. As long as one sea cry pearl was broken, Fire Island's headquarters would immediately send experts to deal with the crisis. Hai Ingwu felt that if the problem in front of her was not dealt with properly, it would affect His Majesty the Ocean Emperor's grand plan. She did not know that Yu Yang was deliberately causing trouble. Otherwise, he would not be so high profile as to not let go of the mercenaries' problems. If it was any other time, he would at most kill them and leave. Why would he find trouble with Sea General? He did it on purpose. The Ocean Emperor was very cunning. He used the method of stealing the beam and changing the pillar to divert the adventurer's attention. Everyone thought that the treasures had been dug out. Even if the situation calmed down, Yu Yang could not let Fire Island be peaceful. He had to make it chaotic. The more chaotic Fire Island was, the more attention the Ocean Emperor would have, and the higher the chance of that old fellow and she assassinating the Ocean Emperor. In any case, no matter what he did to make the Ocean Emperor upset, Yu Yang would do it. It was like throwing stones at someone who was down, trying to kill him. Want to play? Then let's play your sister. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he had already flashed behind Leech General. Leech, who was wearing a slippery leather coat, immediately shot into the sky. His reaction was extremely fast. Seeing the other party make a move, Tuna General also blasted out a thunderous attack. Big-headed Carp General, who had the slowest reaction, did not have the time to make a move. Hai Ingwu had the chance to make a move, but she did not move, unwilling to participate in this pointless battle. A human head flew into the sky. Baizu, who was preparing to escape, had blood spurting out of his neck. Hai Ingwu could not see clearly, but she knew that it was the masked man who killed him. In the sky, when Leech General was preparing to dive down, he suddenly realized that there was a hand pressing down on his head. He twisted his body, twisting his entire body into a spiral shape, trying to avoid the attack. However, just as he was feeling proud of himself, thinking that he had avoided the other party's fatal attack, he suddenly realized that countless flaming fists were raining down on him like a meteor shower. He could not help but let out a scream in horror. Woo! Tuna General wanted to jump into the sky to help Leech, but his body tilted and he fell to the ground, clutching his left rib in pain. Oh my God! Hai Ingwu realized that the scales on Tuna General's left rib were freezing. He threw a punch at the enemy just now, but he did not expect to hit his opponent. Instead, his opponent punched his left rib. It was so fast that he did not even notice it. It was only when the power of the punch exploded and froze that he could no longer hold on. Leech, who was falling from the sky like a meteor, fell to the ground in pain. His long and skinny body smashed a deep pit. He groaned in pain. He was no longer arrogant. If he used the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear to attack, his special body and slippery leather clothes would allow him to be unafraid of sharp blades. However, Yu Yang did not even use the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear to attack. Instead, he used the purple flames of his Yang ability. Leech General, who could ignore sharp blades, was burned by the flames. His special body was countered by the elements, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Yu Yang lightly floated to the ground, pierced Leech's body with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, and hung him on the spear tip. Do you still want to play? Play your sister. This young master hates people who are more arrogant than me. You are just a rotten leech, and you dare to be so arrogant? Who the hell do you think you are? Leech twisted his body in pain. He was not afraid of being pierced, but he was afraid of the flames. He wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but the flames poured into his throat, and he could not make any sound. A man with a huge body landed with a rumble. He was 5 meters tall, covered in silver shark armor, with a platinum-ranked wave-splitting blade at his waist. On the 10 fingers of his huge arms, he wore extremely sharp shark tooth rings. His muscular body was streamlined, his face was fierce, his eyes were demonic, and his aura was heroic and unparalleled. Compared to him, Tuna General was like a childish child. The person who came was the overlord of Fire Island. Not only Fire Island, but the entire 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower was under his control. Shark King, one of the 4 kings under the Ocean Emperor. Once Shark King appeared, Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General were elated. Even Hai Ingwu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They finally made it in time. If the masked man killed Leech, the situation would be irreversible. The masked man was arrogant. Even though he was in Fire Island and knew that it was the Ocean Emperor's territory, he still dared to kill people and even attacked the 3 sea generals. This proved that he had a strong backing and might not be any weaker than the Ocean Emperor. It was unwise to clash with him. The Ocean Emperor's grand plan was about to start in a few hours. They could not afford any more trouble. Shark King, this person challenged the dignity of our emperor and even attacked us. His attitude is arrogant, despotic and condescending. This subordinate is useless and has damaged the dignity of our emperor. Shark King, please punish me. Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General quickly half-kneeled and apologized. As for Hai Ingwu, she also quickly kneeled down to welcome him. All of you, get up. Shark King did not look at Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General. He did not even look at Leech, who was screaming in pain on the spear tip. He looked at Yu Yang. According to Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General's thoughts, not to mention the innate level 8 Shark King, any one of the 8 great marshals would be able to deal with the masked man. Because the 8 great marshals were innate level 5 or even innate level 6, they were more than enough to take down the masked man. What everyone did not expect was that Shark King did not fly into a rage. Instead, he was very humble. Shark King cupped his hands towards Yu Yang and greeted him amiably with a smile. Welcome to Fire Island. Even though I am not sure what happened, I believe that everything that happened was a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General almost choked on their saliva when they heard this. They thought that Shark King would use his fingers to kill the masked man with one finger. They did not expect him to have such a reaction. Was this really the Shark King who was famous for his bad temper in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower? Unbelievable. He couldn't be an imposter, right? Hai Ingwu was sweating profusely. If Shark King had to be polite, how could this masked man be simple? Thinking back to his words and actions, Hai Ingwu scolded herself for being an idiot. If he wasn't a super ranker, why would he be so arrogant? How could he be so arrogant without any strength? Did he really think he could survive until now? He would have been slaughtered long ago. Do you know me? Of course, Yu Yang knew that Shark King recognized him. Although ordinary warriors did not know about Titan's get-up, amongst the Supreme Innates, it must have spread. As the Shark King who ruled over all the seas in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, if he had not heard of the Titan brothers, then he would not be called Shark King, but deaf. Moreover, Shark King and Xianxia of the Thunder Fortress were good friends. It would be weird if he didn't know about the appearance of Yu Yang, the little titan, killing Nightmare Tiger Nian, Demon Eye, Heaven Dragon. The identity of Little Titan had killed so many innate experts. If Shark King didn't know about it, what was he doing? Even though he did not dare to be 100% sure, but seeing Yu Yang's calm expression and indifferent attitude, Shark King immediately knew what kind of person had come. It could be said that in the entire Tong Tian Tower, no innate could be more of a headache than this person. He was young, but his strength was outstanding. Shan Tian and the Black Prince, who were stronger, were also defeated by him. The great demon King Baruth let him barge into the demon palace, but he could do nothing about it. Because of his appearance in the soaring dragon continent, the Black Hell King had no choice but to bring forward his plans to conquer the continent. Shark King knew all of this. He even knew that this young man's fame was widespread among the Eastern Goblin tribe. The rebelling Southern Demon King and the Dragon Emperor were all fighting to show goodwill to this young man, even though he had killed the Southern Demon King's right-hand man, the nine-headed Goblin Marshal. A young man who possessed Nirvana Flame and World-Exterminating Wheel, an abnormal genius who became an innate at the age of 20. Ever since he was born, he had never lost a battle. Everyone who looked down on him, no matter who they were, would fall under his feet and become history. Little Titan's name is well known, how could I not know him? This time when you came to Fire Island, I apologize for not going out to welcome you. Today, I am busy receiving His Majesty, otherwise, I would not have neglected you. Little Titan, please have a seat at the 5 Stars Imperial Residence and have a cup of wine. When His Majesty comes down, Old Shark will introduce you to him. I believe that His Majesty will be overjoyed to know that Little Titan has come. He has always cherished talents as much as his life, haha. Someone, bring Little Titan to the 5-Star Emperor's residence. He must be received with the highest respect. When Shark King said this, everyone felt a headache coming on. They had never heard of the name Little Titan. However, looking at Shark King's attitude, this fellow was simply an unprecedented distinguished guest. Even when King Xianxia, Southern Goblin King and Northern Goblin King came here, they didn't treat him with the highest level of respect. Don't come here, I am afraid of trouble. As long as there is a place to sit, it is fine. Yu Yang pretended not to know about the Mother Earth potion and asked, Senior Shark King, I am not lying. I heard that there is a treasure on Fire Island, is that true? Don't tell me there isn't. I received a top-secret message saying that the treasure is at least 8th grade holy level. So don't try to fool me with some gold grade treasure. Only kids would believe those things. Haha, brother Little Titan, you are indeed as forthright as the rumors say. There is indeed a treasure, but... Shark King was having a headache. He was 100% sure that it wasn't she, that old fellow, who sent top-secret messages everywhere. With his name and the temptation of an 8th grade holy level treasure, it would be strange if Little Titan was not tempted. The problem was that the Mother Earth potion could not be given to him. His Majesty the Ocean Emperor must have it as it was the key to breaking through to the innate Elder Realm. Actually, when he saw Yu Yang, he guessed that this young man came for the Mother Earth potion. He was just thinking of how to make use of him. If he made use of him well, he could use him to help His Majesty the Ocean Emperor kill Xianxia. But if he made use of him badly, he would get himself into trouble. Shark King was having a headache for a while. He pretended to smile bitterly and said, Little Titan, you know that old Shark's words do not count. You should tell this to His Majesty. I believe that even if there is a problem with the treasure, His Majesty will give you the best compensation. Come, let's go to the Emperor's residence for a drink. Old Shark will go and welcome His Majesty first, then we can slowly talk. We can actually work together first, and after getting the treasure, we can slowly think about the ownership. As a high-ranking person for a long time, Shark King's tactic was very good. If he said that he did not know about the treasure, he would definitely not be able to lie to Yu Clan's third young master. If he said that he did not want to give it to him, even if he compromised on the surface, he would still snatch it from him. He was a typical tough guy and was not afraid of threats. It was useless to say that he was a senior expert, he would never look at that. The best plan was to stall for time. Since this brat did not know the exact time of birth of the Mother Earth potion, he could just wait in the Emperor's residence and send a few women to play with him for a while. When His Majesty the Ocean Emperor obtained the Mother Earth potion and became much stronger, this brat would not be able to vent his anger even if he wanted to. Maybe she could even join hands with the Black Hell King to kill this brat. Of course, it would be best not to provoke this brat if she could. Because if she failed to kill him and he managed to escape, Jizun would probably come over immediately. She was not a joking matter. Come and serve little Titan, you must use the best service. Shark King recalled something and transmitted a message to Hai Ingwu. If I remember correctly, you seem to have His Majesty's bloodline? I think you are number 168, or the daughter of number 188 female slave. Forget it, if you serve little Titan well, I will ask His Majesty to bestow you the status of a princess and marry you to little Titan. The two families will be united by marriage, work hard. Yes. Hai Ingwu's heart beat wildly. Bestow the status of a princess? Wasn't this what she had been dreaming of? Would she still marry him? His name was Little Titan. Although he was not very famous, but seeing how Shark King treated him as an equal, she knew that he was not a simple person. Could it be that he was also a Supreme Innate? Would she be able to marry a Supreme Innate in the future? Thinking of this, Hai Ingwu blushed and could not raise her head for a long time. Shark King chatted with Yu Yang for a while and used the excuse of welcoming the Ocean Emperor to enter the teleportation circle to leave. He left Hai Ingwu behind to deal with Yu Yang using beauties. His plan was to stall for time. As long as he could stall for a few hours, he would be successful. Of course, it was necessary to report to His Majesty the Ocean Emperor as soon as possible. His Majesty the Ocean Emperor might have a better idea. Of course, Yu Yang went with the flow and acted according to his plan, working together with Xianxia that old man. And she had already snuck into the Crystal Canyon. As for Yu Yang, if the Ocean Emperor did not bring him along, he would kill his way in. If he brought him along, then he would work with Xianxia to kill the Ocean Emperor. Shark King was scheming against him, so why wouldn't he be scheming against him? This was nothing more than a mutual scheme of deception and deception. Let's see who has the last laugh. Master Little Titan, please come with me. This way please. Hai Ingwu was very nervous and could not even speak properly. As for Tuna and Big Head Fish, they were so scared that they almost fainted. They kneeled on the ground and did not dare to move. Only Leech was lying on the ground, holding back his cries. He endured the pain and did not move, pretending to be unconscious. Only when Yu Yang walked far away did he raise his head slightly, revealing a trace of viciousness. After entering the Emperor's residence, Yu Yang looked around and sighed. No one knew if he was mocking the luxurious and corrupt lifestyle or if he liked this kind of Emperor-style lifestyle. Hai Ingwu's mission was to serve this future husband. She had to use all the methods in the world. Shark King even secretly told her that she did not need to use any methods to make this little Titan happy. It would be best if he could enjoy himself to the point of forgetting home. Originally, Hai Ingwu also thought that this was an opportunity. But what made her helpless was that this little Titan had no interest in any kind of entertainment. He looked around for half an hour. There were countless beauties in front of him, but he ignored them as if they were sardines in the sea. After finding a room, Hai Ingwu wanted to go in and serve him with all her might. She wanted him to have a taste of the beauty's ecstasy. She did not expect him to politely and coolly invite her out and closed the door to cultivate. 3 hours later. There was still an hour before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. In the room, Yu Yang still did not move. There was no sign of him ending his cultivation. Is he really still cultivating? Shark King was a little speechless. This little Titan did not like beauties. It was a big problem. But fortunately, it seemed that this little Titan did not know the exact time of the birth of the Mother Earth potion. That was why he could still cultivate so calmly. He has always been training there. I sneaked in a few times and he seems to be in a deep state of meditation. It seems like he won't wake up for a few hours or even a few days. Hai Ingwu reported everything. She did not dare to raise her head because beside Shark King, there was a man covered in a cloak and his face could not be seen. He was one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower. He was also the ruler of almost all the seas in the 7th, 8th and 9th floor of Tongtian Tower. He was even Hai Ingwu's biological father, the Ocean Emperor. A female slave gave birth to children like Hai Ingwu. If not 1,000, there would be at least 800. Hai Yingwu relied on her unrecognized status and bloodline to avoid the tragedy of being a female slave. She became one of the beautiful assassins under the Ocean Emperor and specialized in spying. Among the many daughters of the female slaves, Hai Yingwu was not the most outstanding one, nor was she the most backward one. Her performance was always ordinary without any highlights. Because, since she was a few years old, she knew that sisters who were too outstanding would die silently. Beside the Ocean Emperor, other than the hundreds of daughters of female slaves and his unrecognized sons, there were also more than 100 princes and princesses of the empress and concubines. As long as someone performed slightly better than the princes and princesses with a dignified bloodline, they would disappear silently. Hai Yingwu was kneeling on the ground, not only out of respect for her father, the Ocean Emperor. She was also deeply afraid of the men and women beside him who were also covered in cloaks and their faces could not be seen clearly. She believed that if she performed slightly better now, one of the princes or princesses would be jealous and make her disappear from the face of the earth. If you can let him stay inside for another hour, then I will recognize you as the daughter of this female slave and grant you the title of princess. I will even marry you to Little Titan. The Ocean Emperor hid all his aura and acted like an ordinary person. But that natural majesty still made Hai Yingwu tremble. Of course, other than excitement, she was also afraid of the murderous intent of her sisters and brothers. Yes, Your Majesty. Hai Yingwu respectfully kowtowed. At the same time, she felt prickles on her back because the princes and princesses were staring at her coldly like poisonous snakes. What a beautiful sister. Father's decision is too wise. If she is married to Little Titan, it is simply a match made in heaven. One of the princes spoke. His voice was as warm as spring. It seemed that he was as excited as an elder brother who had just found his sister after searching for many years. He seemed to want to take out something to give to Hai Yingwu as a gift, but a princess was faster than him. How could the gifts given by you guys be suitable for me? I have a necklace made from East Sea pearls here, it would be suitable for my sister's swan-like neck. Princess Sis took off the necklace that had her body temperature and personally put it on Hai Yingwu's neck. Although his body temperature was warm, Hai Yingwu's heart shivered. It was the same sister with the same gentle voice. When she was 8 years old, she once said the same words and did the same action to another female slave's older sister. However, not long after, she used this priceless Eastern Sea pearl to strangle that smiling and smart older sister to death. Hai Yingwu still remembered all of this at that time and believed that she would never forget it. Hai Yingwu tried her best to squeeze out her tears and put on a grateful look, thanking her sister and brother again. Of course, she did not dare to call them brother and sister, she had to call them prince and princess, no matter how polite the other party was, no matter how much they asked her to call them brother and sister, she could not really call them brother and sister. If she called them brother and sister, she would not be far from death. After sending off the Ocean Emperor, the princes, princess and the 4 kings including Shark King, on her knees. Hai Yingwu shivered and hurried back to the emperor's residence. She quietly opened the door and saw that Yu Yang was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. Seeing that he was still concentrating on his training, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If she messed up this matter, she would definitely die. Those princes and princesses would definitely not let her go. She believed that they would immediately get rid of this useless bastard. Luckily, the Ocean Emperor's plan was not greatly affected by the arrival of this Little Titan. Things went unexpectedly smoothly, but this was also a good thing, wasn't it? If he did not wake up after an hour, would the Ocean Emperor really grant her the title of princess? Would she really marry this Titan Jr. at that time? If that's the case, wouldn't he be her future husband? There was no need to talk about his strength and identity. Just his appearance, she did not know how he looked like. Hai Yingwu thought about it and felt her heart beating fast. The arrival of this Little Titan wasn't a bad thing. Forget about her identity as a princess, if she married him, she wouldn't have to worry about being persecuted by the princes and princesses. She would be able to display her hidden talents and help him do many things. Maybe, this was fate arranged by the heavens. Hai Yingwu secretly peeked through the crack of the door and found that he was still inside. Another 10 minutes passed and he still did not move. She was instantly filled with joy and only hoped that time would pass faster. As long as after an hour, the Ocean Emperor would get the treasure and it would be a success. Unfortunately, he seemed to have no interest in her, Otherwise everything would be perfect. What should she do to make him fall in love with her? Hai Yingwu sighed slightly. Why are you so worried? This question made Hai Yingwu jump up, because this was asked by Yu Yang. Why are you awake? Weren't you training all this while? Hai Yingwu was scared silly. Smart you, do you think that I am a fool who can be deceived by others? Yu Yang stood in front of Hai Yingwu, his eyes looking straight at her, causing her to tremble. Hai Yingwu suddenly realized that he had not been fooled, or rather, he had been going with the flow, using an illusion to confuse everyone. Actually, he knew everything, but he did not say it out loud, secretly mocking others for their stupidity. Hai Yingwu's whole body trembled. She felt that the world was falling apart. It was impossible to complete the 1-hour time limit. He was about to leave and fight with the Ocean Emperor for the treasure, and the Ocean Emperor would be furious because of her failure. The princes and princesses who called her sister affectionately just now would definitely send people to bring her over, destroy her, and throw her into the scary insect cave to be devoured by the demon insects. Or throw her into a brothel to be humiliated to death. The happiness that she looked forward to, and the hope for the future, were all gone. Fate had played a trick on her. It gave her a beautiful hope, but when it was about to come true, it ruthlessly destroyed it, and even gave her a future of waiting for death. Hai Yingwu immediately wanted to commit suicide, because when the princes and princesses returned, it would be impossible for her to die even if she wanted to. She would only live a life worse than death, a life worse than death. However, looking at the man's black gem-like eyes in front of her, Hai Yingwu made her last struggle. She knelt down and hugged Yu Yang's thigh, tears falling like rain. I beg you, grant me happiness. Do you know, happiness was once so close to me. As long as you stay here for an hour, just an hour, I can obtain a lifetime of happiness. I am the daughter of a female slave, I have never had a father, but after an hour, I will obtain something that I have never had before, a father that others would have when they were born, and the identity of a princess. I don't have to be a princess, but if you are willing, I can be your female slave, and serve you for the rest of my life. I will do my best to help you develop your hegemony. I know a lot, and I will learn humbly. I am willing to be your right-hand man, as long as you give me a chance. I beg you, I am so close to happiness. If you just nod your head, I can obtain happiness. I beg you, please have pity on me. I have waited for so many years, and it was not easy for me to wait for this day. Even if it is a dream, please don't break it immediately, okay? Let me dream for another hour, just 1 hour. I understand, I have no intention of breaking your beautiful dream. Yu Yang bent down and carried the crying Hai Yingwu on his shoulder. Hai Yingwu was confused, she did not understand what he was trying to do, but she knew that the situation was already irreversible. Her fingernails gradually sharpened, forming a sharp blade. Using her greatest strength, she dug towards her own heart. Rather than having her beautiful dream cruelly broken like this, she would rather die immediately. At least she would not have to become food for the demon insects, and would not have to become a prostitute that could be humiliated by anyone. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and lightly tapped her. His innate chi penetrated into her body, causing her body to turn soft and powerless. There's no need to commit suicide. You are indeed an outstanding daughter. I will bring you to the Ocean Emperor and tell him. He will definitely grant you the status of a princess. As for the marriage alliance, I am sorry, but I think it will be a little difficult, because do you think the daughter of the Ocean Emperor will marry the enemy who killed her father? Smart Hai Yingwu, pursuing happiness is not wrong, it will never be wrong, but you have to be stronger and persevere, because happiness is not easy to obtain. He brought Hai Yingwu and teleported out of the emperor's residence. They appeared on the surface of the deep-sea trench. When they teleported to the surface, Hai Yingwu anxiously screamed, "Why? You could have coexisted peacefully, why did you do this? You can choose not to be enemies with the Ocean Emperor, why did you kill him? Even if I did not kill him, he would still kill me. That's because I'm his archenemy. Once he becomes the new sovereign, he won't be satisfied with just being an Ocean Emperor. He'll have even greater ambitions and conquer even more. For a junior like me who has the potential to surpass him, he won't let me go. Even if he marries you to me, it's just a temporary honey trap. There are many stars in the sky, but only one is the brightest. If he wants to be the brightest, he is destined to fall. Yu Yang stopped to explain. Hai Yingguo instantly became silent. She understood her father more than anyone else. He was right. Absolutely right. However, was she going to watch him kill her own father without doing anything? After entering the graveyard of the sea and even the Crystal Canyon, the Ocean Emperor did not encounter any abnormalities. It was very smooth. This kind of calm situation made him feel inexplicably strange. In fact, he was already prepared for a battle. It was like a boxer who swore to kill his opponent in the ring. His body was trained to its peak, his blood was boiling, his morale was exploding, and his strength was like a volcano. However, right before the fight, his opponent suddenly gave up, leaving him depressed on the ring with nowhere to vent his anger. This was the feeling that the Ocean Emperor had now. He was depressed that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Come out, Xianxia, I know you are here. The Ocean Emperor could not see Xianxia, but he knew that this old rival of his for hundreds of years would not miss this opportunity. He also believed that Xianxia would not make a move easily. The best time to assassinate Xianxia would be the moment the Mother Earth potion was born. When he was in the process of absorbing it, Xianxia would launch his strongest attack. The Ocean Emperor knew this would happen, but he had to take the risk. If he did not defeat Xianxia, he would never be able to advance to Elder Innate Realm. Today, no matter what, he had to obtain the Mother Earth potion. This was the best and last chance. His potential to advance further had been exhausted. If he wanted to break through, he would need external help. Although there were many treasures in the world, there were only 3 treasures that could help people advance to Elder Innate Realm. 1. The legendary God's Blood. 2. The legendary Martial Soul. 3. The Mother Earth potion that was about to be born. God's Blood and Martial Soul could not be found in Tong Tian Tower. There was only one place in the world that could have them, and that was the inner part of God's ruins in the Soaring Dragon continent. However, the difficulty of entering God's ruins was a super challenge that almost all the rankers in Tong Tian Tower had a headache. Since ancient times, the inner part of God's ruins had always been a mystery. Everyone knew that there were treasures there, but no one could enter and no one could get the treasures inside. The Mother Earth potion was a treasure that was born once every 10,000 years. In comparison, it was a treasure that was very easy to get. The Ocean Emperor felt that he was lucky, because he had waited for the birth of the Mother Earth potion. After waiting for hundreds of years, he finally got his reward. The only problem was that he had to deal with his old enemy. My best friend in the past, rest in peace, the hemp-clothed old man slowly appeared from a crystal prism. When he appeared, the Crown Prince and Grand Princess who were traveling with the Ocean Emperor turned pale with fright. The legendary ultimate assassin, Xianxia, who had slaughtered millions of people, was actually so close to them, less than 20 meters away, and they did not even notice him. If Xianxia had attacked just now, wouldn't it be? When the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess thought of this, cold sweat seeped out of their backs and they shuddered. Although Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess both had the power of innate level 7, they would definitely be killed instantly when compared to Xianxia, who was a peak innate level 10. Ocean Emperor, you are early. There are still 45 minutes before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. The hemp-clothed old man Xianxia's tone was very light. The energy in his body was like a giant dragon diving into the abyss. He looked old and withered, but even the Ocean Emperor did not dare to underestimate him. How could I not come earlier to meet an old friend? The Sea Emperor laughed heartily. After the old hornless dragon left, you're the only old friend left. If only you remembered that we were old friends when you chose to betray everyone. The hemp-clothed old man sighed slightly. I had no choice. If I didn't betray everyone, I would have been killed. You also know that my talent is extremely high. I was really unwilling to die at such a young age. I was only a level 1 innate at that time, but I had the potential to rise to level 10 innate. I was unwilling to die just like that. In order to live, I had no choice but to give in. If it was you, you would also waver in that kind of hopeless situation. They caught me and tortured me non-stop. They used all kinds of cruel methods. If they had killed me in one go, they would not have given me the chance to surrender and betray them. I would not have betrayed them like that. However, I could not stand that kind of endless torture. In the end, I survived and secretly trained hard. I leveled up and killed them all. It could be considered as taking revenge for everyone. And no, my brother Sash, that cannot be considered a betrayal. That was suffering humiliation. That year, our leader did not blame me. When I hugged him to repent, he, who was on the verge of death, used his blood-stained hand to touch my head. He had already forgiven me. This is something you do not know. The Ocean Emperor slowly explained what happened in the past. His voice was calm and there was not a trace of agitation. Perhaps our leader had already forgiven you. He was born as a kind person. He would rather blame himself for not doing well enough than to blame his comrades. However, Ocean Emperor Guanlan, I have not forgiven you. You only need to know this. No matter how beautiful your words are to defend your past, it cannot erase the hatred in my heart. That year, dozens of sisters were humiliated and killed by the enemy in front of me. Before they died, they cried in pain. Their eyes were filled with despair. There was also the bloody scene of their children being picked out from their stomachs and eaten alive by the enemy. I will never forget that. The hemp-clothed old man sat in the crystal. A trace of anger flashed across his gray eyes. It immediately disappeared and was quickly hidden. However, the killing intent that was released in less than a tenth of a second had already caused Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Elder to retreat 3 steps. Even Shark King, who was the most loyal and devoted, felt his body turn cold. And the killing intent of this ultimate assassin was too terrifying. If it was a normal warrior, he would have been scared to death by that sudden burst of terrifying killing intent. Even the powerful innate level 8 Shark King was shocked when he heard it. That's great, old friend. I haven't seen you for a year and your cultivation level has increased again. The cloaked Ocean Emperor was completely unaffected. Instead, he laughed out loud. Likewise. The hemp-clothed old man slowly stood up and was about to attack. The 4 of you can leave. Crown Prince, you have to listen to Asha in the sea outside. If anyone barges into the graveyard of the sea, kill them. If the hybrid fishmen cause trouble, you just have to defend for 45 minutes. The Ocean Emperor waved his hand. He decided to fight the hemp-clothed old man and When he raised his hand, Shark King, Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Elder Princess knelt down and respectfully retreated. Ocean Emperor, if I kill you, I will leave you a son or daughter. However, to be honest, your son and daughter are all trash. None of them are presentable. The hemp-clothed old man disdainfully evaluated the most outstanding Sea Dragon Crown Prince among the princes and the most outstanding Sea Anemone Elder Princess among the princesses. There are some who are not bad, but they always die prematurely. This is the saddest thing about being an emperor. The Ocean Emperor smiled bitterly. It seemed like he knew a lot of things. Let's begin. Today, it's either you or me. We should make a final conclusion. The hemp-clothed old man's aura erupted like a volcano. The ancient guardians that surrounded the outer circle immediately retreated when they sensed it. Although they did not have intelligence, their instincts were outstanding and they were extremely sensitive to danger. On the other side, the hemp-clothed old man and summoned a diamond level 10 Hell Black Dragon King. On the other side, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan also summoned a diamond level 10 3-headed golden dragon. The battle officially began. In the graveyard of the sea, the 4 kings were led by Shark King and assisted by the 8 great sea marshals. They guarded outside the 5 big whirlpools. At the same time, there were more than 10 princes and princesses, led by Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Elder Princess. They were divided into 2 camps and supported each other from afar. Surrounding them were 108 sea generals and more than 3,000 Ocean Emperor's royal guards. The Sea Generals and Ocean Emperor's royal guards mostly came from the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Every one of them had at least the strength of a lesser innate. Some of the Sea Generals had even reached the innate realm, but they did not have a summoning grimoire. In the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower, there were many powerful races. They were born with great advantages, but they also had a natural flaw. It was almost impossible for them to contract a grimoire. In the beginning, they were a powerful race with outstanding natural advantages. However, when the humans, elves, and other races improved through cultivation, they would be left in the dust. The higher one lived in the Tongtian Tower, the more it was so. Did I miss something? When Yu Yang appeared, the four kings, including Shark King, had a slight change in expression. This brat still came after all. Little Titan, if you are willing to cooperate, the Ocean Emperor will reward you with 2 holy relics. Shark King knew that it was not possible, but he still wanted to try. If he could use 2 holy relics to exchange for the other party to give up, it might not be a bad thing. Shark King, please tell the Ocean Emperor that I want to enter the Crystal Canyon to personally thank him for his good intentions. I hope that he will grant me an audience. Moreover, isn't he going to marry some princess to me for a marriage alliance? As his future son-in-law, how can I not thank my father-in-law? If this gets out, people will say that my family has no upbringing. Yu Yang's eyes were full of ridicule. He only looked at the 4 kings and did not even glance at the 8 sea marshals and the dozen princes and princesses. Shark King's heart was bitter. He knew that he could not be kind today. You clan third young master, even though you have some fame, if you think that you can put on airs in front of us, you are wrong. Sea Dragon Crown Prince could not stand Yu Yang's disregard. He stood up and retorted coldly, if your eyes are fine, you can count how many rankers there are in our sea clan. Any one of them can turn the Tongtian Tower upside down. Moreover, you clan third young master, the Black Hell King is currently attacking your homeland. Instead of going back to defend, you came to provoke us, the Sea Clan. Can you be any more arrogant and reckless? Who is the one speaking? You look like a dog, can you be any more deformed and make people vomit? Yu Yang retorted without holding back. You. Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face twisted. You don't look like a crown prince even after wearing the dragon robe. If I were you, I would be so ashamed that I would kill myself. Yu Yang's mouth was definitely sharper than a knife. I have heard of you clan third young master's name before, but I did not expect him to be 100 times more arrogant than the rumors. Maybe you have not heard of this famous saying, arrogance without strength is ignorance and idiocy. Sea Anemone Crown Princess laughed coldly. Very good, you have completely embodied the true essence of this famous saying. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised. Do you really want to fight? Little Titan, we can actually work together. We can send Sea Clan elite soldiers to help you fight against the Black Hell Army. We could have become a family, why do we have to do this? Even if you enter the Crystal Canyon, you won't be able to get the Mother Earth potion. The difference between you and His Majesty the Ocean Emperor is too great. Even if you are very outstanding, His Majesty the Ocean Emperor has trained for 1,000 years, while you have just started. Shark King made his last effort. You are right, but I still want to try. Yu Yang would definitely not give up on the Mother Earth potion. Rather than relying on others, it was better to rely on oneself. If the Ocean Emperor obtained the Mother Earth potion and broke through to the Elder Innate Realm, would he send Sea Clan elite soldiers to fight against the Black Hell Army? Impossible, he would only cooperate with the Black Hell King to destroy the soaring dragon continents Xia and Tian Luo, then deal with Ji Zun and Night Empress together. To Yu Yang, the Mother Earth potion was also a treasure that could only be found by chance. It was impossible for him to give it to the Ocean Emperor. Most importantly, this was the best chance to kill the Ocean Emperor. Because the hemp-clothed old man and she was prepared to fight to the death with the Ocean Emperor, if Yu Yang did not take this chance to snatch the Mother Earth potion, he would be an idiot. As a man from another world, the Ocean Emperor and the others were just living NPCs to him. How could he give them the treasure so easily? Even in RPC games, this was not the way to survive in another world. Go, kill him. Sea Dragon Crown Prince hated Yu Yang to the core. A large group of sea generals and a large number of Ocean Emperor's imperial army swarmed forward and surrounded Yu Yang. Shark King and the other 3 kings looked at each other and felt that the situation could no longer develop well. They could only follow the Ocean Emperor's orders to protect the 5 big whirlpools and kill anyone in the future. As for killing the Yu Clan third young master, whether Ji Zun would be furious and come to punish them, they could no longer care so much. The 4 kings, Cuttlefish King, Jellyfish King and Manta Ray King observed their surroundings vigilantly. This was because they knew that this Yu Clan third young master would not come to die if he was not confident. The other party must have helpers. The 8 great sea marshals began to increase their strength one by one. They would be the main force in this battle, and they were prepared to kill this young human who had come to provoke them in this graveyard of the sea with the wheel tactic and the human wave tactic. They were not like the four kings who ruled over their own seas and were able to understand the latest news from all aspects. The sea marshals had always been by the Ocean Emperor's side and lived in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower for a long time. It could be said that they knew very little about Zhu Yang, the Yu clan's third young master. If it wasn't for Shark King's scruples, they would have killed this arrogant young human long ago. Yu Yang saw countless sea generals slowly approaching him and calmly asked the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, "Is this the legendary bullying with numbers?" Sea Dragon Crown Prince sneered, "So what if I bully you? This is the sea, the territory of our sea race." Yu Yang raised his hand. He made a gesture of surrender. "Alright, I have to admit, I'm shocked by your idiocy." Following Yu Yang's gesture, countless hybrid fishmen floated up from the abyss. They appeared beside Yu Yang. Among the hybrid fishmen, the octopus man boss's calm voice sounded, "Your Highness, if I remember correctly, this should be our territory that has not been conquered by the Ocean Emperor. It's not that you can't fight and snatch treasures here, but you better ask us first. For example, the young man beside me is more polite. He came over a few days ago to greet us, but you guys didn't. Your Highness, I have to say, we are a little disappointed. Bullying with numbers, old Zhang, can't stand it." Following that, a buzzing voice sounded. The swordfish man did not speak, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Just say it, we are here to help the Yu clan's third young master." "Why?" "We have already decided to cooperate, so you should regret it." "Who asked you to not cooperate with us earlier? However, even if you cooperate with us, we will not agree. You are all fools, incompetent fools. We will not cooperate with you. This **T Sea Dragon Crown Prince, I hate you. You actually spat on my boat just now. Damn it, don't you have any manners? I worked so hard to fish it up from the bottom of the sea and clean it, but you spat on it. You really make me sick. You green-headed fly, uncultured maggot, go and die. Blast, you must help me beat him into a cripple. I want to press down on his ugly head and make him stick out his tongue to lick all the phlegm clean, then lick my sunken boat again. Damn it, I haven't finished talking and you already made your move. I hate trash like you who don't have the demeanor of a warrior." The mudskipper man's mouth was undoubtedly the most annoying. Yu Yang wanted to tear this guy's smelly mouth apart several times. However, after thinking about it, this was a characteristic of the mudskipper man, so he ignored it. "Kill, chop off his fish head and cook it into soup." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was so angry that the mudskipper man was trembling. Shark King saw that the situation was not good. Although they had more people, the other side had more than 30 innates. Moreover, the weakest mudskipper man was a level 5 innate. Even though these hybrid fishmen had been trapped here for thousands of years, their strength was not to be underestimated. The Ocean Emperor was not willing to provoke them. Just now, the octopus man boss had appeared to negotiate with the Ocean Emperor and promised not to do anything. Now that he was going back on his words, it should be related to the Yu clan's third young master. The Yu clan's third young master must have used something to move the hybrid fishmen and made a secret agreement with them. He hurriedly bowed to a man hidden in a cloak. "Mr. Tai Hu, now, we can only ask for your help. Only you can successfully take down the Yu clan's third young master." The cloak slowly slid down. It revealed a silver-haired Fox Clan old man. He looked very benevolent, and a smile that could eliminate hostility hung on the old man's lips. His eyes were slightly blue and looked like sapphires. It was unexpectedly peaceful. He wore a fiery red silk robe that fit him well. He also held a silver cane in his hand. He looked like a wise and knowledgeable sage. Of course, if someone knew him, they would know that 500 years ago, the most notorious killer among the killers, the ghost-eyed demon fox, was actually this benevolent-looking old man Tai Hu. Peak innate level 9. Under Yu Yang's heaven-eyes divine vision, this Tai Hu elder strength was slightly higher than Shen Tian and the Black Prince. The only difference between the three was that other than the 5 transformations power, Shen Tian still had hidden strength that he never revealed. The Black Prince also had hidden strength. However, this Tai Hu elder didn't. He had used up all his potential and trained to the limit. The highest realm he could reach was the peak of innate level 9. And she once chased after him for thousands of miles. When he was on the verge of death, Taihu managed to escape. And she thought that Taihu was already dead. He didn't expect that the Ocean Emperor not only didn't kill Taihu, but also saved him. Perhaps, because he had no hope of breaking through to innate level 10, Taihu chose to cooperate with the Ocean Emperor and was willing to be the Ocean Emperor's lackey. Young man, don't be too arrogant. When I became famous, your grandfather's grandfather was still drinking milk. Taihu sneered. That's right. However, when I became famous, you were rotting in your coffin. Yu Yang first gave Taihu a middle finger, then released his innate level 1 strength in an instant. Yu Yang's shout shook the heavens and the earth. The power that erupted from his body was like a hurricane, causing a circle of biting cold shockwaves on the dead silent sea surface. In an instant, huge waves rose to the sky. Although he was only innate level 1, his power was more ferocious than innate level 6. The Ocean Emperor's royal guards and the sea generals were blown all over the place by the hurricane. This was only Yu Yang's Qi Jin. If he really attacked, none of them would be a match for him. Anyone who met him would be instantly killed. After Shark King saw this, his face changed. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to pull away from the encirclement. The 3 kings and 8 ocean marshals beside him also increased their power quickly. Following the explosion of many innate rankers, the whole sea was overturned and the waves were 1,000 feet high. Taihu slowly took out a pearl and threw it into the whirlpool on the sea. Tossing it into the whirlpool on the surface of the sea, a strange light flashed, and the raging waves on the surface of the sea strangely calmed down, returning to the deathly stillness of an ancient well. No matter how powerful the shockwaves emitted by the innate rankers were, they did not cause any waves, only slight ripples. Dinghai Pearl, Yu Yang finally understood. Why was the Ocean Emperor so fearless towards the hybrid fishmen? So it was because he had the Dinghai Pearl, turning the sea surface into a land-like existence. To the Sea Clan, it would at most not increase their power. But to the hybrid fishmen, it would be the biggest weakness. After Taihu threw out the Dinghai Pearl, he quickly exploded to innate level 8. His whole body was burning with a terrifying dragon flame. The silver staff in his hand combined with his summoned beast, Lightning Snake, becoming a lightning snake staff. It was temporarily upgraded from a platinum-ranked treasure to a holy-ranked treasure. His eyes were faint, like the eyes of a ghost. Anyone who saw them would be dazzled and dizzy. This was Taihu's ghost eye domain. Once trapped in the domain, one's body would be controlled by Taihu. Taihu summoned a 9-headed demon fox, platinum-ranked level 10. Although it wasn't a guardian beast, nor a holy-ranked beast, it was extremely fast and could fly in the air. No other beasts could compare to it. Taihu quickly summoned 5 platinum-ranked level 10 lava devil kings. These were all beasts that could restrain the hybrid fishmen. When the Dinghai Pearl activated, the sea surface was like a mirror. The shortest of the 5 lava devil kings was at least 60 meters tall. They stepped on the mirror-like sea surface and charged towards the hybrid fishmen. As for Yu Yang, Taihu believed that he could defeat him with the lightning snake staff in his hand. The current lightning snake staff had the power of a holy-ranked treasure. Even if it was only temporarily, its power was unparalleled. Showing off your beasts? Interesting. Yu Yang laughed and shouted, "Stupid dog, come out and show this old fellow what a real beast is." Hui Tai-Lang, who had been idling in the Yu clan castle for a long time, had not fought with his master for a long time. Yu Yang had specially brought it here to train. With such an opportunity, how could it not do its best in front of its master? It immediately shook its head and wagged its tail to please its master. Its paw confidently pressed down, and a high-ranked bronze grimoire appeared in a golden light. Although this grimoire had not been upgraded to silver-ranked, it had already been upgraded to a high-ranked bronze grimoire. After this battle, it would probably be upgraded to silver-ranked. When Hui Tai-Lang's grimoire appeared, the countless jealous gazes from the opposite side immediately revealed a sour taste. Divine beast, damn it, this brat's watchdog was also a divine beast? Hui Tai-Lang's impressive performance made the other side jealous. Especially Sea Dragon Crown Prince, his eyes were red as if blood was about to drip out. Although Hui Tai-Lang did not have a contract, he knew that there was no hope for him. This was because holy beasts and above had a strong will to choose their own masters. As long as holy beasts and divine beasts did not belong to him, it would be a waste of effort to obtain them. Now, Sea Dragon Crown Prince only wanted to kill Hui Tai Lang before it matured. This was because Hui Tai Lang had a high-level bronze grimoire, which belonged to the early stage of divine beasts' growth. Killing it now was the best opportunity. If it matured and became a peak-level divine beast, not to mention Sea Dragon Crown Prince, even the Ocean Emperor would not be able to take it down. Ah woo! Hui Tai Lang summoned his guardian spirit beast and combined it with his inherent skill. Hui Tai Lang leaped into the sky. Exactly the same. They both emitted the same aura and their eyes flashed with the same murderous intent. Even the flapping of the wings on their backs was at the same frequency. At first, Taihu thought that Hui Tai Lang would attack his nine-headed magic fox. With the speed of the nine-headed magic fox, no matter how strong this divine beast was, he would not be able to defeat it. As long as he could drag on for another half an hour, the Mother Earth potion would be born and everything would be perfect. He did not expect that Hui Tai Lang in the sky did not have the intention to attack the nine-headed magic fox. Instead, it pounced towards the Ocean Emperor's imperial guards and sea generals. Instantly, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Blood splattered and danced in the sky. The Ocean Emperor's imperial guards and sea generals in the encirclement screamed in pain. Yu Yang had already unsealed his innate level 2 power. Before Taihu attacked with the Thunder Snake Staff, he had already unsealed his innate level 3 power. An extremely terrifying aura soared into the sky. An energy giant that was nearly 100 meters tall rose above Yu Yang's head. This was specially condensed from the energy he emitted. Around him, there was not a single shockwave. All the energy had condensed into such an energy giant, and then, with all its might, it heavily smashed down onto the surface of the sea. The entire surface of the sea was shaking, but what was strange was that it was actually like a mirror. It did not shatter, and there was not a single splash. The sea calming pearl had completely leveled the surface of the sea like a mirror. The energy giant's attack caused the surface of the sea to cave in, and then the surface of the sea bounced back like jelly, causing the entire surface of the sea to tremble. The lava devil kings, covered in lava and flames, lost their footing and fell into the sea. Break! Yu Yang raised the crescent moon blade in his left hand and the Hui Jin magic blade in his right. He slashed out the first move of the heaven-destroying earth slash, first slash, earth-splitting slash. A long saber mark split the surface of the sea. One of the lava devil kings unfortunately fell at the edge and slid in, sinking into the seawater. The flames covering its entire body were doused by the seawater, immediately evaporating into steam. White steam filled the air, as though the magma of a volcano was flowing into the sea. This lava devil king was in extreme pain. Water was its nemesis. Even if no one attacked it, it would drown if it fell into the sea. Furthermore, it would cool down and turn into a stone statue. The consequences would be unimaginable. Without the sea calming pearl, it would have been impossible for it to walk on the surface of the sea. Now that it had fallen into the crack, it immediately howled in pain, and its cries were earth-shattering. It tried its best to crawl out. However, before it did that, it had to ask for permission from one person, and that person was Yu Yang. With a kick, Yu Yang kicked it down. After sinking into the bottomless abyss of the sea, what awaited it was only death. Taihu's thunder snake staff filled the sky with thunder and lightning, striking towards Yu Yang. However, Yu Yang swam around like a fish. The mysterious three styles graceful sword dance, under his new understanding of the realm, he grasped it even more mysteriously, displaying it even more perfectly. Every strike of the thunder snake staff missed its target by a hair's breadth. However, all the attacks brushed past Yu Yang's body, and none of them hit Yu Yang. Regarding this, Taihu was incomparably furious. As he sped up his attacks, he used his domain of power to suppress Yu Yang, intending to affect Yu Yang's mind and cause his movements to stagnate. His ghost eye had been staring intently at Yu Yang's eyes. "You dare? I'll stab." Yu Yang pretended to be hit, and waited for Taihu to attack. Suddenly, he closed in like lightning. He kept the crescent moon sword in his hand, and his fingers formed the two dragons vying for a pearl gesture, stabbing Taihu's ghost eye. Even though Taihu closed his eyes in time, it still caused Yu Yang pain. Only now did he realize that this brat's speed was 10 times faster than what he had imagined. It was simply super speed. I'll hit again. Yu Yang was unforgiving. The crescent moon sword appeared and deflected the thunder snake staff. His Hui Jin magic blade slashed Tai Hu's body a few times, breaking through Tai Hu's protective chi. His glossy fur was cut open, and blood splattered everywhere. When Tai Hu was trying to escape, Yu Yang followed up with another attack. He swung his flame whip. The flame whip had already leveled up to the whip of pain. With a whistling sound, it whipped down on Tai Hu's head. The whip of agony that had swallowed the scarlet concubine's scarlet lotus fire and blood of hatred, after being refined by Yu Yang's heaven's fury fire lotus and fused with his raging anger, combined with the whip of agony, it could be said that its power was boundless. If it was compared to a treasure of the same power, it would at least have the power of a platinum-ranked treasure whip. This attack almost took Tai Hu's life. It was so painful that even a senior like him couldn't help but groan. The silver hair on his head flew everywhere, and the whip mark went deep into his brain. His face was even more lacerated. Just as Tai Hu deflected the flaming whip, another similar whip lashed down from the sky. It first hit Tai Hu's heart, and then tightened. The flame whip tightly strangled his neck, almost suffocating Tai Hu. This was the bloody Queen Red who had just flown out to ambush the enemy. If not for Shark King's timely rescue, Tai Hu would probably have died. Because Yu Yang's Hui Jin magic blade had arrived again. This time, it was his self-created Great Totem battle technique, Blood Prison Totem. Shark King, who came to rescue, also felt as if he was in a blood pond hell. He didn't dare to take Yu Yang's attack head-on. Using his natural agility, he grabbed Tai Hu and leaped into the sky, escaping from the battlefield. He then summoned his sea battle beast and spat out a large amount of energy to help Tai Hu recover from his injuries. The other three kings also rushed over to fight against Yu Yang. Get lost. Yu Yang kept his crescent blade and Hui Jin magic blade. He raised both his hands, and the flame spear made of Nirvana's flame spun rapidly, creating thousands of spear sparks. Although the three kings managed to escape in time, the sea generals and the ocean emperor's royal guards that were targeted by Yu Yang's spear were all hit. Even if they were hit by a strand of Nirvana's flame, the pain was unbearable. If their limbs were hit by the spear, they could still mercilessly cut off their wrists and save their lives. If they were hit by Yu Yang's spear, or their heads were burned by Nirvana's flame, then they would only be dead. No one could save them, and no one dared to. Once Nirvana's flame was ignited, there was no power that could stop its purification and destruction. Although the Sea Dragon Crown Prince had the power of a level 7 and 8, he did not dare to fight against Yu Yang. Once Nirvana's flame appeared, it chilled his heart. His will to fight had long turned into cold sweat. The 8 great sea marshals were loyal and devoted. Facing a strong enemy like Yu Yang, they still gathered their courage and attacked together. You're simply courting death. Yu Yang suddenly bent his body into a ball. When the 8 great sea marshals were about to attack him, he suddenly stood up. The Nirvana's flame on his body formed a fire pillar that shot towards the sky. The 6 great sea marshals who reacted quickly escaped in time. However, the 2 great sea marshals who reacted slightly slower had already rushed into the Nirvana's flame pillar. They knew that they would not be able to escape. Not only did they not struggle to escape, they desperately rushed towards Yu Yang, intending to hug Yu Yang and self-destruct. After the battle with the Scarlet Emperor, the super speed and energy explosion that Yu Yang had secretly learned were all put to use. The moment when the 2 great sea marshals pounced on Yu Yang, or maybe it was only 1,000th of a second, an energy fountain exploded from the bottom of Yu Yang's feet, blasting the great sea marshal who bore the brunt of the attack into the sky. The other great sea marshal realized that Yu Yang's right hand was glowing. Countless runes were condensing and instantly formed the world-exterminating wheel. It's over. This great sea marshal did not even have the time to have a second thought before he realized that the world-exterminating wheel had slashed past his body. The great sea marshal who was blasted into the sky was still in pain. Die. A left hand that was burning with Nirvana's flame pressed down fiercely, pressing down on his face and smashing onto the mirror-like surface of the sea that was fixed by the sea calming pearl. Countless Nirvana's flame spewed out from Yu Yang's hand and drilled into the great sea marshal's 7 orifices. It drilled into his shattered skull and directly burned his brain. At this moment, the great sea marshal who was cut into two fell down from the sky, fresh blood splashing out. Countless flower stems rose from the sea surface. One of the largest thorny flower demons immediately opened its huge mouth and swallowed the two halves of the great sea marshal into its stomach. The golden-crowned thorny flower queen had awakened from her deep slumber. When she appeared, the entire audience let out another wave of wails. Whether they were alive or dead, those thorny flowers did not care about these. The ocean-like thorny flowers waved their long branches and entangled everywhere, opening their bloody mouths to swallow whoever they caught. If they really could not swallow them, they would entangle them to death and strangle them to death. Then, they would forcefully swallow them and digest them. Hui Tai Lang would also eat his enemies on the spot, but it was incomparable to the sea of thorny flowers controlled by the golden-crowned thorny flower queen. Even if there were 100 of Hui Tai Lang, they would not be able to defeat the sea of thorny flowers. Other than the lava devil king that had sunk to the bottom of the sea, the remaining 4 lava devil kings were also beaten into a sorry state by the hybrid fishmen. This was because not only did they have the strength of an innate, they were also proficient in water techniques. Many beasts could shoot out water pillars. If the sea surface was not fixed like a mirror, the 4 of them would have been dead long ago. Not good, the sky has changed color. Shark King was fighting with Yu Yang when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although the sky was originally gray, there shouldn't be so many dark clouds. What was going on? A loud and clear storm horn was blown. A strong wind blew between the sky and the sea. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavy rain poured down. Only now did Shark King and the others realize that in the middle of the sea of thorny flowers, there was a beautiful mermaid blowing the storm horn that summoned a storm. End of chapter 471. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.